Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 143 to Chapter 196. What? Hearing this, Sun Chang and the others in the room were all stunned. Du Yuan, in particular, had an ugly expression on his face. Even if his father's cultivation wasn't up to par, how could a master teacher insult him as a beast? This was an insult to their dignity. Xianxia, even if my father has offended you, there's no need for you to insult him like that, right? Making up his mind, Du Yuan gritted his teeth and said. Insult? Xianxia shook his head. Ask your father if I'm insulting him. Father, Du Yuan turned his head to look at Du Miaoshuan. If he hadn't looked, he wouldn't have realized it. However, with a single glance, he was shocked. His father's entire body was trembling, and he was no longer as calm as before. Xianxia, please save me, thump. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he heard his father cry out and kneel on the ground. Ah? Du Yuan was dumbfounded. Sun Chang also had a strange expression on his face. Is this Du Miaoshuan sick in the head? And a little masochistic? Just now, he was still speaking in a tough tone and acting cool, but in the end, after old master called him a beast, he directly knelt down? Xiao Chang, send them off. Ignoring the kneeling Du Miaoshuan, Zhang Xian waved his hands. Are you kidding me? Who do you think I am? You doubt it just like that? You believe it just like that? Yes. Sun Chang walked over and said, please. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Xianxia, please give me a chance. Du Miaoshuan jumped in fright upon hearing that Zhang Xian wanted to send him off. He kowtowed profusely, his heart filled with regret. If he had listened to his son, would this have happened? Yet, to question a master teacher was equivalent to publicly challenging the other party's identity and authority. It would be weird if Zhang Xian didn't get angry. Seeing an elder of the Du clan kneeling down and kowtowing repeatedly, Sun Chang was at a loss as to what to do. What? My words don't work? Zhang Xian furrowed his eyebrows. Yes. Sun Chang shuddered and waved his hand. Someone, please escort Elder Du out. Upon hearing the order, several guards walked over with large strides. Elder Du, please. A few guards walked up to him. Father, even now, Du Yuan was still in a daze. Why didn't his father get angry when Xianxia called him a beast, and even kneel down to beg for help? I was too rash. I know my mistake, so I'll wait outside for Xianxia's forgiveness. Du Miaoshuan kowtowed and without waiting for the guards to chase him away, he led the way out. Du Yuan followed closely behind him. Leaving the residence, Zhang Xian walked out of the door and kneeled down in the middle of the road, motionless. Father. Du Yuan was about to go crazy. Her father was an existence who had once vied for the position of clan head, and even though he was only an ordinary elder now, he was still far nobler than most other elders. Yet, he was actually kneeling in the middle of the streets. Just why? Just because the other party called him a beast? Could it be that father was really a masochist? You, kneel as well. Before he could think further, he heard Du Miaoshuan's cold voice. Father. Du Yuan gritted his teeth. I don't understand, Xianxia is a true master teacher. I have offended him with my words earlier, so I have to apologize to him. A master teacher mustn't be humiliated, not even the slightest bit of contempt. Du Miaoshuan bellowed, kneel down. We can only pray for him to forgive us now, because he is a true master teacher. Only he can treat my illness. He can treat me? Du Yuan was perplexed. But Xianxia didn't say anything at all he said was you are a beast. Could it be that his father was so certain just because of that one sentence? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He felt like he was about to faint. Old Master, Elder Du, and Du Miaoshuan are kneeling in front of the door. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Sun Chang stared at the Old Master with a bizarre expression. Did the Old Master possess some kind of magic? Initially, Du Miaoshuan didn't show the slightest bit of respect, and his tone wasn't pleasant either. Yet, after the Old Master scolded him once, the other party was frightened to the point of kneeling down. If he hadn't seen it for himself, he would have thought that it was all nonsense. But the truth was right before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. How is your family? Touching your wife. You are a beast. Seems like master teachers like to speak in such a manner. Sun Chang summed up his experience. Putting aside Du Miaoshuan, even Ling Tianyu behaved in such a manner. Back then, the billionaire was filled with rage, but the old master asked him if his family was good. Then, he asked him to touch his wife. Seems like master teachers don't walk the normal path either. They like to exaggerate. However, such alarmist talk was very effective. Seems like these so-called merchants and elders are amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Should I give it a try in the future? Suddenly recalling something, Sun Chang's eyes lit up. In his view, the reason why Du Miaoshuan changed his attitude so quickly was because the old master was angry. It seemed like he shouldn't be a yes-man when meeting these people in the future. He should be magnanimous and speak with dignity, only then would he be able to intimidate the other party. Didn't he see how Elder Du was so intimidated that he knelt down? Sun Chang's thoughts became more and more active. In the future, when the old master isn't around, I should find an opportunity to give it a try. If I succeed, the old master will look at me in a different light. Xianxia was filled with excitement. Oh, let them kneel then. Unaware that the fellow before him had thought of so many things in the blink of an eye, Xianxia casually waved his hands. Old master, what should we do now? Sun Chang asked. Xianxia frowned. This was what he was thinking as well. Waiting for others to give him money out of gratitude wasn't a solution. Take Ling Tianyu for example. Even though 1 million might seem like a lot, it was still a far cry from 23 million. However, if he were to ask for money, it wouldn't be befitting of his identity as a master teacher and he would be labeled as a scammer. If he were to wait for others to give him money without asking for money, how much could he give? If the other party thought that he was a master teacher and didn't care about worldly possessions, wouldn't he cry himself to death? After pondering for a moment, Xianxia said, I'm going out for a while. There's no need for you to follow me. How about this, help me do something? After which, Xianxia explained the matter to the butler in detail. Hearing his instructions, the butler's eyes widened in shock. This works as well? Go. Xianxia didn't explain further. Yes. After the previous few experiences, he knew that the old master had his reasons for doing so. He turned around and walked out. Not too long later, he returned. Clearly, the matter that Xianxia had entrusted to him had already been settled. If anyone comes to look for me, have them wait outside. Xianxia stood up and walked out of the residence. Upon reaching the door, he didn't even look at the kneeling Du Miaoshuan and left. Father, seeing Xianxia leaving the residence, Du Yuan couldn't help but shout. Since the other party has already left, why are you still kneeling here? I'm not doing this to show Xianxia, but to show my determination and to correct my mistakes. If I were to leave now, I'm afraid that I won't be able to resolve my problem in the future. Knowing what his son was thinking, Du Miaoshuan explained. I understand. Du Yuan lowered his head dejectedly. An elder of the Du clan, a former competitor for the successor, kneeling in the middle of the road. What in the world was this? Have you heard? Previously, when Lord Ling sought our old master for treatment, he took out 1 million gold coins in one go. How generous! At this moment, a hushed whisper sounded in the courtyard. It seemed to be the guards at the entrance. Upon seeing the old master leave, they were discussing softly. 1 million? Is that for real? A guard clearly didn't believe the other party's words. Of course it's for real. I saw it with my own eyes, it's true. 1 million gold coins may be an astronomical sum to us, but to a master teacher like the old master, it means nothing at all. I heard from brother's son that the old master only accepted it to appease the other party. He doesn't want others to owe him a favor. The first guard chuckled. Now that you mention it, I do recall that Lord Ling kneeled here for an entire night. Initially, the old master didn't want to bother with him, but he stuffed a huge sum of money into brother's son's hands. Brother's son is kind and spoke up for him, thus allowing him to enter. The second guard sighed. Even though the two of them spoke softly, they were separated by a door. Du Yuan's cultivation realm was low, so he couldn't hear them clearly. However, Du Miaoshuan heard them clearly. Yuaner, stop kneeling. Return to the clan now and take out my savings from the past few years. Du Miaoshuan's eyes lit up. He was experienced in the pugilistic world, but it was mostly limited to duels, battles, and discerning people. In terms of bribery and gifting money, he couldn't be compared to a merchant. Thus, the thought of money came to his mind. That's right, even though master teachers don't need money, butlers do, residents, maids, food, which of these didn't cost money? Even a physician had to be paid. If he came empty-handed, it would be weird if the other party was willing to meet him. All right. Du Yuan didn't understand what was going on, but upon hearing his father's instructions, he immediately stood up. I heard that brother's son was reprimanded by the old master because of this. It seems like Lord Ling also offended the old master by doubting him. The dignity of a master teacher mustn't be sullied. To plead for leniency with 1,000,000 gold coins, what will become of the old master's dignity in the future? The old master even said that he would only do it this once and never again. Honestly speaking, 1,000,000 gold coins are like the sky to us. To the old master, it doesn't even have the right to plead for leniency. The first guard continued. Indeed. When I passed by the front courtyard, I heard some people discussing this matter. I thought that it was fake. The second guard continued. Outside. Wait a moment. Before Du Yuan could leave, his father's voice sounded in his ears, go back and sell all of the precious pills I bought a few days ago. Also, sell off all of the savage beast hides that I have accumulated. Bring the money over to me. Father. Du Yuan was taken aback. What happened to Daddy, taking money and selling things at the same time? Nonsense, of course it's true. I specifically asked brother son, and he said that the old master didn't even look at the 1,000,000 that Sir Ling gave him. The reason why he saved him was mainly because Sir Ling's wife was about to die. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. If the person who comes to beg for his help is alive and well, even able to execute a martial technique, he will not pay any attention to him. The voice of the first guard continued. Ah? Du Miaoshuan's body swayed. He gritted his teeth and continued to instruct Du Yuan, sell that sort of mine as well. Also. Third elder, haven't you always wanted the few businesses that I control? Go and tell him that as long as he pays, all these properties will be his. Father, this was his father's most important asset in the family. Once it was sold out, what would happen in the future? Du Yuan was dumbfounded. Hurry up and go. Du Miaoshuan instructed once more. Seeing his father's stern expression, Du Yuan didn't dare to retort. He turned around and left. To be able to execute a martial technique means that there is nothing wrong with his body. To dare to question a master teacher, there must be something wrong with his head. The second guard curled his lips. Although master doesn't care about money, he doesn't even take a single cent. Yet, he wants master to give him pointers and waste his energy. Isn't he dreaming? The second guard continued. Du Miaoshuan clenched his teeth. Also, bring your savings and your mother's savings over as well. Du Yuan staggered and he almost burst into tears. From the looks of it, his father's mind had already gone haywire. The conversation between the two guards was regarding the matter that Xianxia had instructed him to do. If he didn't remind the other party, how long would he have to wait for him to deliver the money? In any case, it was the words of the guards and it had nothing to do with him. He didn't dare to pin the crime of wanting money on a master teacher. As expected of the old master. Even after selling a person, he still has to count the money for him. Hearing the old master instructing him on this matter, Sun Cheng was speechless. Initially, the other party would definitely reward the old master out of gratitude for his guidance. However, it was hard to say how much the reward would be. However, after hearing the conversation between the two guards, how could he dare to be stingy? Not only would he not damage his reputation, he would even be able to earn more money. The old master was truly a scam. Initially, he thought that the old master didn't care about money. However, from the looks of it now, master teachers are humans as well. They need to spend as well. After leaving the residence, Xianxia found a secluded street and washed off the disguise on his face. It was tiring for him to wear these things for more than a day. After a day, the guild should have prepared the Meridian Rejuvenation Pill and Body Nourishment Medicinal Solution. I should buy them for Wang Ying, Lu Yang, and the others first. This was the reason why he disguised himself as a master teacher to earn money. Since the unraveling pill and colossal rhinoceros blood were temporarily unavailable, it should be easy to prepare these 2 items. Arriving at the guild, these 2 items were indeed prepared. As for the remaining 2 items, guild leader Ouyang had already requested for them from the other guilds. The apothecary guild was spread across the various kingdoms. There were some pills and treasures that Xianxia kingdom didn't have, but that didn't mean that the other kingdoms didn't have them. As long as he applied to the headquarters, they would be able to transport them over from the nearest kingdom. This way, the speed would be faster. Otherwise, how could they be transported over in a short 10 days from the headquarters? After paying 1,000,000 gold coins as a deposit, Xianxia successfully retrieved the 2 items. Right, guild leader Ouyang, do you have any breath-forging pills here? Give me some as well. After placing the 2 items into the storage ring in the room, Xianxia asked. Breath-forging pills were extremely beneficial to Fighter 1 Danjiushi realm cultivators. If Wang Ying and the others were to consume them, their cultivation speed would increase significantly. I have forged quite a few of these and I still have some leftovers. I can give them to you. Guild leader Ouyang smiled and passed 2 jade bottles over. Taking the jade bottles, Xianxia saw that there were dozens of pills inside. He knew that the other party was expressing his goodwill to him and it wouldn't be good to reject him. Thus, he nodded his head and accepted it. Breath-forging pills might not be of high quality, but they were genuine grade 1 pills. Every single one of them cost several tens of thousands of gold coins. Guild leader Ouyang was really generous to give him dozens of them in one go. If it had been any other 1-star apothecary, even if they were friends, it would have been impossible for them to act so valiantly. However, Xianxia was simply too formidable. Regardless of whether it was pill forging or medicinal herbs, he was practically flawless in every aspect, leaving everyone speechless. With just this ability alone, as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely soar into the sky. Befriending him now could be considered as an early investment. After keeping the breath-forging pill, Xianxia suddenly recalled a matter. He asked, Guild leader Ouyang, do you know where in Tianqian Royal City I can find spear art manuals for sale? Wang Ying had the body-nourishing liquid and Lu Yang had the meridian rejuvenation pill. Although the unraveling pill and the giant rhinoceros blood had not arrived yet, Zhao Ye and Yuan Tao's cultivation would definitely soar once they took them and activated their constitutions. Out of the 5 students, 4 had found a solution. Only Xingyang was left. He was proficient in the spear, and Lu Sun had found an opponent who was even more proficient in the spear than him. If he didn't find some formidable moves for him to learn, he would probably be the weakest link in his cultivation. He had browsed through all of the books in the Academy's teacher collection vault. There were a few books on battle techniques, but none on spear arts. This was precisely the reason why Wang Chao Laoshi was so popular. Countless students who specialized in spear arts flocked to him due to his fame. The fact that Wang Chao was able to gift Mo Xiao to Lu Sun meant that the relationship between the two of them was extraordinary. It was impossible for him to ask Wang Chao about spear art, and Zhang Xian didn't know anything about it either. Thus, he could only try to find out if there were any secret manuals in the capital. Secret manual of spear art? You wish to learn spearmanship? Guild leader Ouyang asked doubtfully. Apothecaries were already highly respected, so why would they learn spear arts instead of pill refinement? Zhang Xian nodded. Spear arts are less popular than swordsmanship, and there aren't many who are able to reach the level of a master. If you ask someone else, they might not be able to answer you. However, I happen to know someone whose spear art has been passed down in his family for generations. His profundity is unparalleled, and he is famous throughout the entire capital. Ouyang Qing smiled as he stroked his beard. Oh? Can you take me there to learn? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. This person lives in seclusion. Logically speaking, he doesn't meet outsiders and wouldn't impart his spear art to anyone easily. However, I'm a good friend of his, so I might give him some face. Ouyang Qing said. Then I'll have to trouble President Ouyang. Knowing that the other party was still trying to get on his good side, Zhang Xian nodded and made up his mind to offer the other party some pointers as well. Let's go, I'll bring you to meet this old friend. Seeing that the other party understood his intentions, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Walking out of the apothecary guild, the duo walked for roughly an hour before arriving at a manor. As guild leader Ouyang was a good friend of guild leader Ouyang, the guards at the entrance did not stop him. President Ouyang, please wait for a moment. My master is currently practicing his spear. He will be out in a moment. The butler brought the two of them to a gazebo and said, tell him to come and find me when he's done. Guild leader Ouyang knew the other party's habits, so he didn't think much of it. Waving his hands casually, he beckoned Xianxia over and said, Apothecary Xiang, sit. All right. Xianxia sat down and looked around. The courtyard was spacious and the decorations were simple and elegant, giving one a sense of tranquility. There weren't any servants or attendants in the courtyard. It seemed like the owner of this place wasn't an extravagant person. This old friend of mine is called Wang Chong. We've known each other for more than 20 years. He has immersed his entire life in the world of spear art. In terms of spear art, he is definitely one of the best in the entire Tianqian royal city. Even Emperor Shen personally praised him for his unparalleled spear art. Lifting his teacup, guild leader Ouyang introduced. Incredible. Xianxia had always been impressed by those who had reached the pinnacle of their respective professions. Regardless of which profession it was, to be able to stand out among millions of people was a testament to one's perseverance and talent. Old man Ouyang, are you speaking ill of me behind my back again? While they were chatting, a bright voice sounded and an elder walked over with widened strides. He looked to be in his 50s, but his body was as vigorous as a dragon and a tiger, seemingly possessing inexhaustible strength. Dressed in a training robe, he held a spear in his hand. Just like what the butler said, he was probably practicing his spear art. He walked over without even changing his clothes. Speaking ill of you? I'm not that bored. Ouyang stood up with a smile. From their tone, it was clear that they were close with one another. That's more like it. Why are you free to visit me today? Wang Chong walked to the gazebo and only then did he see Xianxia. Puzzled, he asked, is this your junior? Cough cough. Ouyang felt awkward and he nearly spat out a mouthful of tea. Junior my ass, I was still thinking of fawning on him and getting him to offer me some pointers. Yet, you, calling him junior, nearly made my efforts go to waste. Sneaking a glance at Xianxia, he heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that the other party wasn't angered by his words. Afraid that his old friend would say something else, he hurriedly introduced, let me introduce you. This is the newly promoted one-star apothecary of the guild, Xianxia, one-star apothecary? Wang Chong was taken aback. As old friends of Ouyang, he was well aware of how difficult the apothecary examination was. Seeing how young the other party was, he thought that he was a junior or something. To think that he had already become an official apothecary. This was unbelievable. Even the butler by the side was taken aback. Not only so, Apothecary Zhang passed the pill debate examination. Single-handedly, he left 10 apothecaries speechless. In terms of pill forging, there is probably no one in the entire capital who can match up to him. Ouyang continued. Pill debate? Wang Chong was speechless. Even though he wasn't an apothecary, he had heard of this examination method from guild leader Ouyang. For a fellow who wasn't even 20 to become an apothecary and pass the pill debate, he would find it hard to believe if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes. Guild leader Ouyang, you're being too polite. I only managed to acquire some knowledge by luck. If you were to ask me to forge a pill, I might not even be able to do it, Xianxia hurriedly said. He was speaking the truth. The reason why he was able to pass the pill debate was due to the Library of Heaven's Path. If he were to forge a pill, he might not even be able to concoct the simplest pill. The few of them chatted for a while longer. Xianxia knew that Ouyang was intentionally praising him in order to leave a good impression on Wang Chong. As expected, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Ouyang smiled and said, I'm afraid that I have something to trouble an old friend of mine. Oh? Wang Chong looked at him. It's like this. Apothecary Zhang is also fond of the spear. May I know if Brother Wang has the time so that the two of you can exchange pointers? Ouyang said. Oh? Apothecary Zhang is an expert in the spear as well? That's great. Hearing those words, Wang Chong's eyes lit up and he looked at Xianxia excitedly. He was a spear fanatic and he loved sparring with experts in the spear. This Xianxia was able to become an official apothecary at such a young age. His talent in the spear probably wasn't weak either. How could he not be excited to exchange pointers with him? Cough cough, I have never learned the spear before. Seeing how the other party was intending to spar with him, Xianxia felt awkward. The fact that his previous self was able to reach Xinqi realm at such a young age was already a testament to his hard work. As for spear art, he had never even touched it before. As an earthling, Xianxia naturally had never touched it before. Never learned it before? Wang Chong was taken aback. If he had never learned it before, how could he discuss it? By the side, Ouyangqing also had a bizarre expression on his face. When he heard that Xianxia wanted to learn spear art, he thought that Xianxia had some foundation in it. Thus, he intentionally said that he would discuss it instead of learning it. Yet, to think that he had never learned it before, this was awkward. If he had known that Wang Chong had never learned it before, he could have just found a spear art teacher. Why would he bother his old friend? It's like this. I have a student who wishes to learn spear art. I would like to learn it now so that I can teach him when I return. Seeing that the others were looking at him, Xianxia could only reveal his intentions. Learn it now? Teach him? Wang Chong staggered and nearly fainted. You must be joking. A month with a rod, a year with a saber, a lifetime with a spear. There were many people who started practicing spear art at a young age, but they were unable to master it for their entire life. Yet, you intend to impart it to your student without learning anything before. Are you too gutsy, or do you think that spear art is too easy? In an instant, Wang Chong's face darkened. His good impression of Xianxia crumbled in an instant. He had been practicing spear art his entire life and viewed spear as his life. He hated it when others looked down on him. Yet, this fellow wanted to fool his student without learning it before. This was an insult to the spear. If not for him respecting the other party's identity as a one-star apothecary and the face of his old friend, Ouyangqing, he would have chased him out. Suppressing his displeasure, he said, spear art is difficult to learn and master. It is impossible to achieve anything in a short period of time. If you don't even know how to use it yourself, you might just mislead others by imparting it to them. His tone was already unpleasant to the ears. Seeing the other party's displeasure, Xianxia knew that it was unrealistic to learn spear art from him. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Brother Wang, do you have any spear art books here? Can you lend them to me? Read books? Wang Chong frowned. Spear art was a battle technique, and the various moves and movement techniques required the guidance of a heritage. If one could grasp it just by reading a book, there would be no need for him to train so painstakingly. However, despite his doubts, seeing that Xianxia had given up on his previous idea, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, That's fine as well. We can learn more from the book so we won't be reckless. I have a lot of these books. If you want to read them, I can take you there. As a spear master, he had collected all of the spear manuals in the kingdom. As long as the spear manuals passed down in his family weren't leaked, it wouldn't hurt for him to browse through these basic knowledge. Many thanks. Xianxia quickly nodded. Spear arts were the same as cultivation arts. They required a long period of tempering, or else it would be impossible to achieve anything. However, he was different. As long as he had enough books, he would be able to form an even more powerful spear art. Learning it would also be much easier. This is my study room. It contains all of the books regarding spear arts in Tianqian Kingdom, as well as some unique manuals of moves. When the three of them arrived at the study, Wang Chong pointed to the front with an arrogant expression. In order to collect these books, he had paid a heavy price. In the end, his spear art had become more profound and formidable. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the 7 to 8 rows of bookshelves. They were filled with all kinds of books, and most of them were related to spear arts. Ouyang, it has been a long time since we last came. Let's go and have a drink. Knowing that reading books required time, Wang Chong didn't intend to stay here any longer. After instructing Xianxia, he gestured for Ouyangqing. All right. The two of them walked out. Let's begin. Upon seeing them leave, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He walked up to the bookshelves and started flipping through them. Walla lala, the sound of flipping books echoed once more. All kinds of books appeared in his mind. Of these books, some were on the basics, some were on the commonly used moves, and some were introductions. All in all, there were all kinds of books, covering almost every aspect of spear arts. As expected of a spear master, his collection was truly rich. Flipping through the books, it didn't take long for all of them to form in the library of Heaven's Path. The 7 to 8 rows of bookshelves only amounted to a few thousand books. An hour later, Xianxia was done flipping through all of them. Standing quietly on the spot, Xianxia digested the new spear art that had just appeared in his mind. The correct cultivation method. With a jolt of his mind, all of the spear art secret manuals gathered together and formed a book before him. Xianxia flipped through it. Weapons are an extension of one's arm. Only by mastering them to resemble one's arm can one be considered to have truly succeeded. The same goes for spear arts as well. The spear art secret manual that was compiled from so many books in the library of Heaven's Path was vast and profound, giving one a feeling of enlightenment. While reading, Xianxia used his hand as a spear and gestured with it. Hoo, driving his Xianqi, sharp glints of qi would appear at his fingertips from time to time. In an instant, it felt as though his entire body had turned into a spear. His back propped up the heavens, ready to pierce through the heavens at any moment. The spear was known as the king of all weapons. In order to master it, one must first possess the disposition to pierce through the heavens and the disposition to look down upon the world. Without undergoing countless trials and hardships and nurturing over a long period of time, it would be difficult to form such a disposition. If anyone were to see the current Xianxia, they would definitely exclaim in shock. That was because he already possessed such disposition. Even though they couldn't tell whether his spear art was profound or not, just the aura he exuded was sufficient to shatter the confidence of many cultivators, causing them to lose in an instant. Completely immersed in the book, Xianxia was oblivious to all of this. His hands continued to gesture. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Surge after surge of Xianqi gushed out from his fingers and landed on the ground, creating shallow pits of varying sizes. It was fortunate that he held back his Xianqi. Otherwise, Wang Chang's study would have been destroyed by him, just like Master Lu Chen's. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia stopped. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and it extended into the distance like a white line. I mastered it? Xianxia's eyes lit up. In this short period of time, he knew that he had already mastered the contents of the book in the library. Let's call it Heaven's Path Spear Art then. Wang, the book shook and a name appeared on it. Heaven's Path Spear Art. It is a pity that there are too few books, and there are too many mistakes in them. I only managed to compile a single move. Xianxia's face was filled with regret. These books were the most basic of spear arts. The Library of Heaven's Path gathered the correct ones and compiled them into a single spear art. I wonder how much this move can increase my strength and prowess. Even though it was only a single move, after experiencing the Heaven's Path Divine Art and Heaven's Path Golden Body, he knew that it wasn't a simple move. If he were to execute it, his fighting prowess would definitely soar by a huge margin. I'll pass it on to Xingyang when I return. Even though it was only a single move, Xianxia didn't mind coming all the way here to learn the spear art and impart it to Xingyang. As long as he were to learn it, his spear art would surely improve by leaps and bounds. Defeating that Mo Xiao shouldn't be a problem for him. Anything created by the Heaven's Path is bound to be of the highest quality. Time to leave. After browsing through all of the books, Xianxia found what he was looking for. Without any hesitation, he walked out of the room. In the gazebo, Wang Chong and Ouyangqing sat opposite one another, drinking merrily. You said that this apothecary Zhang passed the pill debate examination? Even until now, Wang Chong was still in disbelief. Pill debate was a privilege reserved for master teachers, a lofty existence. For a young man who wasn't even 20 yet to pass the examination, even he found it hard to believe. Indeed. Apothecary Zhang's mastery of pills is above mine. A true hero is born from the younger generation, Ouyangqing remarked. Even though he is skilled in pill forging, his knowledge of spearmanship is still too shallow. Spearmanship isn't something that can be learned just by looking at it. If it was that easy, I wouldn't have immersed myself in it for my entire life. With pride on his face, Wang Cheng's eyes were filled with confidence. Indeed. The spear is the most difficult weapon to master. It's easier said than done to achieve anything in it. Of the various weapons, the spear was the most difficult to master. There were many cultivators who learned it confidently, but in the end, they only ended up with half a bottle of wine. Suddenly, Ouyangqing recalled something and asked, "You don't have any secret spear manuals in your study, right?" He was the one who brought Xianxia here. If his old friend were to reveal some secret technique out of fear of losing face, he would be embarrassed. "I don't have any. The spear manuals that I created and the secret manuals passed down in my family are all memorized in my heart. They are passed down orally, so it's impossible for others to learn them." Wang Chong chuckled. The manuals in the study are all the fundamentals of spearmanship. They are of great help to those who are new to spearmanship, so it's not a big deal. It's fine for Apothecary Zhang to take a look at them. After reading them, he should understand the difficulty of spearmanship and forget his childish thoughts. A person who has never come into contact with spearmanship and wants to learn how to teach it to others? You must be joking. If spearmanship was that simple, how could he be so famous, such that even Emperor Shenjue praised him personally? Spear Master wasn't a title that he had obtained for no reason. Regarding this, he had absolute confidence and confidence in himself. That's true. Ouyangqing nodded his head. No weapon or set of martial techniques could be learned easily. They required constant practice and refinement. If one could learn them easily, experts would not be worth much. This Apothecary Zhang is still young, so I don't know his limits yet. Later on, after I finish reading the book, I'll display a spear art too. Scare him off. That way, he won't think too much about it. Knowing that Zhang Xian possessed astonishing talent in alchemy, although Wang Chong was dissatisfied with his actions, he would not underestimate him. Alright, if that's the case, he should give up and focus on pill forging. I was hoping that our apothecary guild would produce a 2-star apothecary. Ouyangqing smiled. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Wang Chong's body suddenly stiffened before trembling uncontrollably. Clang! The wine cup in his hand fell to the ground and turned into powder. Wang Chong, Ouyangqing was shocked to see a spear master, who was one of the top spear masters in Tianqian City, in such a state. I've never heard that this old friend of mine is sick. Why did he suddenly spasm while talking? It's spear intent, spear intent. Just as Zhang Xian was contemplating what kind of pill he should use to save him, he saw his old friend recovering. His eyes were glowing, as though he had seen a treasure. Spear intent? What's that? Seeing that the other party was fine, Ouyangqing heaved a sigh of relief and looked at him in bewilderment. What in the world could cause his usually calm and steady old friend to become like this? When one reaches a high level in swordsmanship, one will be able to form sword intent. The same goes for spear. Only an expert who is able to form spear intent can be considered a true spear master. The reason why I've been living in seclusion all these years is to temper myself so that I can reach this level as soon as possible. However, it's a pity that I haven't been able to find a breakthrough. When did an expert appear in the residence? Or did someone achieve a breakthrough before me? Let's take a look. Standing up abruptly, Wang Chong hurriedly walked in the direction where the spear intent came from. Forming spear intent. Wherever the spear passed, there would be spear art. He had been working hard for this goal, but he had never been able to find a breakthrough. Never in his dreams would he have thought that such a thing would appear in his residence. Who could it be? Without hesitation, the two of them rushed to the location where the spear intent came from. At that moment, they saw Zhang Xian leisurely walking out of the study. Where is he? Even before arriving, Wang Chong asked anxiously. Who? Who? Zhang Xian didn't understand what the other party meant. He had been busy reading and practicing the Heaven's Path spear art, so he hadn't been paying attention to his surroundings. Why? Did an enemy come? I sensed a frightening spear intent nearby. Why isn't there anyone here? Seeing that the other party didn't know what was going on, Wang Chong hurriedly looked around, but the surroundings were empty. There wasn't a single person in sight. Could it be that you've been thinking too much and have sensed wrongly? Xianxia looked over. This old friend of his had been thinking about spear intent day in and day out. Could it be that he was hallucinating after some time? Otherwise, why didn't he sense anything? I'm just a step away from spear intent, and I've been thinking about it day and night. There's definitely a spear intent that shot into the sky just now. There's no mistake about it. Wang Chong said resolutely. He had been studying the spear art day in and day out. If he were to mistake spear intent as well, it would really be embarrassing. Stop. What is spear intent? Seeing the heated discussion between the two, Xianxia couldn't hold himself back anymore. The books he had read were all about the basics. Spear intent was already at a higher level, but there weren't any records about it. Thus, he didn't know what it was. Spear intent is a unique concept that one can only comprehend when one's comprehension of the spear art reaches its limits, Wang Chong explained. Then, he shook his head. You've never learned the spear art before, so you won't understand it even if I explain it to you. It's pointless to explain it further. Even though the other party didn't elaborate, Xianxia finally understood what was going on. Could it be that someone released spear intent here just now? I'm not sure either. I vaguely sensed it just now, and it should be in the vicinity. Wang Chong nodded. That spear intent had only appeared for a brief moment, disappearing in an instant. Even Wang Chong only had a vague feeling of it, so he wasn't able to pinpoint its exact location. Otherwise, he would have already headed there. Right, you should be able to pinpoint its location. Recalling something, Wang Chong turned to look at Xianxia with glowing eyes. He was too far away to pinpoint the exact location, but Apothecary Zhang was different. He was right here, so he should be able to pinpoint the exact location. Once he pinpointed the location, he would be able to pinpoint whether the other party was from his family or not. One must know that as a spear clan, everyone in the clan practiced the spear art. Even the guards knew how to use it. If someone were to comprehend spear intent and remain silent about it, it would be easy for him to pinpoint its exact location. But I don't know what spear intent is. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. That's easy. Even though I haven't comprehended spear intent yet, I can still imitate it to a certain extent. It's this aura. Wang Chong's body moved, and a sharp aura gushed toward Xianxia, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. This is spear intent? Xianxia was perplexed. That's right, it's this aura. Do you know where it came from? After releasing the aura, Wang Chong panted heavily. Perspiration trickled down his forehead, and he couldn't help but ask. Even though he had only imitated spear intent for a brief moment, the immense exhaustion left him feeling a little exhausted. This? Xianxia was a little embarrassed. This? Are you talking about this? Right after saying those words, Xianxian's entire body seemed to have turned into a spear, and the aura he exuded felt as if it would pierce through the heavens at any moment. Compared to Wang Chong's spear intent, it was like comparing a stalk of grass to a towering tree. They couldn't be compared at all. I'll be publishing this morning. 10 chapters will be released. Looking for subscriptions, monthly tickets, and recommendations. Today's 2 chapters had been updated and would be published in the wee hours of the morning. If everything went according to plan, the VIP chapters would be published at around 12:10. Below are the comments on the shelf. After 2 months of public release, the Library of Heaven's Path was finally about to go on sale. The update that everyone criticized would start at midnight and enter a frenzied mode. Before I give my acceptance speech, I'll first talk about the results of this book. Up until now, I'm still short of more than 199,000 bookmarks. I should be able to easily add 3,000 to 4,000 bookmarks by midnight on the official website. That is to say, there should be no problem with 100,000 bookmarks before the book is published. I should be able to add another 2,000 to 3,000 bookmarks. He could no longer see the number of fans on the web page, but he had more than 160,000 fans on the client. He had more than 1 million recommendation votes, 4 guild masters, 1 grandmaster, and more than 300 fans who were apprentices and above. Of course, these results were just for show. What really represented the results was the subscription. Subscription, important things must be repeated 3 times. In Yuan, a book could only be a king if it was well subscribed. Only then could it fight against the heavens and slaughter the earth, and obtain better recommendations and a better position. Therefore, Laowa would like to plead with everyone in advance to support the official subscription. Laowa had spent at least 4 to 5 hours to write a VIP chapter. A premium VIP chapter would only cost a few cents, but a subscription would allow Laowa's entire family to fill their stomachs. You can imagine Laowa's entire family living in a rundown cave, begging for a living every day. Their clothes did not cover their bodies, they did not have enough food to fill their stomachs, and their faces were sickly. At night, they only had a band-aid to cover their faces, and the only source of light was static, cough cough, I can't make it up anymore. Although it wasn't so bad in real life, subscribing to a chapter was equivalent to taking out a few cents. She generously threw it at Laowa's face and arrogantly raised her head, take it and spend it however you want. Then Laowa looked at Xianxia with coquettish eyes, you're so handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Repeat important things thrice, just imagining such a scene was enough to make one excited, ahem, I'm done chatting. According to the normal acceptance speech, Laowa should talk about how miserable he was. However, was Laowa the kind of person who would cry pitifully? Would I tell you that I was riding on the Tibetan plateau, more than 3,000 meters above sea level? Would I tell you that I have cervical spondylosis, tenosynovitis, and a splitting headache every night when I'm typing? I can only rely on oxygen to persevere? I'll tell you that my heart often hurts, but I don't know why. Sorry, I spilled the beans again. In short, after seeing all this, wouldn't he feel sorry for Laowa if he didn't subscribe after it went on sale? Don't worry, Laowa is very generous. You can abuse me hundreds and thousands of times, but I will treat you like my first love. This is my integrity and noble character. Tisk, TSK. What a narcissistic person. How was it? Were you convinced by Laowa's excellent qualities? Just think about it, how happy it would be to subscribe to such a good person. After the small talk, let's talk about the thing that everyone was most concerned about. Laowa's name in Xidian was known to those who followed me. For those who didn't, I can give you a general introduction. He was the first 100 chapters emperor on Xidian, the guy who caused a sensation with his 100 chapters. At the annual writers' conference, no one would care about my name. But if I mentioned 100 chapters emperor, everyone would look at me with reverence and respect, thinking that I was so great. How many chapters did the book go on sale? Of course, I would add 1 point on top of the 100 chapters. Otherwise, how could I match the identity of 100 chapters emperor? As for the readers who asked how much 1 point was added, of course, I would add a decimal point. So my update was, were you shocked by the 10 chapters explosion? Waha, the physically handicapped, mentally handicapped, but determined Laowa used so many explosions to repay everyone. Are you ready for the monthly tickets? Are you ready to subscribe? Monthly tickets rushed to the top 3 of the new books rankings. Add more chapters, initial subscriptions and collections exceeded the golden ratio. Continue with 10 chapters tomorrow, rewards accumulated to a leader, no matter how many people. Add more chapters, in short, the subscriptions were high, and the monthly tickets were high. Everyone could once again see the glory of 100 updates emperor. The rampaging Old Horizon would return to the world of martial artists, and the legend of Old Horizon would once again spread through the world of martial artists. The following was the serious version. Seeing this, everyone laughed. This meant that the style of this book was very suitable. Whether you had read it or not, please leave a subscription, no vouchers, before midnight. Because the initial subscription was very important to a book. It could be said to determine life and death. I have written books for more than 10 years, and this is the first time I have such a good result before I go on sale. I implore everyone to let this heavenly Tao go one step further and hit even higher. Besides, can you just refuse Laowa's pitiful eyes? Don't refuse, that's right. Hey, don't go. What the hell is closing your eyes? Where's the most basic trust between people? Love to all of you, Mr. Laowa, December 31, 2016. Spear intent? Wang Chang's body swayed and he nearly fainted on the spot. Are you for real? How can you execute spear intent, and such a pure one at that? Shocked, looking at the embarrassed look on Xianxia's face, he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Embarrassed? What are you embarrassed about, brother? don't play with me like that. Didn't you say that you haven't learned any spear arts? Don't you know what spear arts are? I started learning spear arts when I was 8, and it has been 40 years since then. I have immersed myself in the art of spear arts, but I am still a long way from mastering spear intent. Explain to me, what in the world is this powerful spear intent? Didn't you say that you don't know what spear intent is? What in the world is this? Wang Cheng's tears flowed uncontrollably. You can't play with me like that. It was laughable that he had reprimanded the other party so confidently. Since the other party didn't understand, any explanation would be in vain. Where did his confidence come from, or rather, he was the one who didn't understand. If there was a hole in the ground, he would dive into it immediately. This is spear intent? Xianxia was also dumbfounded. His old friend was panting and sweating profusely after executing a little spear intent, as though he had been constipated for several days. On the other hand, this fellow executed it effortlessly, as though it was as simple as eating and drinking. Are you the spear master or Wang Cheng? You. Didn't you say that you haven't learned any spear arts? Unable to take it any longer, Xianxia asked. Wang Cheng also hurriedly turned to look at the other party, curious to hear his explanation. I have never learned it before. Xianxia replied honestly. If you haven't learned it before, how can you possess such powerful spear intent? Wang Cheng was on the verge of going insane. You haven't learned any spear arts before, yet you are able to unleash such powerful spear intent. On the other hand, I have been trying to learn it every day, but I am still half-baked. According to you, all my years of cultivation have gone to waste. Oh, I was reading in the study just now, and I felt that it was the most comfortable to execute a spear art in such a state. Thus, I accidentally executed it. I didn't know that it was spear intent. Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying. Xianxia wasn't feigning ignorance. The books in the room only recorded the most basic of spear arts, and none of them touched upon spear intent. It was through the Heaven's Path spear art that Xianxia managed to condense from these books that he was fortunate enough to possess this disposition. As for how to use the spear intent, and how it would be useful to those who practiced the spear intent, he had no idea at all. Tears streamed down Wang Cheng's face. You make it sound like eating and drinking. Do you know how much effort I put in to achieve that? For the past decade or so, I've been training myself. I've even ventured into barren lands to overcome the harsh cold and scorching heat. I've been trying to strengthen my will, but I've never succeeded. You, on the other hand, just casually made yourself comfortable, and you've achieved it. My heart, my lungs, my youth. Wang Cheng felt that if there was a hole in front of him, he would definitely jump in and bury himself alive. Could you not strike a blow like that? If you had said that you had spent a lot of effort, cultivating all day and accidentally achieved a breakthrough, I would have felt a little better. But in the end, you only read for a short while, at most. 2 hours, and then you suddenly achieved a breakthrough. Most importantly, what you're looking at isn't some profound secret manual, it's just the most basic spear art. If this matter were to spread out, all of the spear masters in the capital would die of shame. Wang Cheng, it's true that a person's talent is different. Apothecary Zhang might be talented in the spear. Seeing his old friend in a daze, Xianxia couldn't help but console him. All right, that's the only way. As expected of a spear expert, his mental fortitude was as tough as steel. Even though he was disappointed, he was still able to adjust his state of mind quickly. Just as he was about to speak, the doubtful voice of the young man sounded once more. You said that I have comprehended spear intent, but what's the use of spear intent? Wang Cheng's body swayed once more. Forcefully suppressing his mental breakdown, he said, spear intent is the comprehension of the spear. It means that one has already treated the spear as an extension of one's arm. Under such circumstances, the casual execution of the spear is a manifestation of one's mastery of the spear. The casual execution of the spear is a manifestation of the spear? Xianxia's eyes lit up. That's great. If my student could comprehend spear intent as well, he would surely be able to emerge victorious in the tournament. Since spear intent was so incredible, he would have to guide Xingyang properly when he returned so that he would possess such a state of mind as well. This way, even if he didn't possess a profound spear art, he would still be invincible. You want your student to comprehend it as well? Wang Cheng trembled. Spear intent is a person's understanding of the spear. Do you think that everyone is as perverted as you, achieving a breakthrough just by reading a book? He wanted to dispel the other party's ignorant thoughts, but he didn't know where to start. Right, I have just comprehended a spear art from a book. I wonder how powerful it is. Since Brother Wang is a spear master, can you offer me some pointers? Xianxia didn't know much about spear intent, so he wasn't as astonished as the other party. Recalling the attack formed from the Heaven's Path spear art, he couldn't help but ask. The person before him was a famous spear master in the kingdom. If he were to offer pointers, he would definitely be able to tell the difference between good and bad. You have comprehended a spear art as well? Alright, I would like to see what kind of move a genius like you can comprehend. Wang Chong nodded his head and instructed a servant to fetch a spear. Soon, 2 spears were brought over. The only way to test the prowess of a move is through a real battle. Apothecary Zhang, show me the move that you have comprehended. With a spear in hand, Wang Chong seemed to have transformed into a different person. His aura was imposing and ferocious, as though a primordial beast that would charge out at any moment. In his view, even though the other party had comprehended spear intent, regardless of whether it was in terms of strength or mastery of the spear, it was impossible for the other party to match up to him. Even if the other party had any moves, he would be able to deal with them easily. Alright. Zhang Xian also wanted to try out a move, so he casually grabbed the other spear. Ever since he was young, he had never held a spear in his hands. However, after comprehending spear intent, he felt a sense of familiarity. It's starting. The moment this feeling appeared, Zhang Xian's aura surged. From the appearance of an ordinary youngster, he had turned into an expert who looked down on the world. Moving his feet, the spear flew out from his palm. This spear art was something he had obtained from the thousands of secret manuals in the Library of Heaven's Path. Even though it was only a single move, it was simplified to the point that it conformed to the essence of the world. Executing this move, Xianxia surged throughout his body and the spear seemed as though a massive dragon emerging from the sea. What? Initially, Wang Chong didn't think much of it. However, upon seeing the spear flying toward him, he felt his hair stand on end and his soul nearly left his body. Even though this move looked simple, ugly, and didn't have the slightest bit of elegance to speak of, it concentrated the cultivator's essence, spirit, and strength into a single point before erupting forth. It was simply, the most brilliant move of spear techniques. Boom, without any time to think, Wang Chong exerted all of his strength and faced the spear with his spear. Exerting his full strength, his cultivation realm was revealed as well. Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian Realm Advanced Stage, ding ding ding, the 2 spears collided in midair and a devastating shockwave blew the surroundings as though blades were slicing through it. Dang 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 dang, Zhang Xian retreated 7 to 8 steps before coming to a halt. On the other hand, Wang Chong stood motionlessly on the spot. It was clear who was stronger in this simple clash. Zhang Xian didn't use his full strength and suppressed his strength to 40 ding. Naturally, he was unable to withstand the might of a Tongxian Realm Advanced Stage expert. However, his physical body was strong and his Xianxia was pure. Even though he was forced back, he didn't suffer any injuries. As expected of a spear master, incredible. Seeing how the other party was able to withstand a move created by the Heaven's Path so easily, Zhang Xian was impressed. He was impressed. On the other hand, Wang Chong nearly fainted from fright. The other party's seemingly simple spear actually forced him to use all of his trump cards. More importantly, even though he didn't move his feet and seemed to have the upper hand, he felt a stifling sensation in his chest and his blood flow stagnated. Clearly, he had sustained severe injuries. If not for him forcefully holding himself back, he would have spurted a mouthful of blood. One must know that he was a Tongxian Realm Advanced Stage expert while the other party was only at Pixue Realm. There was an entire realm of difference between the two. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a cultivator of a higher cultivation realm to fight. Of course, if he were to know that the young man before him had only used less than half of his strength, who knew what he would think? This move is incredible. After adjusting his breathing for a long time, Wang Chong couldn't help but praise the other party. Not only was it amazing, it was simply amazing. He had always thought of himself as a genius and had created quite a few spear techniques. However, compared to this move, they were trash. It was like the difference between dung and a gem. That's good. I will be imparting this move to my student. Brother Wang, can you help me out to see if there are any problems so that I can correct them? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Problem. Wang Chong's face reddened. Apothecary Zhang, are you here to slap my face, putting aside the fact that you have comprehended spear intent and are able to execute spear techniques with just a casual wave of your hand, more importantly, this move? I don't even understand it. How can I guide you, as a spear master, to be unable to even understand how the other party executed his move and how he attacked? He felt so ashamed that he wanted to commit suicide. This move. There's no problem with it. You can just impart it to your student. After saying those words, Wang Chong felt his face burning once more. 2 hours ago, he thought that the young man before him didn't understand spear art and was insulting it. But now, he felt that he was the one who was insulting it. The other party had only studied for 2 hours, and not only did he comprehend spear intent, he even created such an incredible spear art. On the other hand, he had practiced the spear for more than 40 years, but he was still trash. In an instant, he felt a mouthful of blood gathering in his chest, ready to spurt out at any moment. After the awkwardness, a bold idea popped up in his mind. The other party's move contained the essence of spear intent. If he could learn it, he might be able to break through the final bottleneck and comprehend spear intent. Apothecary Zhang, can you teach me this move? After hesitating for a moment, Wang Chong asked with a reddened face. You want to learn it? Alright, I can teach you. Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before he smiled. When Ouyangqing heard the conversation between the two, he could not help but stagger. Wasn't Xianxia here to learn spear art from Wang Chong today? Why did he end up with a different one? It's on the bookshelf. Requesting for subscriptions. I will leave Laoe in your hands. Without the Xinqi from the Heaven's Path divine art, even if the other party were to learn the Heaven's Path spear art, its prowess wouldn't be as great as his. Besides, it was a move that he had created through borrowing the other party's books, so it wasn't a big deal for him to impart it to the other party. Thus, Xianxia agreed to Wang Chong's request without any hesitation. Of course, it was impossible for him to impart the complete version. The Heaven's Path spear art was simply too fearsome. Even if he were to impart a portion of it, it could still be considered as unparalleled. Wang Chong didn't expect Xianxia to agree to his request. His entire body trembled in agitation, and his eyes reddened. Most experts would rarely impart their moves to outsiders, and those who weren't direct disciples would never do so. Taking him as an example, other than his son, no one knew of his moves. Yet, this apothecary Zhang was willing to impart such a profound move to him. This kind of character, this kind of breadth of mind. This move is extremely profound, and I won't learn it so easily. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Chong said. Even if the other party were to impart it to him, he couldn't possibly learn it empty-handed. No matter how one looked at it, it was against the rules. It was just like how one had to give a betrothal gift when marrying another's daughter. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Apothecary Zhang wishes to purchase pills, but he lacks quite a bit of gold coins. Why don't you give him some as his tuition fee? Ouyangqing interjected. Xianxia had been purchasing medicinal herbs from him all this while, and he knew that the other party must be thinking of a solution. Since his old friend wanted to repay him, he might as well just give him some money and save the trouble. Otherwise, if he were to learn from the other party, he would be considered as half a teacher at the very least. If the other party had any special request, it would be impossible for him to repay it. Putting everything aside, just the fact that the other party wanted to learn the battle technique he had created. Should he teach him? Alright. Understanding the intentions of his old friend, Wang Chong hurriedly nodded his head and instructed the butler. A moment later, the butler returned with a stack of gold notes and passed it to Xianxia. This is my tuition fee. I hope that Apothecary Zhang will accept it. Otherwise, I will be too embarrassed to learn it. Wang Chong said. Ah? Xianxia blinked his eyes. Is this possible? I am here to learn the Heaven's Path spear art. How did it become a teaching and earning money? However, looking at the stack of banknotes in his hand, there was at least 2 million. he really couldn't reject it. After taking the money, Xianxia slowly demonstrated the spear art and explained in detail how to circulate the energy. As expected of a great spear master. Although he had not comprehended spear intent, his research on spear arts had already penetrated deep into his bones. Zhang Xian had only practiced it once, and he had already more or less mastered it. Although there was a large gap between them in terms of power, there were no problems in terms of moves and circulation. Thank you, Alchemist Zhang. Only after learning this move did Wang Chong realize how powerful it was. His heart was filled with amazement. It was foreseeable that if he continued to cultivate, he would be able to truly comprehend spear intent in less than a year, and his strength would greatly increase. Regardless of whether he paid the tuition fees or not, this Zhang Xian was half a teacher to him. The so-called friendship of half a teacher referred to having one's own cultivation method and only learning one or two moves from others, or receiving pointers from others. Since he had learned it, there was no need for Zhang Xian to stay. He and Ouyangqing turned to leave. Guild leader Ouyang, continue to help me keep an eye on those pills. I will come and collect them when the time comes. After leaving the residence of Wang Chong, the great spear master, Zhang Xian said. Don't worry. Ouyangqing nodded his head. Previously, he thought that if the young man before him studied diligently, he could become the first two-star apothecary in the history of Tianxian Kingdom. But now, such thoughts were completely gone. Despite having never learned any spear art before, he was able to easily create a move that even Wang Chong was in awe of and comprehend spear intent. It was only a matter of time before such a person soared into the skies and became famous throughout the world. Time to return to the academy. Now that he had obtained the body-nourishing solution, meridian rejuvenation pill, and spirit-gathering pill, it was about time for him to pass these items to his students so that they could cultivate faster. After bidding farewell to Ouyangqing, it didn't take long for him to return to his classroom. However, he realized that only Wang Ying was cultivating inside. The others weren't around. Where are they? Zhang Xian frowned. He was thinking of ways to raise their cultivation swiftly, but these fellows didn't even come to cultivate. They. Not expecting Miss Zhang to appear at this moment, Wang Ying shrunk her neck in fear and stammered. Before leaving yesterday, Miss Zhang said that she had something on and wouldn't be able to teach for the time being. Why did she return so quickly? Speak. Zhang Xian's face darkened. In order to earn money to awaken their unique constitution, he didn't hesitate to take the apothecary examination and impersonate a master teacher. Yet, they didn't even come. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. To pave the way for others, if he didn't work hard, no matter how much his teacher prepared for him, it would be impossible for him to achieve anything. He was like a pile of mud, unable to lift his head. The more he thought about it, the angrier Zhang Xian became. Teacher. Wang Ying trembled. She had a weak personality, and upon seeing Miss Zhang's rage, she was at a loss for words. Jia, at this moment, the door suddenly opened. Even before the person had arrived, a voice had already sounded, Wang Ying, hurry over and help. They have started fighting. Halfway through his words, he saw Zhang Xian standing in the room with a frosty expression, and he immediately swallowed his words. Miss Zhang. The person who had just arrived trembled. Plump Yuan Tao. Fighting? Calling for help? Did I ask you to cultivate so that you could fight in a group fight? Zhang Xian's voice was as cold as ice. We. Yuan Tao's face paled. You have only learned a little, and you are already fighting in a group fight. Do you think that you don't need me as your teacher anymore? To be honest, Zhang Xian wasn't angry. Rather, he felt heartache for them. Even though he hadn't spent much time with his students, he had already treated them as his closest kin. He had done everything he could for them. Yet, they ran out to fight in a group fight, and when they couldn't win, they came back to call for help. This made him feel resentful toward them for not living up to his expectations. Miss Zhang, it's not like that. Anxiety surfaced on Yuan Tao's plump face. It's not like that? Then tell me, what do you mean by fighting and calling for Wang Ying's help? If there is a single lie in your words, I will expel you right now. You can forget about coming under my tutelage in the future. Xianxia flung his sleeves. If these children weren't worth nurturing, he couldn't be bothered to do so. Since they had lost, so be it. At most, he would just leave Tianxian Kingdom and Hongtian Academy. With the Library of Heaven's path in his hands, where in the vast world could he not go? The reason why he chose to stay here was because of his previous self's attachment to this place as well as his responsibility to his students. Yes. Yuan Tao shuddered. Gritting his teeth, he said, "It's like this. Today, the academy was distributing cultivation resources, and they said that you were the worst teacher, so you weren't qualified to receive it. We were furious, so we went to reason with them. Thus, we started arguing with them. Distribute cultivation resources?" Xianxian was taken aback. Only then did he recall. Every month, the academy would distribute a certain amount of cultivation resources to the teachers. The amount of resources was based on the number of students and the results of the teacher qualification examination. These resources could be used by the teachers themselves or awarded to the students as encouragement. Usually, the student office of the academy would distribute them on their behalf. The student office was a place to manage and assess the students. It was in charge of the distribution of resources to the teachers and students. Xiaoya was one of the top 10 freshmen, so she didn't have to stay in the dormitory. Thus, she was allocated a residence by this organization. Bring me there. Knowing that they weren't fighting for no reason and that they were standing up for him, Xianxian felt warmth in his heart and his anger dissipated significantly. This bunch of brats. Yes. Yuan Tao didn't dare to say anything else. He led the way and Wang Ying followed closely behind. The three of them walked out. Student office. The teacher guild has already proven Miss Zhang's innocence. Why is Zhou Laosher still holding on to the resources? Jing Yang glared at the young man before him furiously. A teacher who had just joined the academy this year, Zhou Tian. Innocence? The documents are out? Is there any notice? Zhou Tian's eyebrows shot up and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Since there isn't anything, Xianxian is still the worst teacher who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination. It would be a waste to give it to him. Don't blame me for the lack of resources. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for finding the wrong teacher. Wealth, companionship, cultivation method, and land. Resources and money were the most important. This was also the reason why Wang Ying was hesitant when he heard Xianxian say that there weren't many resources when he registered back then. Every month, Hongtian Academy would distribute some cultivation resources to the students and teachers. Most of them were low-grade pills. They weren't of much use to the teachers, but to the students who had just started cultivating, they were excellent items. Many people relied on this to improve their cultivation quickly. Today was the day to distribute these items. Yet, they were told that there weren't any. Naturally, they had to ask about it. Even if the documents from the teacher guild aren't out, I remember that as a teacher of Hongtian Academy, no matter how the results are checked, as long as there are students, they have the right to receive the breath-forging powder. Why aren't you giving them this? Xiaoya stepped forward. The breath-forging powder was the most commonly used cultivation resource for low-grade students. It could allow Jiushi realm students to sense spiritual energy at a faster rate. This item couldn't be considered as a pill. Even when Shui, who hadn't passed the apprentice examination, was able to concoct it easily. Thus, it wasn't worth much. Any teacher with students could receive it. You can find excuses for not giving out valuable resources. However, if you aren't even giving out this item, you are purposely making things difficult for me. The academy does have such a rule, but there are also rules. If a student has no value in nurturing them, I can choose not to give them out. You all disobeyed the arrangements of the student bureau and came here to make a ruckus. Even if I were to reject you all, it would still be within reason. Zhou Tian's eyelids shot up. You. Seeing that the other party was determined to not give them out, Xiaoya's breathing hastened and her face flushed red. Why? Are you dissatisfied? Zhou Tian's lips curled up. It's fine if you are dissatisfied. There is a student challenge platform over there and you can challenge my students. As long as you can defeat all of them, not only will I give you the breath-forging powder, I can even give you breath-forging pills. Remember, this is a breath-forging pill. Haven't you all been clamoring for resources for Xianxia? Even though this isn't a real pill, it isn't too far from it. It is effective even for Pishui realm experts. Ordinary teachers can only receive 1 pill per month. If you dare to challenge them and win, I can give you 3 pills. The student challenge platform was one of the ways to resolve conflicts between students and teachers. It was second only to the teacher challenge platform. The meaning behind it was simple. As long as the students who challenged the teacher were able to defeat them, the teacher would have to apologize to them. Breath-forging pill? 3 pills? Hearing those words, the breathing of Xianxia, and the others hastened. Breath-forging pill was something unique to Hongtian Academy. It was impossible to purchase even in the apothecary guild. It could increase the rate at which a fighter absorbed spiritual energy, allowing them to improve swiftly. Miss Zhang has done so much for us without asking for anything in return. As his students, we should do something for him as well. Jing Yang's eyes were filled with determination. Ever since he was young, he had been cultivating alone and studying diligently. Initially, he thought that his teacher would only be able to provide him with guidance and solve his problems. However, Zhang Laosher had given him much more warmth and difference. She created a cultivation technique tailored for him, pointed out the flaws in his cultivation, and even took the risk to participate in a pill debate in order to raise their cultivation. Everything he did inspired and moved him from the bottom of his heart. Miss Zhang might not care about these resources, but all of the teachers gave them to him, and as a student, we have to fight for it no matter what. Xiaoya clenched her teeth tightly. Miss Zhang could casually give away the frigid sun mother grass worth 100,000 spirit stones. Even though the breath-forging pill was not bad, it was something that she wouldn't place in her eyes. However, this was no longer a problem of resources, but pride. Of all the teachers in the academy, he was the only one who didn't. If word got out, where would his pride be, since he was busy and wasn't in the academy, then? Teacher, we students will fight for your pride, your dignity, we will protect it for you. Xiaoya, Xingyang, Lu Yang, and the others stared at him with determination, not wavering in the slightest. Alright, we will challenge the student dueling platform. Nodding his head in agreement, Xingyang took out his spear from his back and stowed it bit by bit. With a flick of his wrist, a whimpering sound could be heard, as though he would jump up at any moment. This is your choice, don't regret it. Zhou Tian sneered coldly and beckoned, come out, someone wants to challenge you. It's time to teach them a lesson. As long as you defeat them, I will give each of you a breath-forging powder. Walala, along with the shout, a group of people walked over. They were this year's freshmen, and there were around 40 to 50 of them. There are a total of 47 of my students. No matter how many you send, as long as you defeat all of them, it will be your victory. Zhou Tian's lips curled up. 47, the mouths of Xiaoya, Xingyang, and the others twitched. Clearly, they didn't expect that this new teacher, who had just joined the school this year, would be able to recruit so many students. Let's fight, we can't lose face. The student dueling platform had its own rules. Students could choose to fight one after another, or they could choose to fight against multiple students at the same time. As long as they could defeat all of the students of the teacher, it would be their victory. Since he had made his choice, there was nothing to hesitate about. With a leap, Xingyang jumped onto the stage. Who? One of Zhou Tian's students also jumped up. The battle began immediately. Zhou Tian? After hearing Yuan Tao's explanation, Zhang Xian frowned. Regardless of whether it was his previous self or his reincarnation, he had never offended this teacher. Why was he intentionally targeting him? Even though the academy was more peaceful than the outside world, it was still a pugilistic world. There were all kinds of open and veiled conflicts. However, as a teacher of the student bureau, he didn't have any conflict of interest with Zhang Xian. In such an ambiguous situation, most teachers wouldn't choose to fall out with him. Not to mention, Zhang Xian had just toppled the head of the education bureau, and the students didn't know much about it. As a teacher, he must have heard of it. Yet, he still chose to cause trouble for Zhang Xian. Isn't he asking for a beating? I heard that he was once a student of Elder Shang Chen, and it was due to the latter that he was able to join the school. It was unknown where Yuan Tao heard the news from. I see. Everything made sense now. He had caused Elder Shan Chen to lose his position as the head of the Education Bureau, and he might even be punished by the Teacher Guild. As his student, he had to find a way to stand up for his teacher. However, my face, isn't that easy to be slapped. Knowing the reason behind it, Zhang Xian shook his head. It's not impossible for you to slap my face, but, let's see if your hand is tough enough. Pong. 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 After a few consecutive punches on his back, Xingyang tasted sweetness in his mouth. He couldn't even bend the spear in his hand anymore. After the past few days of improvement, his cultivation had risen significantly. Zhou Tian Laosher's students weren't a match for him, but there were too many of them. This was the fifth student, and he was already at his limits. If it was just a simple tag team battle, he wouldn't have been so tired. However, the other party seemed to have planned this beforehand. His students moved around the area, avoiding a direct confrontation. Their goal was to exhaust his stamina. Hold on, I must hold on. Gritting his teeth, Xingyang used the last of his strength to defeat the fifth student with a flick of his spear. Haha, you can't hold on any longer? Laughing heartily, the sixth student leaped onto the stage and kicked Xingyang in the chest. Xingyang was forced to retreat 7 to 8 steps. If not for his willpower, he would have fallen off the stage. If you can't hold on any longer, stop putting on an act here. How dare you challenge our Zhou Laosher's dignity? Scram. The sixth student sneered coldly. Wielding a pole, he whipped it toward Zhang Xian. Judging from the speed of the pole, if he were to be struck, he would definitely be severely injured. Block it. With a savage expression, Xingyang tried to raise his spear to block the pole, but he realized that he was a step too late. Knowing that he would be struck by the pole, he had no other choice but to close his eyes. Initially, he thought that he would spurt a mouthful of blood and fall from the student dueling platform. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no movement at all. Hurriedly opening his eyes, he saw a figure standing in front of him. The pole that the sixth student whipped toward him was caught between two of his fingers. No matter how hard the other party tried, he was unable to break free. Miss Zhang. With just a glance, Zhang Xian recognized the other party. The figure before him was Xianxia Laosher. Wasn't he? Not in the academy? Why was he here? The one who had caught the other party's pole was indeed Zhang Xian. Upon seeing this sight, he immediately leaped onto the stage. There were only 10 more days before the duel with Lucien Laosher. These fellows mustn't be injured, otherwise, there would be no need for them to fight. Zhou Tian was furious at him for bringing down Shan Chen. Knowing that he wasn't a match for him, he intentionally provoked Xingyang and the others with his words. Most likely, this was his intention. As long as Xingyang and the others were injured, he would surely lose the teacher evaluation. Thus, seeing that there wasn't much time left, he leaped onto the stage. Zhang Xian, what do you mean by this? Your students want to challenge my students in the student dueling platform. Why? As a teacher, you intend to make a move on my students? Seeing the other party rush over, Zhou Tian wasn't too surprised. Make a move on your students? You are thinking too much. With a flick of his finger, the other party's pole broke into several pieces. Zhang Xian dusted his hands and lifted his eyelids. Then what do you mean by jumping onto the student dueling platform? Are you intending to go back on your words? However, it seems like it's too late. Your students have already agreed to challenge my students in the student dueling platform, and they have injured 5 of my students. Today's duel has to go on no matter what. Unless. At this point, Zhou Tian's lips curled up and he sneered coldly, unless you admit defeat and admit that your students are inferior to me. We can't admit defeat. Even if we have to go all out today, we will still win. Hearing the other party's blatant mockery, Xingyang and the others clenched their fists tightly and their faces flushed red. If they were to admit defeat today, they would never be able to raise their heads high in the academy ever again. Admit defeat? Zhang Xian shook his head. Are you dreaming? Humph, since that's the case, let's continue. Miss Zhang, please come down. Zhou Tian flung his sleeves. This is a duel between students. As a teacher, aren't you bullying the weak? Don't be anxious. Xianxia smiled. I won't admit defeat, and I didn't say that I want to continue the student dueling platform. You aren't going to continue? The student dueling platform has already begun, and there's no reason for you to stop. It's too late to regret now. Zhou Tian harumphed. The decision of my students is mine. Since they chose to challenge the student dueling platform, I have nothing to regret. Zhang Xian turned to look at Zhang Xian. However, I think that it's too boring to challenge the student dueling platform. Why don't we have a teacher dueling platform? Do you dare to accept it? What? Challenge the teacher dueling platform? Is that fellow insane? Is there something wrong with his head? The teacher dueling platform is a student challenging a teacher. I've seen his students just now, and they can't even achieve victory on the student dueling platform. Yet, he wants to challenge a teacher? Isn't that just a dream? Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, the other teachers and students in the student bureau were dumbfounded. On the student dueling platform, a student who was dissatisfied with a teacher could challenge all of his students and force them to admit their mistakes. On the other hand, on the teacher dueling platform, a student would directly challenge a teacher. If they were to win, admitting their mistakes would be secondary. Regardless of whether it was their dignity or face, it would be a huge humiliation. Of course, the cultivation levels of the students were much lower than the teacher, so it was impossible for them to win the duel. Thus, for the sake of fairness, the teacher had to suppress his or her cultivation to the same level as the student. Even so, it wasn't truly fair. As a teacher, regardless of whether it was in terms of experience or battle prowess, they far surpassed their students. Even if they were at the same cultivation level, it was impossible for the students to win. Not only was the crowd stunned, even Xingyang, Xiaoya, and the others staggered and nearly fainted. They thought that they were already arrogant enough by challenging the student dueling platform. Yet, Miss Zhang was even more incredible. The moment she opened her mouth to challenge the teacher dueling platform. You must be joking. Even though this Zhou Tian Laosher's cultivation wasn't the highest among the teachers, being only at Fighter 4 Dan Piga Realm primary stage, he was still a true teacher. He wasn't someone whom they, who were only at Jiushi Realm, could defeat. Teacher dueling platform? You want these students to challenge me? Zhou Tian looked as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Why? You don't dare? Zhang Xian stared at him. Haha, you are courting death. Zhou Tian laughed heartily. Alright, I agree to it. If you win, I can give you 10 breath-forging pills. However, if you lose, I won't ask for anything from you. Just kneel down before me. Alright, as long as you don't go back on your words. Zhang Xian smiled and agreed. Miss Zhang. Hearing him make such a decision, Xiaoya and the others were all anxious. You must be joking. Even though their cultivation had improved significantly in the past few days, it was impossible for them to fight against a teacher. If they agreed to it, wouldn't that be equivalent to admitting defeat? Since you are so confident, fine. Will they come at me together, or will they take turns? Zhou Tian looked at Zhang Xian with a smile. Zhang Xian only had 5 students. Even if they suppressed their cultivation, they wouldn't be a match for him. Take turns? You are thinking too much. With your strength, any one of my students would be able to defeat you. Zhang Xian shook his head. You. Seeing the other party looking down on him, Zhou Tian's complexion turned awful. Ignoring him, Zhang Xian turned to Xiaoya and the others. Under his gaze, they immediately tensed up. They couldn't even defeat him on the student dueling platform, to challenge a teacher. The few of you didn't fight previously. Challenging Zhou Laosher is really a waste of talent. Xingyang, you shall be the one. Zhang Xian scanned the surroundings and pointed casually. Upon hearing those words, everyone's vision darkened. Brother, is it a good idea to put on such an act? Even if you want to put on an act, you should at least be realistic, right? Putting aside the fact that this Xingyang is weak, he has just fought a huge battle and his stamina is almost completely sapped. Can't you see that he can't even lift his spear? If you ask him to kill a chicken now, he probably wouldn't even be able to do so. Yet, you want him to fight Zhou Tian, furthermore. A waste of talent. What the heck is a waste of talent? Looking at this fellow's state, even if Zhou Tian doesn't make a move, he probably won't be able to hold on for long. Not only did everyone have a bizarre expression on their faces, even Xingyang's mouth twitched. Teacher, he was on the verge of going insane. Was Miss Zhang joking? He was well aware of his own capabilities. Given how he was unable to withstand any random student, let alone Zhou Tian Lasher. Putting aside the fact that he had suppressed his cultivation to fighter 1 Dan, even if he were to suppress his cultivation to fighter 1 Dan, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the other party. Just as he was about to tell Miss Zhang about his physical condition, before he could finish his words, the other party's calm voice sounded, "Don't be too happy. It won't be too late to celebrate after you defeat this Zhou Lasher." Happy? What was there to be happy about? I'm about to cry, can't you tell? Xingyang's body swayed, and he felt like he would faint at any moment. You're courting death. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tian thought that Zhang Xian was purposely making things difficult for him. His mouth twitched in anger and his eyes shone with ferocity. Before the battle, I'll teach him a new spear technique. Teacher Zhou should be fine with it, right? Zhang Xian looked at Zhou Tian, ignoring the strange expressions on the faces of the people around him. Buying a ring right before you get married? I'm afraid it's a little too late. Zhou Tian scoffed. It doesn't matter whether it's too late or not, as long as I can defeat you. Zhang Xian smiled faintly. He walked up to Xingyang and said, "Come, teacher will teach you a spear technique. Watch carefully and learn well." After which, he took the spear from the other party's hands and with a flick of his wrist, he thrust it out in a crooked manner. This move didn't seem to have any logic to it, and it seemed extremely casual. It didn't seem like a technique at all, but a casual thrust, as though he was playing around. This fellow. He can't be joking, right? You call this a spear technique? Isn't it better to bring a boar over and let it see a female pig in heat? I've seen scammers before, but this is the first time I've seen one scammer his student. Xingyang is probably done for. To have such a teacher, no matter how formidable he is, he will still be finished. Zhang Xian didn't hide anything as he imparted the technique to the crowd. Everyone saw how he executed the move and they found it hard to wrap their heads around it. You call this a spear technique? Even if it was used as a fire stick to stir the flames, it would still be several times more exquisite than this move. Have you learned it? Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, Zhang Xian turned to look at Xingyang. I've learned it, Xingyang cried. Was there a need to learn this move? The first time he held a spear was when he was 6 years old. Back then, his moves were much more formidable than this. Alright, since you've learned it, you should defeat Zhou Lasher. Zhang Xian nodded his head and patted Xingyang's body. Hearing his instructions, Xingyang was just about to cry when he felt a surge of Xinqi gushing into his meridians from Miss Zhang's palm that came into contact with his shoulder. This surge of Xinqi was incomparably dense and pure. Wherever it went, the blocked meridians in one's body would open up. It was as though some kind of shackles had been broken in one's body and he had consumed a nourishing pill. In an instant, all of his fatigue disappeared and he regained his vigor. Fatigue was similar to illness, it was also caused by blockages in one's meridians. However, under Zhang Xian's pure Xinqi, these blockages were nothing. Don't resist it. Follow the direction of my Xinqi circulation and adjust your breathing. Just as he was perplexed, Miss Zhang's voice sounded in his ears. Knowing that it was impossible for his teacher to harm him, Xingyang hurriedly focused his mind and adjusted his breathing. Kacha. Kacha. Kacha, the surge of Xinqi that entered his body immediately circulated in a unique manner along his meridians. In an instant, Xingyang felt as though he had become a spear that could pierce through the heavens at any moment. This is the internal breathing circulation method for spear arts? At this moment, no matter how foolish Xingyang was, he understood what was going on. Regardless of whether it was spear arts or battle techniques, not only were there moves involved, the most important factor was the internal breathing circulation method. Only when one's internal breathing was correct would one be able to drive a spear art and bring out its full might. Otherwise, the so-called moves would only be fanciful and lacking in might. Even though Xingyang had never come into contact with any formidable spear arts, He had been accompanying the spear since he was young, and the spear art was already ingrained into his bones. The moment this internal breathing circulation method formed in his body, he immediately understood that it was far more profound than any spear art he had ever learned or seen before. The previous move might seem ordinary, such that even a fool would be able to learn it. However, when paired with this cultivation method, it became simple. To think that there would be such a formidable move in the world, in an instant, a dumbfounded expression appeared on his face. He dared not believe what he had just heard. This move could no longer be described as profound. It was simply unimaginable. In the midst of his agitation, Miss Jane's voice sounded in his ears once more. Don't hesitate. Quickly familiarize yourself with the internal breathing circulation method and match it well with your spear art. Yes. Knowing that Miss Zhang was imparting him a profound spear art, Xingyang stopped his thoughts from running wild. Instead, he focused his mind and tried to comprehend the internal breathing circulation in his body. Every single battle technique had a unique internal breathing circulation method. Like paving a path, the practitioner had to slowly clear the blocked meridians. It was an incomparably troublesome process and required a large amount of effort. Taking the current Xingyang as an example, his cultivation was only at Fighter 1 Danjushi realm. His body was only filled with internal breathing and his Xinqi had yet to form. Without a year or two of effort, it would be impossible for him to open up the internal breathing circulation channels in his body. However, it was different now. Miss Jane's Xinqi was extremely pure. Wherever it went, the blocked meridians in his body would be cleared up. In less than 2 breaths, a smooth circulation was opened up. Her internal breathing flowed freely without the slightest shackles. I have mastered it just like that? With the flow of his internal breathing, Xingyang immediately understood that he had mastered this spear art. It was as though he had immersed himself in it for several years. Alright, I will leave this surge of Xinqi in your body for now. Continue to act as though you are exhausted. When you fight with Zhou Tian, make sure to strike him in a single blow. Zhang Xian's voice sounded. Understanding his intentions, Xingyang nodded his head. At the same time, he was perplexed. Why was Miss Jane's Xinqi able to remain in his body without any conflict? Due to the difference in the cultivation technique of a fighter, the attribute of one's Xinqi is different as well. Thus, when a person's Xinqi enters another's body, not only would it not be able to help the other party achieve a breakthrough, it could even clash with the other party's Xinqi, causing one's cultivation to go berserk. Yet, when Miss Jane's Xinqi entered his body, there wasn't the slightest bit of conflict. This was inconceivable to him. However, he knew that this wasn't the time to be thinking about such things. Thus, struggling, he clasped his hands and said, "Zhou Laosher, come." After which, he walked leisurely towards the teacher dueling platform. Seeing how he looked as though he would be blown away by the wind at any moment, the crowd stared at one another in dismay. The heck, is he for real, learning a spear art that even a pig could execute and a body that could faint at any moment? How is he going to fight? Zhou Tian's face twitched and a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He had fallen into a trap. This fellow must have been intending to abandon this student of his so as to make things difficult for him. To teach a move that can't even kill a chicken to deal with him. Doesn't that mean that he is inferior to a chicken? Zhang Xian, you win. Thinking that the other party was intentionally humiliating him, Zhou Tian gritted his teeth and leaped onto the dueling platform. I beseech Zhou Laosher to go easy on me. Feigning weakness, Xingyang struggled to lift his spear. Seeing how he was drenched in sweat from such a simple action, everyone was speechless. It had been many years since anyone challenged the teacher dueling platform. Who would have thought that the first challenge would be so bizarre? If word were to spread out, it would surely shock the heavens and the earth. Teacher. Why don't I replace Xingyang? Xiaoya couldn't help but ask. Just watch. Zhang Xian didn't bother to explain. Seeing her teacher's confident expression, Xiaoya was perplexed. However, she didn't dare to ask any questions and turned her gaze back to the dueling platform. Go easy? If you want to blame someone, blame it on you, Miss Zhang. Guessing Zhang Xian's intentions, Zhou Tian was infuriated. Then. I apologize for my impoliteness. Xingyang knew that if he didn't make a move, the other party wouldn't make the first move due to his identity. Thus, he didn't waste any words and stabbed his spear forward. The tip of the spear tilted, as though it was devoid of strength. It was the trashy move that Xianxia had taught him previously. Humph. Seeing that the other party dared to use it, Zhou Tian's rage grew. Harumphing coldly, he suppressed his cultivation to fighter 1 Danjushi realm. Without using any weapon, he faced the other party with his palm. Barehanded against a spear, even so, not a single person beneath the dueling platform thought that Xingyang would win. They felt that this fellow was doomed. This is the moment, seeing that the other party had underestimated him and faced him barehanded, Xingyang's eyes lit up. The surge of Xinqi that Zhang Xian had left in his body was triggered, and his appearance instantly changed. If he was a docile sheep a moment ago, at this moment, he had turned into a ferocious tiger. Boom, a glint of a spear pierced toward Zhou Tian's chest. What? Narrowing his eyes, Zhou Tian's hair stood on end. As a teacher, as well as a fighter 4 Dan Piga realm expert, even though Zhou Tian had never learned any spear arts before, he was still able to see through the prowess of this move. The might of the spear whistled through the air, creating a raging gale. Putting aside suppressing his cultivation, even if he were to use his full strength, it would be hard for him to withstand it. How could a Jushi realm lad exert such a powerful might in an instant? He felt as though he was going insane. Zhang Xian, King tricked me. No matter how foolish he was, he knew that he had fallen for a trap. It was no wonder why this fellow was so confident. Since when did this Xingyang become so formidable? Without any time to think, he didn't dare to suppress his strength anymore. 2 surges of Xinqi gushed out from his palms in an attempt to seal the spear. However, this Heaven's Path spear art was something that even a fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm spear master like Wang Chong was unable to withstand, needless to say, him. Pong, the spear struck his chest viciously. Blood spewed from Wang Chong's mouth and he was immediately sent flying. He fell from the teacher dueling platform to the ground pathetically. Silence. Complete silence. What? He defeated Zhou Tian Laosher with a single spear? What the heck is going on? After a moment of shock, a commotion broke out. Initially, they thought that Zhou Laosher would be able to crush a student who was on the verge of collapsing with a single finger. But what in the world was this? Under the spear of a student, not only did Zhou Laosher violate the rules and unleash his full strength, he was still sent flying. Surely I am not seeing things. Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on? Xiaoya, Lu Yang, Yuan Tao, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at Xingyang. This fellow had been with them every day, so he should be well aware of their strength. How did he become so formidable all of a sudden? Furthermore, others might be formidable, but that was only by a little. This seemed a little too overboard. A fighter 4 Dan Piga realm expert was sent flying with a single spear. Are we dreaming? This isn't a dream, it's that spear art. The few of them turned to look at Zhang Xian. They had also realized that the reason why Xingyang was able to display such incredible might was because of that spear art taught by Miss Zhang. But, how could this spear technique, which couldn't even kill a chicken, be so awesome? Zhou Tian's students had initially raised their arms, intending to applaud their teacher. Never in their dreams did they expect that such an outcome would occur before they could even say anything. All of them were dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Teacher, coming to their senses, they rushed forward to help Zhou Tian up. Standing up, Zhang Xian took in 2 deep breaths before he felt much better. Staring coldly at Zhang Xian, he was just about to speak when Xingyang walked over with his spear in hand. Clasping his fist, he said, Zhou Laosher, thank you for going easy on me. Pooh. Hearing these words, Zhou Tian's face reddened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Concede your sister, I can't wait to kill you on the spot. Who knew that you would have such a strange spear technique? To think that a teacher would lose to a student. He felt his face burning as if he had been slapped. Zhou Laosher, you said that you would give me 10 breath-forging pills if I won. Hand them over. Xingyang stepped forward excitedly. Even though Zhou Tian was furious, he knew that he had embarrassed himself. He had lost on the teacher dueling platform. If he were to renege on it, he would lose all his dignity. Gritting his teeth, he took out a jade bottle from his pocket and passed it over. Hurriedly grabbing it, Xingyang opened the bottle cap. Indeed, there was a row of breath-forging pills inside. The spiritual energy emanating from the bottle was overwhelming. Teacher, hurriedly passing the breath-forging pills to Xianxia, Xingyang was filled with excitement. He had spent the entire morning causing a ruckus at the Student Affairs Bureau just to get these resources from Miss Zhang. Even though it was tough, he still succeeded in the end. Damn it. Seeing his state, Zhou Chong's heart bled. A teacher could only receive 1 breath-forging pill a month. 10 breath-forging pills was a huge fortune to him. Of course, he wouldn't let Zhang Xian off easily either. Zhang Xian, so what if I give it to you? These breath-forging pills were won by your student. You don't have the right to possess them. I don't believe that you can consume them. So what if you obtain these pills? Your student worked so hard to obtain them for you. Aren't you embarrassed to use them? As long as you don't use them, it's as good as not obtaining them. Consume them? Zhang Xian took the jade bottle and shook his head. Who would use such trash? After which, he flicked his wrist. Put on, he threw the jade bottle into the pond not too far away. Ah? Upon seeing this sight, everyone jumped in shock. Even Zhou Tian was stunned on the spot. What was going on? These were 10 breath-forging pills, worth several thousand gold coins. Yet, he threw them away. Even Xingyang, Xiaoya, and the others were stunned. There's no need to be surprised. Even though breath-forging pills can help a cultivator gather spiritual energy quickly, consuming too much of it will make one dependent on it. This isn't good for one's cultivation in the future. Seeing through their bewilderment, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and took out a jade bottle. Tossing it over, he said, "This is what I prepared for you all. I'll get more after using it." Puzzled, Xiaoya and the others caught the jade bottle. Upon opening it, they were shocked. Breath-forging pill? The pills in the jade bottle were round and glowing, emanating a bone-piercing fragrance. It was breath-forging pill. This was a true medicinal pill. It had a strong effect on a cultivator's cultivation. Compared to the breath-forging pill, it was like comparing mud to a gem. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. These are breath-forging pills that cost tens of thousands of gold coins outside? Yet, he took out 2 bottles and dozens of them? He gave so many pills to his students? Everyone's body swayed. They felt as though they were going insane. So many breath-forging pills were worth at least several 100,000 gold coins. Yet, he gave them to his students. The heck, did he have to be so wasteful? It was no wonder he didn't think much of breath-forging pills. What a joke, who would have so many breath-forging pills? Pooh. Zhou Tian's body swayed, and he nearly fainted on the spot. His cheeks flushed red, and he felt as though he was on the verge of being crippled. He casually taught his students a trashy move, and the other party beat him up like a dead dog. The breath-forging pill that he treasured dearly was thrown away as though it was trash. Brother, aren't you the teacher with the worst salary in the academy? When did you become so incredible? Teacher. These are all for us? Not only was the crowd frenzied, even Xiaoya and the others were in disbelief. Of course they are for you. It's not that I want to nag at you, but as my students, is there a need for you to fight over these things in the academy? Zhang Xian shook his head in exasperation. With a flick of his wrist, a gourd appeared in his palm. Wang Ying, your legs are injured, and your meridians are damaged. This is the body-nourishing medicinal solution that I have specially prepared for you. Mix it with water and soak it in it for 3 days, and all of your injuries should be healed. Lu Yang, you are cultivating the wrong battle technique. I found this meridian rejuvenation pill from the Apothecary Guild. As long as you cultivate properly after consuming it, all of your injuries should be resolved within a short period of time. Yes. Wang Ying and Lu Yang stepped forward and took the 2 items from Zhang Xian. Body-nourishing medicinal solution? Could it be the body-nourishing medicinal solution from the Apothecary Guild? You've heard of it before? Of course I have. Back then, I heard that this item can heal injured meridians swiftly, so I asked around. I heard that a gourd of it costs 300,000 gold coins. 300,000? Are you for real? Meridian Rejuvenation Pill is a true pill, and its value is even higher than breath-forging pill. It's said that a single pill costs 200,000 gold coins. Apothecaries or apprentice apothecaries should be able to get it for a cheaper price, but not by much. 200,000? If that's the case, doesn't that mean that he is selling it for 500,000 gold coins? And there are so many breath-forging pills here? Adding them all together, they are worth more than 1 million? He is gifting them to his students so casually? Does Miss Zhang still accept students? I want to join him. There was no lack of knowledgeable people in the crowd. Meridian rejuvenation pill and body-nourishing medicinal solution weren't secrets, and many of them had heard of it. Upon hearing of its value, everyone went into a frenzy. The monthly salary of a primary teacher in the academy was only 300 to 400 gold coins, and the salary of an advanced teacher was less than 1,000. Yet, Xianxia casually took out millions of gold coins to give to his students. Putting aside the other teachers. Even Zhou Tian was only rewarded with a breath-forging powder when his students won a duel. Look at him, what he gave out casually were official pills and top-tier medicinal solutions. The heck, they were all teachers, but why was there such a huge disparity between them? In an instant, envious gazes fell on Xiaoya and the others, while disdainful gazes fell on Zhou Tian. Upon seeing this, Zhou Tian nearly spurted another mouthful of blood. Xianxia, screw you, you must be doing this on purpose. You are intentionally taking out these items before me to slap my face. I am the teacher in charge of the distribution of resources in the academy, the most lucrative position in the academy. To think that someone would look down on me as though I am worthless. Let's go. After distributing the items, Xianxia waved his hands and walked out of the classroom. His movements were calm, not a single cloud was left behind. Nonsense, was there a need to say it? Of course it was on purpose, didn't you want to slap my face? Then I will beat you up until you wish you were dead. To tell you the truth, I am here to slap your face. Yes. Seeing their teacher leave, Xingyang and the others recovered from their shock and followed behind him in a daze. At the same time, their faces flushed red in embarrassment. Initially, they wanted to fight for some resources for their teacher, but who knew? In the end, they realized that Miss Zhang didn't care about these resources at all. But that was to be expected. To be able to take out so many pills and medicinal herbs so easily, why would she be interested in the so-called breath-forging powder and breath-forging pill? Teacher, these pills are really too valuable. When everyone returned to the classroom, Xiaoya walked forward. She had already accepted a frigid sun mother grass the previous time. If she were to accept these pills as well, she would feel bad. Cultivate well and win the teacher evaluation for me. Xianxia gestured. Teacher, don't worry. We will do our best. Hearing those words, Xiaoya and the others nodded their heads. Their teacher had already done so much for them. If they were to lose, they would feel ashamed to face anyone ever again. Seeing everyone's state of mind, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. Turning around, he said, Xingyang, follow me. After which, he walked into the small classroom. Xingyang knew that it must be regarding the spear art he was learning today. It just so happened that he was filled with doubts as well. Not daring to hesitate, he hurriedly followed. Teacher, this spear art. Upon entering the room, Xingyang could no longer hold himself back. I have just created this spear art. I will recite the cultivation technique to you now. Xianxia recited the cultivation technique to him. This. After hearing the cultivation technique, Xingyang was dumbfounded. This spear art was simply too profound. Compared to it, the spear arts he had learned in the past were trash. Previously, he thought that this spear art was crooked and ugly, but it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. This move focused on the intent and not the form. It could be executed in an ugly manner, but it could also be executed in an elegant manner. Even though it was just a single move, it was superior to countless spear arts. Alright, I have imparted the spear art to you in its entirety. Without my permission, you are not allowed to impart it to others. Xianxia said. Yes. Xingyang knelt down and kowtowed solemnly a few times. Having immersed himself in the art of the spear for so many years, he naturally knew how valuable this spear art was. He also understood that if it were to be leaked, it would bring about a bloodbath. This spear art might be simple, but it is the foundation of all spear arts. There are still 10 days left. I hope that you can achieve a huge breakthrough. Don't let down my efforts. Xianxia instructed. Teacher, rest assured. With determination in his eyes, Xingyang lifted his head and asked, Teacher, may I know the name of this spear art? Name? I haven't named it yet. If you have thought it through, feel free to name it. Xianxian waved his hands casually. Even though he named it the Heaven's Path Spear Art, it was only a general name. A move still had to have a name. He couldn't be bothered to think about it, so he left it to his student. Yes. Knowing his teacher's personality, Xingyang suppressed his fainting shock and walked out. After he left, Xianxian rubbed his glabella. Wang Ying and Lu Yang would definitely improve by leaps and bounds after dealing with the hidden injuries in their bodies. Yuan Tao and Zhao Yu would definitely improve by leaps and bounds after activating their constitutions. Only Xingyang was slightly weaker than the rest. However, with this spear art, it was hard to tell who would emerge victorious after 10 days. Zhang Xian called a few more students over and gave them a few pointers before leaving the academy. You said that Du Miaoshuan has been kneeling at the entrance for an entire day? Even though Du Miaoshuan lost the bid to become the clan head due to his illness, he is still a formidable figure. For him to kneel at the entrance for an entire day. Could the other party really be a master teacher? If it's true, then our previous guess was wrong. As soon as Zhang Xian left the residence, the entire Tianxian royal city was in an uproar. If it was the matter regarding Ling Tianyu, many people would not have believed it. However, after seeing Du Miaoshuan kneeling at the entrance for an entire day, they began to waver. An elder of the Du clan, one of the 4 great clans, a figure who had once vied for the position of the clan head, was actually kneeling at the doorstep of another. Only a master teacher would have the courage to do so. Let's go and take a look. What is going on? If we are certain that he is a master teacher, we should hurry up and get on his good side. As the news spread, countless powers and clans could no longer hold themselves back. They sent their men to investigate the matter, and even some of the clan heads and leaders of the region came personally. Luo Chong was one of them. He was the guild leader of Tianxian Royal City's blacksmith guild, a true 1-star intermediate blacksmith. He was the highest-ranked blacksmith in Tianxian Kingdom. Even Emperor Shenjue had to spend a huge sum of money to purchase the weapons he forged. Countless officials and nobles yearned for them but were unable to obtain them. Every single weapon he forged was sought after by countless people, and the price of the weapon rose to astronomical heights. Given his status and identity, even if a master teacher were to come, there was no need for him to curry favor or befriend him. After all, even though blacksmiths were inferior to master teachers, they were still one of the top occupations in the upper 9 paths. They had their own dignity and standing. However, he still came. Others might not know that he was the only one who knew that he was unable to achieve a state of tranquility in his smithing. As a result, the items he forged would often collapse at the very last step, turning into trash. The various steps of smithing were no different from before. Initially, he thought that it was a problem with his stamina and energy, so he specially recuperated for a few days. Yet, there was no change at all. For the number 1 blacksmith in Tianxian Kingdom to be unable to forge a weapon. If news were to spread, not only would his standing be affected, even his enemies and enemies would rush over upon hearing the news, causing him to fall from the clouds. Thus, upon hearing that a master teacher had arrived in the city, he couldn't help but sneak over to see if it was true. If it was true, no matter what price he had to pay, he had to get to the bottom of the problem and resolve it. It is indeed Du Miaoshuan. Standing at a corner of the street, Luo Chong recognized the middle-aged man kneeling in the middle of the road. There weren't many in the upper echelons of Tianxian City who didn't recognize this famous elder of the Du clan. Back then, he even specially requested for him to forge a sword for him. Thus, even though he was far away, Luo Chong was still able to recognize him with a single glance. This fellow has always been a cautious person. For him to kneel down so willingly, the person in the residence would definitely be able to resolve the problem for him. Furthermore, he would be convinced of his sincerity. With just a glance, Luo Chong came to a conclusion. If the person in the residence didn't have a sufficiently high standing to resolve the problem for him, Du Miaoshuan's kneeling was equivalent to slapping his own face. Jia, just as he was making wild guesses, the gates of the residence creaked open and a plump butler walked out. Our old master has invited you in. Sun Chang gestured grandly. Thank you, butler son, for putting in a good word for me. Du Miaoshuan stood up excitedly. Let's go. Sun Chang didn't waste any time. He led the way and the few of them entered the residence. The gates of the residence closed tightly once more. He has gone in. Du Miaoshuan has gone in. We should be able to understand his actions when he comes out later on. Indeed, let's continue waiting. Upon seeing Du Miaoshuan enter the residence, the spies from the various powers in the surroundings weren't in a hurry to leave. Instead, they continued to focus their gazes on him. Luo Chong wasn't in a hurry either. Instead, he waited patiently. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I beseech Xianxia to forgive me. Upon entering the room, Du Miaoshuan no longer had the arrogance and doubt from before. He immediately kneeled on the floor. Get up. Zhang Xian waved his hands. After returning from the academy, he found a secluded area, disguised himself as Yang Xian, and returned to the residence. After walking for half a day, he had extinguished this fellow's arrogance. Only then did he manage to summon Sun Chang in. I beseech Xianxia to forgive me and save me. Du Miaoshuan didn't get up. Instead, he continued to kneel on the floor. Since I have allowed you in, I will definitely help you. Get up. Zhang Xian said impassively. Upon hearing those words, Du Miaoshuan's face lit up and he hurriedly stood up. Du Yuan, who was following behind him, also had his eyes lit up. At the same time, he was perplexed. Didn't his father suffer from a serious illness in the past? Could it be that the master teacher before him was able to treat his father's illness as well? Do you know why I called you a beast previously? Zhang Xian looked at him. I know. Du Miaoshuan replied. Sun Chang and Du Yuan couldn't help but nod their heads. Previously, when Xianxia called Elder Du a beast with just a glance, they thought that he was insulting them. However, from the looks of it now, it wasn't as simple as they thought. Just that, they were perplexed. What in the world could cause Xianxia to call Elder Du a beast? Not only was he not infuriated, he even had a look of excitement on his face. However, they didn't have much time to ponder over the matter. Zhang Xian's voice sounded. 10 years ago, everyone knew that you fell ill and your cultivation plummeted. However, if I'm not wrong, you fused the blood of the snow wolf into your body in an attempt to exchange your blood. Doing so will cause your body to be poisoned by the wolf beast. Every noon, your entire body will be covered in white fur, and you will become neither human nor beast. You will become like an animal. Am I right? Yes, Yangshir's words are spot on. Du Miaoshuan hurriedly nodded his head. Even though he knew that the other party must have seen through his illness when he called him a beast previously, he was still astonished to hear that his words were spot on. As expected of a true master teacher, his eye of discernment was indeed frightening. This was a problem that even Master Yuan Yu was unable to see through. This. The blood of the snow wolf? Covered in white fur? Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Sun Chang, Du Yuan, and the others finally understood what was going on. Especially the latter, his body trembled uncontrollably. It was no wonder his father had the habit of drinking herbal tea every afternoon, refusing to meet anyone. Initially, he thought that it was a habit his father had developed over the years, but to think that this was the reason. White fur would grow from his entire body every afternoon. He was afraid of being seen, so he intentionally hid himself, a person covered in fur from head to toe. If he wasn't a beast, what else could he be? It was no wonder why not only did his father not refute Yangshir's words, he even kneeled outside the door. This was the reason. The snow wolf is a grade 7 savage beast. Its strength is equivalent to that of a fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm expert. Its body is covered in white fur and its speed is as swift as the wind. Its blood is one of the main ingredients for forging the Tongxian pill. It has the ability to clear one's meridians and raise one's cultivation. You must have read some secret manuals to exchange your blood with the snow wolf and mistakenly thought that your cultivation would soar if you were to succeed. Ignoring everyone's shock, Zhang Xian continued. Yes. Du Miaoxuan smiled bitterly and nodded his head. Just as Xianxia had said, he had indeed read some secret manuals and thought that as long as he could exchange his blood successfully, he would be able to reach Tongxian realm and become a Fighter 7 Dan expert. Who knew that it would become the start of a nightmare? Every day, his body would be covered in white fur, making him look neither human nor ghost. Even if it was only for an hour, the pain he had to endure was unimaginable. To be able to persevere for 10 years meant that he was mentally tough. Otherwise, he would have already committed suicide. I was too young back then and I couldn't discern the truth from the falsehood and believed it. I beseech Xianxia to save me. Du Miaoxuan clasped his fist and pleaded. Now that he thought about it, there must have been something wrong with his head back then. He had accidentally stumbled upon an ancient manual and thought that it was a treasure. Thus, he ventured deep into a barren land and used various means to hunt down a snow wolf to exchange his blood. Initially, he thought that he would be able to become the next clan head after achieving great success in his cultivation. Never in his dreams did he expect that he would end up like this. If there was something wrong with his head, what else could it be? Unable to discern the truth from the falsehood? That secret manual of yours is real, Xianxia said. Really? Du Miaoxuan was just about to say something when his body jolted. How is that possible? If it's real, how did I end up in such a state? If what the secret manual said was true, how did he end up looking neither human nor ghost for so many years? How did his cultivation fall from Pixue realm to Dingli realm and never recover from it? Even though the secret manual is real, the most important part of it has been destroyed by someone. It is incomplete, which is why you are in your current state. Xianxia changed the topic. Alright, I will perform acupuncture on you now to resolve the problem in your body. Yes. Du Miaoxuan hurriedly stepped forward. Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out a silver needle. With a flick of his finger, a silver needle flew over. The Library of Heaven's path only had a basic introduction and flaws. There was no solution to it. However, Du Miaoxuan's problem was similar to that of Ling Tianyu's wife. His meridians were blocked, causing the blood of the snow wolf beast to be unable to function normally. To resolve this problem, he just had to resolve these blockages. To Xianxia, this problem was extremely simple. The Xinqi cultivated through the Heaven's Path divine art was as clear as water. Any blockage could be resolved easily. Dozens of silver needles were inserted into his body. Du Miaoxuan felt his entire body itching. The bestial instincts that had been suppressing his body previously, causing him to go into a frenzy, suddenly seemed to have been released. They flowed through his meridians and spread throughout his entire body. Jai. The moment these energies entered his body, the Xinqi in his body surged. A series of firecracker-like sounds rang out and his acupoints burst open one after another. Pa, spiritual energy descended from the sky and gushed into his body. In the blink of an eye, he broke through from Dingli realm pinnacle. Pixue realm primary stage, Pixue realm intermediate stage. In the blink of an eye, he had reached Pixue realm pinnacle, and he showed no signs of stopping. Boom, his body staggered. Finally, the rapid rise in his cultivation came to a halt. The bestial instincts that had caused him to feel uneasy had disappeared without a trace. Fighter 7 Dan, Tongxian realm primary stage, in an instant, he had broken through from Dingli realm pinnacle to Tongxian realm. That was more than an entire realm. Looking at the changes in his body, even with his strong will, his eyes reddened. For an entire 10 years, he had been tormented by this pain. Every day, he would become like a wild beast, and his body would be covered in white fur. He thought that he would never be able to resolve this problem in his lifetime. Never in his dreams did he expect that Xianxia would resolve it in such a short period of time. Furthermore, he even managed to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. Thump, kneeling on the floor, Du Miaoxuan said sincerely, "Thank you, Xianxia, for giving me a new lease on life." Not only did the other party resolve his affliction, he even raised his cultivation to Tongxian realm. This kind of favor could be considered as giving him a new lease of life, comparable to that of a parent. Now that he had returned to the clan, he would definitely be ranked at the top, and no one would look down on him anymore. With such an outcome, not to mention a day, even kneeling for a year was worth it. Aren't you going to take it out? Calming his agitated emotions, Du Miaoshuan turned to look at his son. Yes. Du Yuan quickly took out a stack of gold notes and handed it over. Initially, Du Yuan thought that his father must have gone mad to kneel outside the door and take out so many gold notes at once. Only now did he realize that not only was his father not mad, but he also had good foresight. Tongxian realm. So what if he lost 10 years of time? With father's current strength, if he wanted to compete for the position of patriarch again, he would definitely be the #1 candidate. No one would be able to compete with him. Furthermore, even if he couldn't become the clan head, with his Tongxian realm cultivation, it would be much easier for him to earn a few million gold coins. This is the ability of a master teacher. To be able to bring one to the pinnacle easily, and to be able to bring one to hell easily as well. This is what it means to be a master teacher, an incomparably esteemed occupation in the entire continent. Just as Du Miaoshuan was deep in thought, Sun Cheng walked up, took the gold notes, and beckoned, "Elder Du Gongzi, please leave. Our old master wishes to rest." "Yes, I will be troubling Xianxia today. I will pay a visit another day." Knowing that the other party was asking them to leave, Du Miaoshuan didn't hesitate and left with Du Yuan. Just as they reached the door, Zhang Xian's impassive voice sounded in their ears, "A few pages of the Snow Wolf King's secret manual are missing. Whether it was intentional or not, we can find out soon enough." This. Du Miaoshuan's body froze. He turned around and said, "Thank you, Xianxia, for your advice." After which, he turned around and left. Back then, Du Miaoshuan possessed the qualifications to vie for the position of clan head. Yet, under such circumstances, he suddenly chose to cultivate a dangerous cultivation technique in an attempt to reach Tongxian realm. No one would believe that there was no other reason behind his actions. Thus, Zhang Xian intentionally gave him a word of advice before he left. Of course, what he would do in the future was up to him. Du Miaoshuan fell seriously ill 10 years ago, causing his cultivation to plummet. As such, he was unable to vie for the position of clan head. Most likely, the reason why he is kneeling here is to beg this master teacher to resolve his illness. Guarding outside, Luo Chong recalled the various matters regarding Du Miaoshuan and couldn't help but speculate. If Du Miaoshuan's problem can be resolved, my problem should be resolved as well. Du Miaoshuan's illness was one which even Master Yuan Yu was helpless against back then. Even though Luo Chong didn't know the exact details, he knew that he had sought countless physicians over the years, but none of them were able to do anything about it. Since this master teacher was able to resolve such a difficult problem, it shouldn't be difficult for him to resolve his sudden inability to focus on smithing. Just as Luo Chong was deep in thought, Jia, the tightly shut door slowly opened. Du Miaoshuan, Du Yuan, and the others walked out. "I wonder if his problem has been solved." Luo Chong hurriedly turned his gaze over, but just as he was feeling uncertain, his eyes suddenly widened and his entire body froze on the spot. Tongxian realm? This, how is this possible? Previously, when Du Miaoshuan entered, he clearly saw that the other party was at Fighter 5 Dan Dingli realm pinnacle. How could? In less than 10 minutes after entering, he had already reached Tongxian realm. Most importantly, he was in high spirits, completely different from before. What was going on? It couldn't be true, right? Even if a master teacher could guide one to achieve a breakthrough, there should be a limit. To advance from Dingli realm pinnacle to Tongxian realm in 10 minutes. Luo Chong rubbed his eyes hard, afraid that he was seeing things. After taking another look, Zhang Xian realized that there was nothing wrong with the other party. The other party was a true Tongxian realm cultivator. Furthermore, the other party had probably just achieved a breakthrough and was unable to suppress the aura within his body. This was the reason why the other party was so conspicuous. Otherwise, as long as an expert of this level didn't reveal his cultivation, even Zhang Xian would find it hard to notice him. "Farewell, brother Sun." Amidst his shock, Du Miaoshuan bade farewell to butler Sun and left. "Let's go and ask." Thinking of this, Zhang Xian hurriedly chased after him. "Elder Du, so it's Master Luo." Du Miaoshuan recognized him and hurriedly bowed. "This residence is, without wasting any time," Luo Chong asked. "This is Yangshi's residence." Knowing what he wanted to ask, Du Miaoshuan nodded his head and replied. Is he really a master teacher? Luo Chang's eyes narrowed. Xianxia is a person of great ability. If Master Luo has any doubts, you can seek his guidance. However, Xianxia came to Tianxian Kingdom to relax, so he doesn't wish to be disturbed, Du Miaoshuan said. He doesn't wish to be disturbed? Luo Chang's complexion darkened. Even though his standing wasn't low, he didn't dare to disturb a true master teacher. Actually, there's no need to be troubled. Xianxia just said that regardless of who it is, if anyone wishes to seek his help, they have to pay 3 million gold coins first. Regardless of whether the problem is solved or not, the money won't be refunded. Recalling Butler Sun's instructions before he left, Du Miaoshuan continued, as a master teacher, Xianxia doesn't care about these worldly possessions. The reason why he made such a request is to set a threshold. Otherwise, if everyone were to seek his guidance, he wouldn't be able to rest at all. As he spoke, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. To earn 3 million gold coins just to enter the academy, master teachers are indeed master teachers. The speed at which they earn money is simply too fast. After becoming an elder of the Du clan for so many years, even if he were to add up all of his savings, it would only amount to this sum. That's true. Hearing that money could solve the problem, Luo Chong heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly nodded his head. Even though 3 million was a huge sum, it meant nothing to a master blacksmith like him. Thank you for informing me. It just so happens that I have something that I would like to consult you on, so I'll be taking my leave first. After which, Luo Chong walked towards the residence. The decor of the residence wasn't luxurious at all. If not for Du Miaoshuan and the others confirming it, he wouldn't have dared to imagine that a true master teacher resided here. After handing over 3 million gold notes, under Sun Chong's lead, Luo Chong walked into the room. Immediately, he saw a middle-aged man sitting quietly in the room. His aura was indistinct, and if not for his eyes, he wouldn't have been able to sense it. Incredible. Luo Chong's eyes narrowed. Luo Chong is a fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm expert. For him to be unable to sense the other party's cultivation realm, there are only two possibilities. Firstly, the other party's cultivation realm is much higher than his. Secondly, the other party's Xianxia is extremely pure, far surpassing his. Regardless of which of the two it is, it means that the master teacher before him is a true master teacher. Retracting his arrogant attitude as a blacksmith, Luo Chong stepped forward and said, I am Luo Chong. Paying respect to Xianxia. I heard from Xiao Chong that you are a blacksmith. Zhang Xian was perplexed. Blacksmiths are similar to apothecaries. They are one of the more advanced occupations in the upper 9 paths and possess esteemed standing. He didn't expect that such a person would come here to request his help. Yes. Luo Chong nodded his head. What problem have you encountered that you are unable to solve? Zhang Xian asked. Reporting to Xianxia, for some reason, I have been failing in my smithing recently and I am unable to find the reason. I hope to receive your guidance. Luo Chong didn't hide anything and spoke frankly. Show me your smithing. Zhang Xian said. Yes. Luo Chong flicked his wrist and a set of tools for smithing appeared in the room. As a 1-star apothecary and the guild leader of the apothecary guild, he carries these tools with him at all times. Starting a fire, forging, fusing metal, tempering. All sorts of steps were executed consecutively, giving one the impression of flowing water. An hour later, a sword appeared in his hands. However, just as the final step was about to be completed, a crisp sound echoed and a crack appeared on the sword. Failure, just like what he said, the smithing was a failure. Seeing how he couldn't even forge the simplest sword, Luo Chong was dismayed. This sword was only an ordinary weapon and there was no technique involved in it. For it to fail, he really couldn't understand what was going on. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at the master teacher before him. Xianxia, please enlighten me. You want me to enlighten you? Zhang Xian stood up and walked up to the other party. Picking up the broken sword, he lowered his head to take a look and sighed, if I'm not wrong. You must have eaten your fill. What? Luo Chong's complexion turned awful. Even if you are a master teacher, surely you can't humiliate me, no matter what, I am the guild leader of the blacksmith guild. Do you think that I have nothing better to do? I came here sincerely to seek guidance from you, but to receive such a reply, you are looking down on me too much. By the side, Sun Chang already knew that his old master would say such shocking words. Even so, upon hearing those words, he couldn't control himself and nearly knocked his head against the wall. My old master, is it really all right for you to criticize a true blacksmith like that? Cough cough, even if he is a nobody, he would probably fight you to the death for saying such words. More importantly, the other party failed in his smithing and came here to seek guidance from you. Yet, you said that he had nothing better to do. Aren't you being a little too arrogant? What is the relationship between smithing and having a full stomach? The only possibility is that one won't have any energy without a full stomach. But to a Tongxian realm expert like guild leader Luo, this shouldn't matter at all. There's no need to rush. Seeing the other party's agitation, Xianxia chuckled nonchalantly, you don't have to rush to deny it. Let me ask you, have you been eating dragon-scaled prawns recently? That's right, what's wrong with that? Luo Chong looked at him doubtfully. Dragon-scaled prawns are a unique animal that grows in the Hongsha Lake. They are delicious and one of the favorite foods of the upper echelons of Tianqian Kingdom. He has eaten them frequently in the past and nothing abnormal has happened to them. Could it be related to his failure in smithing? It's good that you have eaten them. If I'm not wrong, the dragon-scaled prawns that you are eating were bought in the same batch recently, right? Zhang Xian continued. Luo Chong nodded his head. At the same time, he was perplexed. How did the other party know? His dragon-scaled prawns were bought in the same batch a few days ago. There were several thousand of them, filling up 2 huge boxes. In order to maintain their freshness, he even raised them in the pond in the courtyard. Before eating them, he had carefully selected them to ensure that they were all alive. Furthermore, after eating them, his body didn't show any abnormalities, such as diarrhea. How could this be related to his failure in smithing? That's right. Zhang Xian smiled. Placing his hands behind his back, he asked, do you know when the dragon-scaled prawns give birth? When will she give birth? Luo Chong was even more puzzled. He only cared about eating, so how would he know? I know, just as he was about to ask, Sun Chang suddenly spoke. Tell me about it. Zhang Xian nodded. Dragon-scaled prawns usually give birth at the end of summer and the beginning of autumn, which is around this time. Sun Chang said. He had been in business at the Tianyu trading firm for many years. Although he had never sold such things before, he still had some knowledge that was close to life. Yes, this is the season. Zhang Xian nodded. School had just started not long ago, and it was the end of summer and the beginning of autumn. It was also the time for the dragon-scaled prawns to give birth. Hearing this, Luo Chong felt dizzy and was about to go crazy. Master Yang, I am here to ask you why I am unable to forge equipment, not to ask you about when the dragon-scaled prawn will give birth. What does it have to do with me when it gives birth? The child is not mine. Don't worry, the reason why you are unable to forge equipment is related to this. As though noticing Luo Chong's bewilderment, Zhang Xian continued, dragon-scaled prawns have a cold body and are considered as a food of the yin attribute. If one eats too much of it, it will weaken one's yang energy. Of course, this weakening is extremely minute and doesn't have any negative effects on one's body. However, the dragon-scaled prawns that give birth are different. This dragon-scaled prawn will impart all of its essence to its offspring, causing it to be extremely weak. Furthermore, its body produces a substance that numbs one's mind. If one eats too much of it, it will cause one's mind to become sluggish. At this point, Zhang Xian paused and stared at Zhou Chong intently. Are you feeling that you are unable to enter soul depth to Dan, heart of tranquil water? Not only so, you are also feeling restless. This is the reason why your smithing skills are affected so much that you are unable to forge an equipment. Regardless of whether it is pill forging or equipment forging, one's state of mind is extremely important. Without a stable state of mind, it is impossible for one to succeed. Could it be that I have eaten too many dragon-scaled prawns? Luo Chong's body jolted and he retreated 2 steps. Recently, he had been feeling that he was unable to focus his mind on smithing. He was unable to reach the state of heart of tranquil water. He had tried all kinds of methods but to no avail. Never in his dreams would he have imagined that it was related to eating prawns. To think that a dragon-scaled prawn that has just given birth could produce a substance that numbs one's mind. If the other party didn't say it out loud, he wouldn't have believed it. Why hadn't he heard of it before? That's right, all living beings have their own ways of protecting themselves. Dragon-scaled prawns are no exception. After giving birth, they are at their weakest. The reason why they produce this substance is to protect themselves. Yet, they were captured and made into a delicacy. Xianxia shook his head. I was wrong. I won't eat dragon-scaled prawns anymore. Xianxia, please guide me on what I should do. With a pale face, Luo Cheng hesitated for a moment before hurriedly clasping his hands. Even though he loved to eat dragon-scaled prawns, compared to being unable to smith, the latter was naturally more important. Upon hearing the other party's question, Xianxia was taken aback. Actually, he wasn't too sure about the solution either. The Library of Heaven's Path only recorded the reason for this flaw. Luo Cheng's current situation was different from all the other dragon-scaled prawns he had encountered previously. There was nothing wrong with his body, just that he had eaten too many dragon-scaled prawns, resulting in the accumulation of some kind of poison that numbs one's mind. This caused his state of mind to become unstable, resulting in his inability to smith a weapon. As for how he could neutralize this poison, he had no idea. However, even if he didn't know, he wouldn't say anything. After hesitating for less than a breath, he placed his hands behind his back and assumed the attitude of an otherworldly expert. Release the dragon-scaled prawns you caught first. As for how to deal with it, that will depend on your actions in the future. However, as long as you don't eat it for a long period of time, you will slowly recover. He wasn't lying to the other party. The human body's metabolism was extremely strong, especially for a Tongxian realm expert like Luo Cheng. As long as he didn't eat it for a period of time, the poison in his body would be neutralized quickly. Thank you, Xianxia, for your guidance. After understanding the reason and the solution, Luo Cheng heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed. At this moment, he was filled with admiration for this Xianxia. Just by looking at the other party's smithing, he was able to tell that he loved to eat dragon-scaled prawns. Furthermore, he was able to find the reason why he was unable to forge a weapon successfully. He had nothing better to do. As expected of a master teacher, his eye of discernment was extraordinary. The 3 million he spent was worth it. Xianxia, can you give me some pointers on smithing? After understanding the reason, Luo Cheng's mind began to race. He had been stuck as a 1-star intermediate blacksmith for a very long time, unable to break through. Now that there was a master teacher before him, could he make use of this opportunity to receive some pointers from him so that he could break through? Smithing? Not expecting the other party to not leave after solving his problem and instead ask for smithing, Xianxia was taken aback. Honestly speaking, he didn't even know how many steps were required in smithing, so how could he offer pointers? I was being too abrupt. Seeing that the other party didn't reply, Luo Cheng felt awkward. A master teacher only offered pointers to his own student. Since he wasn't related to the other party, it was inappropriate for him to ask for pointers directly. Xianxia waved his hands. Xiaocheng, send the guest out. Master Luo, our old master is going to rest, please leave. Sun Cheng stepped forward. Yes. Luo Cheng nodded his head and bade farewell. It isn't easy to impersonate a master teacher. After Luo Cheng left, Xianxia returned to his room and rubbed his glabella. Formidable master teachers are knowledgeable about many occupations and possess an eye of discernment that is unimaginable to others. Currently, Xianxia was only able to put on an act by relying on the Library of Heaven's Path. If he didn't use it, he would definitely be exposed. I really wonder how those master teachers obtained so much knowledge. There was a limit to a person's energy. Just by participating in the apothecary examination, he knew that the knowledge involved was as vast as the ocean. If he didn't have the Library of Heaven's Path, it would be hard to say if he could even score a single point. True master teachers definitely didn't have such a cheating tool. It was truly a wonder how they managed to pass the examination and obtain so much knowledge. No matter what, I must study properly in the future. The library is ultimately just an external object. A thought popped up in his mind. To him, no matter how formidable the library was, it was just an external object. If he were to rely on it without any knowledge, he might be able to deal with a backward place like Xianxia Kingdom. However, if he were to enter a more flourishing place, he would definitely be exposed. Thus, no matter what, it was important for him to have sufficient knowledge. Once this thought appeared in his mind, Xianxia couldn't help but turn his attention to the Library of Heaven's Path once more. If he were to read the books in the outside world, his learning speed would be extremely slow. However, if he were to read the books in the library, his learning speed would be several times faster. Even though he could browse through the books in the library with just a thought, they weren't his own knowledge. This was similar to Baidu in his previous life. If he encountered any problems, he could search for it. After all, it wasn't something that belonged to his mind, so he couldn't use it easily. Only by memorizing everything in his mind could he be considered as truly knowledgeable. What's that? Entering the library, Xianxia noticed that something was amiss. Unknowingly, a golden book had appeared in the depths of the bookshelves. He was certain that he had never seen this book before. Come over. With a grab, the golden book trembled lightly and landed on his palm. The book was thin and there wasn't much content in it. Casually flipping it open, Xianxia was immediately dumbfounded. There was only a single page, and there wasn't anything on it. It was completely blank. What's the use of this book? Xianxia scratched his head in bewilderment. He had no idea when such a book appeared in the library, nor did he know why the content was completely blank. Forget it for now, I should focus on other content. After studying the golden book for a long time, Xianxia couldn't figure out what use it had. Shaking his head, he turned his attention back to the many books that had been generated in the Library of Heaven's Path. He intended to read them properly and assimilate them into his own knowledge. But before he could do anything, the golden book in his hand suddenly trembled and turned into a brilliant ray of light. Enveloped by the light, the contents of the books in the library instantly poured into his mind. Before Xianxia could react, his vision turned dark, and he fainted. As the Qin residence had an official apothecary, it was extremely famous in Xianxia Kingdom. It could be considered as a prestigious clan. Such a clan didn't lack pills, and everyone should be proud of themselves. Yet, at this moment, it was filled with gloom, and the entire residence was engulfed in a heavy atmosphere. All right, we will follow this rule. No one is allowed to raise any objections. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the clan. In the main hall, Apothecary Xianxia surveyed the surroundings and said bleakly. He was invited to conduct a pill debate with a fellow named Xianxia, but the other party said that he didn't have long to live. Feeling his vitality waning, he was filled with disappointment. As soon as he returned to the clan, he began to make arrangements for his funeral. He was an apothecary. While he was alive, the Qin clan would prosper. However, once he died, the powers who coveted his family's assets would make use of them. It was only a matter of time before the clan fell. Thus, in order to prevent such a thing from happening, he set a rule for his clan members to sell off all their assets, disappear from the capital, and never return. Clan head. Upon hearing those words, the crowd burst into tears. After enjoying a luxurious life, they found it hard to accept the fact that they had to leave their home and this place. All right, stop crying. Chen Song, go and settle it. After which, Apothecary Xianxia waved his hands. Chen Song was his son, and he knew that he didn't have much time left. He had already appointed him as the new clan head. Yes. Chen Song nodded his head. Just as he was about to leave, a young man suddenly walked up to him and whispered something into his ear. Upon hearing those words, Chen Song's eyes lit up and he hurriedly lifted his head. Father. What's wrong? Apothecary Xianxia lifted his teacup and frowned in anger. He had always thought that his son knew what was important. Why was he so disobedient? Didn't he know that the reason why the Qin clan was prosperous was because he was an official apothecary? Without his deterrence, how could they protect the wealth they had earned from forging pills over the years? Father, a master teacher has arrived in the capital. Perhaps he might be able to solve your problem. Seeing the displeasure on his father's face, Chen Song didn't dare to hesitate. Master teacher? Isn't that fake news? Apothecary Xianxia shook his head. If the other party was a true master teacher, how could he, as a one-star apothecary, not have received any news about it? I don't know if it's true or not. Yesterday, when I heard the news, I sent Chen Tao over. Not only did this master teacher Xianxia resolve Ling Tianyu's wife's illness, even Du Miaoshuan of the Du clan knelt at the entrance. Furthermore. And what? Furthermore, in less than 10 minutes, Du Miaoshuan advanced from Dingli realm pinnacle to Tongxian realm expert. Chen Song hurriedly added, more importantly. The head of the blacksmith guild, Luo Chong, also paid a visit to Xianxia. When he came out, he was full of praises for Xianxia, saying that he is a true master teacher. Before he could finish his words, Dang Lang, the teacup in his father's hand fell to the ground. Following which, his lifeless eyes turned crimson, as though there was a flame burning in them. Where is this master teacher? Bring me to him. Now? I also want to sell my family property. Chen Song mumbled. Before he could react, he saw his gloomy father, who looked like he would die at any moment, standing at the door. He waved his hand and shouted, "Sell my ass. Hurry up. Chen Kong." Everyone in the Chen clan. In an instant, the cries in the room stopped. Everyone felt as though an egg was stuffed into their mouths, rendering them speechless. They stared at the clan head, whose attitude had changed drastically, dumbfounded. Pavilion Elder Qian held no authority in Tianxian Kingdom, but his standing was extremely important. Every half a month, Emperor Shenxue would summon him to the royal palace to question him personally. Because he was the eyes of the emperor, he was responsible for tidying up all of the news within the kingdom and compiling them into books for reference. With this information, Emperor Shenxue would be able to maintain his wise and decisive decisions, allowing the kingdom to flourish and not be surrounded by powerful enemies. Thus, even those who held true authority in the kingdom dared not offend him, afraid that he would send false information to them, resulting in the wrath of the royal authority. Today was the day for the compilation of the news. Early in the morning, he came to the designated office. At this moment, the room was already filled with people, and everyone was discussing fervently. How can you all be making such a ruckus? Seeing his subordinates arguing loudly instead of working, Pavilion Elder Qian's face darkened. Yes. Everyone's face darkened and they returned to their seats. Pavilion Elder. A middle-aged man walked over. Did anything important happen in the past few days? Pavilion Elder Qian sat down and lifted his eyelids. This was his job. He would inquire about the importance of the various matters and compile them before deciding whether to report it to the emperor. In the past 10 days, there were 17 one-star matters, 12 two-star matters, and 3 three-star matters. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before passing a report form over. The reported matters were categorized according to their importance. In order to make it easier to read and compile the statistics, they would usually be graded according to their importance. 1 star belonged to the lowest tier and it wasn't important. The higher the star, the more important it would be. 5 star was the highest, and it was equivalent to an invasion of the kingdom, threatening to topple it. Upon hearing the report, Pavilion Elder Qian took the form and looked at it. The northern garrison Xianxia, by Sun, challenged the son of Prime Minister Lu Qing and injured him, resulting in a conflict between the two clans. Evaluation, 1 star. Xiangshu Lu Zhong took in a concubine a few days ago. She is from Tianyu Kingdom, but her identity is unknown. Evaluation, 1 star. 17 members of the Tianxian merchant group were assaulted by bandits at Plum Snow Ridge and they were completely wiped out. The bandits are likely to be the bandits who escaped a few months ago. Evaluation, 1 star. Even though 1 star was a matter of the least importance, it was actually a matter of great importance. Take Bai Sun for example, challenging the son of the Prime Minister. If the matter was not handled properly, it could easily intensify the conflict between the two influential figures in the royal court, leading to unrest in the affairs of the nation. However, these people were clearly used to dealing with such matters. Thus, they didn't show too much emotion on their faces. The evaluation is reasonable. After reading through the 17 one-star matters, Pavilion Elder Qian nodded his head and turned to the second page. Most of the matters recorded on it were 2-star matters. A disaster occurred at the 100 Ridge Mountain in the southwest, causing thousands of people to lose their homes. Currently, the situation has been stabilized. Evaluation, 2-star. Xianxia Money Vault issued the latest gold banknotes. The largest denomination has been changed to 1,000,000 each. Evaluation, 2-star. Marquis of Huainan reached Tongxian Realm Advanced Stage and became one of the top 10 experts in the kingdom. Evaluation, 2-star. These matters were related to the politics of the kingdom, and their importance was clearly greater than that of a 1-star matter. After looking through the 12 2-star matters, Pavilion Elder Qian nodded his head once more. There were no problems with the evaluations, and they were reasonable and orderly. He flipped to the third page and looked at the highest 3-star event. The Teacher Guild has dismissed the head of Hongtian Academy's Education Bureau, Elder Shang Chen, from his position. They have determined that Zhang Xianlaosher has failed in his teacher qualification examination in the previous semester. Evaluation, 3-star. 12 days later, Zhang Xianlaosher and Lu Sunlaosher will conduct the teacher evaluation. Evaluation, 3-star. The matter regarding the Teacher Guild and the Academy will be automatically increased by 1 star. Since Lu Sunlaosher is the person with the highest possibility of becoming a master teacher in the entire Tianxian kingdom, he will be automatically increased by 1 star as well. Not bad. After looking through them, Pavilion Elder Qian nodded his head. That's not a problem, yes, the middle-aged man's face was full of hesitation. What is it? Pavilion Elder Qian raised his eyebrows. Something happened in the past 2 days. We are unable to evaluate the star level. We were just discussing this. The middle-aged man said. Oh? Pavilion Elder Qian turned to look at Zhang Xian. 3 days ago, a person named Yang Xian came to the capital. He claims to be a master teacher and cured Ling Tianyu's wife's illness. The middle-aged man said. Oh, I have heard of this matter and even went to the Teacher Guild to check on it. There is no record of this person's name in the kingdom's records. Most likely, it is just a gimmick created by Ling Tianyu, so there is no need to pay it any heed. How about this? I will rank it as a 1-star incident. Pavilion Elder Qian said. Every single master teacher was like a star, the center of attention. As long as there was a master teacher in a kingdom, the overall strength of the kingdom would soar. If the other party was truly a master teacher, how could he have come to the capital without anyone knowing? 1-star incident. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that it isn't that simple. If he had only cured Ling Tianyu's wife, a 1-star incident would suffice. However, just yesterday, Elder Du Miaoxuan of the Du clan of the 4 great clans knelt at the entrance of the other party's residence for an entire day. Roughly 10 minutes after entering, when he came out, he had already broken through from Fighter 5 Dan Dingli Realm Pinnacle to Tongxian Realm. What? His strength soared? Pavilion Elder Qian was taken aback. With a grim expression, he said, if that's the case, then it can be classified as a 2-star incident. Yesterday afternoon, the guild leader of the Blacksmith Guild, Lord Luo Chong, entered the residence. After he left, his face was glowing and he was full of praises, saying that he is a true master teacher. Ignoring the other party's evaluation, the middle-aged man continued. Luo Chong, Pavilion Elder Qian abruptly stood up and his eyes widened. Who is Luo Chong, the guild leader of the Blacksmith Guild, one of the most powerful figures in Tianxian Kingdom? If even he thinks so, could it be that this Yang Xian is a true master teacher? Then, this matter can be classified as a 3-star incident, Pavilion Elder Qian couldn't help but say. Before he could finish his words, the middle-aged man's voice sounded once more. This morning, the guild leader of the Apothecary Guild, Ouyang Qing, and Apothecary Chen Shao also arrived at the residence. However, they were stopped at the entrance by the butler. Not only did they refuse to leave, they didn't even complain about it. This. Pavilion Elder Qian's face reddened and paled. His body staggered. This is a 4-star, no, a 5-star incident. Hurry up and write this down. I want to report it to His Majesty as soon as possible. 5-star? Is there no need to confirm it? 5-star incident? It had been decades since such an incident had appeared in Tianxian Kingdom. Upon hearing Pavilion Elder Qian's words, the faces of the crowd, who were still discussing how it was impossible to determine the level of the other party, froze and a commotion broke out. You said that even guild leader Luo Cheng was full of praises for him? Du Miaoshuan even knelt for an entire day. When he left, not only was he in high spirits, his cultivation had even increased. Looks like we have guessed wrongly. That Xianxia is definitely a true master teacher. Only a true master teacher can make Du Miaoshuan kneel down willingly and earn guild leader Luo Cheng's respect. Hurry up and prepare a name card, I want to pay him a visit. What? The young resident refuses to meet anyone? If one wishes to meet Xianxia, one has to pay 3 million in gold notes, and it's non-refundable? That's a good idea. Everyone wants to meet a master teacher. If he were to meet anyone, Xianxia wouldn't be able to do anything else. With a threshold, he would be able to stop those with ulterior motives. Such a situation occurred in almost all of the major clans in the capital. Everyone was horrified. Those who thought that Xianxia was a fraud fell silent. After being unconscious for an unknown period of time, Xianxia opened his eyes once more. This. Upon waking up, the first thing he felt was an innumerable amount of knowledge appearing in his mind. All of the books that were enveloped by the Golden Book previously had been imprinted in his mind. This Golden Book can convert the knowledge in the Library of Heaven's Path into mine? Xianxia was filled with disbelief. In the past, he could only flip through the books in the Library of Heaven's Path, so the knowledge within was still in the books and not imprinted in his mind. But now, all of the knowledge was imprinted in his mind, becoming a part of his memories. In other words, even if he didn't use the Library of Heaven's Path, he already had a clear understanding of pill forging and cultivation. He was a true apothecary. Where is that Golden Book? Focusing his attention, Xianxia hurriedly looked at the Library of Heaven's Path. The Golden Book was still there, but when he flipped it open, it was empty. The only blank page had disappeared. This. Xianxia blinked his eyes in shock. The disappearance of the golden page and the sudden acquisition of so much knowledge, it seemed like the golden page did have such an effect. I wonder how this Golden Book was formed. This method of converting knowledge is simply too fast. Originally, even if the speed of learning in the Library of Heaven's Path was very fast, it would take at least a few months to memorize all of the hundreds of thousands of books that had been collected over the past few days. But now, with a single flash of light from the golden page, all of the books had become his own knowledge, making it extremely easy to learn. He actually fainted for an entire night? Waking up from the joy of obtaining knowledge, he looked outside and could not help but be speechless. He had fainted for an entire night. Just as he was about to look for something to eat, he saw the butler, Sun Cheng, walk in. Master, the Alchemist Guild's guild leader Ouyangqing and alchemist Qin Shao are here to pay you a visit. Ouyangqing? Apothecary Qin Shao? Xianxia was stunned. He was currently master teacher Xianxia, not apothecary Xianxia. He didn't know the other party at all, so why was he here? That's right. Furthermore, they have been waiting outside for 4 hours. Sun Chong said speechlessly. This old master sure can sleep. He went back as soon as the sky turned dark yesterday and only woke up when the sun was high in the sky today. Just the thought of it made him want to faint. Not daring to disturb them, he could only tell the other party that the old master was resting. Who knew that the two of them would not allow him to disturb them and instead wait outside for 4 hours? They sure have some stamina. Master, Apothecary Qin Shao has already handed over the 3 million gold coins. Do you, let them in? Xianxia gestured. Sun Chong walked out. Not too long later, guild leader Ouyang and Apothecary Qin Shao walked in. Paying respect to Xianxia. Not daring to put on airs, the two of them walked into the room and bowed. Apothecary Qin Shao wanted to come over himself, but after thinking about it, he felt that his reputation was lacking. Thus, he dragged Ouyangqing along as well. There's no need to stand on ceremony. For the two of you to look for me so early in the morning, if I'm not wrong, it should be because Apothecary Qin Shao doesn't have much time left and is looking for a solution. Xianxia was perplexed as to why the two of them would come here. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind and he recalled something. This Qin Shao was surrounded by the death aura of the curse and he didn't have much time left. Previously, during the pill debate, he felt that the other party was a traitor and wasn't worth saving. Thus, he didn't say anything. Most probably, this fellow couldn't find a solution and came over upon hearing that a master teacher had appeared. This was good as well. He could make him bleed and take revenge for the person who entrusted him with the mission. He suddenly recalled that when Xianxia and Apothecary Xianxia heard those words, they nearly kneeled down in fright and fainted on the spot. Don't master teachers have to practice battle techniques or forge pills first? At the very least, they have to take one's pulse before they can see the root of the problem. Why did they say at the moment they met? Is this still a discerning eye? Even fortune-telling, isn't this incredible? At the same time, Apothecary Xianxiao's face paled and he felt anxious. To be able to see through it with a single look, how serious is my illness, would he not be able to survive until tomorrow? Where's the cauldron? Did you throw it away? Also, if you don't fulfill your promise to others and think that the other party is dead, don't you think that it is a disgrace to your identity as an apothecary? Not seeing the shocked expression of the duo, Xianxia recalled the contents of the book and continued. Seeing that no one replied, he lifted his head and saw that Xianxia and Apothecary Xianxiao had turned pale, as though they had been petrified. Especially the latter, his entire body was convulsing. Unable to hold it in any longer, his knees gave way and he knelt to the floor. Xianxia, save me. I beg of you, Xianxia, save me. Apothecary Xianxiao was scared out of his wits. No one knew that he had obtained a cauldron. Back then, even Xianxia had only deduced that he had obtained a treasure from the corpse of a dead person. Yet, the young man before him actually spoke of it without even checking his pulse or looking at the person before him. Are you a deity, otherwise? How did you know? Is what Xianxia said true? Even though Xianxia didn't know how Apothecary Xianxiao came into contact with the aura of death, upon seeing his expression, he knew that there was nothing wrong with what Xianxia said. He couldn't help but feel admiration for the other party. Without needing to do anything, with just a look, he was able to deduce the illness and cause of the illness. That was unbelievable. Seeing their shocked expressions, Xianxia recalled that he was master teacher Xianxia and didn't recognize the two of them. Clearing his throat to conceal his awkwardness, he said, saving you is simple. First, bury the cauldron together with your friend. Then, complete the task that he entrusted to you. Finally, get some pills with sufficient spiritual energy to consume. After recuperating for half a year, you should be fine. Actually, it wasn't difficult to solve the other party's problem. He wasn't really dying, but he was cursed. As long as he completed the task seriously and didn't come into contact with the cauldron, the power of the curse would weaken and he would recover in time. Thank you, Xianxia, for your guidance. Hearing that he could be saved, Apothecary Xianxiao hurriedly nodded without any doubt. To be able to see through the crux of the illness with a single look, he was definitely able to solve it. Knowing the solution, there was no need for the two of them to stay any longer. Thus, they turned around and left. Even after walking out of the door, Apothecary Xianxiao still felt as if he was dreaming. The matter that made him so worried for the past few days that he didn't hesitate to sell his assets and move his entire family was solved just like that? There's no need to think too much about it. A single word from a master teacher is worth 1,000 gold. Even though his words sounded simple, he was actually able to find the right remedy for the illness. It's impossible for others to imitate his words. Seeing the doubt in the other party's eyes, Xianxia glanced behind him in admiration and remarked. Apothecary Xianxiao and guild leader Xianxia had also entered the courtyard. After which, their exit became the matter of utmost concern to the various powers. These two apothecaries didn't even enter for 5 minutes before leaving? Could it be that there's a problem that they haven't solved yet? Investigate this matter carefully. See what kind of problem these two apothecaries encountered that required them to consult a master teacher. You're saying that Apothecary Xianxiao had already held a funeral at home and even wrote a will, intending to sell off his assets. After returning from meeting Xianxia, he immediately changed the white cloth to red and celebrated as though nothing had happened. Suffering from a chronic illness, he could die at any moment. Yet, after meeting Xianxia for less than 5 minutes, he was able to resolve his illness. Looks like we were all wrong. The most we know is the title and reputation of a one-star master teacher. Given how incredible this Xianxia is, could it be that he has already surpassed one star? Beyond one-star master teacher? When the news spread, the entire city was shocked. Today, the name of Xianxia resounding throughout the entire city. With the rise in his reputation, the Xianxia master teacher that Xianxia was impersonating had a lot of free time on his hands. 3 million gold coins. Even though there were quite a few wealthy people in Tianjin City, there weren't many of them who could take out such a sum of money and give it to others without any qualms. If not for the fact that they were facing a problem that they couldn't solve, they wouldn't dare to disturb the peace of a master teacher. After guild leader Ouyang and apothecary Qin Shao left, the courtyard fell silent once more. After resting for an entire morning, Xianxia removed his disguise and returned to the academy. Teacher, Huang Yu Xiaojia is looking for you. She is waiting for you in the classroom. Before he could return to the classroom, Yuan Tao walked up to him. Why is she looking for me? Xianxia was taken aback. Knowing that Yuan Tao wouldn't be able to answer his question, he decided not to probe further. Returning to the classroom, he saw Huang Yu Xiaojia standing in the room. Her silence was reminiscent of a painting. The reason why she was able to become a master teacher apprentice wasn't just because she was the daughter of the guild leader of the teacher guild. Her calm disposition naturally left others with a good impression of her. As expected, when she stood in the room, Xingyang, Yuan Tao, and the others would shoot glances at her from time to time. Xiaoya was so infuriated that she wanted to smash her head against the wall. I am in no way inferior to Wang Ying, alright? Why didn't I see him sneaking glances at us during lessons, damn it? Master Zhang. Ignoring the thoughts of these young ladies, upon seeing him, Huang Yu's eyes lit up and she hurried over. Huang Xiaojia, is there anything you need from me? Xianxia was perplexed. Master Lu wants me to invite you over. Huang Yu clasped her fist. Could it be that he wants to bring me to the royal palace's book collection vault? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Previously, Lu Chen had promised to bring him to the royal palace's book collection vault to search for Pixue realm's secret manuals. However, as Emperor Shenjue wasn't in the capital, he dropped the matter. Now that he had sent Huang Yu over, there should be some progress in the matter. No. Huang Yu said awkwardly, Master Lu wants to assess Bai Sun and me. He intends to have you as a judge. Judge? Xianxia was stunned. Both Huang Yu and Bai Sun want Master Lu Chen's ink daily painting. The latter has given a rule that it will be given to the one who has a deeper understanding of painting. This is precisely the reason why the two of them came to look for Xianxia a few days ago to seek his guidance on painting. However, how could Xianxia possibly know anything about painting? Thus, he could only speak a few words casually. In the end, the two of them treated it as though they have obtained a treasure and studied it wholeheartedly. This should be the final examination. That's right. Master Lu knows that you have a deep understanding of painting, and he knows that you are able to give the most pertinent comments. Thus, he sent me here to invite you over. Huang Yu said. Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. He didn't even know what a brush was, and yet he was making such a critical judgment. Master Lu really thought highly of him. However, since he had received benefits from the other party and hoped to use the other party to enter the kingdom's book collection vault, he naturally could not refuse. In addition, Huang Yu had helped a lot in the matter of the Enlightenment Will trial. Alright, as long as you don't think I'm talking nonsense. When do we start? Nodding his head, Xianxia agreed. We agreed to start at noon, but you weren't around. However, we should be able to make it if we head over now. Huang Yu said. Noon? Xianxia was taken aback. By the time he woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. After waiting for a long time, he finally walked out leisurely. It was already noon. Wasn't it a little too rushed to start the trial today? Huang Yu nodded her head. All right then. Seeing how determined the other party was to bring him along, Xianxia knew that it was useless to reject her. Thus, he could only leave some instructions to his students and follow her out of the academy. I know that painting is difficult to learn, but the competition doesn't seem to be easy either. Along the way, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. He had never heard of a painting competition, so he didn't know the rules. After all, he couldn't possibly ask her and Bai Sun to paint at the same time and compare them. Huang Yu was from the teacher guild, and she was an apprentice master teacher as well. Even if she didn't specialize in painting, she was definitely skilled in it. As for Bai Sun, it was really hard for him to imagine a fellow who only knew how to compete. The examination was decided by Master Lu and Master Yuanyu. Bai Sun and I didn't know about it beforehand, so we aren't too sure about the details of the examination. Huang Yu shook her head. Master Yuanyu? Xianxia looked at her doubtfully. Wasn't this fellow a famous physician in Tianqian Royal City? Why did he decide on the rules of painting? Not only is Master Yuanyu a master physician, he is also skilled in painting as well. Even Master Lu is full of praises for him. His river bird painting, which draws the flow of the clear river, is extremely lifelike. While painting on a boat, it actually attracted the attention of the birds, causing them to chirp incessantly. Huang Yu's eyes glowed in admiration. He's that incredible? Xianxia was astonished. He had heard of Master Yuanyu ever since he accepted Wang Ying as his disciple. All along, he thought that the other party was just a physician. He didn't expect that he would be so skilled in painting as well. To be able to attract real birds to his painting, it was clear that he wasn't too far off from Master Lu Chen. Indeed. This time, not only did Master Lu invite you, he invited him as well. He said that it would only be fair if the three of them were to be the judges. Huang Yu said. Xianxia nodded his head. Since there were two true master painters in the examination, he was just here to make up the numbers. All he had to do was to follow the crowd and there was no need for him to be so nervous. In any case, he knew nothing about painting. The reason why he was able to subdue Master Lu previously was due to the Library of Heaven's Path. Later on, he would just speak less in case he gave himself away. The two of them chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at Master Lu Chen's residence. Before they could reach it, the butler, Uncle Cheng, walked up to them. Master Zhang, Huang Xiaojia, why are you only here now? Master Yuanyu said that he had to visit someone in the afternoon, and he couldn't wait any longer. I was the one who made Huang Xiaojia wait for so long. Xianxia said apologetically. The other party had set a meeting at noon, but it was a pity that he hadn't been in the academy for the past few days, so it wasn't easy to find him. Please. Hearing Xianxia's words, Uncle Cheng didn't dare to say anything else. He beckoned the two of them forward. Having his own residence, Xianxia felt a different feeling when he returned here. Even though it was simple and elegant, the details were exquisite. Compared to the rented residence, it paled in comparison. They weren't even on the same level. Of course, if the rented residence was really renovated by a master teacher, it wouldn't look like that. After all, the residence of a merchant couldn't possibly be comparable to that of a master painter. Following behind Uncle Cheng, they soon arrived at the guest hall. Lifting his gaze, he saw Master Lu Chen and an elder drinking tea opposite one another. The flamboyant Bai Sun was hiding by the side, looking around anxiously. Upon seeing the two of them, he was immediately overjoyed and stepped forward to welcome them. Master Zhang, you're here. Xianxia nodded his head and looked at Master Yuanyu, whose name had shaken the entire capital. He seemed to be in his 60s or 70s, and he had a snowy white beard. Even though he wasn't young, his eyes were brimming with vigor, giving off an energetic vibe. As expected of a physician, to possess such vigor despite his age, he lived up to his reputation. Little brother, you're here. Master Lu Chen stood up with a smile. Master Lu Chen. Xianxia clasped his fist. Come, let me introduce you. This is Master Yuanyu, as well as my close friend, a master painter. Lu Chen smiled as he introduced the both of them. Yuanyu, this is the little brother Xianxia whom I have been talking about. Even though he is young, his mastery in painting is probably not beneath yours or mine. Master, you're too kind. I was just, casually speaking, casually learning. Xianxia hurriedly replied. The reason why he was able to decipher Master Lu's painting the previous time was because he had a powerful cheating device with him. If he were to really observe it for 3 years, he wouldn't be able to discern anything. There is no age in learning, only those who are more capable can become the teacher. To be able to see through Lu Chen's summer-autumn painting, and Qi howling to the heavens, and point out the flaws in them, your eye of discernment is already commendable. There are fewer and fewer youngsters like you in the world. Master Yuanyu spoke. His voice was calm and clear, and it carried a faint warmth. It seemed like he had heard about Xianxia from Lu Chen. His dark eyes were filled with curiosity. You're too kind. Xianxia clasped his fist once more. Only at this moment did he know the names of the 2 paintings. If Lu Chen and Yuanyu were to know of his thoughts, they would definitely spurt blood. When painters paint, they would leave behind their names, all kinds of calligraphy, and handwriting on their paintings. Even after the passing of time, their names would still remain in the annals of history. Precisely because of this, when he looked at the 2 paintings, there was a name on them. It was just that the name was written in a unique handwriting favored by painters, and it was extremely illegible as well. Even apprentice painters would be able to understand the handwriting, but he couldn't recognize it. In fact, he didn't even know that it was the name of the painting. To be a master at this level. To be shameless enough to admit it, of course, when he came into contact with the painting previously, the Library of Heaven's Path must have marked the name of the painting as well. Back then, he was only thinking of how to avoid being questioned, so he didn't notice it. The few of them exchanged a few more pleasantries. It must be said that this Master Yuanyu was rather easy to get along with. If it was anyone else, they would surely look down on Xianxia upon seeing how young he was. However, not only did he not do so, he even looked at him with admiration. Alright, since everyone is here, let's begin. Master Lu Chen stroked his beard. Yes. Huang Yu and Bai Sun nodded their heads. There is only one copy of the ink daylily canvas, and I can only give it to one of you. That's why I came up with this test. Firstly, I don't wish to give the painting to someone who doesn't understand painting. Secondly, I wish to temper you all, especially Bai Sun. Master Lu Chen looked at the 2 of them and said calmly. Given his identity, even though he cherished the ink daylily canvas, he would definitely bestow it upon a junior's request. The reason why he came up with this test was to allow the 2 of them to come into contact with painting and learn from it. He had devoted his entire life to painting, and he had even devoted all of his youth to it. Seeing that there was no one to inherit his legacy, he naturally felt anxious. Thus, when Huang Yu and Bai Sun came to request for him, he made use of this opportunity to set the rules so that they could learn from him. Perhaps, he might be able to impart painting to them in the future. In his words, everyone was practicing martial arts, and there were fewer and fewer youngsters who were interested in painting. If he didn't do anything about it, this occupation might be lost forever. At the same time, this also served to temper Bai Sun. That fellow had an impatient temper, and he preferred to settle matters with his fists. Learning more painting could help him temper his temperament. Otherwise, with such an impatient personality, how could he inherit the throne and fight for the royal family in the future? However, you have only come into contact with painting for a short period of time. If you were to draw now, not only would it be ineffective, it would also be an insult to the profession of painting. Thus, Yuanyu and I discussed for a moment and came up with a test method. Huang Yu and Bai Sun had only come into contact with painting for less than a month. If they were to draw now, what could they possibly draw? If they were to do so, they would surely be embarrassed. Thus, Master Lu Chen's test wasn't for them to draw. At this point, he chuckled before continuing, that is. I, Yuanyu, and little brother Xianxia will create the painting. The rest of you will appraise and comment on the painting, and the one whose comments are the most pertinent will take the ink daylily canvas. Draw? Xianxia, who was sipping on his tea and intending to make up the numbers, staggered upon hearing those words. He nearly spat out the tea in his mouth onto the old man's face. You must be joking. I am just a bystander. You want me to draw? Are you testing them or testing me? I don't even know how to hold a brush, what am I supposed to draw? I don't think there's a need for me to draw. With a depressed expression, Xianxia said. Don't reject it. Many literary gatherings require one to compose poems. It's rare that you and brother Yuanyu are here, so let's have an exchange through painting as well. This way, we can show these juniors the true charm of painting. Perhaps, they might really take a liking to it and become a master in the future. Master Lu Chen stroked his beard and chuckled. Xianxia was on the verge of tears. Are you listening to my words seriously? What I mean is that I don't want to participate in any painting competition. Yet, you want to have an exchange through painting. Communicate my ass. Cough cough, there's really no need for that. The two of you can just draw. Look, I didn't prepare anything today. Xianxia could only make his words clearer. I have already prepared the brush, ink, paper and inkstone. Little brother, there's no need for you to be so reserved. Just treat this as your own home and draw as you wish. This is also a good opportunity for them to broaden their horizons. Master Lu Chen continued. Reserved? Broaden their horizons? That's not what I'm talking about, alright? Alright, Ah Chung, prepare the brush, ink, paper and inkstone. Little you and Bai Sun, when we are drawing, take a good look and learn from us. Lu Chen thought that he was embarrassed and waved his hand with a smile. Yes. Butler Ching waved his hand, and several maids brought in 3 sets of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, placing them in front of him. Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. He doesn't even know how to draw with a pencil, let alone a brush. If he had known that today's test would be like this, he would never have come. Let's make friends through painting, so there's no need to set a topic. After the preparations are done, Master Lu Chen looks at Master Yuanyu with a smile. Brother Yuanyu, since you are a guest, you should go first. Alright, I'll embarrass myself. Stroking his beard, Master Yuanyu smiled. Standing before the table, he picked up a brush and pondered for a moment before starting to paint. His brush moved like dragons and snakes. Originally, his face was full of kindness, but as soon as he started painting, his temperament changed. He was like a great master who was difficult to find a soulmate in the mountains and rivers, making people admire him. Painting is divided into 4 levels, namely reality depiction, spiritual painting, infused intentions, and breathtaking beauty. Reality depiction refers to the recording of facts. The painting is no different from the scenery seen in real life. Although the painting is vivid, it is the lowest level. As Master Yuanyu started to paint, Lu Chen explained to the crowd with a smile. Spiritual painting refers to the scenery being painted. It is no longer rigid, but contains spiritual energy, making one feel as though it is alive. For example, if you were to paint a fish, you would feel as though the fish is alive, as though it would come to life at any moment. The 3rd level is infused intentions. Infused intentions is the start of the brush, and the intention is present in the painting. At this level, before one can paint, one must first have the intent in one's heart. Only then can the painting be able to move one's heart, causing one to be immersed in it. My Summer-Autumn Painting and Qi Xiong Howling to the Heavens are fortunate enough to have reached this level. Thus, when one looks at it, it feels as though the painting is unfurled before one's eyes, making one feel as though one is immersed in it. Brother Yuanyu and I have both reached this level. If we are lucky, we might be able to create a painting of the 4th level. The 4th level, breathtaking beauty, refers to a breathtaking painting. The people and objects in the painting possess an aura that makes it impossible to differentiate between animals and savage beasts. Xiao Yu's daylily painting is such, and Brother Yuanyu's river bird painting is also such. Oh. Xianxia nods his head. He thought that in painting, whoever can paint a realistic painting would be able to do so. However, after hearing Yuanyu's explanation, he realizes that painting a realistic painting is only at the lowest level. Only when a painting possesses its own spirit and contains a unique intent, can it be considered as a true famous painting. In the midst of their conversation, the painting under Master Yuanyu's brush gradually unfurls. It is a painting of a forest and sparrows. In the silent forest, 2 birds are flying about. Even though they are motionless in the air, it feels as though the birds are chirping loudly, causing one to feel as though they are in the forest. Master Lu, could this be the painting of the infused intentions realm? Huang Yu can't help but ask. To be able to give off such a feeling, it means that this painting already contains an extremely deep intent, causing one to be unable to part with it. Master Lu Chen nods his head. This painting has indeed reached the infused intentions realm. However, it is only at the beginning. As for why I say so, I still need you all to appraise it. Whoever can answer correctly will be the winner. Yes. Huang Yu and Bai Sun focus their gazes on him. Not too long later, Master Yuanyu stops his brush. The painting of the forest and sparrows has been completed. Hee, after not painting for a long time, my brushwork has become rusty. I have embarrassed myself. Putting down his brush, Master Yuanyu chuckles. Lu Chen, it's your turn. All right. Master Lu Chen doesn't turn down his request. He walks over to the table and starts moving his brush, causing the ink to seep through the paper. Even though they are both third-level master painters, Lu Chen is clearly more proficient in painting and his strokes are smoother. His painting is of a river and a small boat is floating on it. There are no raging waves, no storm, and yet, it gives one the feeling as though the boat is moving against the wind, fighting against the huge waves. Even though the person on the boat has only drawn 2 strokes, it carries with it a sense of fearlessness and determination, causing one's blood to boil. Brother Lu is still a notch above me. Before finishing the painting, Master Yuanyu couldn't help but feel impressed. Even though he is skilled in painting and has a great reputation, he is still lacking compared to Lu Chen. The painting of the forest and sparrows isn't weak, and the concept behind it isn't bad either. However, if one were to examine it carefully, it is still lacking compared to Lu Chen's painting. He is only able to depict the silence and commotion of the forest, but the other party is able to reveal the inner conflict within. His standard is much higher than Lu Chen. How is it? Are you able to see anything? After lamenting, Master Yuanyu looks at Bai Sun and Huang Yu with a smile. I can see that Master Lu used 3 painting methods and 12 brush strokes in his flowing river painting. There seems to be traces of the famous painter Xianxia from 80 years ago as well. Huang Yu ponders for a moment before saying. Xianxia is a famous female painter in Tianxian Kingdom. Her brush strokes are exquisite and she specializes in painting landscapes, especially water. She is known as the #1 painter in Tianxian Kingdom in the past 300 years. I can see it too. Bai Sun hurriedly added. You do have a good eye. Master Yuanyu nods his head with a smile. 3 painting methods? 12 brush strokes? Xianxia is speechless. In his view, this Master Lu Chen is just randomly drawing with a brush. There is nothing special about it. Even though he has converted all of the books he has read since his reincarnation into his own knowledge through the Golden Book, most of them are related to cultivation techniques, battle techniques, and pill forging. He has never read any books related to painting, so he knows nothing about it. Haha, Brother Yuanyu is too humble. In the time it takes for them to speak, Master Lu Chen has also finished drawing the flowing river painting. Chuckling, he walks over and says, I have been traveling along the Benma River for the past few days, and after accumulating a lot of emotions, I was able to express my feelings. Brother Yuanyu spends most of your time treating patients, so you don't have as much free time as I do. If you were to open your mind and immerse yourself in painting like me, I might really be unable to catch up to you. Painting is all about talent. It is because I feel that my talent is inferior to yours that I chose to walk down the path of medicine. Master Yuanyu shakes his head. Alright, there's no need for us 2 old fellows to flatter each other here. If we want to talk about true talent, we have to talk about little brother Xianxia. Despite not even being 20 years old, he already possesses such a profound understanding of painting. I believe that in terms of painting, he won't lose out to the 2 of us. Master Lu Chen shakes his head with a smile. Looking over, he makes a pleased gesture and says, now that the both of us are done, Brother Xianxia, you can start. Voila. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's gazes turned to him in unison. Master Yuanyu nods his head with curiosity in his eyes. He has heard of Xianxia's matter from Lu Chen. Even though he doesn't doubt the latter's words, when he sees how young the other party is, he still finds it hard to believe. Painting was different from martial arts in that it wasn't just a matter of talent. It required one to have a deep understanding of life, and only then would one be able to comprehend more and more. Even for Xianxia, it was only after treating countless patients and gaining new insights that he was able to advance his painting skills by leaps and bounds to reach his current level. This Xianxia isn't even 20 yet. Even if he is naturally suited for painting, he would at most have a solid foundation and reach the level of reality depiction. If he wants to reach spiritual canvas and infused intentions. Of course, he didn't say those words out loud. After all, it is impolite of him to do so. At this moment, upon hearing that Master Lu Chen wants him to paint, he couldn't help but want to see what level this fellow has reached. Even Bai Sun and Huang Yu's eyes are filled with excitement. Xianxia displayed his prowess previously. He was able to see through the mistakes and loopholes in the painting, and he was able to point out the flaws in the painting. They are also curious to know what level this Miss Zhang, who isn't much older than them, has reached for Master Lu Chen to be convinced. Me? Seeing everyone's earnest gazes, Xianxia feels a headache coming on. Initially, he thought that the other party was just casually asking him to paint. How can he paint if he doesn't know anything? He can't possibly draw a little chick, add a halo, and call it the divine bird phoenix. If he were to do so, he might not even be able to leave today. He would definitely be beaten to death. This. Can I take a look at the book before painting? Scratching his head, Xianxia suppresses his awkwardness. Reading books? Lu Chen and Yuanyu glanced at one another in bewilderment. We asked you to paint anything you want, as long as you display your true strength. Reading books, what does this have to do with painting? By the side, Bai Sun and Huang Yu, who were prepared to witness Xianxia display his prowess, were dumbfounded. To only think of reading books when you are about to paint. Isn't it a little too late, more importantly? Brother, given your current level, is there any use in reading books? Yes. Seeing the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Xianxia suppressed his embarrassment. He was truly out of ideas. Painting, he wanted to be an expert who could paint the 3rd level and 4th level in an instant and display his prowess. But the current him. He couldn't even hold a brush properly. He didn't even know how to use a brush. How could he paint? The Library of Heaven's Path was capable of seeing through all flaws and duplicating all books for its own use. However, it was impossible for him to become a true master painter in an instant. Unless he saw enough painting methods to form a unique Heaven's Path manual. The Library of Heaven's Path was a compilation of the correct methods, allowing him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. It was extremely simple. If it was feasible, he might really become an expert within a short period of time. What kind of books do you want to read? Could it be that you have reached a bottleneck in painting? After a long moment, Master Lu Chen couldn't help but ask. Just like martial arts, there would be bottlenecks in painting as well. Many people were able to reach the 3rd level in just a few years, but there were even more who were unable to reach the 1st level in their entire lives. He was truly unable to understand what was going on. After hesitating for a moment, he thought that the person before him might have reached a bottleneck and was seeking a breakthrough. Otherwise, why would he only read books when he wanted to paint? These two things were completely unrelated and had nothing to do with each other. That's not it, it's that I am still unable to freely change my state of mind. Every time I paint, I have to read a large number of books to calm myself down. Only then would I be able to produce a painting of higher quality. After a moment, Xianxia came up with an excuse. After all, he couldn't possibly tell them that he didn't even know how to hold a brush properly, and that he wanted to read books. Because he wanted to learn. If he really said this out loud, he would probably be beaten to death on the spot as a lunatic. Painting was much more difficult than martial arts. To reach the level of Lu Chen and Yuanyu, one would need decades of hard work, countless scraps of paper, and innumerable brushes to achieve it. To want to learn everything just by reading a few books. Wasn't this a dream? Even if you want to lie, you have to find a more reliable one. A good piece of work is related to one's state of mind, luck, and opportunities. You're so young. If you can't adjust your state of mind, it'll be difficult for you to produce a good piece of work. Master Yuanyu nodded his head in agreement. Master Lu Chen didn't object either. Painting was a form of art, not a fist. How much strength could one exert? Even if one's condition wasn't good, one could still fight with 80 to 90% of one's strength. If he couldn't find the right state, no matter how good the painting was, it would only have form but no spirit. It couldn't be considered a treasure. This is a habit of mine. Just as Xianxia was about to continue explaining, he didn't expect that the two masters wouldn't refute him anymore. However, he came to a sudden realization. Art doesn't discriminate between worlds. Back then, when Wang Shiji wrote the preface to the Orchid Pavilion, he wrote it in a drunken stupor. When he sobered up and tried to rewrite it, he realized that he was unable to surpass it. This was the state of mind. Take Master Yuanyu for example. His most formidable painting was the river bird painting. Even if he were to be given a brush and paper, he would definitely be unable to produce it. Everyone has their pinnacle works, and many aspects are involved in it. It was reasonable for him to say that he wasn't in the right state of mind at the moment and wanted to readjust through books. Lu Chen, don't you have quite a few secret manuals on painting in your study? Let Xianxia enter to take a look. We'll wait here for him to readjust his state of mind before displaying his painting skills to us. Master Yuanyu said. My study? The corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched. The previous time this fellow achieved a breakthrough, his study was in a complete mess. Even now, he was still traumatized by it. However, he was also interested to see what level the other party had reached. Thus, he nodded his head, Ah Cheng, bring Xianxia over. Thank you, master. Seeing that he had managed to fool the other party, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He followed butler Uncle Cheng back to the study. The previous time he was here, he was looking for Fighter 6 Dan Pishui Realm secret manuals. This time, he was here to browse through books on painting. Even he didn't expect it. Xianxia walked into the study. The atmosphere in the lounge was a little weird. Readjusting one's state of mind through reading. Master Lu, why haven't I heard of such a precedent before? Huang Yu couldn't help but ask. As an assistant master teacher, she was knowledgeable. Honestly speaking, she had never seen such a bizarre action in her life. Readjusting one's state of mind differs from person to person. It's hard to say. Lu Chen didn't reply. Master Yuanyu pondered for a moment before speaking. Actually, it has to do with habit. In the past, there was an expert who sold firewood before he became famous. I know. Master, are you talking about Elder Lu Chai? Bison asked. Elder Lu Chai's original name was Lu Chuan. As he sold firewood for a living before he became famous, he was known as Lu Chai. Reaching Tongxian realm pinnacle, he rarely met a match in the entire Tianxian kingdom. From an ordinary firewood seller to an expert whose name shook the entire kingdom, Elder Lu Chai had always been an inspiration to the younger generation. Many people knew of his deeds. That's right, it's Elder Lu Chai. You all know that he cultivated assiduously before he rose to fame, but what you don't know is that he had to readjust his state of mind before a battle. And the method he used to readjust his state of mind was to chop firewood. He would often lock himself in his room and chop firewood for an entire day to bring his state of mind to its peak. Now that Brother Yuanyu mentioned it, I remember a famous expert 100 years ago known as river raising with a single sword, solitary swordsman Wu Jiangping. I heard that. He was a bamboo weaver before he rose to fame. Before a battle, he readjusted his state of mind through weaving bamboo weaves. This was the reason why he became so powerful and feared by everyone. Master Lu Chen said. Indeed, there are many such examples. It isn't strange for Xianxia to readjust his state of mind, just that. At this point, Yuanyu paused. Brother Yuanyu, feel free to speak your mind. Lu Chen looked at him with a smile. While you were painting, I took a closer look at him and asked Huang Yu and Bison about it. I realized that he seemed to be completely ignorant of painting. In fact, he didn't seem to be able to tell anything at all. Recalling the previous matter, Yuanyu shook his head. Brother Lu, you said that he was able to see through your summer-autumn painting, and Qi Xiong howling to the heavens, so he shouldn't have such an expression. Master Yuanyu was a physician and he specialized in observation. Upon seeing Master Lu Chen's painting, Xianxia was astonished. Even though he didn't try to conceal it, he was able to see through it clearly. He doesn't understand? That shouldn't be possible, right? Master Lu Chen didn't possess Yuanyu's observational ability, so he found it hard to believe. This Xianxia was able to see through the layout of his painting the moment he stepped into his residence. After which, he peeled off the Xian paper of the summer-autumn painting, and saw through the contents hidden within. Furthermore, he even pointed out the flaws in the Qi Xiong howling to the heavens. With such an eye of discernment, how could he not know anything about painting? That's what I think too. Perhaps I might have seen wrongly. Master Yuanyu shook his head. Yuanyu was truly curious about Zhang Xian. Before entering, Master Lu Chen had described the other party as a person who could not be found on earth and rarely seen in the heavens. This piqued Yuanyu's curiosity. However, after seeing the other party for himself, he was honestly a little disappointed. Master painters all had a unique disposition to them. Yet, this fellow didn't seem to notice it at all. Furthermore, when he spoke about painting, he was filled with hesitation. This made Yuanyu suspect that if not for the sake of his old friend, he would have asked him directly. If he had really comprehended painting skills that were on par with the both of them, he shouldn't have behaved in such a manner. Could it be that he doesn't know anything at all? Is he faking it? A thought suddenly popped into Master Yuanyu's mind and he frowned. If that was the case, then many things would make sense. It was precisely because he didn't know anything at all that he tried to reject the other party's request, claiming that he wanted to read books. It was because he knew nothing about painting that he was perplexed by Lu Chen's painting. In fact, he was even inferior to Huang Yu and Bai Sun. But that was to be expected. He wasn't even 20 yet. Even if he knew a lot about painting, what level could he have reached? Most likely, he had investigated his old friend's painting beforehand and intentionally said it out loud. He pretended to know everything, but in reality, he was a scammer. If that's the case, I'll have to remind my old friend to be careful. I'll have to give him a good reminder later. Brother Yuanyu, aren't you going to visit someone in the afternoon? Surely it won't be a problem for you to wait like this. Just as he was about to speak, Master Lu Chen's voice sounded. Oh, I heard that a master teacher named Yang Xian came to the capital and solved the problems of Ling Tianyu's wife and Du Miaoshuan. His means are extraordinary, so I would like to take a look. Master Yuanyu nodded his head. Ling Tianyu's wife and Du Miaoshuan were both his patients. He had been trying his best to solve their problems but to no avail. He didn't expect that this master teacher named Yang Xian would be able to solve them in such a short period of time. As a master physician, he naturally wanted to pay the other party a visit in hopes of receiving his guidance so that he could walk further on the path of medicine. Master teacher? Master Lu Chen was filled with disbelief. He had always lived in seclusion, so he was unaware of Yang Xian's reputation in the capital. Indeed, why don't we pay him a visit in the afternoon? I know that you have been trying to reach the 4th level in painting but have failed. Perhaps, with the guidance of a master teacher, you might be able to achieve a breakthrough. Master Yuanyu smiled. Alright, it's settled then. After assessing them, we will leave. Master Lu Chen nodded his head excitedly. Zhang Xian arrived at Master Lu Chen's residence to assess Huang Yu and the others. However, a young man carrying a spear on his back appeared in the lecture hall. He was Jing Yang's childhood playmate and good friend, Mo Xiao. The two of them acknowledged Zhang Xian as their teacher together and Mo Xiao succeeded. In the end, Jing Yang became Zhang Xian's student. I just learned a set of spear art a few days ago, so I came over to have a spar with you. Mo Xiao's spear trembled and his entire being seemed to have fused with the spear. A sharp aura emanated from him that sent chills down one's spine. All right. Jing Yang also raised his spear and stood there proudly, not showing any fear. Upon hearing about the duel, everyone in the classroom stood by the corner of the classroom. Sensing the aura emanating from the two, Zhao Ya's face turned grim. Jing Yang's strength was far beneath hers in the past. However, after learning Miss Zhang's spear art, his aura grew stronger and stronger. If they were to fight for real, she wouldn't be a match for him. Who do you think will win? Lu Yang asked. They grew up together, and Mo Xiao's talent and comprehension of the spear far surpasses that of Jing Yang. I've heard that in the countless times they crossed blows, the latter has always ended up losing. I fear that it will be difficult for him to surpass Xianxia this time as well. Xiaoya hesitated for a moment before saying. Even though she didn't want to admit it, Mo Xiao was still a fearsome opponent. Even Xianxia knew that he wasn't a match for this good friend of his. Perhaps it was because he knew of this matter that Lu Xun intentionally poached Mo Xiao from Wang Chao Laosher's tutelage so that he could spar with him. I heard that Wang Chao Laosher imparted a few moves of his family's spear art to Mo Xiao for this teacher evaluation. Yuan Tao hesitated for a moment before saying. Family spear art? You mean the Wang clan spear art? Xiaoya was filled with disbelief. Is the Wang clan spear art famous? Seeing her expression, Lu Yang asked. There are two famous Wang clans in Tianqian Kingdom. One is our Wang clan, one of the four great clans, and the other is the clan of Spearmaster Wang Chong. This time, it wasn't Xiaoya who replied, but Wang Ying. As a member of the Wang clan of the four great clans, the reputation of the other Wang clan was similar to theirs. Wang Chong? That's right. Wang Chong is known as the #1 spear expert in Tianqian Kingdom, and even Emperor Shen Jue is full of praises for him. The Wang clan spear art is unparalleled, and countless spear practitioners dream of learning it. Wang Ying said with admiration. So formidable? Lu Yang was astonished. He couldn't help but ask, then, what is the relationship between this Wang Chong and Wang Chao Laosher? Wang Chao is the only son of this spearmaster. This is precisely the reason why countless spear practitioners are fighting to come under his tutelage. Wang Ying said. I see. Looking at the battlefield again, Lu Yang revealed a worried expression. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that Xinjiang is in danger? Indeed, the Wang clan spear art is formidable. Initially, it was a secret art that was not passed down to outsiders. To think that Wang Chao Laosher would break the rules and impart a few moves to him. He sure is generous. Looks like he has really invested a lot in this teacher evaluation. Xiaoya harumphed coldly. The Wang clan spear art was a spear art passed down in the family, and it was only passed down to sons and not daughters. From Yuan Tao's words, Wang Chao Laosher had actually imparted a few moves to Mo Xiao. From this, it could be seen how much importance he placed on the teacher evaluation. Xinjiang was no match for Mo Xiao in the first place, and now that the latter had learned the Wang clan spear art, how could he possibly be a match for him? For a moment, everyone was filled with worry. In the field, Wang Laosher has imparted to me the 3rd, 7th, and 18th forms of the Wang clan spear art. You must be careful. Mo Xiao said as he pointed the tip of his spear at Zhang Xian. The 3rd style, cold light rises. The 7th style, afterglow of the setting sun. The 18th style, returning bird to the forest? All right. Xinjiang's expression was solemn. The Wang clan spear art was extremely famous. Anyone who learned the spear would have studied it. However, they only knew its name and moves, not its cultivation technique. They only knew its form but not its essence. Then, I'll begin. The 3rd style, cold light rises. With a loud shout, Mo Xiao's spear trembled and pierced forward. Even before the spear reached its target, a powerful surge of energy flowed along the shaft of the spear. The sudden appearance of a cold gleam left one's body shivering. This move focused all of one's spirit, energy, and spirit on the spear. Through the shaft of the spear, even a steel plate that was several fingers thick would shatter in a single strike. Mo Xiao was indeed a genius in spear arts. Even though it was difficult for him to master the Wang clan spear art, he was still able to exert such powerful might. Good move. Seeing how formidable the other party's spear art was, Xinjiang's eyes narrowed. He immediately retaliated with his spear. What a formidable spear art! Seeing Mo Xiao's spear moving as swiftly as lightning, everyone's face turned grim. Xiaoya, since Mo Xiao has learned such a formidable spear art, why didn't he wait until the duel to spar with Xinjiang? Why did he come over now? Wang Ying was perplexed. Since he had learned such a formidable move, he should have practiced it secretly so that he could display it during the duel. Only then would he be able to shock Xinjiang. Yet, now that he had come over to spar with Xinjiang, he would be prepared for it. If so, the duel wouldn't go as smoothly. It's the bond of brotherhood. Xiaoya was confused as well. At this moment, Lu Yang spoke up. Bond of brotherhood? Mo Xiao and Xingyang grew up together, and he would surely be reluctant to spar with Xingyang. Thus, he specially came over to look for his good friend. Even though he said that it was a duel, he was actually trying to tell his good friend what he had learned so that he would be prepared. Didn't you see how he revealed the moves he had learned before the duel? In a normal duel, why would he reveal the moves he was going to use? Only men could understand the bond of brotherhood. Mo Xiao might have done it discreetly, such that Zhao Ye and Wang Ying were unable to understand it, but how could he possibly hide it from Lu Yang? I see. Everyone came to a realization and turned their gazes over once more. Ding ding ding, while the few of them were speaking, they had already crossed blows several times. The crisp sound of the spear echoed in the surroundings, and Xingyang was flustered. Unable to withstand the attacks, he was forced to retreat. Good spear art. Since you have been learning, I haven't been slacking either. Mo Xiao, I'll show you the spear art that Miss Zhang taught me. Despite being in a disadvantageous position, Xingyang didn't panic. Instead, he chuckled lightly. He hadn't executed the spear art that Zhang Xian had taught him, and he was only using his own understanding of the spear. Naturally, he was unable to withstand the other party's spear. Hung Long, right after saying those words, Zhang Xian swept his spear forward, reminiscent of a massive dragon soaring into the sky. Even though it was just an ordinary move, Mo Xiao felt as though a mountain was crushing down on him. The immense pressure left him breathless. Pung, before he could even react, Mo Xiao felt a stifling sensation in his chest. The Wang clan's spear art shattered in an instant, and he was sent flying. He slid 7 to 8 meters along the ground before coming to a stop. Ah? Xingyang didn't expect this move to be so powerful, and he was taken aback. Ever since he learned this move, he had been practicing it. Never in his dreams did he expect it to be so formidable. Back then, he thought that the reason why he was able to defeat Zhou Tian Laosher was due to Miss Zhang's surge of Xinqi. However, at this moment, he realized that even without the surge of Xinqi, this spear art was still an invincible existence. Ever since he was young, Mo Xiao was far from a match for Zhang Xian in terms of spear art and fighting prowess. Now that he had learned the Wang clan spear art, he thought that it would be a blessing if he could face Zhang Xian head-on. Never in his dreams did he expect that he would be sent flying in a single move. If he hadn't retracted his strength in time, he might have been injured. Are you all right? Zhang Xian rushed forward to help his good friend up. You. What kind of move is that? Struggling to his feet, Mo Xiao's eyes were widened in disbelief. He was using the Wang clan spear art, known as the #1 spear art in Tianshan Kingdom. Yet, before the other party's spear art, it was as laughable as a child's play, and he was defeated in a single move. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. This is the spear art that Miss Zhang imparted to me. Xingyang said proudly. Back then, his greatest dream was to attend Wang Chao's lecture, hoping that he would have the chance to see the Wang clan spear art and learn a thing or two from it. Only now did he realize that it was fortunate that Wang Laosher didn't want him back then. Otherwise, how could he have such an opportunity to become Miss Zhang's student? Miss Zhang imparted it to you? This? Such a formidable spear art, and she imparted it to you just like that? Mo Xiao was still in disbelief. Wang Chao Laosher viewed the Wang clan's spear as a treasure. If not for Lu Sun Laosher's request and the teacher evaluation, Wang Chao would never have imparted these 3 moves to him. This move was more than 2 times more profound than the Wang clan's spear art. To impart it to Xingyang so easily, is this for real? Miss Zhang has never hidden anything from me. She is a true teacher. Xingyang said resolutely. This, seeing that his good friend's words came from the bottom of his heart, Mo Xiao chuckled lightly. Initially, he thought that it was a pity for his good friend that he wasn't able to become Wang Chao's student. To think that the other party would find an even better teacher and learn an even more profound spear art. The moment he executed this move, he knew that even if he were to learn all 3 moves of the Wang clan spear art, he wouldn't be a match for Zhang Xian. This spear art is truly incredible. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Can you tell me your name? After a moment, Mo Xiao couldn't help but ask. He wanted to know the name of the spear art that he lost to. Name? Xingyang scratched his head awkwardly. I don't know what it is either. It was created by Miss Zhang recently, And I haven't had the time to name it yet. Created? Haven't had the time to name it yet? Mo Xiao staggered and he nearly fainted on the spot. Which of those who were able to create a spear art wasn't a true spear master? Usually, they would already have a name for their spear art even before it was fully formed. To think that, he didn't even have a name for it after imparting it to his student. Furthermore, this spear art is even more formidable than the Wang clan spear art. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the #1 spear art in Xianxia Kingdom. Not having a name, you can't be pulling my leg, right? How about this, can you help me think of what I should give it to? While he was still in shock, his good friend's voice sounded. Hearing those words, Mo Xiao's face darkened. Xingyang, be careful with your words. Every battle technique created by a cultivator is a work of blood, sweat, and tears. The name of the battle technique would be passed down through the ages. Since this move was created by Miss Zhang, he should be the one to name it. If you were to name it. How can that be? If he were to learn of it, wouldn't he fly into a rage and say that you are insulting his hard work? You have learned another person's move, yet you still want to name it? You must be joking. Seeing that his good friend wasn't joking, Xingyang was taken aback. Insulting his hard work, even when Miss Zhang created a cultivation technique, she allowed him and the others to name it as they pleased. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say, it's fine. Miss Zhang said that I can name it as I please. To tell you the truth, the cultivation techniques that we practice were created by Miss Zhang, and we were the ones who came up with the names. What? She allowed you to name the cultivation technique and battle technique she created? Mo Xiao's body swayed, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Other teachers were afraid that they would impart a battle technique to others. Yet, this Miss Zhang created cultivation technique and battle technique for her students, even allowing them to name it, Xianxia. What kind of teacher is he? Walala, Xianxia stopped. Even though Master Lu Chen had a huge collection of books, he was unable to keep up with the speed at which he flipped through them. Within 2 hours, he finally finished flipping through all of them and several tens of thousands of identical books appeared in his mind. Elementary Painting Insights, Painting Technique Encyclopedia, How to Reach the Second Level of Painting, Afterglow of the Setting Sun. As expected of a master. Almost all of the books regarding painting in Xianxia Kingdom have been collected by him. Adding them all up, there were several tens of thousands of them. Of which, there were several hundred of the so-called only copies, which were extremely difficult to find in the market. Not even a master painter would be able to collect them. It was likely that Emperor Shenjue, in order to repay him for enlightening him, had sent his men to collect them one by one. With these books, I should be able to do it. After copying all of the books, Xianxia stopped. With a jolt of his mind, he muttered in his mind, correct. Walala, the correct sentences in countless books were all extracted, and a new book was formed. Flipping open the book, Xianxia began to read through it. Painting can be divided into calligraphy and painting. The former can cultivate one's mind and calm one's mind. The introduction was an explanation of painting. Following which, it explained how to hold a brush, how to write, and how to polish it. There are techniques to everything, and painting is the same as well. Even though it requires hard work, with a good teacher and a good path, one would be able to learn much faster. This book, which was a compilation of tens of thousands of painting techniques and masterpieces, was a clear path leading to the pinnacle of painting. There was no turning back at all. As Xianxia continued to study, his understanding of painting grew deeper and deeper. Standing quietly on the spot, he finished reading the book page by page. After an unknown period of time, he opened his eyes and saw a pair of black eyeballs appearing before him. Ah! Just as he was perplexed, the owner of the eyeballs leaped in shock. With a shout, he hurriedly retreated. Master Lu Chen? Only then did Xianxia get a clear look at the other party. It was none other than Master Lu Chen. At this moment, the master looked at him warily, as though there was a ferocious beast on him. What's wrong? Seeing his expression, Xianxia was perplexed. I won't kill anyone, what is the meaning of this attitude? You didn't achieve a breakthrough this time, right? Master Lu Chen asked carefully. Breakthrough? No. Xianxia was stunned. That's good. Heaving a sigh of relief, Master Luchan felt a lingering fear in his heart. I saw that you haven't come out for a long time, so I thought of coming over to take a look. Initially, he thought that Xianxia would only take around 10 minutes to finish his reading. Who could have thought that he would take nearly 4 hours to finish his reading? Unable to wait any longer, he walked over. As soon as Xianxia walked in, he saw the other party standing before the bookshelf with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly asleep. He suddenly recalled that it was the same as the last time. After reading for a while, he closed his eyes and went into a daze. Following that, his study was in a mess and he was thrown to the ground. After that, there was no more after that. This time, it won't be like this again, right? Just as Xianxia was feeling conflicted over what he should do, the other party suddenly opened his eyes. It would be a miracle if the other party didn't flee out of the study in fright. It's not that easy to make a breakthrough. Seeing his wary expression, Xianxia understood and shook his head with a bitter smile. It would have been better if he hadn't heard those words. Upon hearing those words, Master Luchan felt a stifling sensation in his chest and the corner of his mouth twitched. Not that easy, wasn't it that easy for you the previous time? Furthermore, due to the sudden breakthrough, I was unable to adapt to my new strength. If not for my strength, I might have died on the spot. The more he thought about it, the more stifled he felt. Forget it, it is fortunate that you didn't make a breakthrough here. Otherwise, I would really consider forbidding you from entering my study. How is it? Have you adjusted your state of mind? Luchan changed the topic. It's about time. Let's go out. Xianxia nodded his head. When the two of them returned to the lounge, they saw Huang Yu, Bai Sun, and the others waiting anxiously for 4 to 6 hours to adjust their state of mind. How is it? Master Yuanyu's complexion didn't look too good. Initially, he planned to pay a visit to Master Teacher Xianxia in the afternoon. Yet, this fellow actually managed to adjust his state of mind until the sun was about to set. On top of that, he had made a judgment in his mind previously. It was already a blessing that he didn't flick his sleeves and leave. It's enough. Seeing everyone's expression, Xianxia felt that he was in the wrong and felt awkward. Let's start painting. Afraid that the situation would turn ugly, Master Luchan waved his hands. Swiftly going through the painting technique that he had read in the Heaven's Path book, Xianxia walked up to the table and casually picked up a brush. Seeing that he was really going to paint, Huang Yu and Bai Sun immediately focused their attention and excitement appeared on their faces. After adjusting his state of mind for such a long time, what kind of masterpiece can this Master Zhang produce, even Master? Yuanyu couldn't help but look at him. If the other party is really putting on an act, see if I don't teach him a lesson. Under the gazes of the crowd, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before asking, Master Lu, do you still have any paper? Can I try using a brush first? Painting wasn't a cultivation technique where Xinqi could circulate through one's body. No matter how much one knew, one had to experiment with it. He had never painted before, and he had never used a brush before. Thus, he had to first test the hardness of the paper and understand the weight of the ink and watercolor on the paper before he could start painting. This was also the reason why he was unable to become a true apothecary within a short period of time despite studying so many books on pill forging. Pill forging required a large amount of practice, but painting focused on one's artistic conception. Even if one's brush strokes were slightly weaker, as long as one comprehended the artistic conception, one would be able to produce a good work. Give it a try. Master Yuanyu's complexion turned even more awful. If the other party was really a master painter, why would he still need to test his brush? He was clearly trying to stall for time. Let's see what other excuses you have later on. Ignoring his bizarre gaze, Xianxia picked up the brush, dipped it into the watercolor and ink, and casually drew a few strokes on the paper. Then, he used another brush, dipped it in water, and casually dabbed it. This is the most basic of dye separation? To even test this. It can't be that this is Master Zhang's first time using a brush? Seeing his actions, Huang Yu couldn't help but ask. Dye separation was a technique in painting. By dipping one brush into the ink while dipping the other into the water, the colors would spread out, creating a gradual change in color. This was similar to the long fist technique in martial arts. As long as one was capable of painting, there was nothing he couldn't do, others would just test the hardness of the brush and the weight of the ink. Yet, this fellow was trying out all sorts of techniques, as though he was a curious baby who had never touched anything before. Everyone felt constipated. "Brother, we have been waiting for you for several hours already. Can you hurry up? If this goes on, I will probably die of old age before I can see your painting. The first time I picked up a brush, it seemed to be the same. I wanted to try everything out, but actually, I don't know anything at all." Bison was also perplexed. Even he could tell that something was amiss. Master Lu and Master Yuanyu's aura changed the moment they picked up their brushes, as though a swordsman wielding a sword. "You. What in the world is this?" Even though Master Zhang, whom he revered, didn't make any mistakes in the way he held his brush, his movements were stiff, not the slightest bit relaxed. It was no different from the first time he came into contact with a brush. "Don't tell me that you were trying to get into the right state just to learn how to paint." Master Lu Chen was also confused. He couldn't figure out what Xianxia was up to. "All right." After getting used to it for a moment, Xianxia finally managed to assimilate the knowledge in his head and the movements in his hands. Thus, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Then, let's begin." Seeing him stop, Master Lu Chen asked in a probing tone, fearing that the fellow before him would play any more tricks. However, it was fortunate that Xianxia didn't say anything else. Nodding his head, he walked over to the clean white paper and flicked his finger. A brush flew up and dipped into the ink. At the same time, he grabbed the other brush with his other hand. Walala, the two brushes seemed to have come to life as they danced about in his hands. A painting gradually appeared on the originally empty white paper. "This is Dual Traversing Dragons?" Master Yuanyu, who was about to expose his trickery, widened his eyes upon seeing this sight and his eyeballs nearly fell to the ground. Even Master Lu Chen's body swayed and he nearly fainted on the spot. "What is Dual Traversing Dragons?" Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of the two masters, Bison couldn't help but ask. "Normally, when we paint, we use a single brush to draw out the rough outline of the painting before adding in the details," Lu Chen explained. Huang Yu and Bison nodded their heads. They had come into contact with painting as well and they knew the steps involved in painting. Drawing out the rough outline of the painting before adding in the ink and adding in the details until the painting was completed. This is similar to building a house. First, we have to create the frame before tamping it down bit by bit. Even though the foundation is sturdy, the speed of painting is slightly lacking. It isn't fast enough. Master Lu Chen continued, in order to increase the speed of painting, some incredible painters created this dual traversing dragons technique. Just as the name suggests, one has to split one's attention into two, starting from the left and right respectively. Using two brushes, one would start from the left and the other from the right simultaneously. There is no need for a frame, embellishment or any embellishment. The entire painting would be stored in one's heart and it would be pushed forward continuously. When the two brushes meet, the painting would be completed. By doing this, the speed of painting can be increased by more than twofold. However, the difficulty is extremely high. Firstly, one has to have a clear understanding of the size of the painting. Secondly, one has to be able to split one's attention into two without making any mistakes. Lastly, one has to have a clear understanding of the colors and tone of the painting. Only then will there be no problems when the two brushes meet. Honestly speaking, this is an extremely profound technique. Even Brother Yuanyu and I are unable to do it. At this point, Master Lu Chen shook his head. Disbelief was still written all over his aged face. This dual traversing dragons technique requires one to have absolute confidence in the painting. Furthermore, without decades of practice, it would be difficult to pull it off. Yet, Xianxia did it so casually. Isn't this too exaggerated? Don't be too shocked yet. The two brushes have to be perfectly joined together for it to be considered a success. If they can't be joined together, it would be a fake. Master Yuanyu recovered from his shock and harumphed. The dual traversing dragons technique is incredible, but no matter how well one draws the two brushes, it would still be nonsense if they can't be joined together. It is just like building a house. Both brushes are constructed using superior techniques, making them incomparably sturdy. Even a fighter 6 Dan expert is unable to destroy them. But in the end, if they can't be joined together, it would still be a failure. P.S. The 5th update has arrived. Adding an update for Alliance Leader Water of Water. Our position on the new books ranking isn't ideal, but the ones behind are already trying their best to catch up. Friends, Laowa needs your support. Please vote for me. Laowa continued writing. He can still continue writing today. Is everyone ready for the monthly tickets? Furthermore, artistic conception is the crux of painting. Without an artistic conception, it is useless no matter how intricate the painting is. The dual traversing dragon is equivalent to splitting the painting into two, resulting in a crack in the artistic conception. Thus, even if this painting is completed perfectly, it will be difficult for it to reach the 3rd level. No matter how well the left and right hand complemented one another, the painting would still be split into two. The artistic conception of the painting would definitely be lacking. Showing off one's painting skills too much and losing sight of the purpose of the painting. Exaggerating. After explaining, Master Yuanyu shook his head. After the initial shock, his impression of Xianxia didn't improve. Instead, it worsened. Arrogant and rude, he made them wait until noon. Wanting to adjust his state of mind before painting, causing him to waste 4 to 6 hours. Not knowing the concept of time, he even showed off his painting skills, losing sight of the purpose of the painting. This is an unstable state of mind, an exaggeration to the extreme. Without a peaceful heart when painting, all he wants to do is to impress others. No matter how skilled he is, what is the use of it? It is difficult for him to become a master of his generation. Brother Zhang is still young, it is normal for him to like to show off. Master Lu Chen understood the temper of his old friend. He didn't hide anything from him and spoke directly. Thus, he smiled bitterly. It is normal for youngsters to like to show off their skills. After all, he can't be like them, who are about to enter the grave. Creating the best painting is to show off. The dual traversing dragon is just a tool used by the craftsmen on the streets to mass-produce paintings. If you don't change this habit, it will be difficult for you to achieve anything in your life. Master Yuanyu's tone wasn't polite at all. Hearing his evaluation, Huang Yu and Lu Chen fell silent. In terms of painting, they were definitely not as qualified as the elder before them, so they couldn't refute his words. Just as Lu Chen was about to say something, Bai Sun's voice sounded. Look, they are starting to connect. Everyone turned their gazes over and saw that Zhang Xian's brushes had already come together. The painting on the paper was also starting to connect. It's impossible to connect them. Taking a look, Huang Yu couldn't help but say. The two paintings were about to be joined together, but the depth, style, and charm of the ink on both sides of the paper were not the same at all. Even the color was different. In this situation, even if the two paintings were successfully joined together, it would be two different styles and not one painting. Half of the painting was bright while the other half was dark. Even if they were to be connected, it would still be a failure. Could it be that he failed? I can't connect it. Master Lu Chen, who was intending to put in a few good words for Zhang Xian, fell silent at this moment. His complexion didn't look too good either. Exerting force with his fingers, he broke a few strands of his beard without realizing it. Even though he didn't want to admit it, based on his research in painting, he could clearly tell that the two paintings were completely different from one another. It was as if they were two different worlds, and it was impossible for them to be fused together. Could this young friend Zhang really be as exaggerated as Brother Yuan said? Even though he had only met the other party once, the other party had been humble, prudent, and courteous. He didn't seem like such a person. If that was the case, it would be difficult for him to achieve greater heights in the field of painting in the future. If it can't be connected, it would be a waste. To think that I would have waited an entire afternoon for such a thing. Master Yuanyu shook his head in disappointment. When Lu Chen spoke of Zhang Xian's deeds, he still harbored great hopes for him. He thought that the other party was a young genius who could bring painting to greater heights. Only after witnessing it with his own eyes did he realize that the other party was just an exaggeration. If he was incapable, he could have just painted peacefully. Yet, he chose to pretend to be an expert and use the dual traversing dragon. Great, now that the two paintings are of different styles, it is impossible to connect them together. Let's see how you are going to get out of this situation. To act cool, one must possess the ability to do so. Otherwise, one would only end up looking like a fool. Clearly, this Xianxia was the latter. Sighing, he slowly closed his eyes, not wanting to look at the painting anymore. It wasn't that he didn't want to look, but he was afraid that the other party would embarrass himself and he would be even more infuriated. No, this. How is this possible? Just as he closed his eyes, exclamations of astonishment sounded by his ears, as if he had seen an unbelievable sight. Frowning, he opened his eyes once more and saw Master Lu Chen, Huang Yu, and Bai Sun staring at the painting in front of them with dumbfounded expressions, as though they had seen a ghost. What's wrong? Even if it can't be connected, there shouldn't be a need for them to be so shocked. Perplexed, Master Yuanyu couldn't help but take a look as well. With a single glance, his eyes narrowed and his body swayed, stunned. This. What is going on? He was dumbfounded as well. Right in front of him, at the spot where the two paintings were connected, Xianxia moved his brush lightly and a wall appeared. As though a barrier, it separated the two paintings into two parts. The previous incompatibility between the two paintings didn't seem out of place under the partition of the wall. Instead, it felt as though they were in a completely different world. It's this small courtyard. Bai Sun couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, he realized that the painting in Zhang Xian's left hand was the courtyard they were in. There were people painting and people commenting on the painting, creating a peaceful atmosphere. On the other hand, the painting in his right hand was of another courtyard. There were flowers and birds flying in the air. There were even various animals shuttling about, and the crisp chirping of cicadas gave the impression of a bustling utopia. One side was filled with people while the other side was filled with animals. One side was filled with silence while the other side was filled with noise. These were two different environments and two different situations. Yet, under this wall, the incompatibility between the two sides merged into one, creating a sense of perfection. A stroke of genius. This is definitely a stroke of genius. Master Lu Chen couldn't stop trembling. Just like Master Yuanyu, he also thought that Zhang Xian's painting would be ruined. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that the two contrasting scenes would be so harmonious under the same courtyard wall. The movement and stillness of the painting gave him a sense of beauty and enjoyment. There was movement in the stillness, and stillness in the stillness. It could be said that this wall was definitely a stroke of genius. Separated by a wall, the quality of the painting immediately increased by more than one level. Incredible. Master Yuanyu pondered for a moment before spitting out these two words. It was obvious that he hadn't expected this wall to be built. If the artistic conception of the two sides of the wall were the same, it would be a failure. I have embarrassed myself. After the wall was finished, the entire painting was also completed. Zhang Xian put down his brush and chuckled. I'll have to invite you all over to appraise it. He had just learned how to paint, so he didn't know what to paint. Thus, he painted the courtyard they were in and the courtyard next to it. Let me take a look. Master Lu Chen walked over and lowered his head to look at the painting. Huang Yu, Bai Sun, and the others followed closely behind. Previously, they were too far away to see the painting clearly, so they weren't able to tell what it was initially. However, upon closer inspection, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The scenery of the courtyard was vivid and lifelike, as though they had come to life. Under the interpretation of his brush, they floated on the paper, creating an extremely beautiful painting. How beautiful! Huang Yu couldn't help but praise, and her eyes lit up. Even though he was painting with both hands, the details were impeccable. Even the tables and stools could be seen clearly. The expressions of everyone in the painting were imprinted on it, as though they were imprinted on it. The painting was indescribably beautiful. It's a pity. After looking at it for a moment, Master Yuanyu couldn't help but shake his head. Even Master Lu Chen by the side had a look of pity on his face. This painting is beautiful, what else is wrong with it? Not knowing why they were sighing, Bai Sun couldn't help but ask. To be honest, he couldn't tell what was wrong with this painting. However, he felt that it was on par with the previous two paintings. The workmanship of this painting is impeccable, and there isn't the slightest mistake. The colors and coordination. are all top-notch works. However, just like what I said previously, the fusion of left and right is overly focused on the details, resulting in a lack of artistic conception. Without artistic conception, it can only reach the second level, spiritual canvas. There's still a long way to go before reaching infused intentions. Master Luqian shook his head. Painting can be divided into 4 realms: reality depiction, spiritual canvas, infused intentions, and breathtaking verisimilitude. Previously, Master Yuanyu and Master Lu Chen's paintings were of the 3rd level, and they contained artistic conception within them. With a single glance, one would feel refreshed. Even though Xianxia's painting was exquisite, and there were no problems with its structure and layout, it was a pity that it lacked such a feeling. Without artistic conception, it could only reach the 2nd level, spiritual canvas, and it couldn't be considered as a masterpiece. It's a pity. However, little brother Zhang is still young. When you reach our age, you'll be able to easily produce a painting of the 3rd or even 4th level. Master Luqian consoled. Even though Xianxia hadn't reached the 3rd level yet, he was still shocked. After all, Xianxia wasn't even 20 yet. For him to possess such profound painting skills at such a young age, even he was full of praises for him. Looks like you do have some talent. Master Yuanyu nodded his head. He turned to look at Xianxia and said with a reprimanding tone, however, it's best for youngsters to keep a low profile. After the series of events, his impression of Xianxia had worsened. However, this painting was indeed not bad. Other than the lack of artistic conception, he couldn't find any fault with it. It seemed like this fellow wasn't a scammer, and he was truly capable. However, for him to be so arrogant and make them wait for so long, Master Yuanyu couldn't help but feel a little displeased. Keep a low profile? Hearing the hidden meaning in the other party's words, Xianxia knew that the other party must have gotten angry because he had dragged on for too long. Thus, he smiled awkwardly. Yes, I was the one who took too long. I apologize. That's more like it. Seeing the other party's good attitude, Master Yuanyu nodded his head in satisfaction. You have a good foundation now. Train well and travel well. It won't be long before you are able to paint a painting of the 3rd level. Don't waste your talent because of your arrogance. Indeed. If you want to create a painting with artistic conception, you must first observe and gain a deeper understanding of the world around you. Master Luqian advised earnestly. I understand. Knowing that the other party meant well, Xianxia nodded his head. All right then. Since we are done with the painting, the 2 of you can begin appraising it. Seeing the other party accept the painting humbly, Luqian didn't say anything else. Just as he was about to let Huang Yu and Xianxia continue with the examination, Bai Sun's astonished voice sounded once more. Wait a moment. Why do the people and birds in Master Zhang's painting not have eyes? Previously, everyone was only looking at the layout and structure of the painting, so they didn't notice these details. At this moment, they realized that the people and birds in the painting didn't have eyes. No eyes, did he forget to draw them, or what was going on? Everyone was perplexed. Regardless of whether it was a human or an animal, the most expressive feature was the eyes. Without the eyes, it meant that the painting was incomplete. Yet, it was already at the pinnacle of the 2nd level? Brother Zhang, what are you? Luqian couldn't help but look at Xianxia doubtfully. Oh, I'll fill it up now. Xianxia chuckled. He took out his brush and swiftly filled up the missing parts. Wang, the appearance of these eyes caused the entire painting to tremble. Immediately, everyone felt a peculiar sensation. The humans and animals within the painting seemed to have come to life, as though they could walk out from the painting at any moment. This? Upon seeing the sudden change in the image, Master Yuanyu and Master Luqian were taken aback. Their eyes widened into round circles as they stared in disbelief. Chiao, before they could say anything, the chirping of birds echoed in the air above the courtyard. A flock of birds flew excitedly toward the painting, not leaving for a long time. Breathtaking verisimilitude? Could this be the 4th level of breathtaking verisimilitude? Looking at the sight before him in a daze, Bai Sun couldn't help but ask. Master Luqian had explained that there were 4 realms in painting. For the birds to fly over and not leave, it was clear that they had reached the 4th level, breathtaking verisimilitude. Didn't the two masters say that this painting was only at the second level at most? Why did it suddenly become the fourth level? Could it be those eyes? Covering her mouth, Huang Yu's body trembled. To think that she would have the chance to see a god art of the fourth level with her own eyes. This was something she couldn't have imagined. Wang, however, before they could recover from their shock, the birds on the painting shook and flew up from the painting. Together with the other birds, they circled around the painting a few times before disappearing into the air. The characters in the painting seemed to have walked out of a painting. They smiled at the crowd, bowed, and slowly disappeared. This isn't the fourth level. Seeing this sight, Master Lu Chen's mouth seemed to have been stuffed with an egg. After a long while, he spat out, "It's the fifth level. Spirit creation." Spirit creation? Huang Yu and Bai Sun looked at him doubtfully. Weren't there only 4 levels in painting? Why would a 5th level appear? What was going on? They felt a little lightheaded. Reality depiction, spiritual canvas, infused intentions, breathtaking verisimilitude. These are the most widely spread realms of painting and calligraphy that are passed down by word of mouth. In reality, there is another realm above them, and that is spirit creation. A painting that has reached this level is infused with the essence, qi, and spirit of a master painter. It can actively absorb spiritual energy and make the life in the painting come to life, as if it has a soul. Master Yuanyu's lips quivered. I thought that this only existed in the legends. To think that I would actually see it with my own eyes. Even Master Yuan, who had always been calm, couldn't help but tremble. To be honest, he was going crazy. It was just a moment ago that he was still reprimanding the other party, saying that the other party was being too exaggerated and that he might be able to produce a work of artistic conception after a few years of accumulation. In the end, the other party actually managed to produce a masterpiece of the 5th level, a painting of this level. Even in the innumerable years since the founding of Tianxian Kingdom, only a handful of such works had appeared. Even the ink daylily diagram that Huang Yu and Suyu wanted was only at the peak of the 4th level. There was still a huge gap between them and the 5th level. Those who could paint a painting of the 4th level would be called a master painter, and those who could paint a painting of the 5th level could be called a grandmaster. Yet, he actually said that a grandmaster painter was boastful, ignorant of etiquette, and had no sense of time. F***ck, has he gone mad? Master Yuanyu felt a burning sensation on his face. If there was a hole in the courtyard, he would definitely dive into it immediately. This was simply too embarrassing. To be honest, for a person of this level, let alone a couple of hours, even if he had to wait for 3 days, he would be willing to do so without any hesitation. Th 5th level? There's even a 5th level? Only then did Huang Yu and Bai Sun come to a realization. They immediately turned to look at Miss Zhang. Lu Chen was an otherworldly expert and he couldn't be bothered with the affairs of the mortal world. He only knew that Zhang Xian was a teacher, but he didn't know anything else. Master Yuanyu had only just met Zhang Xian, so he didn't pursue the matter. The two of them had been to Hongtian Academy, so they knew a lot about this Miss Zhang. It was said that he was trash, that he scored the last in the teacher qualification examination, and that his students had left one after another. Yet, the truth was that he was at Pishui realm pinnacle and possessed the abilities of a grandmaster painter before he was even 20. Have any of you seen such an incredible trash? If he is trash, then what are we, the cream of the crop of trash, brother? How did you learn it? Do you have to be so heaven-defying? More importantly, if you were already so incredible, why did you scribble randomly as though you don't know anything at all? Furthermore, you even spent 4 hours reading a book. With such a standard, what is the point of reading a book? What is the point of adjusting your state of mind? Even a casual painting would be at least a 4th level painting. Master Zhang, Grandpa Zhang, can you give me this painting? As long as you give it to me, I will do anything for you. Just when everyone was immersed in disbelief, Bai Sun suddenly turned to look at Zhang Xian expectantly. Give it to you? Zhang Xian was taken aback. That's right. I have always treated you with respect and I dare not disobey you. Just give it to me. Bai Sun hurriedly said. Bai Sun, what are you doing? Master Zhang has just finished this painting and it carries his emotions with it. How can he give it away so easily? You should just save it. Seeing how shameless this fellow was, Huang Yu frowned and berated him. Then, she turned to look at him and said, Master Zhang, we are the first to know each other, so I won't ask you to give it to me. Why don't you sell it to me? Name a price. As long as I can afford it, I will definitely give it to you. Bison thought that Huang Yu was berating him because he felt that it was inappropriate for him to ask for it, but it turned out that she had such intentions. Bison was speechless. He didn't expect this ridiculously beautiful assistant master teacher to be so cunning and shameless. Harumphing, he gritted his teeth and continued, Grandpa Zhang, as long as you sell it to me, I will give you any price. I will definitely pay more than her. Bison, what are you doing? Don't you want Master Lu Chen's ink daylily canvas? I won't fight with you over it. I only want this one. That should be fine, right? Huang Yu gritted her teeth and said. I don't want the ink daylily canvas anymore. Can you not fight with me over it? Bison refused to budge. Lu Chen. Just a while ago, these two fellows were still fighting over the ink daylily canvas, and they were on the verge of coming to blows with one another. The duel today was to determine who was qualified to obtain it. But now, as soon as Xianxia's painting appeared, they actually threw it aside like a pair of shoes. The heck, can't you have some principles? Is there a need to be so fickle in the old? You. Bison, are you determined to go against me? Huang Yu gritted her teeth. You are the one who is going against me, all right? I was the one who said that I wanted this painting first. Bison said. Enough. Seeing that the two of them were still arguing endlessly, Master Lu Chen's face darkened and he flung his sleeves. Hearing those words, the two of them didn't dare to speak anymore. Lu Chen was the famous emperor's tutor, and to them, he was their elder. Now that their elder was enraged, wouldn't it be courting death to continue arguing? Even a grandmaster painter has to expend a lot of energy, spirit, and energy in order to produce a fifth-level painting. There are only a few of them that can be passed down through the generations. This painting was painstakingly created by little friend Xianxia. It is up to him to decide whether he should keep it for himself or give it to you. How can you continue arguing here? Waving his hands, Master Lu Chen's aura was as imposing as a mountain. He was right. Even a grandmaster painter would find it difficult to produce a fifth-level painting. After all, it involved many factors such as one's state of mind and state of mind. It was impossible for one to produce a fifth-level painting in a short period of time. This was precisely the reason why even the grandmaster painter Xianxia 100 years ago, whose name caused countless painters in the kingdom to pay him a visit, didn't leave behind many fifth-level paintings. Even Lu Chen's ink daylily canvas was only at the pinnacle of the fourth level. Thus, every fifth-level painting was incomparably precious. It contained the painstaking effort of the creator, so how could he give it away just like that? Sell it just like that. If it was that easy to buy a painting of this level, how could Lu Chen, with his immense wealth, not have a single one of it? It was impossible for him to sell a painting that was painstakingly crafted by another. Yet, you two were arguing here, determined to obtain it. Aren't you making it impossible for him to step down? We have been too rash. Master Lu, Master Zhang, I was wrong. Hearing the reprimand, Huang Yu and Bison recovered from their daze and awkwardness appeared on their faces. Even before the other party said that he was going to sell it, they were already bickering with one another. How embarrassing. Xianxia little friend, they are the ones who are insensible. I hope that you won't blame them. After reprimanding the duo, Master Lu Chen turned to look at Xianxia apologetically. After which, not only did the other party not get angry, he even looked at him with glowing eyes. Just as Master Lu Chen was perplexed, the other party's voice sounded, Master Lu. This painting of mine. Is there really someone who wants to buy it? Can it really be sold for money? Cough cough. Seeing his reaction, Master Lu Chen nearly choked on his saliva. If even a painting of this level couldn't be sold for money, wouldn't it mean that no one would pick up his painting even if it were to be thrown on the ground? Speechless, he nodded his head. Your painting has reached the fifth level. If you were to sell it, it would be worth at least 2 million gold coins. Furthermore, there is no market for it. 2 million gold coins? That's great. Delight appeared on Zhang Xian's face. He turned to look at Bai Sun and said, Bai Xiao Wang Ya, if you really want it, I can sell this painting to you for 2 million. Ah? Not expecting such a turn of events, Bai Sun was taken aback. Master Zhang, sell it to me. Huang Yu shouted anxiously. There's no hurry. You want it as well? If you do, I can just paint another one for you. It's not a big deal anyway. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. Lu Chen and Yuan Yu's faces twitched. They stared at Zhang Xian as though he was a monster and they nearly fainted on the spot. Paint another one? It's not a big deal anyway, brother, even if you are a grandmaster painter, this is a painting of the 5th level. Paint another one, you make it sound as though you are picking up cabbages from the market. You must be joking, if it was that easy to paint such an incredible painting, paintings of the 5th level wouldn't be so rare. There wasn't even a single one in the entire Tianxian kingdom. It's time. Let me take a look. We are currently ranked 9th on the overall board, and we aren't too far away from the 2 in front of us. We only have 200 to 300 votes. Even if we double the votes, it would still be around 100 votes. Can everyone help me charge up? Charge up, Laoa. Why, you don't want it anymore? Seeing the silence in the surroundings, Zhang Xian turned to look at her. It's not that. Huang Yu hurriedly waved her hands. It's good that it's not that. I'll start painting now. Zhang Xian didn't waste any time. He took out a piece of white paper, held a brush with both hands, and started painting. Not too long later, a painting appeared once more. This time, it wasn't a courtyard but a meadow. On it stood a wild deer, grazing warily on the grass. The surroundings were filled with wildflowers. As soon as the painting was completed, countless bees swarmed around it. Following which, as though the wild deer had come to life, it leaped out of the painting and gradually dissipated into the air. Yet another 5th level painting. This. Master Yuan Yu and the others were dumbfounded. When other people were painting 5th level works, even if they were grandmasters, they would have to put in a lot of effort and put in a lot of effort. Yet this fellow, after painting one, it was as if nothing had happened, and he immediately followed up with another one. Did he have to be so monstrous? Did he have to be so arrogant? Had the world changed, or was he just too strong? To paint a 5th level painting as easily as eating or drinking? Do the 2 of you want it? It's only 2 million per painting. Just as they were in a daze, Grandmaster Zhang looked at them expectantly. To him, 5th level and 4th level paintings were just a matter of putting in a little more effort. Since he was short of money, he could sell his paintings for money. It was much easier than acting cool. If he failed to act cool, he might be beaten to death. We can buy it as well? Yuan Yu and Lu Chen swallowed their saliva. As long as you pay, it doesn't matter. Zhang Xian replied. The duo staggered. That was a painting of the 5th level, one that couldn't be found even in the capital. Yet, he was painting it casually and selling it for a bit of money. Pooh, who said that painting and calligraphy grandmasters all had lofty ambitions, that they were untainted by the mud, and that they viewed money as dirt? Come out, I'll beat you to death. Not too long later, Zhang Xian painted another 2 paintings, and both of them were 5th level paintings. The 2 masters were so agitated that tears welled up in their eyes. To think that they would be able to buy such valuable paintings, and each of them had a copy. If it was in the past, he wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Since Huang Yu and Zhang Xian no longer wanted the inked daylily canvas, there was no point in continuing the test. Moreover, the commotion caused by Zhang Xian was too great, causing the 2 masters to lose interest in continuing the test. Master Zhang, I'll send you 2 million gold coins as soon as possible. I'll send you to the academy tomorrow. Yuan Yu and Lu Chen came from wealthy families, so they casually paid the 2 million. Huang Yu and Bai Sun didn't have that much cash, but given their standing, it wasn't enough for them to go back on their words. Looking at the 4 million gold notes in his hand, Zhang Xian smiled like a blooming flower. Initially, he thought that he was here to return the favor, but who could have thought that he would end up making a huge profit instead? If Huang Yu and Bai Sun were to be included, they would have earned a total of 8 million gold coins. After treating Ling Tianyu's wife, the other party gave him 1 million. Du Miaoshuan, Wang Chong, Apothecary Chen Xiao, Luo Chong, On average, they all received around 3 million each. Adding them all up, Xianxia's wealth actually reached more than 20 million. He was not far from the 23 million that he needed to raise. This is great. Clenching his fists tightly, Xianxia's eyes glowed. Initially, he thought that it would take him at least 8 to 10 years to earn 20 million. From the looks of it now, it wasn't that difficult after all. If anyone else were to hear these words, they would definitely spurt a mouthful of blood. The heck, to act so arrogantly, why don't you just die? Xianxian, allow me to be presumptuous and call you brother. Emperor Shenjue will be returning tonight, and I have already sent someone to inform him. If nothing goes wrong, I will be able to bring you to the kingdom's book collection vault tomorrow. Keeping the painting carefully, Luchan said. Tomorrow? All right. Xianxian hurriedly nodded his head. The reason why he came to the Lu residence was to look for books to read. If he were to visit the kingdom's book collection vault, he would definitely be able to compile a complete 6 Dan Heaven's Path Divine Art. In fact, he might even be able to compile a 7 Dan Heaven's Path Divine Art. At Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm, one's acupoints are connected and Jinqi flows through one's entire body. One's aura is profound and one's fighting prowess is enhanced by several folds. If one possesses such strength, even if he were to leave the academy, he would be able to roam the world freely. Huang Yu and Bai Sun were no longer taking the examination. Yuan Yu and Lu Chen had obtained a painting of the 5th level and they were unable to contain their excitement. Thus, there was no need for Xianxian to stay any longer. Thus, he waved his hands and bade farewell to the crowd. By the time Xianxian left the Lu residence, the sky had already turned dark. He had arrived in the afternoon, and it had taken him half a day. However, it was worth it. The Heaven's Path painting secret manual formed from the Library of Heaven's Path allowed him, who knew nothing about painting, to become a master painter on par with Lu Chen. Even though this occupation was only ranked in the middle 9 paths, it was still a highly esteemed occupation. Especially in a place like Tianqian Kingdom, which placed great emphasis on literary style, it was easy for one to earn the respect of others. Of course, to Xianxian, earning money was of utmost importance. Initially, when no one came to visit him, he was able to earn 8 million in a single trip. It could be considered as a huge harvest. Returning back to the residence, Sun Chong walked up to him. Did anyone come today? Xianxian asked. Reporting to Old Master, after you left, no one came to visit. Xianxian nodded his head. It seemed that the 3 million in fee had frightened many people. This was good as well, it would save him a lot of trouble. In any case, he had already gathered enough money, so he wasn't as anxious as before. Upon returning to his room, Xianxian didn't continue cultivating. Even though he had the Heaven's Path painting secret manual as his foundation, he was still exhausted after consecutively producing 4 paintings of the 5th level. Not long after lying down, he fell asleep. Lu residence. Xianxian bade farewell. Master Yuan Yu, Huang Yu, and the others were still here. It will be too late to pay a visit to Master Teacher Yangxian today. Looking at the sky outside, Lu Chen said. It would be disrespectful if they were to pay a visit to Master Teacher Yangxian at night. However, the other party was a master teacher. Even though they were of high standing, they didn't dare to act rashly. It won't be too late to pay a visit tomorrow. Master Yuan Yu nodded his head. Lu Chen replied. Looking at the painting that Xianxian had left behind not too far away, he still couldn't believe his eyes. Initially, I thought that Brother Zhang was just a talented young man who was fond of painting, so I thought that I could test him and take him in as my disciple. To think that he would actually be a grandmaster painter. At this point, he shook his head with a bitter smile. If news of his intention to accept a grandmaster painter as his disciple were to spread, he would definitely become a laughingstock. To be able to become a grandmaster painter at such a young age, what is Brother Zhang's background? Master Yuan Yu couldn't help but ask. Painting was even more difficult than raising one's cultivation. If Xianxian was able to produce a painting of the 5th level despite being in his 70s or 80s, he wouldn't be surprised. However, to be able to produce a painting of the 5th level before reaching his 20s, he couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. There were only two possibilities for such a situation. Firstly, he was indeed talented, to the extent that others could only look up to him. Secondly, he had a master teacher guiding him from the back. Of these two possibilities, Yuanyu was more inclined towards the latter. I'm not too sure about the details either. Huang Yu and Bai Sun, the two of you have been to Hongtian Academy. Do you know more about Brother Zhang? Why don't you tell us about it? Lu Chen looked at the duo before him. I do know a little. However, I'm afraid that you won't believe me even if I were to say it. Furthermore, you might even get angry. Huang Yu revealed an awkward expression. Angry? What is there for me to get angry about? Just say it. Master Lu Chen was perplexed. Even if Xianxia was a teacher in Hongtian Academy, there was nothing for him to doubt. What is there to get angry about? Being a young genius and so proficient in painting, he would definitely be popular and sought after by others. Then I'll say it. This Xianxia Laosher is a famous trashy teacher in Hongtian Academy. He is often insulted by others. Huang Yu recounted Xianxia's previous situation. Scoring 0 in the teacher qualification examination? Teaching a student whose cultivation went berserk? This. How is this possible? Yuanyu and Lu Chen widened their eyes in disbelief. You must be joking. A grandmaster painter who can produce a painting of the 5th level is trash. Why does it sound so fantastical? It should be the Education Bureau that is intentionally targeting him. Huang Yu continued to recount what she saw during the Enlightenment Will trial. Damn it. I have met this Xianxia once before. I thought that he was an impartial person. To think that he would be so despicable. Xiaoyu, aren't you an apprentice master teacher? Furthermore, your father is the guild leader of the teacher guild. You must teach this black sheep a lesson. Hearing the unfair treatment of elder Xianxia and his actions, Yuanyu and Lu Chen nearly exploded in rage. They had personally witnessed the capabilities of this Xianxia. How can such a capable person be trash? If that's the case, it must be elder Xianxia and the others who are up to no good. How can there be such a teacher in Hongtian Academy? This matter has indeed infuriated me. Looks like I will have to talk to Principal Hong about it when I have the time and get him to manage the atmosphere in the academy. Master Lu Chen waved his hands and harumphed. Actually, the reason why I said that you would be angry is not because of this matter. Hearing the other party's words, Huang Yu scratched her head. Not because of this matter? Could it be that Brother Zhang has received some sort of unfair punishment? Lu Chen looked at her once more. Even though he resided in his residence and paid no heed to the affairs of the outside world, given his identity as the emperor's tutor and his reputation as a master painter, even the principal of Hongtian Academy wouldn't dare to stop him. That's not it. Rather, someone in the academy has challenged him for a teacher evaluation. Huang Yu hesitated for a moment before saying. Challenge? Teacher evaluation? Lu Chen was taken aback. I have heard of the teacher evaluation. Even though it is a duel between students, it concerns the identity and dignity of a teacher. Who is the one who is challenging? If he were to know of Brother Zhang's true capabilities, he probably wouldn't have done so. Master Yuanyu smiled. That might not be the case. The teacher who is challenging him is extremely famous in Hongtian Academy. He is a true star teacher. Furthermore, he has many students under him. Of the top 300 students in the entrance examination, at least 200 are under his tutelage. Huang Yu's voice grew softer and softer. What is the name of this teacher? Lu Chen's breathing hastened. Cough cough, he is Master Lu's son. Lu Sun Laosher. After hesitating for a moment, Huang Yu said. That beast. Damn it. Master Lu Chen's body swayed and he bellowed furiously. P.S. The second chapter is here. Rank 8, Laowa should continue writing. The monthly tickets will be handed over to you. Please. There will definitely be at least 4 chapters today. As long as the monthly tickets are high, Laowa will continue to work hard. If Xianxia were to see this scene, he would definitely faint on the spot. The most famous star teacher of Hongtian Academy, Lu Sun, is actually the son of Lu Chen, who is of the same generation as him. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that Huang Yu hesitates whether she should say it or not. That's right, your father is of the same generation as the other party. Yet, you want to kill him. It would be a wonder if he isn't infuriated. It is already good enough that he didn't explode on the spot. I will find that bastard now and have him admit defeat. After roaring, Master Lu Chen stands up and is about to rush out furiously. But before he can walk out of the room, he sees the butler, Uncle Qing, walking in anxiously. Old Master, His Majesty has sent a message. The moment he enters, Uncle Qing speaks. Message? Lu Chen frowns and takes the huangyuan from the other party's hands. He has already sent someone to inform Emperor Xianxia of his intention to bring someone to the royal family's book collection vault tomorrow. What does he mean by sending a message at this moment? Perplexed, he suppresses his urge to teach this unfilial son a lesson and opens the huangyuan casually. Upon taking a look, his eyes narrow. This. Disbelief is written all over his face. What's wrong? Seeing the change in his expression, Master Yuanyu looks at him in bewilderment. He has been friends with Lu Chen for many years. Unless there is a huge matter that can cause him to be unable to calm down, it is impossible for him to be so shocked. Look. Master Lu Chen doesn't explain. Instead, he passes the huangyuan over. Yuanyu lowers his head to take a look and retreats 2 steps. His eyes widen. This is impossible, right? This is the huangyuan that Xianxia personally wrote for me and sent someone to deliver it to me. It must be real. Master Lu Chen nods his head. He turns to Uncle Qing and says, Ah Qing, prepare the carriage. I am going out. Yes. Knowing that the old master must have an urgent matter, Uncle Qing doesn't dare to say anything and hurriedly goes to prepare the carriage. Xiaoyu, Baisun, come with us. Lu Chen turns around and passes the huangyuan in his hands over. Initially, Huang Yu and Baisun were confused. However, when they saw the contents of the huangyuan, their eyes lit up and disbelief appeared on their faces. This. Emperor Xianxia must be worried about the matter regarding the old ancestor. To be honest, I've taken a look at him as well, and it isn't an illness. Rather, it's a sign that his life is coming to an end. If he can't achieve a breakthrough, he won't be able to live past this month. Recalling the contents of the huangyuan, Master Yuanyu couldn't help but ask. That's right. Lu Chen nodded with a worried look on his face. There is only one royal ancestor in the royal family, and he is the final cornerstone of Xianxia Kingdom. It is precisely because of him that the kingdom is safe and sound, and no one dares to invade it. If he were to pass away, the entire Xianxia Kingdom would be besieged on all sides. Unfortunately, no matter how strong a person was, they would still age, and their life would come to an end. This old ancestor was no exception. A few days ago, Emperor Xianxia had invited Master Yuanyu to treat him. However, even though the latter possessed incredible medical skills, he was unable to prevent the other party from dying. Unless he could achieve another breakthrough and reach a higher realm. However, it was extremely difficult to achieve this. He wasn't able to do it when he was still in his prime, and now that he was on the verge of death, how could he possibly achieve it? All along, I thought that His Majesty had gone out to hunt, just like what was announced. To think that he had gone out to do this. Recalling something, Lu Chen was astonished. Old Master, the carriage is ready. At this moment, Uncle Qing walked over. Let's go. Since Lu Chen wasn't around, he hurriedly led the 3 of them out. The sky had already turned dark, and the number of people on the streets had started to dwindle. However, the carriage didn't slow down at all. Not too long later, they arrived before a majestic palace. Xianxia Kingdom Palace. The 4 of them alighted from the carriage and glanced at the guards not too far away. Has His Majesty arrived? Reporting to Master Lu, His Majesty hasn't arrived yet. Recognizing Lu Chen's identity, the guards hurried forward and reported respectfully. Since he hasn't arrived yet, let's wait here. They will definitely pass by here. Lu Chen nodded. Master Yuanyu and the others didn't have any objections. After waiting for around an hour, a spacious carriage slowly walked over. There were guards and cavalrymen all around it, creating a grand formation. With a single look, it was clear that this was the royal carriage that only His Majesty was allowed to ride. Hula, the curtains of the royal carriage were lifted, and a luxuriously dressed middle-aged man walked out. Paying respect to His Majesty. The surrounding soldiers immediately kneeled down. Even Lu Chen, Yuanyu, and the others bowed slightly. The most authoritative figure in Xianxia Kingdom, Emperor Xianxia. Teacher, Master Yuanyu, you are all here. Emperor Xianxia chuckled lightly. Turning around, he bowed deeply to the royal carriage. Voila, the curtains of the royal carriage were lifted once more, and an elder walked out slowly. Upon seeing this elder, Master Yuanyu, Lu Chen, and the others' faces turned grim. Huang Yu stepped forward and said respectfully, Lu Shi, you're here. Stroking his beard, the elder nodded his head with a smile. Then, he beckoned to Wang Qing and said, you all can come out as well. We're here. Voila. Voila, the curtains of the carriage were lifted once more, and two figures walked out. They were both in their 50s, and they were dressed in green robes. With a light smile, they gave off a serene feeling. Xianxia, Xianxia. Upon seeing the two of them, Huang Yu and the others shuddered and stepped forward. The fact that they were addressed as teachers meant that the three of them were true master teachers. For Emperor Xianxia to invite three master teachers, it was no wonder that even Lu Chen was in disbelief. Huang Yu was the apprentice of a master teacher, and the one she was serving was Lu Shi, who was the first to arrive. Bai Sun was the student of a master teacher, and he was Xianxia, who came later. Since the teachers of the two were here, Master Lu Chen allowed them to tag along. Otherwise, with the arrival of a master teacher, these juniors weren't qualified to greet him. Alright, let's not waste time here. Let's enter. Lu Shi chuckled. The few of them walked into the royal palace. It is my honor to have all of you here in Tianxian Kingdom. As the host and guest, Emperor Xianxia didn't dare to put on airs and said respectfully. Your Majesty is too polite. The reason why I am here isn't just for the matter regarding your royal ancestor. Firstly, I am here to congratulate Elder Tian on his birthday. Secondly, I would like to see if I can accept a good seedling from Hongtian Academy as my apprentice. Lu Shi smiled. Lu Shi, you must be referring to Lu Sun Laoshi. His teaching skills are decent, and he is well known throughout Tianxian Kingdom. I have heard of him as well. Emperor Xianxia chuckled and hurriedly introduced, speaking of his background, he is the only son of Lu Chen Laoshi. Lu Chen, a master painter. I have long heard of you. Looking at Lu Chen, Lu Shi chuckled. Lu Shi, you flatter me. Lu Chen hurriedly bowed. He was a master painter, and his standing was high. However, compared to a true master teacher, there was still a gap. Didn't you see how respectful His Majesty was? Alright, let's cut the formalities. Call Shenhong out. It has been many years since we last met. Let me, Xianxia, and Jingxia take a look and see if we can find a solution. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Shi cut to the chase and said. Shenhong was the terminally ill royal ancestor of Tianxian Kingdom. Hearing his words, Emperor Xianxia didn't dare to hesitate. He instructed the eunuch beside him and the latter hurriedly left. Not long after, an old man walked over with the support of the old man. This elder's hair was completely white, and his skin was wrinkled. His entire body was shrouded in an aura of death, and it seemed as though he would collapse at any moment. Even without taking a look, it was clear that he was already on the verge of death. If he was unable to achieve a breakthrough or find a solution, he wouldn't be able to live past a month. Shenhong pays respect to Lu Shi, Xianxia, and Jingxia. The elder bowed. There's no need to stand on ceremony, let us take a look. Without wasting any time, Lu Shi circled around Shenhong. After taking a look, his eyebrows furrowed. Following which, the other two master teachers also turned their gazes over. After taking a closer look, they fell silent. Teachers, do you have a solution? Getting. Seeing their expressions, Emperor Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but ask. Your Majesty, I'll be frank with you. The vitality in Shenhong's body has already declined. If it was 3 years ago, I might have been able to help him achieve a breakthrough. However, with the aura of death surrounding him now, there's nothing I can do. Xianxia was the first to speak. My suggestion is the same as well. He is already old and frail. If he were to forcefully attempt a breakthrough, not only would he fail, he might even bring death upon himself. Xianxia shook his head. Even though master teachers were capable of guiding others to achieve breakthroughs, there was a limit to it. Shenhong was already at the end of his rope. If he were to forcefully push for a breakthrough, not only would it be impossible for him to succeed, he might even lose his life. They are right. Lucier shook his head as well. Life and death are fated. Shenhong has done his best for Xianxia Kingdom for so many years. If he can't overcome it, it can be considered as a form of release. Master teachers were used to seeing life and death, so they didn't think much of such matters. Even though Shenhong was an old friend of his, he didn't try to console or avoid the topic. All right. Emperor Xianxia revealed a disappointed expression. He thought that since Master Yuanyu was unable to see through the matter, he would be able to resolve the problem with the three master teachers. Never in his dreams did he expect such an outcome. Actually, there's no need for you to be disappointed. Even though we are master teachers, we are only 1 star. If your majesty can invite a 2-star master teacher or even higher, we might be able to resolve the problem. Lucier consoled. 2-star master teacher? Emperor Xianxia smiled bitterly. In order to invite these 3 1-star master teachers, he had already paid a hefty price. Furthermore, the other party only dropped by because they wanted to attend Elder Tian's birthday banquet. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to invite them over. Under such circumstances, how could he invite a 2-star master teacher? He probably wouldn't even be able to enter the other party's residence. Even in a conferred kingdom, 2-star master teachers were top-notch existences. Even the emperor had to treat them with the courtesy of a scholar. How could he, the emperor of an ordinary kingdom, possibly invite them over? Your Majesty, I heard a piece of news that might be of use to you. Just as Emperor Xianxia was about to lose all hope, Master Yuanyu suddenly spoke. Oh? Xianxia turned to look at him. A few days ago, a person who seems to be a master teacher arrived in the capital. Furthermore, he seems to be more than a 1-star master teacher. Master Yuanyu revealed the news that he knew. Master teacher? More than a 1-star master teacher? Emperor Xianxia had been out for the past few days and didn't even have the time to read the report that Pavilion Elder Qian had sent him. As such, he didn't know about the 5-star incident. Yes, this master teacher easily treated the illness of Ling Tianyu's wife and Du Miaoshuan. Master Yuanyu revealed the news that he knew. As a master physician, he had been invited to treat these patients before. Thus, he knew how difficult it was to treat them. Yet, this Xianxia was able to treat them within a short 10 to 20 minutes. Even he was astonished. Thus, he decided to pay him a visit. Treating illnesses makes one a master teacher? Hearing the conversation between the duo, Xianxia shook his head. Even though master teachers have all kinds of means, their main focus is to help others achieve breakthroughs and treat illnesses. That is a master physician. Lucier and Xianxia also shook their heads in disagreement. It was no wonder that they didn't believe it. Formidable master teachers were able to offer pointers to any occupation, and they were able to treat patients. However, the rank required was simply too high. Most 1-star and 2-star master teachers could only offer pointers on a few unique occupations. Besides, master teachers would be the center of attention no matter where they went. Why would they come to a small place like Xianxia Kingdom and even rent a house? Master Yuanyu was unable to refute that. Even though this master teacher Yang Xian had caused a huge uproar recently, he had only been treating patients. He didn't mention that he had helped anyone achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation. Furthermore, it was just a rumor that he was a master teacher. Without seeing it for himself, he couldn't be certain. What is the name of the master teacher you spoke of? I know almost all of the 2-star master teachers in the kingdom. Noticing the awkwardness in Master Yuanyu's eyes, Lucier smiled. He is called Yang Xian. I don't know the details. Master Yuanyu said. Yang Xian? Lucier hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. There isn't a 2-star master teacher in the kingdom. In fact, I know a few 3-star master teachers, but there isn't such a name. Even though Lu Shi was only a 1-star master teacher, he still had a rough idea of how many 2-star and 3-star master teachers there were in the kingdom. However, Xianxia. Clearly, this was the first time he had heard of him. He's probably a scammer. You said it yourself, that one has to pay 3 million gold coins to pay a visit to him. How could a true master teacher possibly be interested in such gold coins? Xianxia sneered. Master teachers were highly esteemed individuals. Whatever resources they wanted, with just a single word, they would be able to obtain it from any major powers, even the royal family. To rent a residence and demand for 3 million to enter it, it was clear that they were scammers who were out to earn money. This. Master Yuanyu was still in disbelief. In the past 2 days, news regarding master teacher Xianxia had spread like wildfire, and he had been wanting to pay him a visit. Yet, upon hearing the 3 master teachers saying that the other party might be a scammer, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Actually, it's simple to determine whether he's a scammer or not. Elder Tian's birthday banquet is still a few days away, and I happen to be free tomorrow. I can accompany you to take a look and see if he's really a master teacher. Lu Shi said. I would like to take a look as well. To think that there would be someone impersonating the occupation of a master teacher. I would also like to see if that fellow has the guts of a bear or a leopard to dare to play with fire. Xianxia harumphed coldly. Bring me along. Honestly speaking, I'm quite interested in it as well. Xianxia chuckled. All right. Master Yuanyu nodded his head. The other party was right. What was real couldn't be faked, and what was fake couldn't be real. If the other party was real, it wouldn't matter even if the 3 master teachers were to head over. However, if he was a fake, he would be exposed on the spot. Seeing that the 3 master teachers were done with their discussion, Emperor Xianxia didn't dare to interrupt and could only shake his head helplessly. Even though he was the emperor of a country, he didn't dare to put on airs before monsters like master teachers. Oblivious to the fact that 3 master teachers had come to the kingdom and intended to expose him, Xianxia woke up from his sleep. By the time he woke up, the sky was already bright. After tidying up and having breakfast, he instructed Sun Chang, I will be heading out for a while. If anyone is looking for me, have them wait outside. Yes, old master. Sun Chang nodded his head proudly. As the butler of a master teacher, he was filled with pride. Regardless of whether it was the 4 great clans or the nobles, those whom he tried to curry favor with in the past had to lower their heads before him. No matter what your identity is, since the old master has said to wait outside, you have to wait here. After experiencing the matter with Du Miaoshuan and Ling Tianyu, he was confident in himself. Unaware of what the other party was thinking, Xianxia thought that the other party had understood his intentions. Nodding his head, he walked out of the residence. After finding a deserted alley, he changed his appearance and headed straight for Lu Chen's residence. Master Lu said that he would bring him to the royal palace's book collection vault today. With that, he should be able to complete his Pishui realm cultivation technique and successfully advance his cultivation. Not too long later, he arrived at Master Lu's residence. Brother Zhang, I have let you down. Upon seeing Master Lu Chen, the latter looked at him apologetically. You are sorry? Are you saying that I can't enter the royal palace's book collection vault? Getting, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. If he couldn't enter, where could he find books to study and replenish his knowledge in the library of Heaven's Path? That's not it. I have raised an unfilial son. Master Lu Chen shook his head. Unfilial son? Xianxia was bewildered. What does it have to do with me that you have raised an unfilial son? I don't even know him. Indeed, I only heard about it last night. That unfilial son wanted to cause trouble for you and challenged you to a teacher evaluation. I am in the wrong. Today, I will head over and have him admit defeat. Master Lu Chen said. Teacher evaluation? Xianxia was taken aback. A bizarre expression appeared on his face. Master Lu, you can't be saying that. Lu Sun Laosher is your son? That's right, that unfilial fellow. 3 years ago, he quarreled with me and ran away from home, never to return. Master Lu Chen shook his head. Since I have already prepared for the duel, I won't trouble Master Lu. Otherwise, you might think that I am afraid of you. Smiling bitterly, Xianxia. He was acquainted with Master Lu Chen, but he didn't expect Lu Sun to be his son. This was too much of a coincidence. However, news of the duel had already spread and it was too late for him to back down now. Since he was going to slap Master Lu Chen's face, he should do it openly. If Master Lu Chen were to cause a ruckus, wouldn't his reputation fall to the ground? If he couldn't defeat his son, he would seek help from his father. What was the difference between this and seeking help from a parent when he couldn't discipline a student? He didn't want to do such a thing. Alright then. Seeing the other party's insistence, Master Lu Chen could only drop the matter. Brother Zhang, this child of mine has never suffered a loss since he was a child. He's used to being arrogant. Since you're going to make a move, you should let him know that there are always people better than you. Let him know that there are always people better than you, and that he shouldn't be so arrogant. After chatting for a while more, Master Lu Chen said expectantly. This son of his was too arrogant. Just because he said a few words to him, his son ran away from home and didn't return for several years. He was so angry that he nearly fell ill. If this brother Zhang could teach him a lesson, it would be for the best. At the same time, he would suffer a little so that he would know that the world outside is huge and that only by lowering his head can he walk further. Alright then. He was still wondering if he should go easy on Master Lu Chen when the time comes. Hearing these words, Xianxia nodded his head. However, since the other party had already said so, if this Lu Sun Laosher were to continue being stubborn, he wouldn't mind letting him suffer a huge setback. The two of them chatted along the way and it didn't take long before they arrived at the royal palace. The royal palace's book collection vault was located within the royal palace and it contained countless books from the entire kingdom. Only the members of the royal family and the most influential nobles were qualified to enter and browse through them. As the emperor's tutor, it wasn't difficult for Master Lu Chen to bring a person in. Before he even arrived, the guards had already let him in. As expected of the royal palace. Walking in, Xianxia surveyed his surroundings. Even though Tianxian Kingdom wasn't a huge country, the royal palace was extremely luxurious. It wasn't inferior to the Forbidden Palace in his previous life, and it was even more luxurious. The deep and serene courtyards were densely packed together. Without a guide, it was easy to get lost and lose one's bearings. Under Master Lu Chen's lead, they walked through more than a dozen corridors before finally stopping in front of a massive palace. This is the book collection vault. Master Lu Chen pointed with a smile. Xianxia looked forward and saw a towering palace several dozen meters tall standing before him. On the signboard, there were 3 words book collection vault written in gold with a red background and silver edges. Reflecting the sunlight, it looked dazzling. This is Emperor Shenjui's golden dragon token. With it, you can browse through the books as you wish. As long as you don't trigger the formation within, I won't be entering. With a flick of his wrist, he passed a golden token over. There was a sinister and dazzling image of a massive dragon inscribed on it. Thank you, Master Lu. Receiving the golden dragon token, Xianxia hurriedly clasped his hands. The kingdom's book collection vault is one of the most important places in the kingdom. There are bound to be formations and restrictions left behind by formation masters within. Without them, it is very likely that one would be attacked the moment one enters. There's no need to stand on ceremony between us. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back first. Whatever books you want to look for, you can look for them inside. No one will disturb you. Master Lu Chen stroked his beard and smiled. All right. Xianxia didn't say anything else. With the golden dragon token in hand, he walked in. As expected of the kingdom's book collection vault, the bookshelves were stacked one after another, and one couldn't see the end of them with a single glance. The books on the shelves covered many occupations, numbering in the millions. It wasn't easy for me to make this trip here. I should copy all of these books into the Library of Heaven's Path. Seeing so many books for the first time, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. Not bothering to search for cultivation technique manuals, he walked straight to the first row and casually flipped through them. Walala, walala, the sound of flipping echoed in the royal book collection vault. Xianxia entered the royal book collection vault and started flipping through the books. On the other side, Master Yuanyu had also brought Lu Shi, Xingshi, and Zhuangshi to his residence. This is where Xianxia lives. Xianxia muttered. Master Yuanyu pointed to the front. Knock on the door. Lucier gestured. P.S. A 10-li large and tender chrysanthemum is right before my eyes. Can everyone help me poke it? Hee hee. I only need 200 monthly tickets. Dong 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 dong. Walking forward, Master Yuanyu started knocking on the door. Not too long later, the door opened and Sun Chang walked out with a bulging belly. Glancing at the crowd, he raised his eyelids and said, "Pay 3 million gold coins and wait at the entrance. When the old master wishes to meet you, he will let you in." Master Yuanyu was a famous figure in the upper echelons of society, and many people knew of him. However, to an insignificant figure like Sun Chang, it was impossible for him to know who he was. Besides, who cares who you are? My old master is a master teacher. Even if you are a dragon, you will have to lie down for me. Cough cough. Master Yuanyu choked on his saliva. He had 3 master teachers behind him. For a mere butler to be so arrogant. Wasn't he afraid of being beaten to death? I am Yuanyu and I am here to visit your master. Even though he was displeased, he knew that the person before him was likely to be the butler of a master teacher. No matter how high his standing was, he didn't dare to interfere in a battle between master teachers. Who cares if you are Yuanyu or Fengyu? Didn't I make myself clear? Pay 3 million gold coins and wait here. Perhaps you might be able to meet with my old master. Otherwise, scram. Don't waste your time here. Sun Chang waved his plump hands impatiently. Why are you putting on an act when you don't have the money? Do you know who my old master is? A guard couldn't stand it any longer and berated. Why should I care who your old master is? If you want to enter the residence, you have to abide by the rules here. Stop spouting nonsense here. If you don't have the money, don't put on an act. If you don't even have 3 million gold coins, why are you putting on an act in front of me? Sun Chang looked at the guard in disdain. If you can't bear to spend the money, scram. Speaking of who your old master is. No matter how powerful he is, can he be more powerful than a master teacher? You. The guard was so infuriated that he nearly spurted blood. His old master, Lucier, was an esteemed guest no matter where he went. Yet, in the eyes of this fellow, he became a pauper who was putting on an act. You are the one who is putting on an act, your entire family is putting on an act. With a reddened face, he was just about to reveal his identity to berate the other party when Lucier suddenly raised his hand to stop him. We are just passing by this area, and we would like to meet your old master. May I trouble you to inform him of our arrival? Before he could finish, Sun Chang walked up to him, raised his fat palm, and slapped him in the face. Old man, are you deaf? Or was there something wrong with his brain? Didn't you hear what I said just now? If you want to visit our master, then take out 3 million and leave it here. If you don't have the money, then scram. This is the rule. The rule is the rule that cannot be violated, understand? Seeing Xianxia's actions, Master Yuanyu trembled uncontrollably, and he nearly fainted. Patting Lucier's face, the few guards behind him were also stunned in place. Each one of them had gone crazy. F***ck, this guy actually slapped Lucier's face? How dare you say that there's something wrong with his head? You're not just bold, you're courting death. Even Lucier himself was stunned. Clearly, he didn't expect the fatty before him to do such a thing, and his eyebrows twitched. No matter what, he was still a master teacher of his generation, an existence whom everyone respected. Countless experts dared not even breathe loudly before him. Yet, that fellow actually dared to slap him in the face. Even if Xianxia wanted to, he couldn't avoid the slap either. He felt so stifled that he could spurt blood. However, he couldn't get angry yet. The other party clearly didn't know of his identity. As a master teacher, an esteemed guest of Tianxian Kingdom, it would be embarrassing for him to quarrel with an insignificant figure the moment he arrived. His body flashed, and he dodged the other party's second slap. Suppressing his stifled feelings, he waved his hands behind him. Ayun. Yes. The guard behind him finally reacted. He took out a jade token and passed it over. This is our master's tutelage jade token. As long as you hold this, you'll be able to receive 2 hours of guidance from our master. That's equivalent to 3 million gold coins. Master teachers would give out tutelage jade tokens with their own unique imprint. As long as one possessed this token, one would be able to receive guidance for free. This token was a symbol of a master teacher's identity, and it could also be used as a form of monetary exchange. After all, the lessons of master teachers were extremely rare. Many people would rack their brains to obtain one. Even a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert would risk his life for a 2-hour tutelage jade token. If one were to use real money to measure its value, it would definitely be worth more than 3 million gold coins. Before the jade token could reach Sun Chang's hands, it was flung aside as though a piece of trash, shattering into pieces. Is there something wrong with your head? Do you think that a piece of lousy jade is worth 3 million gold coins? If you don't have the money, scram. After which, he left behind a disdainful gaze before turning around to walk into the residence, intending to close the door behind him. There weren't any master teachers in Tianqian Kingdom, so naturally, there wasn't a tutelage jade token. Seeing that they couldn't fork out the money, Sun Chang casually used a lousy jade token to fool them. He was already giving them face by not ordering the guards to chase them away. Seeing how the other party threw away the jade token and looked at them with such a gaze, the guards nearly fainted from anger. The heck, where did they find such an idiot to be their butler? Brother Sun, please wait a moment. This is 3 million gold notes. I'll have to trouble you to pass the message to Xianxia. Seeing that Sun Chang was about to close the door, Master Yuanyu couldn't hold himself back anymore and stepped forward. If this were to continue, he was afraid that the 3 master teachers behind him would fly into a rage. He was just a lowly physician, and he didn't want to be implicated for bringing a patient here. That's more like it. At least you're sensible. Receiving the gold notes, Sun Chang lowered his head to take a look and nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he lamented, if you have the money, why didn't you take it out earlier? Instead, you took out a lousy jade token. I have seen stingy people, but I have never seen such a stingy person. Don't you know that I, Brother Chang, am a man of principles? If you don't have the money, don't even think of joining. Dream on. Hearing those words, the other's mouths twitched once more. Even Yuanyu nearly couldn't hold himself back. Brother, do you know the value of the tutelage jade token you threw away? Even Tongxian realm pinnacle experts would fight to the death for this item. Yet, you threw it away so casually and threw it away. Are you really the butler of a master teacher? How is it possible that you don't recognize this item? Alright, wait here. Our old master has gone out for some matters. When he returns, if he's in a good mood, he'll summon you. After keeping the gold notes, the fatty gestured. Gone out for some matters? Master Yuanyu's eyebrows shot up. The heck? Why didn't you say that he's going out earlier? You only told me after taking the money and waiting for him to return. If I was the only one here, it wouldn't be a big deal. More importantly, how can the 3 masters behind me wait here? Can I trouble you to pass on the message? We really have something that we need to look for your old master for. Suppressing his frustration, Master Yuanyu said. What's the matter? Sun Chang asked. After the other party paid the money, his attitude became much better. After all, customers are gods. What's the matter? We can talk to your old master, not you. The guard who took out the jade token couldn't hold himself back anymore. Why? Are you embarrassed to say it? Brother Chang has been following the old master every day, and I've learned quite a bit. I'm able to solve some simple problems even without the old master's help. Sun Chang lifted his plump head and sneered coldly. You must be joking. I've inherited the old master's teachings, and I've seen all of his means with my own eyes. All he has to do is to scare the other party into revealing his flaws before thinking of a way to fool them. With my means, it's more than enough to fool you fellows who don't even want to take the money. You've learned quite a bit? The guard was about to speak when he was interrupted by Lu Shi. The latter was perplexed. Since you can tell, help me take a look and see what's wrong with me. You? Sun Chang's plump body circled around Lu Shi before taking a step back. Recalling the old master's disposition, he lifted his head 45 degrees and looked at him impassively. With the disposition of an otherworldly expert, he asked, "Is your family doing well?" "What did you say?" Lucia was taken aback and he nearly fainted. Why did he scold the other party when he asked him to take a look? Master Yuanyu's body swayed and he nearly knocked into the wall in frustration. The heck? Heavens, I think you should just strike me to death with a single bolt of lightning. I really can't take it anymore, this. The mental pressure is too great. The heartbeat he had in these few minutes was more than what he had experienced in his entire life. Ignoring the rage and shock of the crowd, Sun Chang recalled the old master's bragging and smiled confidently. "Oh? Since you don't understand, I'll put it in another way. Is your family doing well?" Pooh, everyone staggered, as though they were struck by lightning. Initially, they thought that he might have said it wrongly or heard it wrongly. However, the second time around, they realized that this was what the fool was referring to. Scolding Lucia's entire family. "And you're still acting so righteous and competent, swallowing the mountains and rivers. F***CKU, fatty, where does your confidence come from?" Master Yuanyu froze on the spot and tears streamed down his cheeks. "I only said it casually, who did I offend?" Great, if Lucia were to fly into a rage, he would definitely cause a huge ruckus. If that Xianxia is really a master teacher, a fight would be inevitable. After that, there would be no more after that. Everyone was dumbfounded. On the other hand, Sun Chang thought that he had hit the nail on the head. This was the method the old master used to bluff Ling Tianyu back then. The moment the other party opened his mouth, the other party would immediately kneel down. He had imitated Xianxia's attitude and actions back then perfectly, looking as though he was above everyone else, as though he had seen through the affairs of the world. Lifting his head, he secretly turned his eyes to see if the other party was willing to bow down to him and address him as master. However, the other party's face steeled and the guard drew his sword. "Old master, I want to kill him." The guard roared and charged forward. "Ah? Why isn't it working?" Seeing the guard's expression, no matter how foolish Sun Chang was, he realized that something was amiss. Getting. Could it be that he was wrong? However, he couldn't afford to lose his dignity and identity at this moment. Every time the old master spoke, everyone would be infuriated. However, after his bluff was proven, the other party would immediately submit. At this point, his confidence grew. "How about this, let me touch your wife." "Oh, it's fine if your wife isn't around. You are a beast who has nothing better to do." After pondering for a moment, he recalled the other words the old master had said. The surroundings fell silent. "Brother, I thought that you were bold enough to scold him, but to think that it was far from your limit. Touching Lucia's wife and scolding Lucia as a beast. I've seen gutsy people, but I've never seen someone as bold as you." Lucia's face was also steeled. His cheeks twitched non-stop and he was on the verge of fainting. If it weren't for his high self-restraint, he would have slapped the fool in front of him to death. "Master, please allow me to kill this idiot who insulted you." Guard Yun couldn't help but raise his head and cupped his fists. "Tell him who I am." Lucia flicked his sleeves. In fact, he also wanted to kill the person in front of him, but the other party's arrogance made him feel a little fearful. If he wasn't a master teacher, how could a mere butler dare to say such words? If the other party was an even more formidable master teacher, he wouldn't dare to bear the wrath of the other party's butler. Therefore, it was better to be careful. He would first reveal his identity and let the other party know that he wanted to see his attitude. "Fatty, our old master is the honorary king of Beiwu Tier 2 Kingdom." Master teacher Lu Ling Ayun stepped forward. "I don't care what prince you are." Sun Chang was halfway through his sentence when his fat body trembled. "What did you say? Master teacher? He's a master teacher?" He could disregard the kings of other kingdoms, but master teachers were a different story altogether. "That's right. Our old master is a one-star master teacher. To dare to insult him is a capital offense." Ayun gritted his teeth. Master teachers mustn't be insulted. Insulting his entire family, wanting to touch his wife, and even calling him a beast. Just these were sufficient for him to die 100 times over. Capital offense? Sun Chang's mouth twitched. He nearly collapsed on the spot. Initially, he only wanted to act cool in the absence of the old master to impress the old master. Never in his dreams did he expect that he would end up acting like a fool. The old master acted in the same manner as well. Why did the other party kneel down in fear, not daring to even breathe loudly, while he bumped into a master teacher? Why was there such a huge disparity between the two of them, insulting a master teacher? Isn't this courting death? What should I do? Sun Chong's fat face scrunched up, and he was on the verge of tears. Report to your old master that master teacher Lu Ling, Xianxia, and Jing Fei are here to pay a visit. I will speak to your old master about your matter personally. Seeing the arrogant plump butler trembling in fear, Lu Shi instructed Lu Ling to wave his hands. If the other party was really a master teacher, he could gain a favor from his subordinate for insulting him. However, if the other party wasn't, he could go on a rampage and take down the impersonator to exact vengeance. Our old master left early in the morning. I don't know when he will return. Hearing that the other party wouldn't make a move on him for the time being, Sun Chong heaved a sigh of relief. After knowing the other party's identity, he didn't dare to act as arrogantly as before. I wonder when he will return? Lu Ling and the others frowned. They couldn't possibly wait here forever, could they? Yes. Sun Chong nodded his head. How about this? This is our name scroll. Take it, we will pay you a visit when your old master returns. Lu Ling gestured and the guard behind him, Yun, passed a name scroll over. Yes. Sun Chong didn't dare to say anything. He took the name scroll, and upon seeing the two words master teacher written on it, his eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. Let's go. Since the other party wasn't around, the three master teachers couldn't be bothered to waste their breath on a butler. Thus, they turned around and left. Upon seeing them leave, Sun Chong heaved a sigh of relief. Wiping off the cold sweat on his body, he returned to the courtyard. Just as he returned to the courtyard, he felt his knees buckling and he fell to the ground. Looks like acting cool isn't something that one can casually do. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. In the future, I will never act cool ever again. Lu Shi, why didn't you kill that fellow who insulted you? While the group was walking back, Yun couldn't help but ask. Those who were able to become master teachers weren't soft-hearted individuals. Lu Shi had always been decisive when it came to killing, so why was he able to tolerate the fatty's words today? Brother Jing, what do you think? Instead of answering his question, Lu Ling turned to look at Jingshi, Jing Fei. The person living in this residence isn't simple. If he is a master teacher, his rank shouldn't be any lower than ours. Jing Fei nodded his head grimly. Indeed. Xianxia Xianxia nodded his head as well. This. But we didn't see the owner of the residence? Hearing the words of the three master teachers, everyone was perplexed. Didn't you see the old master whom the fatty spoke of? If you didn't see him in person, how can you be sure that his rank isn't lower than yours? Even Yuanyu, who was following behind, turned to look at them doubtfully. We didn't see the owner, but we saw his butler. Lu Shi said. That fool? Yun couldn't help but ask. What was so strange about this fool? You have only seen the surface. Lu Shi shook his head. I have taken a look at this butler's physique. Not only is it not good, it can be said to be extremely poor. Logically speaking, it is already extremely fortunate for one to be able to reach Fighter 3 Danjinchi Realm Pinnacle. However, did you see it just now? How strong is he? Fighter 4 Dan Piga Realm Advanced Stage. Yun hesitated for a moment before replying. That's right, his cultivation has already reached Piga Realm Advanced Stage. Furthermore, judging from how he is unable to control his Xinqi, he should have just achieved a breakthrough not too long ago. Furthermore, according to what Master Yuanyu said, this Sun Chong was just a merchant in the market previously. It can be deduced that his cultivation rose after being guided by the owner of the residence. At this point, Lu Shi's eyes turned grim. With such a poor physique and mediocre cultivation technique, the Xinqi in his body must have already sunk into sludge, sealing his meridians. Under such circumstances, not only did he manage to achieve a breakthrough in just a few days, he even managed to raise his cultivation by an entire realm. Even I would find it hard to achieve such a feat as a master teacher. He was able to see through the uniqueness of Sun Chong with a single look. Sun Chang's meridians were clogged up and his Xianxia had sunk. Logically speaking, it was already incredible for him to reach Xianxia realm pinnacle. Yet, he was only at Piga realm advanced stage. If Xianxian were to hear their conclusion, he would definitely be astonished. As expected of a master teacher, his eye of discernment was indeed fearsome. It was no wonder why it was an occupation feared by the entire continent. The sharpness of their eyes was not something an ordinary person could match up to. If I'm not wrong, the other party used the purest Xianxia to reopen the shackles in his body and even melted his Xianxia, thus allowing him to achieve a breakthrough and advance by leaps and bounds to Piga realm advanced stage. Xianxia, who had been silent all this while, hesitated for a moment before speaking. If Sun Chang was here, he would definitely jump in shock. His experience was exactly as the master teacher had said. To be able to melt one's Xianxia and reopen the shackles in one's meridians, that person's Xianxia must have reached at least intermediate tier. Or perhaps his cultivation has reached Xianxia realm. Luxia nodded his head. Then, he turned to Ayun and said, regardless of whether he is an expert who has cultivated intermediate tier Xianxia or a Xianxia realm. Even if he isn't a master teacher, he isn't someone we can afford to offend. If he is a master teacher, even if his cultivation isn't higher than ours, his potential is far greater than ours. If we were to kill his butler just now, it would be equivalent to falling out with him. If so, we might as well do him a favor. He is just an insignificant figure. I believe that he should be scared witless after knowing our identity. Yes. Ayun nodded his head. He knew that the old master possessed a sharp eye of discernment and was able to discern the truth from the details. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Incredible. Upon hearing those words, Master Yuanyu's mouth was agape in shock. It was no wonder why master teachers were regarded as the noblest occupation. With just a glance, he was able to analyze so much. His eye of discernment was truly fearsome. Then, old master, that person isn't in the residence. What should we do? Ayun asked. Just because he isn't in the residence doesn't mean that we are unable to ascertain his identity. Tell Emperor Shenjue to summon the few people whom Yang Xian had treated to the royal palace. I want to take a look personally. Luxia instructed. Yes. Ayun nodded his head. Upon hearing those words, Master Yuanyu was impressed. It was one thing for Yang Xian to be absent, but the fact that he had helped Ling Tianyu, Du Miaoshuan, Luo Chong, and apothecary Chen Xiao. None of this was a secret. As long as they were to summon them over and interrogate them, they should be able to find out more. Then, it would be clear whether he was a true master teacher or not. Zhang Xian was oblivious to the gathering of the three master teachers. At this moment, he was standing in the kingdom's book collection vault with glowing eyes. I've succeeded. After reading for an entire morning, he had finally finished flipping through all of the Pishue realm books in the book collection vault. At the same time, the Library of Heaven's Path successfully compiled the complete 6 Dan Heaven's Path Divine Art. The method at the beginning was the same as what he had deduced previously. All he had to do now was to cultivate backward. Cultivate. Since he was the only one here, he wasn't afraid of shocking the world. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian sat on the floor and started cultivating. Pipa. 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 The moment he started cultivating, dense spiritual energy immediately descended from the sky and gushed into his body. One by one, his acupoints burst open, and as though beans being fried, a crisp sound echoed. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Xian opened his eyes in astonishment, as though he couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. I actually opened all 108 acupoints? Legend has it that the human body has a total of 108 acupoints, but only 72 of them can be opened. Furthermore, there is a specific sequence to opening these acupoints. Due to the different physique of each individual, they require a different sequence in order to achieve the best results. If one isn't able to find the correct sequence, he would probably only be able to open 30 to 40 acupoints in his entire life. Initially, he thought that even with the Heaven's Path Divine Art, it would already be a miracle if he could open 72 acupoints. Never in his dreams did he expect to open all 108 acupoints. At this moment, the acupoints throughout his body were flickering, as though the stars in the sky were filled with energy. If the news of him opening all of his acupoints were to spread, it would definitely scare people to death. 108 acupoints, increasing my strength by 108 ding. Before reaching Pishue realm, I already had 20 ding, and my physical body has 90 ding. Adding everything together, my strength has reached 218 ding, comparable to a Tongxian realm intermediate stage expert. After calculating his strength, Xianxia's eyes glowed. 100 ding for Tongxian realm primary stage, 200 ding for intermediate stage, 300 ding for advanced stage, and 400 ding for pinnacle. For a Pishue realm pinnacle to possess strength surpassing that of a Tongxian realm intermediate stage, it was unheard of in the entire Tianxian kingdom and beyond. Yet, he managed to do it easily. Even he couldn't help but feel as though he was dreaming. There weren't many people in Tianxian kingdom who could surpass his strength. After all, the strongest expert in Tianxian kingdom was only at Tongxian realm pinnacle. Let's continue to see if there are any Fighter 7 Dan cultivation techniques. Xianxia stood up, his eyes gleaming as he continued walking deeper into the library. What a pity, after walking around the entire library, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. There aren't any Fighter 7 Dan cultivation techniques in this book collection vault. Thinking about it, it made sense. A Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm cultivator can be considered as one of the top experts in Tianxian kingdom. Their cultivation techniques are incomparably valuable, so how can they be placed here casually? Even if there were, they would be kept in a place that only the king knew about, for him to study and control. Since I don't have any cultivation techniques, let's take a look at my battle techniques. Thinking of this, Xianxia did not feel too dejected, and strode towards the martial arts section. The kingdom's book collection vault had a vast collection of books. Although the martial techniques stored here were not secret techniques, the advantage was that there was a large number of them. Just a casual move could be found in thousands of different schools. Xianxia stopped and looked at the bookshelf in front of him. It was the leg art and movement art section. 72 Tontuan kicks, whirlwind leg art, 34 consecutive kicks, traversing dragon. All kinds of movement and leg art manuals were placed on the bookshelf, densely packed together. Wang Ying's leg was injured before. Even with the nourishment of the body nourishment medicinal solution, he does not have full confidence in defeating the agile Dulé. However, with a good movement and leg art, it should be much easier for him to achieve victory. Thinking of this, Xianxia began to flip through the books. Walala, walala, 2 hours later, he finished flipping through all of the books regarding leg art and movement art, and 2 books were formed in his mind. Heaven's Path Movement Art and Heaven's Path Leg Art. Casually flipping through them, Xianxia immersed his consciousness into them. For hours later, he managed to master the 2 battle techniques. As these 2 battle techniques contained the most basic and fundamental knowledge, just like the Heaven's Path Spear Art, there was only one move in each of them. This was especially so for the movement art, which allowed him to cover a distance of 20 meters in a tenth of a breath. Its speed was so fast that it seemed as though he was teleporting. Of course, such a fast speed was extremely taxing on one's physical body. If not for the fact that he had cultivated the Heaven's Path golden body, just this instantaneous acceleration would have ruptured his blood vessels and killed him. Even so, given his current endurance, he could only execute it once. Any more than that and his ears and nose would bleed. Even so, it was already a fearsome feat in a battle. If he were to execute a movement art that was akin to teleportation, even a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert would be killed if he was caught off guard. After learning the movement art and leg art, Xianxia went to the fist art section and flipped through them to form a fist art. 2 hours later, he easily mastered it. This fist art was similar to the movement art. Even though it was just a single move, it allowed him to increase his strength by 2-fold in an instant. Currently, he could exert 218 ding of strength. If he were to double it, he would be able to exert 436 ding. In other words, after executing the Heaven's Path fist art, his offensive prowess would be on par with a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert. Of course, just like the movement art, he couldn't use this kind of strength that exceeded his physical limits continuously. Given his current strength, he could only execute 3 punches at most. As Xianxia flipped through the books, time passed slowly. It was fortunate that Xianxia knew that he would be staying in the kingdom's book collection vault for a long period of time. Thus, he had prepared food in his storage ring in advance. Otherwise, he would have starved to death. The royal palace was brightly lit. Apothecary Xianxia, why are you here? Walking into the main hall, Du Miaoshuan was perplexed. He was only an elder of the Du clan. Over the years, as his cultivation had been declining, his influence had weakened. Yet, he suddenly received an invitation from Emperor Xianxia today, leaving him perplexed. Upon entering the palace, he realized that Apothecary Xianxia, Ling Tianyu, Luo Chong, and the others were all present. I also received an invitation from His Majesty. It must have something to do with Xianxia. After all of us have received Xianxia's grace. At this moment, Apothecary Xianxia didn't look like he was on the verge of death at all. Instead, he was talking cheerfully. That's possible. Du Miaoshuan nodded his head. Ling Tianyu and Luo Chong also came to a realization. However, it didn't take long for their doubts to be answered. Emperor Xianxia walked into the main hall and introduced everyone with a smile. I wasn't the one who invited everyone. Instead, I invited 3 master teachers. Master teachers? Du Miaoshuan and the others were taken aback. They hurriedly stood up and saw 3 dignified elders following behind His Majesty. Take a seat. Your name is Ling Tianyu, right? I heard that your wife is gravely ill. Can you tell me about the treatment? After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Shi turned to look at Ling Tianyu. A moment later. You said that. With just a glance, Yang Xian was able to tell that your stone lion was a southern blood jade and deduced that your family member might be gravely ill? Furthermore, he only pierced a few acupoints, and not only did she regain consciousness, she was even able to walk? Lu Shi widened his eyes in shock. The southern blood jade absorbs one's vitality. The fact that your wife is still unconscious means that her illness has already reached the point of no return. In order to treat her, not only must one find the blockage in her meridians, one must also possess Xianxia of at least intermediate tier to break through the blockage. To be able to see through these spots without any hesitation. Do master teachers really possess such discerning ability? Without even forging a pill, just by walking in, he was able to tell that you were suffused with death aura and that you would die at any moment. Suffused with death aura and a black glabella, he was indeed able to tell that the most intimate contact an apothecary has with cauldrons. But to be able to deduce all of this without asking, why do I feel that he doesn't seem like a master teacher but a fortune teller? Furthermore, he knew that you ate dragon-scaled prawns, causing your state of mind to become unstable. Yet, without asking, he was able to deduce it. You must be joking. After hearing the story of the crowd, the 3 master teachers were dumbfounded. The heck, are they listening to the heavenly scriptures? Even if master teachers possess exceptional discerning ability, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. Looks like there are only 2 possibilities. Firstly, this Yang Xian's capability far surpasses ours, reaching a level that even we are unable to comprehend. After an unknown period of time, Lu Shi said with a grim expression, secondly. He knew of everyone's condition beforehand and found a solution to it. Then, he acted according to the symptoms to shock everyone, but in truth, he is a scammer who is making use of this opportunity to rake in wealth. Xianxia and Xianxia nodded their heads. Clearly, they were in agreement with this point of view. If it is the first possibility, we can pay him a visit personally to learn from him. But if it is the second possibility. At this, Lu Shi's eyes turned cold. As master teachers, we have the responsibility to expose this scammer. We mustn't allow him to sully our reputation. Tianxian Royal City. Beiwu Tier 2 Kingdoms Lu Shi, Xianxia, and Hanwu Kingdoms Xianxia came to the royal city to visit Yang Xian. Indeed. After their visit, they summoned Ling Tianyu, Du Miaoshuan, and the others into the royal palace. I don't know what happened there, but the next day, the 3 master teachers paid a visit to Yang Xian's residence. Furthermore, they visited for 5 consecutive days, but they didn't even meet with a single person? The heck, isn't this too much? He didn't even meet with the master teachers? I know of Lu Shi, and he is one of the top 1-star master teachers. For such a person to be turned away at the entrance. What kind of standard does this Xianxia possess? I'm afraid that he isn't just a 2-star master teacher. No one had heard of the name Xianxia before, and even the teacher guild couldn't find anything about him. As such, many people doubted that he wasn't a true master teacher. However, things were different now. Everyone had heard of Lushi, Xianxia, and Xianxia, the three true master teachers. Even in the neighboring kingdoms, they were renowned figures. Yet, the three of them had paid a visit to Xianxia for 5 days straight, and yet, they hadn't even entered the room. No matter how foolish one was, it was clear that Xianxia was no ordinary person. He's a master teacher, but we can't find anything about him. I'm afraid that the name Xianxia is fake as well. Master teachers like to travel and experience the life of an ordinary person. From there, they can open up their mind and raise their soul. Could this be a high-tier master teacher who came from somewhere? I don't know. If that's the case, wouldn't Tianxian Kingdom prosper? Indeed, a master teacher is a symbol of the strength of a country. A 1-star master teacher can apply for a Tier 2 kingdom, a 2-star master teacher can apply for a Tier 1 kingdom, and a 3-star master teacher can apply for a Tier 1 kingdom. Once a kingdom becomes a Tier 1 kingdom, they will have the right to build a massive teleportation formation and purchase and sell all kinds of resources. The benefits are unimaginable. In an instant, all kinds of theories spread throughout the royal city. Your Majesty, even though the 3 master teachers are still doubtful, this Xianxia is definitely a capable person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to treat so many people so easily. Even if he isn't a master teacher, he should be at least a master physician. Perhaps the royal ancestor can be saved. In the royal palace, an old eunuch analyzed the news he had just received. Send men to guard the area. Report to me the moment Xianxia returns. I want to take a look personally. Emperor Xianxia said grimly. Yes. The old eunuch hurriedly nodded. This is a rare opportunity. Wang Chao, if Xianxia takes a liking to us and we become his apprentices, it won't be long before we become master teachers. In a spacious classroom in Hongtian Academy, Lu Sun stared at the young man before him excitedly. That's right. No matter what, we have to pay him a visit and leave a good impression on him. Wang Chao nodded as his eyes gleamed. Even if I can't become an apprentice, with a few words of guidance, I'm sure that I'll be able to achieve a breakthrough immediately. Lu Sun nodded. By the way, what about Xianxia? Wang Chao asked. Him? Lu Sun Laosher gazed ahead with a lofty aura. Placing his hands behind his back, he said, he is just a stepping stone on my path to becoming a master teacher. He means nothing at all. Don't worry, the students I have chosen to battle with him are all cultivating in secret. In just a few days, they will be able to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation. They will definitely emerge victorious in this teacher evaluation and attract the attention of many master teachers. That's good. I'll congratulate you in advance. Wang Chao excitedly clasped his fists. Similar scenes were happening all around the capital. The appearance of a master teacher caused a huge commotion among the various powers. All of them set their sights on Xianxia's residence. In an instant, this inconspicuous courtyard seemed to have become the center of the capital. A huge commotion broke out. At this moment, Xianxia had already arrived at the innermost row of the kingdom's book collection vault. After 5 days of non-stop flipping through books, he was completely exhausted. Not to mention cultivating, he didn't even have the mood to speak. There's still the last row left. Knowing that it wasn't easy to enter the kingdom's book collection vault, Xianxia decided to imprint these books into the Library of Heaven's Path first. He didn't allow them to form a corresponding book of Heaven's Path. Even so, he was still exhausted, and he could collapse at any moment. Seeing that there was only the last row left, his eyes glowed in excitement and tears streamed down his cheeks. After working hard for so many days, he finally saw the end. These are books on poison. This was a row of books on how to use poison, create poison, apply poison, and identify poison. Just like the other books, they were just the basics and couldn't be considered profound. Flip through them. With a flick of his finger, the books were imprinted into his mind one after another. Of the many occupations, there was the poison master occupation. In terms of prowess, it could definitely be considered as one of the upper 9 paths. However, similar to assassins, it could only be hidden in the shadows. Many people weren't willing to choose this occupation, resulting in it being relegated to the lower 9 paths naturally. Xianxia wasn't interested in learning how to be a poison master. However, there was no harm in taking a look. This could prevent him from being framed. One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one must always be wary of others. 2 hours later, he finished reading all of the books on poison. I should go back and sleep first. After imprinting all of the books in the book collection vault into his mind, Xianxia felt fatigue crushing down on him. It was as though his entire body had been hollowed out. All he wanted to do was find a place to lie down and sleep. Even though he had reached Pishui realm pinnacle and was much stronger than ordinary cultivators, he couldn't withstand 5 consecutive days without rest. Furthermore, his mind was in high gear. However, even though he was exhausted, it was worth it. Xianxia Kingdom had been established for more than 1,000 years. Even though the quality of the books in the book collection vault wasn't high, and they couldn't be considered as secret manuals, they covered every single occupation. Furthermore, there was a huge quantity of them. To others, it would be difficult for them to discern the authenticity of the books. The more they read, the more confused they would become. However, to Xianxia, who possessed the Library of Heaven's Path, this wasn't a problem at all. As long as he was willing, he could compile a Heaven's Path book and extract the most accurate knowledge within to make it his own. Walking out of the palace, Xianxia glanced at the sun. Only then did he realize that he had been in the book collection vault for 5 days. I can't rest yet. It has been around 10 days since I bought the unraveling pill and colossal rhinoceros blood. The items should have arrived by now. While walking, Xianxia suddenly recalled that he couldn't sleep right away. In this period of time, he had been busy earning money and reading books. The 10 days deadline was almost up, and the medicinal herbs he had requested of guild leader Ouyang should have arrived by now. I should return to the residence first. Hopefully, someone will come looking for me in the next few days. That way, I should be able to gather enough money. Thinking for a moment, Xianxia realized that he was still short of 2 million. Without any hesitation, he found a secluded area and changed his clothes. Disguising himself as Xianxia, he headed back to the residence. Zhang Liao and Zhang Mo were famous thieves in Xianxia Kingdom. They specialized in robbing the rich and giving to the poor. Due to their nimble movements and clean means, they had never failed in their robberies. Xianxia Kingdom had once offered a high bounty to capture the 2 of them, but what was laughable was that no one knew what they looked like. That's Du Qiao's residence. That fellow is a heartless tycoon who has committed many evil deeds. Even though he met with bandits and suffered a setback in his business, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Just a small sum of money would be enough for him to survive for quite some time. Zhang Liao chuckled as he strode forward. Due to being hunted down, the 2 of them left Xianxia Kingdom for half a year. As soon as they returned, they immediately set their sights on merchant Du Qiao. However, we have to scout the area carefully and confirm the habits of the guards before making a move. Zhang Yimou nodded his head. The duo didn't steal from anyone they saw. Instead, they had to observe the surroundings for a long time to confirm the layout of the defenses and find the weak point before striking. This was precisely the reason why they had never failed in their robberies before. The residence in front is it? I've been here once. Ah? Zhang Liao strode forward and turned around a corner. Just as he was about to sneak into the residence to take a closer look, he was shocked by what he saw. Zhang Mo's face paled as he stared at the sight before him with widened eyes. There was a long queue at the entrance of the residence, and there were several hundred people standing in front of it. It was one thing if there were just a lot of people, but more importantly, the gates of the residence were tightly shut, as though they had no intention of opening at all. Look, isn't that the 8-armed divine dragon, Lu Yuankai? Suddenly, Zhang Liao recognized a person and his face paled. It's him, the 8-armed divine dragon, Lu Yuankai, is a famous Tongxian realm advanced stage expert. Due to an injury he sustained while hunting a savage beast, he disappeared from the crowd. Why is he here? Furthermore, why is he standing at the entrance? Zhang Mo's body trembled. That is Cliff Dragon Iron Hands, Feng Jun? He is the #1 expert of Hanxua City, capable of splitting rocks with his iron hands. Even Emperor Xianxia treats him as an equal, and his cultivation is at Tongxian realm intermediate stage. Why is he here, queuing? Eagle-pecking divine eyes, Duan Zhoujiang? Iron caltrop, Long Shanhai? Fair-faced scholar, Hu Xiaobai? Zhang Liao thought that the people queuing outside were all ordinary people. However, upon recognizing one of them and taking a closer look, his body trembled and he nearly died of fright. These people were all famous experts in Tianxian Kingdom, and even the weakest of them was at Tongxian realm primary stage. Even though they had some means, if they were to meet with these people, they would probably be beaten to death on the spot. Just that, back then, Emperor Xianxia had specially invited them, but only a handful of them had turned up. Why would they all line up at the entrance of the Hall of Gods? I'm not mistaken, am I? Zhang Liao and Zhang Mo stared at one another in bewilderment. They scratched their heads in frenzy. It was one thing if these people were just queuing up, but the problem was that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear of offending the people in the residence. In fact, they even dared not to knock on the door. The heck, heavens, earth, who can tell me whether these people have gone mad, or am I the one who has gone mad? Isn't this Du Qiao's residence? How could a small merchant have such a great deterrent force, for such a huge group of people to willingly wait at the entrance, not daring to utter a single word? Voila, just as he was about to die from shock, an elder walked over with widened strides. Upon seeing this person, the crowd immediately opened up a path for him with respect. This is Old Master Zhang of the Nine Heavens? Zhang Liao swallowed a mouthful of saliva forcefully. I heard that Old Master Zhang is already in his 90s, and he reached Tongxian realm pinnacle 30 years ago. Of course, the reason why everyone respects him is not because of his age or his strength, but because he was once a star teacher in Hongtian Academy, and nearly half of the experts here have attended his lessons. What is he doing here? Zhang Mo's mouth felt as though it was stuffed with an egg. This old Master Zhang has been living in seclusion for the past 20 years, and even Emperor Xianxia has to address him as teacher. What is he doing here? Could it be that Du Qiao has transferred the residence to him, and these experts are here to pay him a visit? Wait a minute. As soon as that thought surfaced in their minds, the two of them realized that they had made a mistake. That was because Old Master Zhang was also standing at the entrance of the mansion, waiting respectfully without the slightest sign of overstepping his boundaries. Even Old Master Zhang is waiting here? Zhang Liao and Zhang Mo stared at one another, their lips trembling. Even though Old Master Zhang had been in seclusion for many years, there was no one in Tianxian Kingdom who would dare to disrespect him. Even if he were to enter the royal palace, the emperor would welcome him personally. Yet, he was locked at the entrance without the slightest anxiety. Brother, are we still going to steal? After a long moment, Zhang Liao turned to his elder brother. Steal? Steal your head. Putting aside whether we can enter, even if we do, with so many experts guarding the entrance, I fear that we will be beaten to death before we even reach the entrance. Zhang Mo shuddered, and he nearly burst into tears. The heck, how are we going to steal? Putting aside these Tongxian realm experts, even their subordinates would be able to smash them into meat paste. What is going on with this residence? Why are there so many experts paying a visit? No matter who it is. With such great rallying power, is the royal family going to ignore it? Suddenly, Zhang Liao recalled something and asked. Zhang Mo was taken aback as well. How can one allow others to sleep by one's bedside, regardless of who this fellow is, for him to be able to gather so many experts at once, putting aside the fact that each of them is stronger than the last? To be willing to stand guard outside without even knocking on the door, even Emperor Xianxia would be fearful. Walala, just as he was feeling puzzled, a golden carriage arrived before him. It's Emperor Xianxia. He's here, looks like there's going to be a good show. Seeing the carriage, as well as the figure walking down from it, Zhang Liao and Lu Qiyue both shuddered. Emperor Xianxia must have felt pressured by Emperor Xianxia's presence and decided to make a move. Although there were many experts here, it was still not enough to deal with an entire kingdom. Furthermore, it is rumored that the old ancestor of Tianxian Kingdom possesses a cultivation of Xianxia, suppressing the surrounding kingdoms from making any rash moves. Even though this group of people is formidable, they are helpless before such a powerful expert. Your Majesty, you're here. Greetings, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you came early today. I have reserved your seat for you. Hurry up and go. Just when Zhang Liao and Zhang Mo thought that a battle was about to break out, they saw the experts standing at the entrance greeting them with smiles on their faces. Following which, Emperor Shen Jue also found a spot to stand amongst the crowd, guarding the entrance respectfully. Quack? The two godly thief brothers' bodies swayed at the same time. Can someone tell me what's going on, for the Emperor of Tianxian Kingdom to join the crowd and wait outside as well? Can someone tell me, in this residence? Who in the world is living? Voila! Before they could recover from their shock, another carriage stopped and three elders walked over. The three of them were dressed in the same robes, and the stars embroidered on their chests glowed brightly. This is the robe of a master teacher. 1-star master teacher? 3 1-star master teachers? Zhang Mo recognized them and he clenched his fists tightly. I get it. It must be the 3 master teachers who are going to conduct a lecture and these people are here to listen. Zhang Liao came to a realization. That must be the case. Only master teachers possess such great rallying power. Without even opening their mouths, they were able to gather so many experts, including Emperor Shen Jue himself. Paying respects to Lushir. Xianxia, it has been many years since we last met. You are still the same as before. The last time I met Xianxia was 7 years ago. To think that you would come to Tianxian City. The arrival of the 3 master teachers immediately caused a commotion. The previously arrogant crowd immediately gave way to them. The 3 of you, please stand in front of me. Initially, they thought that the 3 master teachers would open the gates and invite the crowd in. However, upon seeing Emperor Shen Jue step aside, the 3 master teachers stopped and stood quietly outside. The heck? Zhang Liao and Zhang Mo broke down. Tongxian realm experts, the esteemed old master, the emperor, and even master teachers were standing at the entrance. Who in the world was in this residence? It was laughable that the 2 of them were still thinking of how to steal it. Pooh, it was fortunate that they didn't make a move. Otherwise, they would have long been dead. Jia, just as they were trembling in shock, the tightly shut gates opened slowly and a fatty walked out. Isn't this the fatty from Tianyu merchant firm, Sun Chong? Zhang Liao recognized him. He had been a thief in Tianxian City for many years and he knew many people from all walks of life. Putting aside Emperor Shen Jue, even compared to them, the fatty before him could be considered as the lowest rung of society. To think that he would be staying in a residence for so many experts to wait for him? Butler son, may I know if Xianxia will be back today? Old Master Zhang stepped forward and clasped his hands. I'm sorry, but the old master isn't back yet. Please return. If he really returns, I will send someone to inform you. Seeing the huge crowd before him, Sun Chong's mouth twitched and he hurriedly said. As the news spread, more and more people came. From the initial shock, he was already numb to it now. Of course, what made Sun Chong even more numb was that the old master of his had gone missing. It was as though he had vanished from the face of the earth. No matter how he tried, he couldn't find him. If he couldn't be found soon, he was afraid that the people at the entrance would fly into a rage. If that were to happen, he might just die. Facing so many experts every day, if not for his strong mental fortitude, he would have long given up. Sigh, he isn't back yet. But it's fine, we can wait here. Hearing that Xianxia wasn't back yet, the crowd couldn't help but feel disappointed. Everyone, let's not wait anymore. Sun Chong was afraid that something might go wrong. Just as he was about to continue persuading them, he suddenly leaped up and rushed toward a certain direction. Old master. What is going on? Walking slowly back to the entrance of the residence, Zhang Xian saw the long queue before him and was dumbfounded. Old master? Seeing Butler Sun's loss of composure, everyone immediately understood that Xianxia had returned. Turning their gazes over, they saw a middle-aged man with a yellow face looking at them with a perplexed expression. This is the old master who had so many people waiting for him? Zhang Liao and Zhang Mo felt lightheaded. This fellow didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, how could he make the emperor and master teachers wait for him at the entrance willingly? It had been half a year since they returned to Tianxian City, so they weren't aware of the commotion caused by master teacher Yang Xian. Xiaochang, what is going on? While they were feeling lightheaded, Xianxia was even more so. Looking at the crowd, he realized that they were probably the people who had accumulated over the past few days, waiting for him to resolve their problems. But, Sun Chang, your eyes are brimming with tears, as though a puppy meeting its owner. What the heck, it has only been a few days, do you need to be so agitated and excited? Old master, you are finally here. These people are looking for you. Sun Chang hurriedly introduced. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. Xianxia. Emperor Xianxia clasped his fist. I am. Did I allow you to speak? Just as he was about to find out what was going on from Sun Chang, he was interrupted. Xianxia frowned. Where did this come from? How can you not have any eyesight? Can't you see that I'm busy? It is fortunate that I have a good temper. If it was any other master teacher, they would have long beaten you to death. Putong. Putong, Zhang Liao and Zhang Yamo fell to the ground. My brother, this is the emperor of Tianqian Kingdom. To say such words. Sun Chang was also dumbfounded. As expected of the old master, he is indeed ferocious. To even look down on the emperor. Emperor Shenjui's face flushed. Continue speaking. After reprimanding the fellow who interrupted them, Zhang Xian turned to look at the butler. Oh. Sighing, Sun Chang hurriedly said, in the few days that you were away, these people are here to pay you a visit. Emperor Shenjue is here, and the emperor is here as well? Zhang Xian was shocked. Initially, he had planned to return the mansion as soon as he returned, transform back into Zhang Xian, and run away. He did not expect to alarm His Majesty. He couldn't help but ask, where? Hearing this, everyone had a strange look on their faces. Even Sun Chang staggered. After messing around for so long, it turned out that this old master of his didn't even know Her Majesty, and he had worshipped her for so long. Cough cough, it's me. Emperor Shenjue coughed. You? Zhang Xian was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He didn't expect to be lectured by the other party as soon as he returned from the book collection vault. Shenjue pays respect to Xianxia. Allow me to introduce to Xianxia, these three are Luxia, Jingxia, and Zhuangxia. Emperor Shenjue said hurriedly. Luxia. What? Master teacher? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Didn't they say that there were no master teachers in Tianqian Kingdom? When did three of them appear? I've been gone for a few days. What happened? Lu Ling, Zhuangxian, Jingfei, pays respect to Xianxia. Luxia and the others stepped forward and clasped their fists. At the same time, they examined the middle-aged man before them. With just a glance, the trio frowned simultaneously. Follow me in first. The trio seemed to have noticed something. Seeing that there were so many people gathered at the entrance, Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella and waved his hands. He couldn't possibly have the emperor and three master teachers waiting at the entrance. Brother Lu, what did you notice? Following behind Luxia into the courtyard, Zhuangxian asked him discreetly. He is in disguise. Judging from his skin and actions, he should be very young. At the very least, he is in his 30s. Most probably, he isn't even 25. Lu Ling frowned. Even Du Miaoshuan could see through Zhang Xian's disguise, how could the master teachers not see through it? What kind of master teacher can he be if he isn't even 25? I'm afraid that he is a fake. Zhuangxian harumphed coldly. Master teachers are similar to scholars. The older they are, the more valuable they are. It is one thing for him to be afraid of revealing his true appearance, but for him to be less than 25. How can he be a master teacher? To become a master teacher, one has to pass many tests and every single one of them requires one to pay a huge price. Due to the limitations of one's age and knowledge, it is impossible for one to pass the test even if he is in his 20s. He is probably a fake. We will find a way to expose him later. Jingxia nodded his head. After hearing the introduction of Ling Tianyu and the others, he was perplexed and wanted to verify it. Personally, after seeing Zhang Xian's shoddy disguise, he immediately understood that it was a fake. If it wasn't a fake, why would he disguise himself, how could a 20-year-old master teacher be so skilled that even they couldn't see through his disguise? Furthermore, did you see his bloodshot eyes and fatigued expression? If he is really a master teacher, how could he be in such a state? Lu Ling continued. Not only did he see through Xianxia's disguise, he also noticed that the other party was mentally exhausted. After observing the other party for a while longer, he grew angrier and angrier. No matter how he looked at it, this fellow didn't seem real. For a fake to make them visit him for 5 consecutive days, no matter who it was, they would be angry, needless to say, master teachers. Oblivious to the fact that the other party had already seen through him, Xianxia walked into the lounge and sat down on the main seat. Lifting his head, he looked at the 3 master teachers and asked, "May I know why the 3 master teachers are looking for me?" "Oh, I heard that Xianxia is skilled in the way of medicine and that you specialize in helping others achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation. Thus, we are here to offer you some pointers." After exchanging glances with the other 2 master teachers, Lu Ling spoke up. Using brute force was definitely not an option. Since he was going to expose the other party, he would have to rip him apart. "What is it? Speak." What Xianxia wanted to do now was to earn another 2 million, get his hands on the medicinal herbs, and find a place to sleep. He was simply too tired. Thus, he didn't bother with pleasantries and waved his hands casually. Continue acting." Seeing the other party's indifferent attitude, the faces of the 3 master teachers turned green and they narrowed their eyes. "Your mental fortitude is pretty good. However, no matter how much you act, we won't leave until we expose you today. I have some problems with my cultivation and I would like to seek your guidance." Under the other 2's signal, Xianxia stood up, clasped his fist and said, "I am currently at Tongxian Realm Pinnacle, and I am just a step away from Xianxia. However, I can clearly feel that the Jinqi in my body has slowed, and no matter what I do, I am unable to take that final step. I have already tried everything I can think of, and I hope that you can offer me some pointers." Tongxian Realm Pinnacle? Xianxia felt depressed. His current cultivation was only at Pishue Realm Pinnacle. He didn't even know how a Tongxian Realm cultivator could cultivate to such a level, so how could he offer him pointers? "How about this? Try 2 punches." Knowing that it was impossible for him to match up to the other party, Xianxia waved his hands. 2 punches? All right. Xianxia knew that only by executing a battle technique would he be able to expose his problem. Thus, without any hesitation, he stood up and threw a punch. Hoo, his fist carried a might as sharp as a blade. As expected of a Tongxian Realm expert, Jinqi flowed through his body like a dragon, and the powerful might of his fist caused the surrounding air to vibrate, producing sonic booms. Soon, the battle ended. Xianxia, Lu Ling, and Jingfei turned to look at Xianxia simultaneously, wanting to see what he could say. However, he was in a daze, as though a wooden chicken. It was hard to tell what he was thinking about. "Please offer me your comments." Seeing his attitude, Xianxia's face darkened, and he couldn't even be bothered to address him as Xianxia anymore. No matter what, he is a master teacher. It is one thing if you are of a higher cultivation realm than us, but you are just an impersonator. What are you trying to act cool for? You want me to execute a battle technique, and you are still in a daze. Could it be that you have become dumbfounded, unable to say anything at all? You want me to offer my comments? Ignoring the other party's displeasure, Xianxia glanced at him. That's right. Xianxia harumphed. He had already thought it through. As long as the other party were to speak, he would find a loophole in the other party's words, expose him publicly, and embarrass the other party. Before they could confirm whether the other party was a fake or not, so many people had already lined up outside. Logically speaking, they should have tried to dissuade the other party. However, they had their own reasons for not doing so. If the other party was a fake, they would surely offend the other party if they dissuaded the other party. If the other party was a fake, they could expose him in front of so many people and ruin his reputation. At the same time, it would serve as a warning to the world that a master teacher is not to be blasphemed. My comments are simple, I'm afraid that you won't believe me. Xianxia shook his head. Left with no choice, he could only bite the bullet. Otherwise, if he were to be exposed as a fake, he wouldn't be able to escape at all. However, after so many days of disguise, he had gotten used to it. With an impassive expression, he waved his hands and said, "How about this? Do you want to break through Tongxian realm pinnacle and reach Halfzhongsher?" "Of course," Xianxia replied. "What a joke. Which cultivator doesn't want to break through, who doesn't want to reach higher realms? Physicians aren't autonomous, and master teachers aren't able to offer them pointers." Even though he wanted to achieve a breakthrough, he had been unable to do so for many years. On the other hand, his two old friends, Lu Ling and Jing Fei, had already achieved a breakthrough. "I can help you achieve a breakthrough within 10 minutes, but..." Xianxia paused. 10 minutes? To achieve a breakthrough? Xianxia was taken aback. Even Lu Ling and Jing Fei, who were standing by the side, were in disbelief. As good friends, they had taken a look at Xianxia, and they knew that it was impossible for him to achieve a breakthrough within a short period of time. Yet, this scammer before them said that he could achieve a breakthrough within 10 minutes? "I've already given you the opportunity. How you choose is up to you." Xianxia picked up the teacup on the table and sipped on it slowly with an impassive expression. If it was any other time, this action of his would be incomparably eye-catching, as though he was looking up to a tall mountain. However, at this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, his eye bags were drooping, and his lips were dry and purple. Not only did he lack the disposition of an expert, he looked as though he had spent an entire night at the spa. Alright, I want to achieve a breakthrough. Please guide me." After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia gritted his teeth. "If it's really as you said, that you can help me achieve a breakthrough, then it's true. If you can't do it, then you are a fake, a scammer. Have you made up your mind?" Xianxia lifted his eyelids slightly. "Yes." Xianxia waved his hands. "That's good. Xiaochang, bring a gunny sack over. Then, call a few guards over and bring some wooden sticks." Xianxia instructed. The three master teachers and Emperor Shenjue stared at one another with a bizarre expression. "Gunny sack, guards, wooden sticks, aren't you going to help me achieve a breakthrough? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to catch a pig? P.S. I'm typing in the black room. The vice moderator suddenly informed me that a silver sect master has appeared." Laowa is dumbfounded. "Thank you, Silver Fox YH sect master, for rewarding me with 1,000,000 RMB for your support. Today will be a crazy day. At the very least, 7 chapters. Requesting for all kinds of support. Ordinary people would only use gunny sacks and wooden sticks to catch pigs." Upon hearing that the other party was using such a thing to help him advance his cultivation, Xianxia felt a mouthful of blood rising in his chest and the flesh on his face trembled non-stop. If not for his self-restraint as a master teacher, he would have long exploded. There were only a few types of pointers he gave others, such as improving their cultivation technique, identifying mistakes in their cultivation, consuming all kinds of pills. Yet, this fellow used gunny sacks. The heck, what use is a gunny sack if I want to achieve a breakthrough? Others eat pills, but I eat gunny sacks. Furthermore, get a few guards to bring out sticks. Using brute force to stimulate one's potential is one way to achieve a breakthrough, but aren't the guards in your courtyard a little too weak? I am a Tongxian realm pinnacle cultivator. Even if they were to wield a sword or a saber, it would be useless against me." "Yes." Upon hearing the instructions, Sun Chang scratched his head and walked out. Having followed the old master for quite some time, he knew that the other party's actions were always unexpected. However, upon hearing these words, he was bewildered. What was the old master up to? However, since the old master had made such arrangements, he must have his reasons. All he had to do was to follow his instructions. Not too long later, he found 7 to 8 guards, each of them wielding a long stick. In order to prevent any accidents, he even brought 4 gunny sacks with him. "Old master." The guards bowed in unison. "This Xianxia is trying to achieve a breakthrough and hopes to receive your help." Xianxia nodded his head. "It is our honor to be able to help a master teacher." The guards were taken aback for a moment before joy overcame them. When Sun Chang brought them over, he told them that they were master teachers. Given their strength, they wouldn't even be able to meet them, let alone interact with them. Now that they were able to help the other party, it was easy to imagine how excited they were. If this Xianxia were to achieve a breakthrough and remember them, wouldn't riches be a walk in the park? This was a favor from a master teacher. It was hard to buy even with 1,000 gold pieces. It's good that you are willing. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Xianxia turned to look at Lucier and said, I might have to trouble Lucier to seal Xianxia's acupoints so that he won't be able to move. Seal his acupoints? Xianxia frowned. What for? If my acupoints and meridians are sealed, I won't be able to move. Aren't you going to help me achieve a breakthrough? If these were sealed, Xianxia would not be able to flow through his body, so how could he cultivate? The others were also full of doubts. If you want to break through, you don't have to worry about it. Just listen to my arrangements. Waving his hand, Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a determined gaze. Sun Chang couldn't help but shiver when he saw the look in her eyes. Back then, when Xianxia instructed him to smash Ling Tianyu's stone lion, it was exactly the same gaze that Xianxia had given him. Xianxia believed in Xianxia's words, and in the end, he was nearly beaten to death. Needless to say, if this Xianxia were to believe him, he would definitely be in deep trouble. This old master of his was someone who would not pay for it with his life. Xianxia still wanted to say something, but he saw Xianxia looking at him with an indifferent expression. If you don't want to make a breakthrough, then forget it. I can't be bothered to waste my effort. After saying that, he continued drinking his tea. He was as quiet as a painting. All right, I'll do as you say. Seeing the other party's attitude, it was clear that it was fine if you don't agree to it. Xianxia gritted his teeth, turned to Lu Ling, and said, Brother Lu, I'll be troubling you. You want me to back off? Dream on, let's see how you can help me achieve a breakthrough. If you fail, I'll teach you a lesson, all right. Skeptical of the swindler, Lu Ling nodded his head and walked forward. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia seeped out from his finger and fell on Xianxia's body, sealing all of his acupoints. Done. After sealing the other party's acupoints, Xianxia was unable to move anymore. Lu Ling turned to look at him. Xianxia examined Xianxia and nodded his head. This Lucier didn't skimp on his work. He had indeed sealed all of Xianxia's acupoints. Later on, no matter what happens, I'll have to trouble the two of you not to make a move. After which, Xianxia turned to Lu Ling and Jingfei. All right. The duo didn't know what he was up to, so they nodded their heads in agreement. Let's begin. Chuckling lightly, Xianxia took the gunny sack from Sun Chang, walked up to Xianxia, and placed it over his head. What are you doing? After sealing his acupoints, Xianxia was still thinking about how the other party would help him achieve a breakthrough. However, upon seeing the gunny sack being placed over his head, he nearly vomited blood and fainted. I am a master teacher, a person of high standing. Explain yourself. What the heck is a gunny sack? Paying no heed to his ruckus, Xianxia turned to the guards and said, It's your turn now. Don't you want to help Xianxia achieve a breakthrough? Let's begin. Whip him viciously with a rod. Upon hearing those words, the guards, who were still fantasizing about how they would receive the gratitude of a master teacher, staggered and burst into tears. Old master, is what you said true, beating a master teacher? What happened to the help and gratitude you promised me? We still think that life is good and we want to live a little longer. We don't want to die young, why? What are you waiting for? Don't worry, his head is covered with a gunny sack, so he won't be able to see who hit him. At this point, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before continuing, If you are still worried, why don't you give him a few more? This way, he won't be able to see anything. It would have been better if he hadn't consoled them. Upon hearing those words, the crowd cried even more furiously. They had seen everything clearly when they arrived. What use was a gunny sack on his head now? He wasn't deaf. Given how loud they were, he could hear everything clearly. Besides, this isn't a matter of a few more gunny sacks, alright, no matter how many there are, he will know that we are the ones who did it. Not only were the guards on the verge of tears, Lu Ling and Jingfei's mouths twitched as they stared at one another. You aren't helping him achieve a breakthrough. You are thinking that we suspect you and want to exact vengeance on you. right? They had never heard of a person who could achieve a breakthrough with a gunny sack on his head and a bunch of people beating him up. However, they had already promised not to make a move, so it wasn't appropriate for them to speak up. Thus, they sat by the side silently. What are you waiting for? This is what Xianxia promised. Can you bear the responsibility for delaying his breakthrough? Xianxia frowned. Since they didn't listen to his words, he could only fly into a rage. Yes, the faces of the guards turned bitter. They thought that it would be a great honor to be able to help a master teacher. Never in their dreams did they expect things to turn out like this. However, the old master was a master teacher as well, so they didn't dare to turn him down. Let's go. Since they were going to die anyway, there was nothing for them to be conflicted about. Once they thought it through, everything would be fine. Walking up to Xianxia, the guards raised the wooden sticks in their hands and struck Xianxia, who was under the gunny sack. Pa! 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 Although Xianxia's acupoints were sealed, he wasn't deaf. Thus, he heard the entire conversation. Feeling the wooden sticks falling on him like a torrential rain, he felt his head spinning. And he was on the verge of going insane. Xianxia, screw you, you aren't helping me achieve a breakthrough, you are intentionally making a fool out of me. The more he thought about it, the angrier he felt. A surge of anger surged through him, leaving him on the verge of burning. Ever since he became a master teacher, he had never suffered such humiliation. To be beaten up with a gunny sack on his head, this was a huge humiliation. It was one thing if the ones beating him were strong, but they were just ordinary guards in the courtyard. Their cultivation round was only at fighter 3 dan or 4 dan, more importantly. With his acupoints sealed, Xianxia was unable to flow through his body, preventing him from recuperating or defending himself. When the wooden sticks fell on his body, he had to endure it with his body, causing indescribable pain. Just as he was about to go berserk, Xianxia's voice sounded from outside the gunny sack. The position isn't right. Sigh, right, it's here. Before Xianxia could react, he felt a stinging pain on his face and a burning sensation on his head. A few wooden sticks were already flying toward his face and head. Just a moment ago, he only felt pain on his body, but now, his head was being whipped. The heck, feeling his mouth swelling up from the whipping, Xianxia was on the verge of tears. Even though I know that he is a fake, I still sought his guidance for a breakthrough. Isn't this courting death? Just as he was about to curse out loud, the conversation outside sounded once more. Old master, how long do you want to beat him? A guard couldn't help but ask. It wasn't feasible to just beat him like this, there had to be a time limit. Time? Let me think for a moment. How about this? Xianxia's voice hesitated for a moment before continuing, beat him until he dies. Beat him until he dies? You. Xianxia was frenzied. I want to achieve a breakthrough, not commit suicide. Yet, you ordered your guards to beat me to death. Xianxia, I will never forgive you. If I don't kill you today, my surname won't be Zhuang. Screaming in his heart, Xianxia couldn't be bothered with cursing anymore. Enduring the excruciating pain, he drove his Xianxia and rammed it against his sealed acupoints. If he didn't open his acupoints and regain his freedom, he might really die here today. You aren't helping me achieve a breakthrough, you are trying to silence me. The more he thought about it, the more furious he felt. His rage accumulated like a mountain of sand, gradually forming a small hill. Use more strength. Did you not eat? The voice outside the gunny sack continued bellowing. Xianxia's eyelids twitched. He could no longer suppress the pain and humiliation he felt. Boom, after an unknown period of time under his frenzied assault, the sealed acupoints in his body finally opened. With a jolt of his arms, he tore the gunny sack on his head apart. Kacha! Kacha! The wooden stick in the guard's hands also broke into several pieces, and they fell to the ground. Xianxia, screw you! Roaring furiously, Xianxia hurriedly looked for the culprit, Xianxia, only to see the fake master teacher sitting on his seat, sipping on a cup of tea quietly. His expression was calm, and he looked at him calmly. With an elegant tone, he said, Xianxia, mind your identity. As a master teacher, how can you scold others? Scolding others? I will kill you. Xianxia was even more furious. Roaring furiously, he charged forward. Why don't you try beating me with a black rod? Identity. Identity my ass. If I don't beat you to death, I won't be a master teacher. Take a look at your cultivation before deciding whether you want to kill me or not. On the other hand, Xianxia didn't mind the other party's temper at all. Cultivation? Xianxia was taken aback. He turned to look at himself, and with a single look, his eyes narrowed. This? How is this possible? P.S. Second update has arrived. Laowa continued writing. His aura was several times stronger than before, and he had already reached Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. Half step. Grandmaster? Xianxia opened his mouth wide. At Fighter 8 Dan Zhongshe Realm, one would be able to establish their own sect and become the overlord of a region. Even though there is only a thin line separating them from Fighter 7 Dan Pinnacle, it is as though a caterpillar breaking out of its cocoon and transforming into a butterfly, or a carp leaping through the dragon gate. It is an insurmountable gap. This was the first trial of the Fighter 9 Dawn. It was unknown how many geniuses had failed to overcome it. Half Zhongshe was the buffer between the two realms. If one wanted to reach a higher realm, one had to reach this realm first. Even the royal ancestor of Tianxian Kingdom, who had been suppressing the Tianxian Kingdom for many years, only possessed such strength. Xianxia was a master teacher himself, and he had put in a lot of effort in order to achieve a breakthrough, only to fail every single time. How could he possibly achieve a breakthrough after being beaten with a black stick? Wasn't this too childish? At the side, Lu Ling and Jingfei also looked at each other, their heads filled with question marks. They had seen Xianxia's situation, and they had thought of many ways to deal with it. Initially, they thought that as he grew older, his stamina would begin to wane, making it impossible for him to achieve a breakthrough. Who could have thought that he would succeed just by being pummeled? Could it be any more ridiculous? Being beaten up was also a way to break through? Since the two of them couldn't break through to Zhongshe Realm, shouldn't they find a group of people to beat them up? Bewildered, they quickly turned their gazes toward the young man who was sipping on his tea, hoping to discern something from his face. However, it was a pity that the young man's expression was as calm as ever, as if he had done nothing at all. Of course, his eyes were still red, and his spirit was still sluggish. If it wasn't for the miracle he had just created, he would have suspected that this guy had gone somewhere last night. Seeing that the other party wasn't speaking, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, Yang. Sure, what's going on? Once again, he changed his address from Yangxian to Yangshi. You're not going to F***ck me anymore? Zhangxian looked up. Xuangshi's face reddened, and sweat streamed down his face like rain. The other party was clearly trying to help him achieve a breakthrough, but instead of appreciating his good intentions, he even insulted him in public. This was truly a classic example of repaying kindness with ingratitude. Xianxia could only lower his head awkwardly. Please forgive my ignorance, alright, I don't blame you. Zhangxian waved his hand and said, the battle technique that you executed earlier was extremely stable. There was no surprise in it, and there were no flaws in it either. This shows that you have been diligent in your studies since young, and you have an excellent teacher. Yangshi is right. My father is a one-star master teacher. Xianxia nodded. Having a solid foundation and abundant strength is a good thing, but it's also a disadvantage. Due to the fact that his father was a master teacher, ever since he was young, he had always known that his father's guidance was correct. Thus, he subconsciously dared not to overstep his boundaries. Thus, he developed the problem of abiding by the rules. The cultivation of martial arts is to defy the heavens, not to stick to the rules. Cultivating this way will allow one to advance swiftly at the start, but when one reaches Tongxian Realm Pinnacle, it will become a bottleneck for one to achieve a breakthrough. Zhangxian raised his head to look at Zhangxian, as though lecturing a student. Grandmaster, as the name suggests, is to establish a sect. If you don't have your own thoughts and insights, and blindly learn from your predecessors, how can you possibly succeed? Even though half Zhongshe isn't a true Zhongshe realm, it does carry this aura. After many years of cultivation and accumulation, the Jinqi and strength in your body should have long been able to break through the bottleneck and reach half Zhongshe. However, it is a pity that you are hesitant and lack confidence. If I'm not wrong, your father has probably never reached half Zhongshe in his entire life. In fact, something might have happened to him when he was trying to break through. You. Xianxia retreated in fear. The other party was right. Even though his father was a one-star master teacher, he hadn't reached half Xianxia even before he died. Due to a failed breakthrough, he went berserk, crippling his cultivation. In the end, he died of depression in less than a year. This was also the reason why he was unable to exert his full strength every time he tried to break through. However, this was a secret in his heart that he had never revealed. How did the other party find out? Could it be because he saw his battle technique? This fear is the reason why you are unable to achieve a breakthrough. No pill or cultivation technique is effective. Xianxia stood up and walked to the center of the hall. You asked me for my guidance. I know that in order to succeed, you have to overcome your fear first. Otherwise, everything will be for naught. However, this fear has been buried in your heart for many years. How difficult would it be to overcome it? The only way to overcome it is through anger. Using this unique emotion, you can neutralize the fear in your heart. Thus, I had someone cover your head and find someone to beat you up. If you don't know the reason, you will think that I am insulting you and hate me to the core. This way, the fear in your heart will disappear. After so many years of accumulation and the resentment in your heart, it is expected that you will achieve a breakthrough. Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia stood quietly in the center of the hall. His figure was elongated by the sunlight, making him seem like a towering giant. This. Standing on the spot, Xianxia pondered over the other party's words. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but be shocked. This theory sounded simple, but in truth, to be able to deduce it just by looking at a battle technique and deduce the outcome without any flaws, the complexity of this theory was no less than reaching Xianxia. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. I, Xianxia, will never forget the kindness you have shown me. After recovering from his shock, Xianxia kowtowed. This time, there wasn't the slightest bit of reluctance in him. You don't suspect that I am in disguise anymore? Xianxia smiled faintly. Ah. Xianxia rubbed his hands. It seemed like the other party knew that he suspected the other party, but he couldn't be bothered. Realizing this, Xianxia couldn't help but feel deep respect for the other party. Not only did he not expose the other party, he even helped him achieve a breakthrough. This was the true disposition of a master teacher. Seeing how their good friend's problem was resolved so easily, no matter how foolish Lu Ling and Jing Fei were, they could tell that even though the person before them looked young, he was actually a true master teacher. If he wasn't a master teacher, how could he possibly have such a deep understanding of cultivation? To be able to see through a problem that they were unable to solve and help Xianxia achieve a breakthrough? Even though this breakthrough seemed a little unorthodox. But regardless of whether it was orthodox or not, the fact that he was able to achieve a breakthrough meant that the other party's capability far exceeded theirs. No longer daring to underestimate the other party, Jing Fei stood up and said, Xianxia, I also have a cultivation problem that has puzzled me for a long time. Outside the residence. Say, for 3 master teachers to pay a visit to Xianxia, could it be that he is really a 2-star master teacher like what the rumors say? Seeing Emperor Xianxia and the 3 master teachers walking into the residence, the crowd couldn't help but discuss among themselves. No one knew what level Xianxia was at, but for 3 1-star master teachers to pay a visit to him, he was definitely not a simple person. Even the weakest of them was a 2-star master teacher. I don't know either. A few days ago, I paid a visit to Ling Tianyu, and he admires Xianxia greatly. We have also seen his wife's illness before, and now, she has completely recovered. I also paid a visit to Du Miaoshuan. Not only has his illness been cured, his cultivation has also reached Tongxian realm, just like what the rumors say. This Xianxia's means are truly unfathomable, truly admirable. The few of them discussed quietly, and at the same time, they couldn't help but be impressed. Actually, if everyone is perplexed, we should ask them. Suddenly, someone pointed to the front. Following the direction of the finger, they saw the guards of the 3 master teachers standing quietly not too far away. As the leader, Ayun was wielding a sword in his hand, and he exuded a fearsome aura. The master teachers and Emperor Xianxia had entered the residence, but as guards, they weren't qualified to enter. Thus, they could only stand guard outside. Indeed, they are the guards of the three master teachers, so they should be the most familiar with him. Everyone nodded in agreement. If one were to ask who knew Xianxia the most, it would be the three master teachers. On the other hand, the guards were the most familiar with him. As long as they were to ask them, they would surely be able to obtain some useful information. Brother Yun. A middle-aged man walked forward and clasped his fist. Clearly, he recognized Yun. As a top one-star master teacher, Lu Ling was famous in several kingdoms. As his guard, he was well respected, and many people tried to curry favor with him. So it's Brother Liao. Yun recognized him. He was a lone ranger in Tianxian Kingdom, and his name was Liao Yongjin. 5 years ago, he paid a visit to Lushur to consult him on a cultivation problem. You can just call me by my name, Brother Liao. Seeing that the other party recognized him, Liao Yongjin was delighted. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he asked the doubts in his heart for Lushur and the others to pay a visit. Could it be that they have found out about Yangshur's identity? Visit? Yun sneered. Rather than calling it a visit, it would be more accurate to say that they are here to expose his true identity. Brother Yun, what do you mean? Liao Yongjin was taken aback. Simple. Lushur and the others don't think that Yangxian is a master teacher. On the contrary, they think that he is a fraud. Thus, they came here to take a look and expose him. As Lu Ling's guard, he had been following the three master teachers for the past few days. As such, he had heard quite a bit of the conversation between the three master teachers. Even though Lushur and the others were shocked by the matter regarding Ling Tianyu's wife and Du Miaoshuan, they were more inclined to think that Yangxian was a fraud. Otherwise, how could he solve a problem that even they were unable to solve so easily? Furthermore, he even used an incomprehensible method to do so. Even though it was a visit, it was actually an investigation. Yangshi could be a fraud? Yun's voice sounded, and a commotion broke out. If that was the case, they would be in deep trouble. They had queued up painstakingly just to pay a visit to a fraud. Don't worry, Lushur and the others have already been in there for a period of time. They should be able to prove it soon. Flinging his hands, Yun said haughtily. If he wasn't a fraud, how could there be such a foolish butler? How could he say such foolish words, Jia? Right after he said those words, the tightly shut door in front of him slowly opened and a few figures walked out. Brother Sun, please wait a moment. We have gained a lot today. We know that Yangshi doesn't care about such things, but this is a token of our goodwill. Please pass it to him. Lushur stood at the door and chatted with Sun Chong with a smile on his face. At the same time, he kept on placing things in the latter's hands. What? Yun's body stiffened. P.S. Third watch. Laowa continues to write the fourth watch. As the guard of a master teacher, he was well aware of the standing and reputation of the three master teachers in the kingdom. Yet, that swindler didn't even show his face. Is this for real? Didn't you go to expose this guy? Giving gifts to a butler and calling him Brother Sun. What the hell? Yun seemed to think that he was wrong, very wrong. Could it be that this Yangxian is really a master teacher? The crowd who had just heard him vow to expose Yangxian felt even more dizzy when they saw the scene. Didn't you say he was a fake? How could a housekeeper be so respected? More importantly, he even addressed him as Brother Sun. Lushur, you're already in your 60s, while Sun Chong isn't even 40 yet you call him Brother Sun. Why do I feel goosebumps all over my body? Fortunately, I didn't listen to him. Otherwise, I would have fallen into a pit. That's right. If you don't know anything, why are you acting all high and mighty, debunking? Have you ever seen such a debunking? You're not here, yet you respectfully expose me to a butler? After recovering from their shock, everyone's tone became somewhat impolite. Most of the guards here are of high standing in Tianxian Kingdom. While they fear Lushur, they do not fear Yun. When he said it just now, he was so confident that everyone almost believed him. Only now did they realize that they would be dreaming if they believed him. Hearing these words, Yun trembled with anger, suffering endless internal injuries. You were the ones who came to ask me, so I told you out of goodwill. In the end, you turned your backs on me. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have said so much. you want me to guide your old ancestor in breaking through? Xianxia looked at the cautious Emperor Shenjue. After successfully helping Xianxia achieve a breakthrough, Lu Ling and Jingfei no longer had any doubts about him. They asked him a few questions regarding cultivation. After reading through the entire kingdom's book collection vault, Xianxia's current knowledge was astounding. Furthermore, with the help of the Library of Heaven's Path, he was able to see through Xianxia's flaws with just a few words. After a while, the three of them stood up and bade farewell. As for Emperor Shenjue, he stayed behind. He was here for the matter regarding the old ancestor. As soon as the three master teachers left, he immediately spoke up. Yes. Emperor Shenjue said expectantly. If Tianxian kingdom didn't have the old ancestor guarding it, it wouldn't be long before it was conquered by the other kingdoms. The weak were prey to the strong, and the strong were respected. This was not only true for martial artists, but also for countries. I only came to Tianxian Royal City to recuperate. I don't wish to get involved in too many trifling matters. Xianxian shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but the other party's old ancestor had already reached half Xianxia realm. If he were to achieve another breakthrough, wouldn't he become a true Xianxia? Xianxian hadn't even reached Tongxian realm yet, and it was out of pure luck that he was able to guide Xianxian to achieve a breakthrough. He didn't want to take on everything and give himself away. I beseech Xianxia to make a move. As long as you are willing to provide us with guidance, our Tianxian kingdom is willing to exchange anything for it. Hearing the rejection, Emperor Shenjue hurriedly kowtowed. He had put in so much effort to invite the three master teachers over, but they were helpless to do anything at all. His only hope was the young man before him. If he really didn't make a move, the old ancestor wouldn't be able to live for long. What do you think I lack? Xianxian narrowed his eyes. I wouldn't dare. Emperor Shenjue was taken aback. You must be joking. The other party was a master teacher who was even more formidable than Lu Shi and the others. If he wanted something, countless people would rush over to deliver it to him. He was only the emperor of a small kingdom, yet he dared to spout nonsense. How about this? Help me gather secret manuals on Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm. It doesn't matter how valuable they are, as long as there are enough of them. If you can gather more than 1,000 of them, I can consider providing guidance to your old ancestor. Xianxian said calmly. Ah? Emperor Shenjue was taken aback. Didn't you say that you don't lack anything? Tongxian realm secret manuals. What do you mean? Furthermore, 1,000 of them, his mouth twitched. Tongxian realm cultivators were considered to be top-notch figures in Tianxian kingdom. Even the royal palace didn't have many secret manuals that could help them raise their cultivation. Yet, he requested for 1,000 of them? What was Xianxia up to? If it's too difficult, then forget it. Xianxian waved his hands. It's not difficult. Xianxia, don't worry. I will definitely complete it within 5 days. Emperor Shenjue gritted his teeth. This was his only chance. If he were to miss it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Xianxian waved his hands casually. Emperor Shenjue tactfully backed out of the room. The moment he left the hall, Xianxian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the Tongxian realm secret manuals that had been troubling him would be solved so easily. Given his capability, it shouldn't be a problem for him to gather 1 or 2 Tongxian realm secret manuals. However, it was impossible for him to gather hundreds or even thousands of them. However, Emperor Shenjue was different. As the emperor of the country, it wasn't a problem for him to gather a few Tongxian realm secret manuals with just a command. More importantly, he only wanted quantity and not quality. He could forego any secret manuals, as long as he had sufficient secret manuals, it would suffice. Old Master. Sun Chang walked over. What happened in the past few days? What are those people out there doing? As soon as he arrived, he was questioned by the 3 master teachers and Emperor Shenjue. He had no idea what was going on outside. Reporting to Old Master, your name has spread across the entire Tianxian royal city these few days. Sun Chang briefly explained the happenings in the past few days. Only then did Xianxian understand the situation. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. It's no wonder why everyone wants to become a master teacher. The rallying power of a master teacher is simply too great. Old master, this was left behind by the three master teachers. After which, Sun Chang passed a storage ring over. Xianxia nodded his head. He knew that the three master teachers didn't lack money. After all, he had gone through so much effort to guide them. How could there be no benefits for him, dripping his blood on it to establish ownership over it? Xianxian's eyes widened. This storage ring was of a much higher tier than the one he was using. Even though it was also a low-tier storage ring, it had an area of 30 cubic meters. It was 10 times larger than the 3 cubic meter space in his hand. Putting everything aside, just this ring alone was probably worth at least several million gold coins. It was filled with all kinds of treasures, rare medicinal herbs, and piles of gold coins. With a casual sweep, it was probably worth at least 10 million. What extravagance! With just a single glance, Xianxian couldn't help but be impressed. As expected of a master teacher, they were truly generous. Just a casual gift of 10 million gold coins was already more generous than others. Of course, he also knew that Lucier and the others were trying to express their goodwill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to pay such a huge price just to provide them with some pointers on their cultivation. Old master hasn't been around for the past few days. Lord Ling Tianyu came by a few times and brought 5 million gold notes with him. Sun Chang then passed a stack of gold notes over. Even though he knew that his standing had risen, he didn't dare to hide anything from the other party. Thus, he handed over everything. These are the fees that the visitors have paid in the past few days. I've compiled them into a name list. After which, Sun Chang passed a book over. Xianxian took it and flipped through it. In an instant, he was shocked. How many people are there? Reporting to Old Master, there are a total of 27 visitors, and all of them have paid their fees. A total of 81 million. After which, Sun Chang waved his hands and 2 guards carried over a box filled with gold notes. The heck? Looking at the mountain of gold notes before him, Xianxian felt as though he was going insane. Previously, he thought that earning 2,000 gold coins would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, upon seeing this, he realized that he had underestimated the prestige of a master teacher. Just by announcing his name, without even looking at it, there were already people sending over so many gold coins. No occupation could possibly achieve this. Go and tell those who have paid the fees to come over tomorrow. I will guide them one by one. Those who haven't paid, please leave. From today onward, I won't be accepting any more requests. Rubbing his glabella, Xianxian waved his hands. Since the other party had already paid, he couldn't possibly return it. However, guiding 20 people would surely keep him busy for quite some time. Yes. Sun Chang nodded his head. After keeping the box and the gold notes into his storage ring, Xianxian casually took out a note and passed it over. This is your remuneration. Like I said, I will reward you handsomely if you follow me. If one wanted a horse to run fast, one had to feed it well. If not for Sun Chang dealing with the other party for the past few days, putting aside so much money, he wouldn't have been able to earn much at all. Besides, this fellow must have been worried for the past few days. It was just a few gold notes. As long as one had the identity of a master teacher, he could easily get as much as he wanted. 1 million. Looking at the denomination of the gold note in his hand, Sun Chang was shocked and he immediately kneeled onto the floor. This was money that he would never be able to earn in his entire life. From today onward, no matter what Old Master asks me to do, I will do it even if it means risking my life. Sun Chang vowed in his heart. Ever since he started following this Old Master, not only did he gain his dignity and wealth, he even achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. This kind of favor was something that he would never be able to obtain even if he muddled his way through his entire life. It could be said that this Old Master had opened a whole new world for him. His favor was so great that it was as though he had given him a new lease on life. Alright, I will be heading out for a while. I'll leave the matter of the people at the entrance to be handled by you. Xianxian waved his hands. The other party's gratitude was just a small interlude and it didn't mean much to him. The most important thing at the moment was to retrieve the medicine and help Yuan Tao and Zhao Yao awaken their unique constitutions. After that, sleep. After not resting for the entire day, he was already as tired as a dog. If not for the rise in his cultivation, he would have long fallen into a deep sleep. Yes. Sun Chang nodded his head. Knowing that the front door was filled with people, Xianxia walked out from the back door and left the residence. After finding a secluded area, he removed his disguise and changed his clothes before reverting to his original appearance. After reverting to his original appearance, Xianxia immediately walked toward the apothecary guild. Teacher. In Lu Sun's classroom, a few students were standing neatly before him. Among them were Zhu Hong, Jing Yang's good friend and Mo Xiao, and a few others, who had come to Xianxia's classroom to deliver the dual letter. If Yuan Tao, Lu Yang, and the others were here, they would definitely be able to recognize the 5 of them as the ones who had challenged them on the name list. Previously, they were only Fighter 1 Danjushi realm. However, at this moment, their auras were filled with vigor and strength. All of them had reached Fighter 2 Dan. Not bad. Looking at the improvement of his students, Lu Sun nodded his head in satisfaction. From the looks of it, the heavy price and effort he had put in weren't wasted. Once they reached Fighter 2 Dan, they would be able to crush Xianxia easily. Lu Laosher, that master teacher Xianxia, has appeared. Just as Lu Sun was about to say a few words, Wang Chao Laosher pushed open the door and walked in. His eyes were filled with excitement. The 4th chapter has arrived. Laowa has gone crazy. Can everyone accompany me in my madness? He appeared. Lu Sun turned to look at his good friend. Lu Shi and the others happened to be paying a visit today, and Emperor Shen Zhui came along with them. Not too long later, the 3 master teachers came out, and their attitude was extremely respectful. It seems like this Xianxia is a master teacher, and his rank is even higher than Lu Shi and the others. Wang Chao revealed the news he knew. Higher than Lu Shi. Doesn't that mean that he is a 2-star master teacher? Lu Sun's eyes lit up. Hurry up and make preparations, we'll pay a visit as well. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. If Xianxia were to take a fancy to him, he would definitely be able to soar into the skies. Wang Chao nodded his head. Then, a bitter expression appeared on his face. If this news spreads, there will be many people who wish to pay a visit to Xianxia. I'm afraid that we won't be able to get a chance to do so. Furthermore, you should have heard of Xianxia's rules. If you wish to pay a visit, you have to pay 3 million gold bills. Otherwise, you won't even be able to enter the door. Even if our old master can fork out that much money, I'm afraid that even though they were star teachers, their monthly salary was only 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins. To fork out 3 million was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Putting aside paying a visit to Xianxia, just this condition alone was enough to stop them. Don't worry, I've already thought it through. Lu Sun smiled confidently. Even though it is a written rule that one has to pay 3 million gold coins to pay a visit, in consideration of their reputation, it is impossible for them to pay it openly. That is to say, as long as we don't say it out loud, it shouldn't be exposed. You mean, to fish in troubled waters and sneak in? That doesn't seem too good. The other party isn't a fool. If we don't pay, we probably won't even be able to enter the door. Hearing his good friend's words, Wang Chao was taken aback. It's not sneaking in, but making use of our identity as star teachers, we can bypass this stage. With just the 2 of us, who in the kingdom wouldn't give us some face? As long as we can find a suitable candidate and submit our resumes, the rest will be easy. Master teachers also wish to take in apprentices. We are famous teachers in the entire Tianqian royal city, so we fit the criteria. As long as we write a name scroll and show him the fruits of our teaching, he might be happy and agree to our request. At that time, the so-called 3 million gold coins will be useless. What we need to do now is to send the name scroll. As for the gold coins, it doesn't matter at all. Wang Chao blinked his eyes. If one wants to become a great teacher, not only must one be strong, the most important thing is to be able to educate students. We have so many students, and with such an outstanding curriculum vitae, it won't be a problem for us. At this point, Lu Sun's eyes glowed with excitement. If it comes down to it, I can invite him to watch the teacher evaluation a few days later to see how I crush Xianxia. By then, upon seeing how outstanding I am, he might be happy to accept me as his apprentice. That makes sense. Based on our status as celebrity teachers, it should be easy for us to submit our resumes. Maybe we don't even have to pay. Wang Chao finally reacted. The teacher evaluation this time is a good opportunity. If Master Teacher Xianxia were to attend, he would surely take Lu Sun in as his apprentice. As long as he succeeds, there will be hope for Xianxia. That's it. Let's get ready and pay a visit. Without any hesitation, Lu Sun made the necessary arrangements. Apothecary Guild. Guild leader Ouyang, Apothecary Chen Shao, Apothecary Bai Ming, and more than a dozen other apothecaries stood in the courtyard respectfully. A violent gust of wind blew and a massive aerial savage beast slowly descended from the sky. An elder stood on top of it. Before the savage beast could reach him, he stepped lightly on the ground and landed steadily. Paying respects to Apothecary Hong Yun. Guild leader Ouyang and the others stepped forward. Apothecary Hong Yun was a famous 2-star apothecary in the kingdom. Apothecary Hong Yun nodded his head. Raising his eyebrows, he asked, "Where is that Xianxia?" Apothecary Zhang. Shouldn't be in the capital, that's why he didn't come. Guild leader Ouyang said awkwardly. Xianxia had been staying in the kingdom's book collection vault for the past few days. After leaving, he changed his appearance and went to his residence. Putting aside him, even Xiaoye and the others might not be able to find him. Preposterous. Apothecary Hong Yun waved his hands grandly. With a steeled face, he spoke authoritatively. Even though pill debate has been passed down since ancient times, it has its own unique rules. This time, other than delivering the unravel-ine pill and colossal rhinoceros blood that you want to buy, I am also here to assess this Xianxia. If he doesn't fulfill the conditions, I will strip him of his qualifications. Yes. Guild leader Ouyang nodded his head. Bring me the record crystal from that day. If I find any malpractice, everyone who participated in the pill debate will be punished. Apothecary Hong Yun's eyebrows shot up, carrying an indisputable authority. Yes, Apothecary Hong Yun. This way please. Guild leader Ouyang hurriedly led the way. Soon, he arrived at the location where the pill debate was held and took out the record crystal. Activate it. Sitting on his seat, Apothecary Hong Yun picked up the cup of tea that he had just poured and looked at him impassively. Guild leader Ouyang didn't say much. Instead, he infused his Xianxia into the record crystal. In an instant, the record crystal glowed, and the content of the recording was displayed once more. It was the recording of Xianxia entering the room. This is Xianxia? Guild leader Ouyang, you should be an elder of the guild, why are you so muddle-headed? How could he possibly succeed in the pill debate at such a young age? Seeing that Xianxia wasn't even 20 yet, Apothecary Hong Yun's eyebrows shot up. Of those who dared to participate in the pill debate, which of them hadn't studied pill forging for several decades? At the very least, they would be in their 50s or 60s. Yet, this person isn't even 20 yet. What can he possibly know? Clearly, the other apothecaries were intentionally going easy on him. How about this, as long as any apothecary here dares to forge a pill before me, regardless of what method he uses, I will be able to point out the name of the method and the errors in the forging process. As long as any one of the apothecaries feels that there is something wrong with the method, I will admit defeat immediately. Xianxia's voice sounded from the record crystal. Frivolous. Apothecary Hong Yun sneered coldly, even I don't dare to guarantee that I can point out the errors in a 1-star apothecary's pill forging. How can an apprentice like him be able to do so? You must be joking. He really doesn't know how high the heavens are. The record crystal continued to play, and soon, the scene of Apothecary Meng Yan forging appeared. Xianxia pointed out that the killing intent emanating from his chest made it difficult for the tranquil heart pill to work. When this Meng Yan was forging pills, his heart was flustered and he didn't calm his mind. It isn't surprising that he could see through it. Upon seeing this, Apothecary Hong Yun hesitated for a moment. As a 2-star apothecary, his eye of discernment wasn't something that guild leader Ouyang and the others could match up to. When Apothecary Meng Yan was forging the Tranquil Heart pill, his state of mind was unstable and he was flustered. As such, it wasn't difficult for him to forge a failed pill. After which, Apothecary Xianxia began. Death aura? This. Apothecary Xianxia was forging pills too quietly. I could only tell that something was amiss, but I wasn't able to tell that he was on the verge of death. Apothecary Hong Yun was perplexed. The other one-star apothecaries thought that Zhang Xian had investigated the crowd before coming to this conclusion. However, he was different. As a two-star apothecary, his eye of discernment was extremely sharp. Even though his words weren't as accurate as Zhang Xian's, he was still able to see through Meng Yan and Chen Zhao's state of mind. After which, Qingjiang. After which, Bai Ming. This cauldron is 7 qi and 3 cun tall and 3 qi and 2 cun wide. It was forged by a 3mo craftsman of the Stonewell workshop 7 years and 3 months ago. The thickness of this cauldron is slightly more than 1 cun. For heat to seep through it completely, it will take an incense's time and 34 breaths. In the record crystal, Zhang Xian spoke with confidence and wisdom in his eyes. This. Apothecary Hong Yun no longer felt the rage from before. Instead, he widened his eyes and stared fixedly at the record crystal. As a two-star apothecary, he had come into contact with higher-ranked apothecaries. He had also heard their conversations before. It seemed that before forging pills, one had to have a clear understanding of the cauldron specifications before one could forge pills of higher quality using the corresponding method. All along, he had thought that this was something far away from him. Never in his dreams did he expect that an apprentice would be able to speak of it so clearly. Reporting to Apothecary Hong Yun, after the incident, I took a look at the dossier on this cauldron and compared it in detail. Regardless of whether it is the height, weight, thickness of the cauldron, the forging time, the number of times it has been moved, or what kind of pill it has been forged. Apothecary Zhang Xian's words are completely accurate. We have also conducted an experiment on it. Indeed, it takes an incense's time and 34 breaths for the heat to seep through the cauldron without any error. By the side, guild leader Ouyang explained. Actually, even without his explanation, Apothecary Hong Yun, who spent his days forging pills, had a rough idea of the other party's words. As a result, 13% of the medicinal effect was lost for nothing. The medicinal effect wasn't fully activated. I lost 14%. Failure. This is impossible. Hearing Zhang Xian's series of failures, Apothecary Hong Yun's body stiffened and he clenched his fists tightly. According to the sequence that Zhang Xian said, we have done another test on it. The percentage of the medicinal effect that he said is completely accurate. This is the record of our test. Apothecary, you can take a look at it. Guild leader Ouyang took out a book and passed it over. Since it was a pill debate, it was impossible for it to end so easily. After Zhang Xian left, guild leader Ouyang and the other apothecaries worked overtime to test all of the data that Zhang Xian said. The result left them dumbfounded. To think that it was exactly the same, there wasn't the slightest error. This. Flipping through the records, Apothecary Hong Yun felt a little frenzied. The apothecary's signature was on it, and the timing of every single step was recorded clearly. It was impossible for it to be faked. With just a glance, he was able to remember the steps of throwing in the 47 medicinal herbs, the reaction that each of them would produce, as well as the loss of medicinal effect. The heck, is he still human? Apothecary Hong Yun contemplated for a moment and couldn't help but shake his head. Even at his level, it was impossible for him to achieve such a feat. Continuing on, it was the normal procedure of the pill debate. The apothecaries asked questions. Coincidentally, there is one in our guild's basic tier book collection vault. It's on the upper left of the 27th row. On the record crystal, Zhang Xian smiled faintly. With a wave of his hands, he recited the name and location of the book. These books. I seem to have seen them before. They are just as he said. Apothecary Hong Yun's breathing hastened. He might not have been able to verify what Zhang Xian had said previously, but in terms of pill forging, his knowledge far surpassed that of guild leader Ouyang and the others. He had read most of the books that the other party had recited, and the contents. were identical. Honestly speaking, upon hearing that the Xianxia Kingdom Apothecary Guild had allowed a fellow who wasn't even 20 to become an official apothecary through pill debate, he was infuriated. He thought that Ouyang and the others must have gone easy on him. This was precisely the reason why the headquarter had sent him over to reassess the matter. On the way here, he had already thought of how he could find flaws in the book and reassess it so that Xianxia would fail the test and be stripped of his apothecary license. However, he didn't expect that he would be dumbfounded before even finishing reading through the entire record crystal. If the contents on the record crystal weren't a show and had really happened, this Xianxia's understanding of pill forging was way too deep. Apothecary Wu Zhao's pill cauldron maintenance, Apothecary Zhao Qian's important matters to pay attention to in pill forging, Apothecary Niu Xian's miscellaneous matters, Apothecary Peng Bo's new cauldron maintenance. On the record crystal, Xianxia continued to speak. His every movement carried an air of elegance. I have read these books as well. What he said is completely correct. 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 Apothecary Hong Yun's knuckles paled and his lips trembled nonstop. He was intending to punish the other party, but before he could even finish reading through the record crystal, he realized that he couldn't find a single reason to do so. Guild leader Ouyang, Apothecary Xianxia is outside and seeks an audience. An apprentice reported. Dang Lang, alarmed, the teacup in Apothecary Hong Yun's hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Turning around, Xianxia saw a listless fellow with bloodshot eyes and droopy eye bags walking in. P.S. This chapter has 3,500 words, so I played for a while. Lao continued writing the 6th chapter. His monthly votes had already fallen to 8th place. Woo-woo. This is the confident fellow from before? Recovering from his shock, Apothecary Hong Yun stabilized his breathing. The fellow in the crystal was confident and wise, possessing a deep understanding of pill forging. On the other hand, the fellow before him was listless and his eyes were bloodshot. Was he cooked? Apothecaries deal with medicinal herbs daily, so they pay great attention to their health. Usually, they wouldn't allow themselves to be overly fatigued. Furthermore, apothecary is a top-notch occupation and they pay great attention to their image and prestige. When have they ever seen an official apothecary with panda eyes? This is too ungentlemanly. He wasn't the only one who was confused. Apothecary Ouyang and the others also had a bizarre expression on their faces. Did he really get thoroughly debunked by this fellow? If there was a hole in the ground, he would have dived into it. This is too degrading. Oblivious to the thoughts of the crowd, Xianxia walked into the room and saw that all of the apothecaries of Xianxia Kingdom were present. He was perplexed. These apothecaries were usually busy and it wasn't easy for them to gather together. Back then, for his examination, they had to gather a day in advance and only 10 of them came. Why would they all be here today? However, regardless of how many apothecaries there were, it had nothing to do with him. Xianxia shook his head and ignored them. Suppressing his fatigue, he walked to the center of the hall. Guild leader Ouyang, have the items I wanted to buy arrived? Yes, they're here. Guild leader Ouyang passed the items that Apothecary Hong Yun brought over. The grade 3 pill, Unraveline pill, and the blood of the Xiantian colossal rhinoceros. Receiving the items, Xianxia's face lit up. He kept them in his storage ring and passed the banknotes he had prepared to him. Farewell. Seeing that the other party was done counting and there were no problems, Xianxia prepared to leave. He was simply too tired. It was for the best that these items had arrived so that he could pass them to Xiaoya and Yuan Tao so that he could have a good night's sleep. Apothecary Xianxia, wait a moment. Apothecary Hong Yun recovered from his daze and stood up. Who are you? Just as he was about to doze off, someone stopped him. Xianxia was displeased. I am Hong Yun. I have a doubt regarding pill forging that I would like to ask. I hope that Apothecary Xianxia can answer me. Apothecary Hong Yun said. After looking through the contents of the record crystal, he was already 70 to 80% convinced of this person who had passed the pill debate. However, he still had to ask a few questions in person to confirm if there was any suspicion of cheating. I'm busy. Xianxia curled his lips and said, I'm not your teacher. If you have any doubts, go and read your books. Why are you looking for me? Why are you looking for me? Are you kidding? Can't you see I'm busy? I want to go home and sleep. Who has the time to answer your questions? How could he be so blind? Besides, who are you? If a random alchemist were to ask me questions, wouldn't I be exhausted to death? Clang, the alchemists in the room collapsed. President Ouyang almost choked to death. Brother, this is a 2-star apothecary sent by the upper echelons to investigate you. How dare you make him stay there? Cough cough. Suppressing the urge to spurt blood, Guild Leader Ouyang hurriedly stepped forward and said, Apothecary Xianxia, this apothecary Hong Yun is a 2-star apothecary dispatched by the headquarters. 2-star apothecary? Xianxia was taken aback. Glancing at the fellow before him, he lifted his fatigued eyelids and said, All right, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm in a rush for time. Guild Leader Ouyang. The other apothecaries. The other party is here to test you. Why do you make it seem as though he is asking you about your studies? More importantly, you are in a rush for time, your head. Do you even have any sense of crisis? If you fail the examination, the other party can strip you of your identity as an apothecary. Everyone was shocked. Apothecary Hong Yun was also frustrated. If not for the fact that he had seen the other party's record crystal, he would have long gone berserk. During the forging of a grade 1 breath return pill, the pill often turns yellow after it is formed. I would like to ask, how can this be resolved? To think that you are a grade 2 apothecary, you don't even know this? The main ingredient of the breath return pill is the white mat grass. This herb is snow white in color, but upon coming into contact with one's Xianxia, it will turn light yellow. This isn't due to the medicinal ingredient, but due to the excessive impurities in one's Xianxia. If one's Xianxia was pure, such a situation wouldn't occur. If you want to prevent the pill from turning yellow, it's very simple. When forging the pill, add a green sunflower. This herb can absorb the impurities in one's Xianxia, thus preventing the white mat grass from turning yellow. Xianxia casually waved his hands. The golden book allowed him to assimilate all of the books that he had read in the low-tier and high-tier book collection vault into his memory. Thus, it was extremely easy for him to explain them. He didn't even need to use the Library of Heaven's Path to be able to provide him with pointers. More importantly, the other party was asking for knowledge on grade 1 pills. Even if he were to ask for more advanced knowledge, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. If the main ingredient of a pill is the clear lotus flower, it will taste bitter. If licorice is added, the cauldron will explode easily. How can you resolve this problem? Apothecary Hong Yun continued asking. The bitter taste of the clear lotus flower is due to the golden seed pod on it. This thing isn't useful for forging pills. As long as you remove the seed pod, the pill won't taste bitter. On the contrary, it will taste sweet. Adding licorice is an unnecessary action, so naturally, the cauldron will explode. Xianxia stared at the other party as though he was looking at an idiot. You are a grade 2 apothecary. Don't tell me that you don't even know this? How did you manage to pass the examination? Apothecary Hong Yun was speechless. Alright, if that's all you have to ask, you can find the answers in the guild's high-tier book collection vault. If you have nothing better to do, you should read more books. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Yawning, Xianxia walked out of the room. He felt that if he didn't sleep now, he might just die. Seeing his actions, Apothecary Hong Yun was dumbfounded. Can't you show some respect for me? No matter what, I am a 2-star apothecary from the headquarters, a rank higher than you. Even when others see me, they have to be respectful to me. Yet, you speak to me without even opening your eyes. You even told me to stay in the corner and read more books. Read your head, I am testing you, can't you tell? Of course I know the answers to these questions. Frustrated, a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. His eyebrows shot up. Don't be in such a hurry. As long as you answer this question, I won't ask any more. Furthermore, I can give you the Unravel-ine pill and colossal rhinoceros blood for free. After saying those words, just as Xianxia was contemplating whether the other party would agree to it or not, Xianxia suddenly appeared before him. The fatigue in his eyes had vanished without a trace, replaced by a sharp glint. Are you serious? The unravel-ine pill and colossal rhinoceros blood cost a total of 23 million gold coins. It would be great if he could get them for free. He would be able to save a huge sum of money. You. Vulgar. Apothecary Hong Yun was so furious that his beard was about to puff up. When he was speaking to Xianxia previously, he didn't even want to open his eyes. However, upon hearing that he could get them for free, he was so excited that he nearly leaped up. To think that a 2-star apothecary like him couldn't even compare to a pile of gold coins in the other party's heart. Just the thought of it left him frenzied. In truth, Xianxia wasn't putting on an act for the time being. Rather, his current values were still that of the librarian on Earth. He wasn't truly compatible with the otherworldly world, so he didn't have any concept of what a 2-star apothecary was. No matter how incredible he was. How could he be more practical than money? Didn't you see how many brain cells he had to expend to earn these 20 million gold coins? The problem is, whenever I forge the vitality enhancement pill, the cauldron would explode. Apothecary Hong Yun revealed his problem. Upon hearing this question, Ouyangqing and the others were taken aback. They stared at one another in shock. Vitality enhancement pill. That was a grade 2 pinnacle pill. It could replenish one's spirit, energy, and vitality. It was said that even a 3-star apothecary would find it hard to forge it. Apothecary Hong Yun actually asked a 1-star apothecary how to forge a grade 2 pinnacle pill. Wasn't this too shameless? It was obvious that he had crossed the line. Seeing the gazes of the others, Apothecary Hong Yun's face flushed. Honestly speaking, he was infuriated by Xianxia and wanted to teach him a lesson. Aren't you incredible? How are you going to answer a 2-star apothecary question which even I am unable to solve? If you can't answer it, I'll teach you another lesson to dispel your arrogance and let you know how you should behave when speaking to a 2-star apothecary. Vitality enhancement pill? Xianxia had never read books on 2-star apothecaries before, so he didn't know the name of this pill. He thought that he was ignorant and that it was an obscure pill, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Of course, even if he knew it, it wouldn't matter. After all, it wasn't a problem that could be solved with knowledge. It had only been half a month since he transcended over. Even though he had the cheating tool, the Library of Heaven's Path, which allowed him to absorb knowledge quickly, it was impossible for him to compete with these apothecaries who had lived for decades. Go and forge the pill, let me see. With a plan in mind, Xianxia casually waved his hands. All right. Hearing the other party's tone, it was as though he was a monkey. Apothecary Hong Yun felt even more frustrated. He decided that he would teach the other party a lesson if he failed to answer the question. Thus, he walked to the cauldron, took out the medicinal herbs from his storage ring, and began to prepare. Vitality enhancement pill, an extremely popular 2-star pill. As he had never succeeded in forging it, he had brought several sets of medicinal herbs with him. Thus, it wasn't difficult for him to take them out. Xiong xiong xiong, the flames in the cauldron burned as the medicinal herbs were purified. As expected of a 2-star apothecary, he was much stronger than Apothecary Chen Shao and the others. Regardless of whether it was his control over the medicinal herbs, the flames in the cauldron, or the purification of the medicinal herbs, there was no comparison between them. The medicinal herbs were tossed into the cauldron smoothly. Under the intense heat of the cauldron, a dense pill fragrance soon appeared. This pill fragrance was filled with spiritual energy. With just a whiff, one would feel their body becoming lighter and more comfortable. Xianxia had worked for 5 consecutive days and was a little fatigued. With a whiff, he felt much more comfortable, and the redness in his eyes seemed to be alleviated. Boom, however, just as the pill fragrance reached its peak, it suddenly came to a halt. A violent energy gushed forth from the cauldron. Unable to withstand it, the cauldron before him exploded. Gotcha, a pile of pill dregs rolled out, charred as though charcoal. Not only did the forging fail, it was the most fearsome cauldron explosion. If not for the crowd being prepared beforehand, they might have been injured by the violent aura that gushed forth from the cauldron. Struck by the aura of the explosion, Apothecary Hong Yun's entire body was charred black. His hair stood on end, and he looked as though he was struck by lightning. With his hands behind his back, he turned to look at Xianxia. I'm done. Tell me what's going on, P.S. Why is it that the more I add, the lower my ranking in the monthly tickets ranking? Woo. Seeing him like this, President Ouyang and the others wanted to laugh but dared not. In their eyes, Hong Yun was an extremely powerful alchemist. Even Emperor Shenjue had to treat him with respect, not daring to insult him in the slightest. But now, his entire body was as black as charcoal, and his hair was standing on end. If it wasn't for his eyes that were constantly flickering, one would have suspected that he wasn't a living person. However, they also knew that this was not the time to laugh, and they all focused their gazes on Xianxia. I want to hear his side of the story. Offering pointers to a 2-star apothecary. This was something that none of them dared to dream of. They also wanted to see whether the high-spirited youth from the pill debate would be able to reproduce his glory. Everyone's gazes focused on the young man not too far away. With a bizarre look on his face, he asked, "Are you certain that you are a 2-star apothecary?" "What do you mean by that?" Apothecary Hong Yun flung his sleeves in displeasure. "What are the attributes of the viridescent grass and grass?" Ignoring his displeasure, Xianxia asked. "Green flower and grass. Its entire body is green and its nature is warm." Apothecary Hong Yun replied. "Where's the money?" "The gold flower is gold and silver in color. It is also called the gold flower and silver leaf. It is also a medicinal herb with a neutral nature. Even though these two medicinal ingredients are both neutral, when combined, they will mutate and become extremely violent," Xianxia said. "I know that. The pill formula for the vitality enhancement pill has been passed down for a long time, and it contains these two ingredients. If the furnace really explodes because of their fusion, the others will also explode." Apothecary Hong Yun shook his head. "Furthermore, there is no mistake in the sequence in which I placed the medicinal herbs. I even placed a stalk of purple aroma grass between the two medicinal herbs to neutralize them. I followed the steps strictly and there is no mistake in the timing." He had specifically asked someone to refine the vitality enhancement pill. Every medicinal ingredient and every step was exactly the same, but the results were very different, which made him very puzzled. The other party said that the fusion of these two neutral medicinal herbs would cause irritation. He also knew about it and had taken precautions in advance. It was impossible for this reason to be. "I didn't say that the order is wrong, nor did I say that there's a problem with these two herbs," Xianxia said lightly. "What does that mean?" Not only was Apothecary Hong Yun bewildered, the others were perplexed as well. Since that wasn't the problem, there had to be an explanation, right? Otherwise, how could the furnace explode in the middle of refining? Furthermore, since there is no problem with these two medicines, why are you asking about them? Placing his hands behind his back, ignoring the curious gazes of the crowd, Xianxia walked up to the exploded cauldron. On the ground not too far away from him, there were still 2 stalks of green grass and gold flower that he had yet to consume. Both the green flower grass and golden coin flower have a mild nature, and after fusing them together, they will become violent. Adding in the purple aroma grass to neutralize them will resolve this problem. All apothecaries regard this as the truth, and to be honest, there is nothing wrong with this method. However, everyone else is correct in doing this, except for you. Xianxia chuckled. "I can't. Is there something special about me?" Apothecary Hong Yun frowned. "I am a 2-star apothecary as well, and I am not the weakest in this team either. Why can't I be qualified?" "Indeed, you are indeed unique. If I'm not mistaken, you should have never eaten a medicine concocted with purple aroma grass as the main ingredient." Xianxia glanced at Xianxia. "I'm allergic to purple vanilla, so I can't take it." Apothecary Hong Yun nodded his head. "Actually, it isn't an allergy. It is just that the attribute of your Xinqi is incompatible with it." Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia continued, "You cultivate the great flame formula, so you are born with fire in your body. On the other hand, the purple aroma grass grows in water, and as a water attribute medicinal herb, when fused with Xinqi, it is easy for the water attribute to be neutralized, causing the medicine to lose its effectiveness. When others forge vitality restoration pills, the effects of the purple aroma grass are still present, but for you, it is ineffective. Without the neutralization of the two medicinal herbs, a reaction would occur, resulting in an explosion. You How do you know that I cultivate the Great Flame formula? Apothecary Hong Yun's face paled. Great Flame formula was a cultivation technique passed down in his family, and he had been cultivating it ever since he was young. It had been several decades since then, and it was indeed of the fire attribute. Driving his Xianxia, it would produce blazing flames. However, this was his personal secret, and he had never mentioned it to anyone else. Even his close friends were unaware of it, so how did this fellow know of it? You don't need to know how I found out. If you don't believe me, you can try adding in the violet fragrant grass and blue flower grass and gold coins. If it doesn't explode, then that means my theory is wrong. Xianxia didn't bother explaining. As long as one was concocting pills, the Library of Heaven's Path would be able to generate books. Not to mention the cultivation technique, even the flaws of the cultivation technique could be clearly pointed out if one really wanted to. It was nothing much. Apothecary Hong Yun was perplexed for a moment, but he still decided to give it a try. He took out the viridescent flower grass, gold coin flower, and purple aroma grass and refined them into medicinal essences simultaneously. Boom, as expected, just as the other party had said, it immediately exploded. Apothecary Hong Yun's body trembled. He had been studying the vitality enhancement pill for several years, but he had never succeeded. Originally, he thought that there was a problem with the steps of refining the pill and the combination of medicinal herbs. Never in his dreams would he have imagined that it was actually his Xianxia that dissolved the medicinal properties of the purple aroma grass. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed it to be true. Is there a solution? After which, Apothecary Hong Yun couldn't help but glance at the young man not too far away. At this moment, he was completely convinced by the other party's ability. Initially, he intended to disqualify Xianxia, but at this moment, he couldn't bring himself to do so. To be able to tell that his cultivation technique conflicted with the medicinal herbs through pill forging. Even if he didn't know the other party's true pill forging technique, just based on his eye of discernment, he was more than qualified to take the 2-star apothecary examination. As a 2-star apothecary, even though you know the reason, you still can't find such a simple solution? Displeasure appeared on Xianxia's face. Even though the Library of Heaven's Path was able to see through the flaws, it wasn't able to provide him with the correct solution. Of course, he couldn't say this out loud. What if the other party felt that he didn't say it properly and refused to pay up? The reason why he went through so much trouble to answer his question was because of money. Otherwise, why would he be so bored? I've been enlightened. Hearing the other party's reprimand, Apothecary Hong Yun's face flushed. Indeed, he was a 2-star apothecary. How could he have the cheek to ask such a question? The purple aroma grass was only used to neutralize the medicinal properties of the medicinal herbs. As long as he could find a medicinal herb that didn't clash with his Xianxia, he should be able to resolve the problem. Seeing the incomparably arrogant and domineering Apothecary Hong Yun acting like a primary school student at this moment, not daring to refute even after being berated, guild leader Ouyang and the others tugged at their hair. No matter how foolish they were, they knew that what Xianxia said was correct. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to win the other party's respect. A newly promoted 1-star apothecary lectured a 2-star apothecary, and he even dared not to refute. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Guild leader Ouyang, you should have heard Apothecary Hong Yun's words. Why don't you return the money to me? Also, I have paid a deposit of 1 million in advance. Ignoring everyone's shock, Xianxia walked up to guild leader Ouyang openly and grabbed the banknotes he had given him previously. Everyone was speechless. You are such an incredible apothecary. Wouldn't you be able to earn money by selling a few pills? Is there a need for you to go to such lengths just for this bit of money? Ignoring their bizarre gazes, Xianxia kept the money and nodded his head in satisfaction. In order to obtain these 2 items, he went around trying to earn money, even disguising himself as a master teacher to offer pointers to others. In the end, the medicinal herbs arrived, and he didn't even spend the money. If only he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have pretended to be a master teacher. Thus, he became as tired as a grandchild. Xianxia was dismayed. After Apothecary Hong Yun was done with the examination, he knew that the young man before him possessed true capability, so he didn't stop him. Leaving the apothecary guild, Xianxia headed back to the academy. Upon hearing the news of master teacher Xianxia appearing, Lu Sun and Wang Chao couldn't sit still any longer. They hurriedly rushed out of the academy. Just as they reached the entrance, they saw a young man walking over listlessly. This fellow's eyes were bloodshot and his hair was messy. It was obvious that he hadn't slept for several days. Lu Sun, it's Xianxia. Wang Chao lowered his voice. Him? Lu Sun lifted his head to take a glance and shook his head in disdain. To think that a teacher of the academy would be so unkempt and disrespectful of his appearance. I really can't understand why the academy would recruit such a person. I think that fellow must have been frightened by your challenge. He has been thinking of countermeasures for the past few days, which is why he ended up in such a state, Wang Chao chuckled. Who was Lu Sun Laosher? He was the most famous star teacher in the entire Hongtian Academy. The students who wanted to acknowledge him as their teacher had already formed a long queue. Even an elder would sweat profusely after being challenged by him. A mere teacher who had just joined the academy a year ago must have peed his pants in fear. Otherwise, why would he end up in such a state? Thinking of countermeasures? Lu Sun Laosher shook his head. Immense confidence gleamed in his eyes. Hongtian Academy, to think that you can surpass me in terms of teaching. Dream on. Indeed. To be honest, he can only blame himself for being unlucky. You were just looking for an excuse to rise up and attract the attention of the master teachers when he suddenly appeared. Serves him right to be slapped in the face. Wang Chao laughed. Emperor Shenzhui's invitation to Lu Shi and the others might have been kept a secret, announcing to the public that they were going to hunt. However, many well-informed people had already known about it. In order to attract the attention of the master teachers and become their apprentice, Lu Sun had already made preparations. Even if Wang Tao and Wang Yan hadn't withdrawn from his tutelage, he would still have found an excuse to rise up. Since this Xianxia had offered his face for him to slap, naturally, he had to make a move. Let's go. Hurry up and look for Yangshi. Otherwise, who knows how long we'll have to queue up if we're late. Lu Sun waved his hands. To him, Xianxia was just a small interlude on his path to becoming a master teacher. He didn't feel any hatred or anger toward him. Indeed, Yangshi is the goal we should strive for. This Xianxia is just an insignificant figure in the academy. Wang Chao nodded his head and ignored them. The two of them walked past Xianxia imposingly, not even sparing him a glance. Looking at the two teachers who intentionally raised their heads high, as though they were above everyone else, nonchalant and untainted, Xianxia was bewildered. These two fools. Who are they? Even though he had arranged a duel with Lu Sun Laosher, he had never met the other party before. As such, he didn't know who he was. There were hundreds of teachers in Hongtian Academy, and he had just joined the academy last year. Furthermore, he wasn't doing well either, so it was normal for him not to know this star teacher. Ignoring the pretentious duo, Xianxia returned to the classroom. Teacher, you're back. A few of his students were present. Upon seeing him enter, they bowed. Not bad, it seems like you have been working hard these few days. Scanning the surroundings, Xianxia assessed the cultivation of the students and nodded his head in satisfaction. In the past 5 days, all 5 of his students had improved tremendously. Wang Ying, Lu Yang, Xingyang, and the others had reached Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm Pinnacle. Xiaoya might not have broken through to Pinnacle, but her strength was much stronger than the others. From the looks of it, she was just a step away from Dantian Realm. As for Yuan Tao, who had the weakest foundation, he had advanced from Jushi Realm primary stage to intermediate stage. The breath-forging pill complemented with the cultivation technique he had imparted to him was indeed effective. Even without his guidance, the current Xiaoya should be able to defeat the previous Zhu Hong easily. Xiaoya, Yuan Tao, follow me. Xianxia took a look at the cultivation of the crowd, and he was satisfied with the results. Thus, he waved his hand. Entering the teacher's room, Xianxia took out the pill he had just bought. Xiaoya, this is an unraveling pill. It can awaken your constitution. Find a wooden tub at night and soak yourself in it before consuming the pill. He passed the unraveling pill over. Thank you, teacher. Even though she didn't know that this pill was worth millions, a pill given by her teacher so casually was extremely valuable. Xiaoya received it in delight and felt grateful. Yuan Tao, do you know why I accepted you as my student? After passing the pill to Xiaoya, Xianxia looked at his plump disciple. Yuan Tao scratched his head. Actually, he had been perplexed for the past few days. He was the last in the entrance examination. Back then, when Miss Zhang accepted him, he thought that it was because she was unable to recruit any students, so she pulled him in to make up the numbers. However, after witnessing the true capabilities of Miss Zhang, he realized that it wasn't the case. How could a person with such great ability not be able to recruit students? Therefore, although he had been working hard with Xiaoya, Xingyang, and the others these days, he actually felt a little inferior. He felt that he would definitely drag everyone down. Because of this, his previous shameless and scoundrelly personality had been greatly toned down. There's no need to feel inferior to others. If you cultivate diligently, you'll definitely be able to go further than Xingyang and the others. Zhang Xian saw through the doubt and fear in Zhang Xian's heart. The emperor's bloodline was considered one of the strongest special constitutions. If he were to fully awaken it, his cultivation would surely soar by leaps and bounds, surpassing Xingyang and the others would be a walk in the park. Teacher. Can I really go further? Yuan Tao's face flushed with excitement. For the past few days, he had been worried that Miss Zhang would abandon him. He didn't expect his teacher to value him so much. Don't worry, teacher won't be wrong. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually and looked at him with glowing eyes. However, your talent isn't up to par. If you wish to surpass the others, you will have to suffer more. Are you willing to do so? After browsing through the advanced book collection vault of the Apothecary Guild, Zhang Xian knew that assimilating the colossal rhinoceros blood to awaken his unique constitution was an extremely painful process. If he were to fail, not only would he be unable to advance, he might even die from it. Thus, Zhang Xian didn't pass the item to him directly. Instead, he encouraged the other party to make up his mind. Cultivation was a path that defied the heavens. Without the determination to die 100 times without regrets, it was impossible for one to stand out and improve swiftly. Teacher, as long as I can improve my cultivation and not drag everyone down, I am willing to go through any hardships. Yuan Tao knelt on the floor and unshakable determination reflected in his eyes. As a wandering cultivator, he had experienced countless hardships and he knew how difficult it was to find a good teacher. Thus, he wouldn't give up on this opportunity even if he were to be beaten to death. Alright, this is what I have prepared for you. When you return to your residence at night, rub it all over your body. The process might be excruciating, but as long as you persevere, you will definitely reap unexpected rewards. Are you willing to give it a try? After which, Zhang Xian passed the colossal rhinoceros blood over. As long as I can raise my cultivation, I am willing to go through any hardships. Yuan Tao gritted his teeth. Even though he seemed to be joking around, in terms of perseverance, he was probably ranked first among the 5 students. You can't succeed in applying this thing on the first try. Once the pain is over, continue applying it. I will give you 5 days to return before the freshman tournament. I want to see your improvement. Otherwise, don't ever come to see me again. Zhang Xian waved his hands. At the end of his words, his tone was stern. Yuan Tao won't let down teacher's trust. Hearing those words, Yuan Tao knew that Zhang Xian had given him a military order. Grabbing the jade bottle, flames seemed to be burning in his eyes. Miss Zhang didn't give up just because he was the weakest. On the contrary, she specially found something to help him advance his cultivation. As a student, if he were to be timid, wouldn't he be letting down his teacher's efforts and love? Even if he were to die, he had to accomplish it so as to not let down his teacher's expectations. Yuan Tao gritted his teeth. Very well. The 2 of you can leave now. Call Wang Ying over. Seeing the determination of the duo, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Not too long later, Wang Ying walked in. This young lady was the same as before, her face flushed red the moment she saw him. Teacher, you called for me, How is your leg feeling after using the body-nourishing medicinal solution? Zhang Xian asked. Thank you, teacher. My leg has fully recovered. Teacher, this is the money for the body-nourishing medicinal solution that my father asked me to pass to you. He said that it is already a great favor for you to teach me, so he can't allow you to add on to the bill. Wang Ying stepped forward and passed a banknote over. It was actually worth 500,000 gold coins. The Apothecary Guild had the body-nourishing medicinal solution, so it wasn't hard to find out. As an official apothecary, Xianxia could purchase it at a cheaper price. If an outsider were to purchase it, it would cost at least 300,000 gold coins. It seemed that after clan head Wang Hong knew that he had given his daughter a set of body-nourishing medicinal solution, he went to look for the price. I'll accept it then. Zhang Xian didn't reject it. It was impossible for a teacher to spend money on a student. The reason why he bought it was because he was in a hurry to win the teacher evaluation. Of course, by accepting it, the Wang clan and Wang Ying wouldn't feel burdened, and their relationship would be purer. Execute a fist technique for me to see. After accepting the banknote, Zhang Xian instructed. Yes. Wang Ying immediately spread open her slender arms and danced in the air. Along with the rise in her cultivation, there were many cultivation techniques and battle techniques stored in her brain. Even without using the Library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian could tell that there were no longer any problems with her legs. Soon, she was done executing the battle technique. Wang Ying was perspiring slightly. These are the leg technique and movement technique that I have specially created for you. Cultivate them well. I will give you 5 days. No matter what method you use, you must reach minor accomplishment in these 5 days. Zhang Xian passed 2 books over. They were the Heaven's Path movement technique and Heaven's Path leg technique that he had comprehended from the Kingdom's book collection vault. Even though they were simplified and weren't as powerful as the original, they could still be considered as top-notch battle techniques. As long as he could master them, Wang Ying's speed would increase significantly. Thank you, Miss Zhang. Flipping open the book to take a look, Wang Ying's breathing hastened in agitation. After recovering from her leg injury, she had found some leg battle techniques from the Wang clan to study. Those battle techniques were said to be one of the best in the entire Tianqian kingdom, but compared to the one given by Miss Zhang, they paled in comparison. They weren't even on the same level. Just based on this, one could tell how valuable this secret manual was. Call Lu Yang over. Ignoring the other party's gratitude, Zhang Xian continued instructing. Soon, Lu Yang walked over. As he had started cultivating battle techniques too early, his Xinqi was insufficient, resulting in the damage to the meridians in his right hand. As a result, his strength couldn't compare to his left hand. However, after the nourishment of the meridian rejuvenation pill, his injuries had already recovered completely. After testing him, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction and imparted the Heaven's Path fist. Art he had comprehended from the Kingdom's book collection vault to him. Finally, it was still Xingyang. After the past few days of cultivation, his mastery of the Heaven's Path spear art had grown. Even though it was just a simple move, he was able to create countless moves, raising his fighting prowess significantly. If he were to fight with a spear, even Xiaoya wouldn't be a match for him. The current him wasn't the strongest, but he was definitely the strongest among the 5 of them. Your spear art isn't bad. However, your cultivation is still too low. Within 5 days, you have to find a way to break through to Fighter 2 Dan. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before saying. This student of his was indeed a genius in spear art. Even though he had only imparted it for a few days, he had already mastered the art of the spear. There wasn't much to say about his spear art, the most important thing was still his strength. Yes. Xingyang nodded his head. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to advance from Fighter 1 Dan to Fighter 2 Dan without at least a year of hard work. However, to Xingyang, there was no need for that. It wasn't that he was talented, but rather, Zhang Xian's explanation of Fighter 1 Dan had reached a level where he could understand the very essence of Fighter 1 Dan. The past few days of study and comprehension had allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of Fighter 1 Dan. Coupled with the breath-forging pill and the cultivation technique tailored for him, it wasn't difficult for him to break through. Go and cultivate. After instructing his students, Zhang Xian couldn't hold back his fatigue any longer. Disregarding whether he was in a classroom or not, he leaned against the chair and fell asleep. Soon, the sky turned dark. Where's Miss Zhang? After finishing their cultivation, everyone couldn't help but feel a little puzzled upon seeing that Miss Zhang hadn't appeared yet. Xiaoya, you should go and take a look, alright. Xiaoya also pushed open the door to the small classroom room with a perplexed expression. What she saw was Miss Zhang sleeping soundly on the chair. Teacher, has fallen asleep. Stealthily leaving the room, Xiaoya's eyes reddened. Taking out these medicinal herbs and imparting new fist art and movement technique. Without a doubt, Miss Zhang must have been working tirelessly on these matters for the past few days. It was no wonder that he was in a bad mood and his eyes were reddened. Teacher, Xingyang and the others felt a lump in their throats. It wasn't a problem for a Pixue realm expert to not sleep for 2 to 3 days. How tired must he be to fall asleep while seated? As a student, to have such a teacher was definitely the luckiest thing that had happened in their lives. Cultivate well, complete teacher's instructions and win the teacher evaluation. Only then can we live up to Miss Zhang's expectations. Xiaoya clenched her teeth. Indeed. Teacher has already done too much for us. If we were to lose again, are we still human? Xingyang nodded his head. After which, they glanced at their teacher, who was sleeping soundly on the chair through the gap in the door. The 5 of them clenched their fists and the same voice echoed in their hearts, Teacher, it has been hard on you. When the second update arrives, Laowa continues to write the third update. There are only 30 hours left before the double time limit. Once the time limit is up, it wouldn't be worth it to continue. Xiaoya's residence. Looking at the message sent by his subordinate, Yao Han shook his head with a bitter smile. After learning from Xiaoya that Zhangxian Laosher possessed the strength of a Pixue realm expert, he was perplexed. After investigating in secret for the past few days, he managed to find traces of Shangbin Laosher. That day, he didn't come out at all, that is to say, the one who pummeled Zhangxian at the entrance of his dormitory wasn't him. With this information, the rest is easy to deduce. Clearly, the one who made a move on him is the young mistress's Zhang Laosher. That fellow sure is a coward. Recalling the scene when he was pummeled, Yao Han couldn't help but feel the urge to spurt blood. As a teacher of the academy, you should be an upright person. Yet, you resorted to sneak attacks, resorted to underhanded means, and more importantly, tried to shift the blame onto someone else to mislead him. How shameless. Forget it, with such a teacher, Miss shouldn't be taken advantage of. Even though he was displeased, thinking about how Miss Zhang was willing to give away something as valuable as the frigid sun-mother grass, he could only smile bitterly and bear with it. With such a teacher who wouldn't be taken advantage of, Miss wouldn't be bullied. In fact, this was a good thing. Butler Yao, just as he kept the message so as not to be discovered by Miss, a guard walked in with widened strides. Old Master has sent a message. After which, he passed a record crystal over. Yao Han nodded his head. Grabbing the record crystal, he infused his Xianxia into it and in an instant, a tall and handsome middle-aged man appeared. Xiaoya's father, City Lord Zhao Feng of White Jade City. I have already heard of Xiaoya's matter. I will personally pay a visit to Zhangxian Laosher in the capital in a few days' time. City Lord Zhao Feng's eyes were sharp and he carried a unique disposition. Purine body. Xiaoya's mother has a precedent. To awaken it, one has to pay a hefty price. Not only does one have to rely on luck, more importantly, a grade 3 pill worth several dozen million. Unravel een pill. When we reach the royal city, I intend to ask His Majesty to help me purchase one from the Alchemist Guild. You have to make preparations in advance as well. Also, I have someone pass you 100,000 gold notes. Give it to Miss Zhang. I can't let him spend money on saving my daughter. My White Jade City doesn't want to owe anyone anything, and we won't let our benefactor suffer a loss. Within the jade crystal, City Lord Zhao waved his hand, exuding a strong sense of majesty. Baiyu City, the second largest city in Tianqian Kingdom. It is famous for its abundance of white jade. As the city lord, he controls the wealth of a region. Naturally, he possesses an air of superiority. Miss Zhang could tell that Xiaoya had a purine physique and helped to solve her problem. It was already a great kindness. How could the dignified Baiyu City Lord, a high-ranking official, let him spend money for nothing and pay for his daughter's treatment out of his own pocket? He, City Lord Zhao, could not afford to lose face like this. Steward Yao, this is what the city lord asked me to bring. The guard from before handed over a few gold notes. The city lord also specially instructed you to pass a message to Miss Zhang. He said that he will definitely repay the favor he has shown her for her guidance. The guard continued. I understand. Yao Han nodded his head. Don't let Miss know about this matter. You can leave now. Waving his hands, Yao Han was just about to continue instructing the guards when Xiao Yu walked in from outside. Uncle Yao, since you are here, get someone to prepare a wooden barrel for me. Also, help me check on a pill called Unraveling Pill. How much is it worth? Is it as valuable as the breath-forging pill? Xiao Yu instructed as soon as she entered. Miss Zhang gave her a pill. Even though she didn't have the money to compensate for it, she still had to know the price. Only then would she understand how much Miss Zhang had sacrificed for them. Unraveling pill? This is what Miss Zhang told you. Hearing the young mistress mention the pill, Yao Han was taken aback. Then, he couldn't help but feel impressed. Even though this Miss Zhang was a coward when it came to scheming against others, she was still extremely knowledgeable. Even the city lord had to pay a huge price to know of this news. To think that she would be able to find out about it so quickly. Sighing deeply, Yao Han chuckled, the unraveling pill is extremely beneficial to those with purine body. Young mistress, rest assured, the city lord will buy it for you in a few days. Not only was the price of a grade 3 pill high, it also required connections. Even if an ordinary person wanted to buy it, they wouldn't be able to do so. This was precisely the reason why City Lord Zhao Feng had to come personally to plead with the Apothecary Guild. Otherwise, even though he was a city lord with a high standing in Xianxia Kingdom, he wouldn't have the authority to do so. The Apothecary Guild was a massive power that spanned across countless kingdoms, and the branch in Xianxia Kingdom was just the smallest of them all. Even Emperor Shenjue couldn't care less about it, needless to say, a mere city lord like him. Just as Yao Han was contemplating whether he should inform the young mistress of the news regarding the city lord's visit, Xiao Yu took out a jade bottle and said, there's no need for that. Miss Zhang has already given me a pill and told me to cultivate in the next few days. Gave you a pill? Yao Han's eyes widened. The city lord had just said that this was a grade 3 pill and every single one of it was worth several tens of millions. Even if Baiyu City were to purchase it, it would be hard for them to recover for several years. Miss Zhang, casually, gave him a pill. Yao Han felt as though his head was about to explode and he was about to go insane. He had seen generous people before, but he had never seen such a generous person before. This couldn't be described as generous anymore. This was inconceivable. Young mistress, can I take a look at your pill? Suppressing his shock, Yao Han couldn't help but ask. Here. Xiao Yu passed the jade bottle over. Taking the jade bottle, Yao Han opened it. A concentrated aura gushed out, causing one's pores to open up with a single whiff. It was an indescribable comfort. Even though he didn't know much about pills, just by smelling the aura, he could tell that this was definitely the real deal. To give a grade 3 unraveling pill to a student so casually, what was the background of this Miss Zhang? Previously, he was still thinking of finding an opportunity to teach this fellow a lesson secretly when the young mistress wasn't around. However, upon seeing this pill, he immediately swallowed his thoughts. The previous time, when he said that he would castrate the other party, he was beaten up so badly that even his parents couldn't recognize him. If he were to teach the other party a lesson now, the other party would still be fine while he wouldn't be able to return to Baiyu City alive. Honestly speaking, this Miss Zhang was simply too bizarre. He thought that the infamous trash of the academy was just a lecher who seduced female students. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a Pishue realm expert, an unworldly expert who didn't care about personal gains and losses. Putting that aside, to take the apothecary examination and casually take out the frigid sun mother grass and unraveling pill. This was no longer just a matter of strength. Without a powerful background and standing, it was impossible for one to achieve such a feat. The wooden bucket is here. I'll go and consume the pill first. Knowing that this Uncle Yao of hers had been in a daze ever since he was beaten up, Xiao Yu didn't mind it. Taking the unraveling pill, she arranged for the wooden bucket to be placed in the room and hurried off to cultivate. Time waits for no one. She didn't want to disappoint Miss Zhang. Only Yao Han was left in the room. After an unknown period of time, he glanced at the record crystal in his hand and shook his head bitterly. City Lord, I know that you don't want to owe anyone a favor, but I'm afraid that you won't be able to repay the favor of this Miss Zhang anytime soon. To throw the unraveling pill, which even the City Lord couldn't afford, to casually give it to the young mistress. How could he repay the favor? Why couldn't he repay it? Oblivious to the conflicted expression on Uncle Yao's face, Xiaoya returned to her room. She had someone fill the wooden bucket with hot water and instructed that no one was to disturb her. Only then did she strip naked and enter the bucket. After which, she took out the unraveling pill from the jade bottle and swallowed it. As soon as the pill entered her throat, it felt as though she had drunk a mouthful of boiling water. Violent heat immediately spread through her meridians. Even though the unraveling pill was known as the unraveling pill, it harnessed pure yang attribute medicinal energy within it. If this medicinal energy were to enter the body of an ordinary person, it would be absorbed and converted into Xianxia. However, if it were to enter the body of a possessor of the purine body, it would bring about a devastating calamity. Yin and yang were natural opposites, and it was impossible for them to coexist. Under the pressure of the pure yang medicinal energy, the purine body would automatically open up in order to protect its possessor. Even though this process sounded simple, it was actually extremely complicated. The slightest mistake could cause one's cultivation to go down the drain. Focus your energy and circulate your cultivation technique. Knowing how precious the pill was, Xiaoya hurriedly focused her mind and circulated her energy according to the cultivation technique that Miss Zhang had imparted to her. As expected of a cultivation technique compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path, the moment she circulated it, she immediately felt the rampaging aura in her body alleviating significantly. At the same time, her purine body also began to come to life. Boom, after an unknown period of time, a massive energy vortex formed in her body. The energy within the unraveling pill was swept up and circulated throughout her body. Kacha! 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 The cultivation bottleneck from before was instantly shattered. In the blink of an eye, she reached Fighter 2 Dan Dan Tian realm. Under the impact of the medicinal energy, the unique constitution that had been suppressed for more than a decade was instantly activated, as though a floodgate had been opened. If someone were here, they would be able to clearly see that her skin had become smoother, more tender, and more supple. The previous Xiaoya might have been beautiful, but due to her age, she appeared extremely immature. However, at this moment, she had already revealed the disposition and grace of a peerless beauty. The purine body was the darling of the heavens. Once it was activated, not only would her cultivation soar, her skin and figure would undergo a qualitative leap. Even though her current appearance didn't change much, she exuded a sense of purity, as though an inviolable fairy from the 9 heavens. If it was said that she couldn't compare to Shen Bairu previously, at this moment, just based on her appearance and disposition, the other party wouldn't be able to raise her head. She had become the #1 goddess of the entire Hongtian Academy, or even Tianshan Kingdom. This was the purine body. Once it was activated, it could cause one to undergo a complete transformation, turning an ugly duckling into a swan. Besides, Xiaoya was already a beauty in the first place. After going through this transformation, she naturally became even more beautiful. Of course, this was only the activation of 10% of the purine body. If all of it were to be activated, who knows what would happen. Boom, after an unknown period of time, a deafening explosion sounded and the wooden barrel shattered. Xiaoya slowly opened her eyes and a powerful and profound aura emanated from her body. Today is the 3rd watch. Tomorrow is the last day of double bookings. Laowa will continue to explode. Everyone, please prepare your monthly tickets. Let's go all out and see how many bookings we can get. Even though we are new books, our results aren't bad. In the last 24 hours, we have already booked 11,000 tickets, and the average ticket count is over 12,000. Let's pick up our bayonet tomorrow and go all out to see how many tickets we can get. Slay gods, slay gods, slay gods. Of course, we have to protect our chrysanthemums so that no one can get them. Just as Xiaoya consumed the unraveling pill and began her cultivation, in a small forest behind Hongtian Academy, Yuan Tao finally adjusted his state of mind and stared at the jade bottle before him. He is a wandering cultivator and his results in the entrance examination were too poor. Unlike Xiaoya, who has a private apartment to stay in, he could only squeeze with others. According to Miss Zhang, applying the liquid in the jade bottle is extremely painful and dangerous. Thus, it is impossible for him to stay in a dormitory. After contemplating for a long time, he decided to come here. It is quiet and without the invasion of savage beasts, making it ideal for cultivation. Let's begin. Since he had already made up his mind before coming here, there is no need for him to hesitate. Frowning, he opens the jade bottle. Wang, an intense stench of blood gushes out, followed by a violent force that causes one's skin to tremble. Swiftly removing his clothes, he pours out the liquid in the jade bottle and smears it on his skin. Tzzzzzzzzzzzz. The moment the crimson liquid comes into contact with his skin, Yuan Tao feels as though his entire body is being pricked by needles. A tearing pain surges through his body, as though his skin is about to be torn apart. Ah! Under the intense pain, he falls to the ground. This pain surpasses all the pain he has suffered in the past. It is as though a sharp knife is slicing him open from head to toe. Soon, blood drains from his face and his face becomes incomparably pale. Cold sweat beads down Yuan Tao's forehead and his body trembles non-stop. So painful. Dizziness surges through his eyes and he is about to collapse. No matter what, he is only a 16 to 17-year-old child. Even though his past experiences can temper him considerably, he still cowers in the face of absolute pain. Why don't I forget it? I am already doing well, so why should I increase my strength? A thought popped up in his mind and kept invading his mind. If I were to give up, will Miss Zhang scold me? Just as Yuan Tao's will is on the verge of collapsing, a figure appears before him. Miss Zhang, she is looking at Yuan Tao calmly with a frown on her forehead. No, I can't let his expectations down. Seeing that Miss Zhang seemed to be angry, Yuan Tao's heart quivered, and boundless fighting spirit was reignited. Before he met Miss Zhang, he was a joke in everyone's mouth. He was as fat as a pig, as stupid as an ox, and his cultivation was weak. He visited 10 teachers, but he was chased out, and no one paid him any attention. He had thought that he would spend the rest of his life in mediocrity, but in the end, he met Miss Zhang. It was Miss Zhang who didn't despise him for being fat or ridiculed him for being weak. She even specially created a cultivation technique and spent days and nights searching for liquids so that he could improve and break through. He was indebted to her for nurturing him. If he couldn't even endure this little bit of pain, how could he face it? Miss Zhang, don't worry. I definitely won't disappoint you. I'll definitely persevere and receive your praise. Tenacity appeared in Xiao Chen's heart as he opened his eyes. The heart-wrenching pain from earlier seemed to have lessened significantly. After an unknown period of time. After the pain subsided, he lowered his head and realized that the red liquid he applied on his body had been completely absorbed by his body. A thick layer of armor had grown on his skin, reminiscent of scales. Even though he didn't know what it was, he knew that his defense had increased by several folds. Miss Zhang said that applying this thing isn't something that can be done in a single attempt. Continue. Seeing that there was still quite a bit of liquid left in the jade bottle, Yuan Tao took it out once more and applied it all over his body. Initially, he was still a little fearful. However, thinking that he couldn't disappoint Miss Zhang, Yuan Tao became more and more determined. Finally, the red liquid in the jade bottle was completely used up. Lowering his head to take a look, Yuan Tao realized that after absorbing the red liquid, a thick layer of cuticle had appeared on his body, similar to scales. Let me give it a try. Perplexed, a sense of desire appeared in his heart. He charged toward a small tree not too far away. Kacha, with a crisp sound, the large tree that was as thick as a bowl was snapped. However, he felt nothing but an itch, not the slightest bit of pain. His eyes narrowed. How strong was his defense? How strong was his strength? Teacher. I did it. Recalling the pain he had gone through previously, Yuan Tao clenched his fists tightly and tears flowed uncontrollably. I didn't let down teacher's expectations, Miss Zhang. What you wanted me to do, I did it. At the same time, Wang Ying, Xingyang, and Lu Yang were also cultivating diligently. After receiving Miss Zhang's imparted leg and movement technique, Wang Ying didn't hesitate at all. He immediately started cultivating upon returning home, and his strength gradually increased. On the other hand, Xingyang continued to push for Fighter 2 Dan, striving to reach Dantian realm within 5 days. Lu Yang also started cultivating the Heaven's Path fist art, and the whistling of his fists echoed in the air. The 5 direct disciples were all busy cultivating. At this moment, Miss Zhang, who they respected the most, finally woke up and stretched her back. Why did I fall asleep here? Opening her eyes, she realized that she was sleeping in the temporary resting area of the classroom. There was no bedding here, but she didn't feel cold at all. Unknowingly, she was covered with clothes. There was male clothing, female clothing. The 5 students were afraid that she would catch a cold, so they took off their coats. These little fellows, Xianxia shook her head. She was too tired yesterday and fell asleep while sitting on the stool. Most likely, the students were afraid that they would disturb her rest, so they carried her here and covered her with their clothes. It seemed that she was indeed too tired. Otherwise, given her strength, it was impossible for her to be carried away without realizing it. Waking up, she felt the fatigue in her body swept away. Raising her head to look outside, she realized that it was getting late. It was already noon of the next day. Since I have accepted the money, I should return to take a look. It was one thing for her to be so exhausted yesterday that she didn't have the energy to pay them any heed. But now that she had recovered, she should at least offer them some pointers. Otherwise, she would feel bad about it. Returning back to the residence, she saw Sun Cheng with tears in her eyes, looking forward to her arrival. After eating some food, she instructed him to call in the people she wanted to meet based on the order of payment. These people had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation and were trying to achieve a breakthrough. To put it bluntly, being unable to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation was no different from a stagnant river. There was definitely something blocking their path. With the Library of Heaven's Path, it was easy for Xianxia to see where the blockage was. It wasn't difficult for him to use his silver needles and pure Xianxia to help them achieve a breakthrough. After all, these people had cultivated for countless years and had accumulated sufficient strength. They were just a step away from breaking through the bottleneck. What Zhang Xian had to do was to help them push their bottleneck through the bottleneck. It was just like opening a small hole in a canal. As long as there was a small opening, a powerful flow of water would surge in and tear the opening apart. Of course, while it sounded simple, it would be difficult for any other master teacher to do so. Everyone had different constitutions, different cultivation techniques, and different habits. The blockage in their meridians would be different as well. Just like a leaf, no 2 leaves were the same in the world. The blockage in a cultivator's meridian followed the same principle. Without the Library of Heaven's Path to see the flaws, needless to say, helping them achieve a breakthrough, it would be impossible to see what was wrong with them. Outside the residence, Sun Cheng pushed open the door and walked out. He scanned the surroundings and said, "Next, my apologies, please make way." Before he could finish his words, a voice sounded. 2 young men walked forward with widened strides. They were Lu Sun and Wang Chao, who had come from Hongtian Academy to meet Yangshi. Seeing that they were wearing teacher robes, even though the crowd was displeased with their actions of cutting the queue, they still opened up a path for them. "Butler Sun, we are," Wang Chao stepped forward and clasped his fist. They had been waiting for more than a day. They thought that with their identity as a star teacher, they would be able to impress Yangshi and be summoned in. Yet, Yangshi didn't appear for an entire day. The moment he appeared, he immediately called for them, not accepting any invitation cards at all. This made them anxious. "Scram." Before he could finish his words, Sun Cheng frowned and said, "Do you think that this is your house? Charging here? Go to the back and queue up." Being berated by a mere Pika realm butler, Wang Chao's face reddened and he nearly exploded. As a star teacher, he was respected no matter where he went. There weren't any master teachers in Tianqian Kingdom, so he and Lu Sun were the most popular people there. He thought that as long as he revealed his identity to the butler, he would be able to pass the invitation card and enter the residence. Never in his dreams did he expect that this plump butler would tell him to scram before he could even finish his words. "Why, are you trying to break the rules?" Sun Cheng gestured grandly. "Do you believe that as long as I give the order, someone will throw you out without me lifting a finger? Little brat, where did this country bumpkin come from, to think that you would dare to cut the queue at the entrance of a master teacher's residence?" You sure don't know your place. Even though he wasn't a master teacher, these people were here to visit him. As long as he said a word, there would surely be someone willing to help him. Hearing those words, Wang Chao's body trembled in anger. If it were anywhere else, he could just slap such a small figure to death without anyone daring to say a word. Yet, he was told to scram and even wanted to throw him out. Wang Chao's face flushed red and he clenched his fists tightly. Even though he was furious, he didn't dare to speak. He was here to earn Xianxia's goodwill and become his apprentice. If he were to offend the butler before even meeting him, he wouldn't be able to count on him anymore. Butler's son, please don't be angry. I am Lu Sun, a teacher of Hongtian Academy. I hope that you can introduce me to Xianxia. Reaching out to grab his good friend, Lu Sun stepped forward and smiled. Lu Sun Laoshi? Sun Cheng was taken aback. Even though he was just a merchant, he had long heard of Lu Sun Laoshi's name. He was the only son of the emperor's tutor, Master Lu Chen, and the person who had the highest chance of becoming a master teacher in Tianxian Kingdom. Not only so, he had already reached Pixue realm before the age of 25. His talent was so astounding that he could be ranked among the top in the entire kingdom. Due to his identity, even a fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm expert would have to treat him with respect. Yet, just now, he actually told him to scram, cough cough, he was too unlucky. He had just offended 3 master teachers, and now, he had offended a future master teacher. With a wave of his hand, the old master could reprimand whomever he wanted. It was extremely easy for him, but why was it so difficult for him? P.S. On the last day of the double monthly votes, all of the words turned into 2 words. Monthly votes, monthly votes, monthly votes. Lao writes furiously, I'll leave my monthly votes to you. This is our name card. We hope that Butler's son can help us deliver it. If Xianxia summons us, we will be grateful for your help. Seemingly seeing through Sun Cheng's fear, Lu Sun smiled confidently with his hands behind his back. Ever since he was young, his life had been smooth sailing. Furthermore, the reputation he had built over the years gave him the confidence to do so. As long as he mentioned the name Lu Sun in Tianxian Kingdom, who would treat him with respect, in the past, he relied on his father, Master Lu Chen's identity as the emperor's tutor. But now, star teacher Lu Sun is his own name. All right. Nodding his head, Sun Cheng took the name card and walked into the residence. Even though Lu Sun was only a star teacher now, given his experience, it was only a matter of time before he became a master teacher. As a mere butler, he didn't wish to interfere in the affairs of master teachers. Thus, he decided to leave everything to the old master. A fox flaunting the tiger's might. Seeing the fatty's attitude change upon hearing his name, Wang Chao harumphed coldly with a look of disdain. He had looked into Sun Cheng's background in advance and knew that he was just the boss of a merchant house. He didn't know what Xianxia saw in him, which led to his current identity. To reach peak realm in his 40s, fat as a pig, and lacking capabilities, he dared to shout at him. If not for the fact that he was Xianxia's butler, he would have long taught him a lesson. He is just an insignificant figure, Brother Wang need not mind him. Lu Sun chuckled. So it's Lu Sun Laoshi and Wang Chao Laoshi. Pardon me for not recognizing you. The 2 of you are the most famous figures in the academy. I have been wanting to pay you a visit, and to think that I would meet you here. I am truly fortunate. I might have to trouble the 2 of you for some matters in the future. Hearing their conversation, the people in the queue behind them were no longer as angry as before. Instead, they were extremely polite. Teachers are divided into ordinary teachers and master teachers. Ordinary teachers are divided into elementary teachers, advanced teachers, and star teachers. Master teachers are divided into apprentice teachers, also known as assistant teachers, and official master teachers. Even though Lu Sun and Wang Chao were still stuck at the first level, they had already reached the pinnacle and earned the right to become a master teacher. As long as they could gain the recognition of a master teacher, they would be able to become an apprentice master teacher immediately. With such an identity, even if the people guarding the door were not weak and had high statuses, they would not dare to offend him. Furthermore, the 2 of them were currently paying a visit to Xianxia. If they were to become Xianxia's apprentice, it would be too late for them to fawn over him. Seeing the attitude of the crowd, Lu Sun and Zhang Xian chuckled softly and clenched their fists tightly. At this moment, it felt as if they had become master-teacher apprentices. Wasn't this the reason why he was so famous at such a young age? There's no need for the two of you to get angry at that butler. After you become Xianxia's apprentice, I'm sure you won't dare to spout nonsense anymore. A cultivator said with a flattering smile. Indeed. After becoming Xianxia's apprentice, he will be Xianxia's direct disciple. On the other hand, he's just a butler, a servant. Another person said. Everyone, you're too polite. It's extremely difficult to become an apprentice. How could it be that easy? Lu Sun spoke humbly, but there was a confident smile on his face. Indeed. He was known as the #1 star teacher in the entire Xianxia kingdom. If a master teacher were to accept an apprentice, he would surely be the one to take the position. Lu Laoshi, you're being too humble. I heard that Lu Shi intends to take you in as his apprentice. I've heard of it as well. However, even Lu Shi wishes to pay a visit to Xianxia. If we can become his apprentice, our starting point will surely be higher. If we were to become Xianxia's apprentice, our standing would probably be on par with a 1-star master teacher. By then, we will have to rely on you two teachers. The few of them complimented Lu Sun and Zhang Xian. Don't worry, if Xianxia were to accept me as his apprentice, he won't forget all of you. Lu Sun and Zhang Xian smiled simultaneously. Standing before the crowd, they resembled a lotus that had sprouted from the mud. They were so noble that others couldn't help but feel ashamed of themselves. Jia, at this moment, the door to the courtyard opened and Sun Chang walked out. Upon seeing him walk out, the duo stepped forward. I'll have to trouble Butler Sun to pass on the message. Please lead the way. Wang Chao chuckled. Raising his eyebrows, he prepared to walk into the courtyard. However, before he could take 2 steps, a plump figure blocked his path. Then, he saw Sun Chang looking at him with a bizarre expression. Could it be that Xianxia didn't allow us to enter? Wang Chao's face darkened. That shouldn't be the case. The two of them had written down the fruits of their teaching over the past few years. As star teachers, how could they not be summoned? Enter? Who allowed you to enter? I'll give you 2 choices. Either you queue up, or scram. Sun Chang waved his hands grandly. You. Lu Sun and Wang Chao didn't expect the other party to treat them in such a manner. Is this Xianxia's intention? Little butler, you mustn't make a mistake. Lu Sun stepped forward. He had just left a dignified impression on the crowd, thinking that Xianxia would surely summon them. Yet, the other party wanted to chase them away. If he were to leave just like that, his reputation would fall to the ground. Make a mistake? Men, chase these 2 troublemakers out. Sun Chang couldn't be bothered with them. He gestured. Voila, a few guards walked out from behind the door. Each of them was carrying a stick, and they walked toward Lu Sun and Wang Chao. You. Wang Chao's face flushed in anger. Sun Chang, you dare. What do you mean by that, chasing us away with a stick? Do you think that we are beggars? We are star teachers, famous existences in the entire Hongtian Academy and Tianqian Kingdom. If we were to be chased out by you, what would become of our dignity? Why wouldn't I dare? The old master has said that no matter who it is, anyone who wishes to meet him has to queue up and pay 3 million gold coins. Even the teachers can't be special. Otherwise, if everyone were to bring a name card over, wouldn't the old master be busy to death? Star teacher? Pooey. To think that you want to cut the queue without paying the money. Stop putting on an act. You're embarrassing me as a teacher. Sun Chang glanced at the two of them disdainfully. Then, he waved his hands, as though he was shooing away flies, chase them away. He was extremely nervous as well. After handing the name card over to the old master, the latter only asked if they had paid the money. Upon hearing that they hadn't, he waved his hands and said that they would follow the rules. From this, it could be seen that the old master didn't think much of a star teacher. But that was to be expected. Even when the 3 master teachers came, the old master ignored them. What could a mere star teacher amount to? Voila! Upon hearing Sun Chang's instructions, a few guards stepped forward and said, 2 teachers, this way please. After which, a bizarre expression appeared on their faces. I thought that teachers are prideful. To think that without paying the money, he thinks that he can sneak in with just a name card? Xianxia is right to treat everyone equally. Even teachers don't have special privileges. I'm impressed. Despite having no money, he still dares to cut the queue. To think that I wanted to befriend him just a moment ago. It is impossible for Xianxia to be interested in such a lowly person. To think that he wants to become a master teacher. Laughable. Not only did the guards' gazes turn ugly, the crowd in the surroundings also harumphed coldly. Most of them had paid the money and queued for several days already. Yet, they weren't summoned. To barge in without paying anything, what kind of joke was this? Wasn't this asking for a scolding? Seeing everyone looking at them as though they were fools, Lu Xun and Wang Chao nearly spurted blood on the spot. The intense humiliation left them feeling lightheaded. None of them wanted to meet awkwardly, so they had paid the 3 million in secret. Lu Xun had also planned this beforehand. By writing a name card and speaking sincerely, even if the other party didn't want to meet them, he wouldn't expose them out of consideration for their status. Yet, not only did this fatty say it out loud, he even looked at them with such a gaze. Lu Xun and Wang Chao were on the verge of tears. The heck, this time, they had truly embarrassed themselves. If there was a hole in the ground, they would have dived into it long ago. You. Just as Wang Chao was about to say something to regain some face, Lu Xun grabbed his arm. My apologies, Butler Sunday. He said that we were too rash. We will be taking our leave first. After which, he turned around and left. This butler's son was a fool who dared to say anything. If they didn't leave quickly, not only would they die from anger, they would also embarrass themselves further. As a star teacher, he wasn't a fool. Seeing his good friend leave, Wang Chao also realized the problem. He glared hatefully at Sun Chang before following closely behind. Lu Xun, what should we do now? Leaving the crowd, they walked to an empty alley and stopped. Wang Chao couldn't help but ask. Initially, they thought that the other party would value their name card. As long as they could summon the other party, they were confident that with their knowledge, they would be able to attract the other party's attention. Yet, never in their dreams did they expect that. Not only did the other party refuse to let them in, he even exposed the fact that they didn't pay the money. The immense frustration they felt was driving them insane. What else can we do? We'll get 3 million and then we'll go in openly. Lu Xun gritted his teeth. Only by meeting Xianxia would they be able to display their knowledge and impress the other party. If they couldn't even meet the other party, what was the point of arguing with the butler? 3 million? Where can we get it from? Wang Chao's face was as bitter as a gourd. You should know that I had a falling out with the old master. Even if he had the money, he wouldn't give it to me. Besides, how am I supposed to ask for it? Lu Xun shook his head. Initially, our old master would have been able to take it out. However, a few days ago, he learned an incredible spear art and paid a few million in tuition fees. Now, he doesn't have any money left. Putting aside 3 million, even a few 100,000 would be difficult. Wang Chao smiled bitterly. Their old master had been immersed in learning the spear art for the past few days and he didn't even have the chance to meet him. Even if he had the money, he probably wouldn't be able to get it. Indeed, what should we do? The two of them were troubled. Lu Xun, if it comes down to it, you can borrow some from Emperor Xianxia. Didn't you grow up in the royal palace? It shouldn't be difficult to borrow 3 million. Once you become an apprentice, you can return it to him. Suddenly recalling something, Wang Chao asked. Emperor Xianxia? Lu Xun rubbed his glabella. All right. Just as Lu Xun and Wang Chao were thinking of how they could borrow 3 million to meet Xianxia, the person in question, Xianxia, was frowning. Lu Xun's motive for paying him a visit was clear. It didn't matter to him whether he met with Xianxia or not, and he didn't intend to make things difficult for Sun Chang either. It was just a normal teacher evaluation between the two of them, and there was no grudge between them. There was no need for him to make things difficult for Xianxia. Besides, he didn't have the time to consider such matters. Because a black-clothed man was standing before him. This fellow had come in from the back door. He was dressed in black, and his face was covered, so no one could tell who he was. Everyone thought that he was here to cause trouble, but as soon as he arrived, he immediately bowed and slowly removed the black cloth that was covering his face. Emperor Xianxia, you. Upon seeing the other party's appearance, Xianxia was taken aback. He thought that the other party was a thief or robber, but to think that it was Emperor Xianxia, whom he had just met yesterday. He was the emperor, and the entire kingdom belonged to him. Instead of paying a visit openly, he was dressed in black, and he was acting so mysteriously. What was he up to? I came here to request Xianxia. To save the old ancestor. Seeing Xianxian's doubtful gaze, Emperor Xianxia hurriedly explained. Save the old ancestor? Xianxian was perplexed. To sneak into the residence in black, this wasn't saving the old ancestor. Killing the old ancestor? Didn't I say that I would make a move? Frowning, Xianxian turned to look at the other party. The other party had said that he wanted to save the old ancestor yesterday, and Xianxian had also raised his conditions. Why did he come here at this moment? Could it be that the other party felt that it wasn't easy to obtain Tongxian realm secret manuals, so he intended to use force? At this thought, Xianxian couldn't help but feel wary. To be able to become the emperor, Emperor Xianxia's cultivation must have reached Tongxian realm pinnacle. Even though Xianxian had improved significantly recently, he was still no match for such a powerful expert. However, as soon as this thought appeared in Xianxian's mind, he immediately shook his head. Putting aside the fact that the other party knew that he was a master teacher, even if he didn't, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. If Xianxian didn't make a move in a fit of rage, or if he intentionally made a mistake, he might just die even faster. I know that I am in the wrong for coming to look for Xianxia so abruptly. I should have prepared the Tongxian realm secret art before inviting you over. Who knew? The royal ancestor's condition suddenly worsened last night. I'm afraid that he won't be able to make it past today. Seeing the displeasure in the other party's eyes, Emperor Xianxia hurriedly bowed and explained, thus. I have no choice but to take the liberty of coming here. I hope that Xianxia can follow me to treat my royal ancestor. Can't hold on any longer? Even if you want me to save someone, there's no need for me to dress like this. Xianxian was speechless. You are the emperor of a country, a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert. Even if the royal ancestor is on the verge of death, there is no need for you to climb over the wall dressed in black. You made it seem like you were going to kill someone. Fortunately, those guards weren't very strong. Otherwise, they would have killed you on the spot. The elder ancestor's health is the greatest secret in the entire kingdom. Not a single word of it can be leaked. Emperor Xianxia explained. The safety of Tianqian kingdom was due to the royal ancestor. Many people knew that the royal ancestor was in poor health. If Emperor Xianxia were to invite him openly, the other powers would be able to guess the reason. If the royal ancestor was unable to be treated, they would surely try to take advantage of the situation. However, if he were to invite someone else, it wouldn't be respectful enough. Thus, he could only conceal himself and sneak over. As a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert, it wasn't difficult for him to hide from the crowd and sneak in. After hearing the other party's explanation, Xianxian came to a realization. Alright, I'll go with you to take a look. It seemed that His Majesty the King had taken him as his last straw of hope. However, it didn't matter to him. After all, it was a deal. If he could really save the royal ancestor, he wouldn't dare to reject the Tongxian realm secret art. As long as he could find 1,000 Tongxian realm secret art and compile the correct sentences, his cultivation would surely rise swiftly. There are too many people outside. Xianxia might be implicated as well. Come with me to the back door. Hearing the other party agree, Emperor Xianxia's eyes gleamed in excitement. Then, he said apologetically. It's fine. Xianxian nodded his head. After instructing his men to bring Sun Chang over, Xianxian followed Emperor Xianxia and left the residence discreetly. Two figures flitted across the rooftops of Tianqian Royal City. Without reaching Dingli Realm, even if one were to focus, one would only be able to see two silhouettes. It was impossible to see who they were. They were Xianxian and Xianxia, who were heading to the royal palace. As a Tongxian realm expert, Xianxia was able to advance swiftly. However, when he saw Xianxia behind him, his confidence vanished without a trace. Along the way, he had used 12 different movement techniques. He was so exhausted that his tongue was about to fall out of his mouth. On the other hand, Xianxia's breathing wasn't hurried at all. It was as though he didn't care at all. Even though he couldn't see through the other party's true strength, just from this point alone, he could tell that the other party's Xianxia was much denser than his. Furthermore, the other party's movement technique was much more powerful than his. They were two completely different concepts. To possess such dense Xianxia and profound movement technique, how could the other party's strength be weak? It was no wonder why the three master teachers were so impressed. Just based on his strength alone, he had already surpassed Tongxian realm pinnacle. Perhaps he might even be a Xianxia realm expert. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt even more respect for the other party. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more fearful he felt. On the other hand, Xianxian was also frustrated. This fellow had been running with all his might from the very start. If he couldn't keep up, his identity would be exposed. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. He was only at Pixue realm pinnacle. Even though the acupoints he had opened were unprecedented and his strength was comparable to a Tongxian realm intermediate stage cultivator, he was still far from matching up to an expert who stood at the pinnacle of the kingdom. It was fortunate that he had just learned the Heaven's Path movement art a few days ago and his speed had increased significantly. Otherwise, putting aside keeping up with the other party, a moment of distraction would have caused him to vanish without a trace. Even so, there were a few times where he was nearly shaken off. Thus, he could only use the Library of Heaven's Path to find the flaws in the other party's movement technique and habits so as to predict the other party's movements and close the distance between them. It's fortunate that his movement technique is full of flaws. Otherwise, if I were to really be shaken off, I wouldn't have to pretend to be an expert anymore. Firstly, the situation of the royal family's old ancestor was definitely not optimistic. Secondly, the other party was definitely probing him. A truly formidable master teacher would be able to move much faster than the other party. Even if the other party were to use his full strength, it wouldn't be a problem for the other party to catch up to him. Even if Emperor Xianxia didn't dare to say it out loud, he would definitely be suspicious of it. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Xian felt frustrated. What the heck was this? He said that he was going to save the other party, but in the end, it became a race. He had to chase after the other party with all his might. If not for his image as an expert, he would have already kicked the other party. Was the other party asking for his help or a race? More importantly, he had to chase after the other party with all his might without showing the slightest hint of fatigue. If not for the fact that he had just achieved a breakthrough a few days ago and the Xianxia in his body had surged, he would have given himself away. The heck, why is it so difficult to pretend to be an expert? This is truly inhumane. If Sun Chang were to know of this thought, he would definitely agree with it. Just because he had pretended to be an expert once, he nearly died. Even now, he still felt a lingering fear in his heart and felt like spurting blood. Xiaoya and the others' belongings have arrived. Once I find the Tongxian realm secret manual, I should get this Xianxian to leave. Zhang Xian made up his mind. Even though pretending to be a master teacher earned him respect, it also brought him many troubles. If someone were to see through his disguise, he would be beaten to death. From the looks of it, once Emperor Xianxia found the secret manual, he would get this master teacher Xianxian to disappear. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the royal palace. It seemed that Zhang Xian had instructed them beforehand. Along the way, they didn't meet with any obstructions. Not too long later, they saw a vast hall. It's inside. Emperor Xianxia pushed open the door and walked in. In the hall, Lu Shi, Zhuangshi, and the others were all present. Their eyebrows were furrowed tightly as they stared at an elder lying not too far away. The cornerstone of Tianxian Kingdom, Shenhong. A few days ago, when they first arrived, this white-haired elder was still able to walk on his own. However, at this moment, he could only lie on the bed. His breathing was irregular, and it seemed like he would die at any moment. Yangshi. Seeing them enter, Lu Ling and the others stepped forward to welcome them. After their previous visit, they knew that Yangshi was a master teacher of a higher rank than them. Thus, the three of them didn't dare to be careless. Yangshi, I beseech you to save him. Emperor Xianxia looked at Yangshi anxiously. If I can save him, I will definitely do so. Xianxia nodded and walked up to the elder. The Shenhong before him was even more lifeless than apothecary Chen Shao. Lying on the bed, he couldn't move at all. If not for the movement of his eyeballs, Zhang Xian would have thought that he was already dead. It was no wonder Emperor Shenjue came all the way here to look for him. If he didn't treat him quickly, it was hard to say whether he could survive the day. After circling the area, Zhang Xian was unable to find anything. Thus, he could only place his finger on the other party's pulse. There was no reaction from the Library of Heaven's path at all. It wasn't that his technique was wrong, but this Shenhong wasn't unconscious. His eyeballs were still moving, indicating that he was awake. In this state, it is unrealistic for him to get up and execute a punch. Zhang Xian's complexion darkened. Given this fellow's current state, putting aside executing a punch, it was already a blessing for him to be able to open his eyes. If he were to force him to execute a punch, he would probably die before he could even make a move. Xianxia, do you have a way to save him? Seeing the other party frown, Emperor Shenjue couldn't help but ask anxiously. This was his final hope. If there was no other way, he could only watch as the royal ancestor died. Zhang Xian scratched his head. He couldn't possibly say that he couldn't see anything wrong with the other party. He had tried to create a book in the Library of Heaven's path for a conscious person to execute a punch and for an unconscious person to touch. But how could he deal with such a half-dead person? He couldn't execute a punch, and there was no reaction to his touch. At the very least, he could faint for a moment. He was clearly unable to open his eyes, so why wasn't he unconscious? Cough cough. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before lifting his head to look at the other party. What do you have here that can cause one to faint swiftly and not die? He won't die if he faints quickly? Emperor Shenjue, Lu Ling, and Jingfei stared at one another in confusion. Aren't they here to save him? What is the use of something that can knock someone unconscious? They have only heard of methods such as infusing Jinqi, consuming medicine, and acupuncture. Is there such a method, different from the others? Zhuang Xian's mouth twitched. He felt his buttocks tightening and a constipated feeling welled up in him. Even though he had used a lot of medicine, his face was still swollen today. Even though he was grateful to the other party for helping him achieve a breakthrough. Wasn't his method a little too unorthodox? Ordinary master teachers would follow a certain procedure when helping others achieve a breakthrough, and it had even become a norm. Yet, this fellow covered his head with a wooden stick. Even thinking about it now, Zhuang Xian felt a lingering fear. Of course, his situation was unique, so it was understandable. However, what is the use of something that can knock someone unconscious to save a dying Shenhong? It can't be that he is going to use some incomprehensible treatment method again, right? There is a kind of medicinal powder here that can knock someone unconscious with just a whiff. After hesitating for a moment, Emperor Shenjue said. There were all kinds of medicine in the royal palace, so it wasn't difficult to find something that could knock someone unconscious. All right, bring it over. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as he instructed. Not too long later, a eunuch passed a jade bottle over. Opening the jade bottle, he saw a white powder within. Not bad. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Zhang Xian picked up the jade bottle and walked up to Shenhong. Under everyone's doubtful gazes, he pointed the bottle at the old ancestor of the royal family, who was gasping for breath, and said confidently, "Sniff. Come, sniff it." Putong, everyone nearly fainted. Initially, they were wondering what use this medicine would have, but upon hearing those words, the three master teachers and Emperor Shenjue nearly choked on their saliva. Other people usually consume nourishing medicine, drink spirit essence, and absorb spiritual energy. Yet, you are asking him to sniff a knockout powder. You aren't here to save someone but to kill him. Everyone was frenzied. The old ancestor of the royal family struggled and shook his head in horror. If not for the fact that he was unable to move, he would have long escaped. Even when he was healthy, sniffing this would place a burden on his body. Now that he is on the verge of death, you still want me to sniff it? You want to help me? Anxious, he hurriedly turned to look at Emperor Shenjue. Didn't you want to invite a great teacher to treat me so that I could achieve a breakthrough and extend my lifespan? Why do you want me to sniff the knockout drug? What are you looking for? what a scam. Cough cough, Xianxia, the old ancestor's body is already extremely weak. I fear that, if you were to take a whiff of it, he might not be able to withstand it. Seeing the doubtful gaze of the royal elder, Emperor Xianxia's mouth twitched and he hurriedly stepped forward. After witnessing Xianxia's incredible means the previous day, he thought that it would only be limited to achieving breakthroughs. Never in his dreams did he expect that it would be so freaking inconceivable as well. Judging from the old ancestor's appearance, it's already a great deal of willpower that he was able to hold on until you arrived. If he had really taken a whiff of it, even if he hadn't died, he would have been dead by now. Can't take it? Xianxia stopped. From the looks of it, this fellow could breathe his last at any moment. If he really fainted and lost his faith, he might really die on the spot. I can't let him pass out, but I can't punch him either. What to do? Xianxia was troubled. Initially, he thought that with the Library of Heaven's Path, he would be able to find the crux of the problem easily. Even if he was unable to find a solution, he would at least be able to explain the situation. Yet, the other party was already in a half-dead state, and he was helpless. Then, is there anything that can temporarily boost his vitality, such that he won't die even if he falls unconscious? After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia asked. Since the old ancestor was on the verge of death, it was impossible for him to knock him out with knockout drugs. Thus, he could only find a way to temporarily boost his vitality and ensure that he wouldn't die. Knock him out? Everyone stared at one another. It seemed like this Xianxia was determined to knock Royal Elder Shenhong unconscious. Lucier, is there any diagnosis method that requires a person to be knocked unconscious in order to make a diagnosis? Xianxia asked telepathically. There were many ways a master teacher could diagnose a person, just like how a physician would diagnose a patient. Only through these methods could a master teacher understand the other party's condition and find out the crux of the problem. The method of this expert was simply too bizarre. Even a master teacher would be unable to comprehend it. Generally, the diagnosis can only be made when the other party is conscious. As for unconscious, I don't know either. Lu Ling shook his head. He was knowledgeable and had traveled to many kingdoms. He had seen people waking up an unconscious person to make a diagnosis, but he had never heard of anyone knocking an unconscious person out. A person who had fainted didn't even have consciousness, making him no different from a corpse. How could he find the problem? The master teachers were bewildered. Emperor Xianxia was dumbfounded as well. After hesitating for a moment, he said, The royal elder has already consumed all of the tonics available to him. Medicine that can boost one's vitality is no longer effective on him. Shenhong had the backing of a kingdom, and in order to extend his life, he had consumed all kinds of medicine. As such, his body had already developed a strong resistance to them. Even if he were to be given more medicine now, it would be ineffective. Hearing the other party's words, Xianxia felt even more dismal. Initially, he was thinking of feeding him some medicine so that he could regain some of his vitality and execute a set of punches. However, this fellow was a medicinal pot, and medicine was ineffective on him. The heck, am I really going to fail this time? I do know of something that can boost one's vitality for a short period of time. It is similar to what Emperor Xianxia said previously. After consuming it, it can boost the vitality of a weakened person, and the side effects are minimal. However, Lu Ling pondered for a moment before speaking. At this point, he hesitated. However what? Xianxia turned to look at him. However, this isn't a tonic, it is poison. Lu Ling said. Poison? Xianxia was perplexed. Wasn't poison supposed to kill a person? How could taking poison increase one's essence, qi, and spirit? Moreover, the side effects were minimal. Not only him, even Emperor Xianxia was perplexed. He looked at Xianxia with a bizarre gaze. Everyone knows that poison master is an occupation of the lower 9 paths. Concocting medicine, backstabbing, and other despicable acts are despicable. However, the fact that this occupation was passed down to this day shows that there is value to its existence. Xing Fei said. Any occupation that can be passed down must have its merits. One mustn't belittle it blindly. Even though the reputation of poison masters isn't good, they do have their merits. For example, if an ordinary person wants to exterminate pests and avoid miasma, they would need the help of poison masters. Indeed, I have heard of it as well. I heard that it is concocted using a unique ratio of more than a dozen lethal poisons. Just like pill forging, it is extremely complicated. Due to the many different poisons neutralizing one another, a perfect balance is formed. Not only is it harmless to one's life, it can even stimulate one's potential, allowing one to recover one's vitality within a short period of time. It is extremely miraculous. Xianxia seemed to have recalled it as well and nodded his head. After which, he looked at Xianxia with a bizarre expression. Even though poison master is a rare occupation, concocting such a medicine is extremely common in Tier 1 kingdoms. Xianxia doesn't know of it? Not only was he perplexed, even Lu Ling and Jingfei were perplexed. Master teachers must be knowledgeable. Upper, middle, and lower 9 paths occupations, as well as some of their unique abilities, are required to answer in detail during the 1-star master teacher examination, just like how it is for an apprentice apothecary. Any master teacher would know of it. Since the person before them was able to offer them pointers, it was clear that his rank was extremely high. How could he possibly not have heard of poison masters and the medicine they concocted? Instead, it seemed as though he was hearing of it for the first time. I don't like poison master, I don't have much of an interest in it. Seeing everyone's doubtful gazes, Xianxia felt a little awkward. With the Library of Heaven's Path in his possession, it was easy for him to offer pointers to others. However, when faced with such common knowledge, it was easy for him to give himself away. As a master teacher, one had to possess a discerning eye to discern problems. The main reason for one's discerning eye was to possess an astounding amount of knowledge. Without knowledge as a basis, how could one see through the crux of the problem and offer pointers? And what Xianxia lacked was this kind of accumulation. It was possible for him to bluff others with the help of the Library of Heaven's Path, but when faced with such common knowledge, it was easy for him to give himself away. You don't like poison master? You don't have much of an interest in it? Lu Ling, Xianxia, and the others stared at one another with a bizarre expression on their faces. As long as one had been to a Tier 1 kingdom, even a blind or deaf person would know a thing or two about poison master, needless to say, a high-ranked master teacher. Besides, master teachers were impartial in their teachings. They had never heard of a person who didn't like poison master to study it. These were clearly the words of a layman. If not for the fact that the other party had offered them some pointers previously, they would have thought that the other party wasn't a master teacher at all, and they knew that the other party's understanding of cultivation was far beneath theirs. Do any of you have such a medicine? Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Xianxia knew that he had given himself away. However, he was thick-skinned and was able to keep his composure. Thus, he immediately changed the topic. This kind of medicine has to be concocted by a poison master on the spot. Otherwise, if a change were to occur in the medicine, there is a high chance that the balance of the medicine would be destroyed and it would turn into a lethal poison. How could we possibly have such a thing? Lu Ling shook his head. The doubt in his eyes grew deeper and deeper. Isn't this Xianxia's words too naive? No master teacher would ask such a question. The same thought appeared in Xianxia and Jingfei's minds. At this moment, they began to doubt whether this Xianxia was real or not. Is that so? Knowing that the other party was doubting him, Xianxia knew that the more he spoke, the more troublesome it would be. Thus, he turned to Emperor Xianxia and said, since it requires a poison master to concoct it, I'll have to trouble your majesty to find one to concoct it. At this point, Xianxia paused for a moment. Paying no heed to the gazes of the crowd, he spoke with the authority and disposition unique to master teachers. I require this medicine to treat your royal elder. This time, not only were the 3 master teachers bewildered, even Emperor Xianxia was looking at him with a perplexed expression. Our Tianxian kingdom is an unranked kingdom. There is no ranking system. There is no occupation known as a poison master. Xianxia, it can't be that you don't know about it? You don't? Getting, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. It's time for the 4th chapter. Laowa continues writing. There are only 7.5 hours left before the doubling of the monthly tickets ends. By then, with more monthly tickets, we will be able to maintain our position in the top 10 of the rankings. As long as we have more monthly tickets, there will definitely be more than 5 chapters today. It's possible that there will be 6 chapters or even 7 chapters. Laowa will continue writing. I hope that there will be a significant increase in the monthly tickets after I come out of the black room and not be dragged further and further behind by others. He didn't expect that after pretending to be a master teacher for so long and convincing everyone to believe him, he would stumble on such a small matter. If he had known that there were no poison masters in Xianxia Kingdom, he wouldn't have said anything. Even though there were quite a few books on poison in the library, they were only records. Furthermore, there was no poison master occupation in Xianxia Kingdom. The books only recorded the properties of poison and the basic usage of poison. Just like the books in the apprentice book collection vault of the Apothecary Guild, there were no records of higher-ranked poison master occupations. Thus, even if he were to search through them now, he wouldn't be able to find anything. It was no wonder why Lu Ling and the others were looking at him with weird gazes. This was the crux of the matter. Even though Xianxia felt disheartened knowing that he had been exposed, he knew that there was no turning back. If he were to say that he was unable to treat the other party, it would be an act. Even without Emperor Shenjue, these master teachers would beat him into a pulp. After thinking through all of this, Xianxia didn't panic. Instead, he raised his head slightly and a melancholy look appeared in his eyes. It was as though he was reminiscing about the past, as though he was reminiscing about something. I have neglected this point. I thought that this was the place where I stayed for the past few years. In the eyes of others, it seemed as though he had forgotten that he was in Xianxia Kingdom and said something wrong. Seeing his expression, question marks appeared on the heads of Lu Ling, Xingfei, and the others. The fact that there was a poison master meant that the kingdom he stayed in was at least a Tier 1 kingdom. However, they had been to all of the Tier 1 kingdoms nearby, and they had never heard of the name Xianxia. Do you know what kind of poison is used to concoct this medicinal solution? If you do, we have to concoct one now. Saving his life is more important. Seeing that everyone's attention had been diverted, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he turned to the 3 master teachers. Facing the half-dead Shenhong, he couldn't think of any solution. Thus, he could only allow the other party to regain some spirit so that he could execute his fist art. Otherwise, if this were to drag on, the other party would die even before he could be saved. Concoct one? Lu Ling shook his head. Seems like Yang sure doesn't know much about poison masters. Honestly speaking, the formula for this medicinal solution is very simple. There are a total of 10 poisons in it, and even I am able to memorize them. However, to achieve a balanced combination of poisons without any side effects while raising one's spirit, this is the means of a poison master. Even if one knows the formula, it's useless. Concocting poison was the same as concocting pills. Whether it was the technique or the dosage, as long as there was a slight mistake, it would result in a completely different outcome. It was precisely because of this that even though poison masters were notorious, they were still able to pass down their legacy and become existences that many feared. There were even some major powers that specially hired them to deal with matters that were inconvenient for them to handle. You can't make it even if you know the formula? Xianxia glanced at it and said, "How about this? Write down the prescription and get these things first." Alright, since Xianxia insists, there's nothing I can do about it. Lu Ling did not say anything else. He got someone to bring him a brush and paper, and he quickly wrote it down. Xianxia looked over. Single root grass, white bamboo snake venom, lethal flower, black toad blood. There were a total of 10 of them, and all of them were lethal poisons. Even a Tongxian realm expert would die upon consuming any one of them, needless to say, ordinary cultivators. Even though every single one of them was lethal poison, the 10 of them could be used to nourish one's body. It had to be said that the means of poison masters were truly miraculous. Even if the royal palace didn't have these items, it wasn't difficult to find them. It didn't take long for them to place all of them before Xianxia. Every single one of them carried a fearsome color, and just by looking at them, one would feel fear from the depths of one's heart. What's the use of finding these items? Without the concoction of a poison master, these are lethal poisons. They won't be of any use in saving a person's life. Doubtful, Xingfei couldn't help but ask. It took quite a bit of time to find these items, and at this moment, it was clear that Xianxia couldn't hold on any longer. I invited you here to see if you could help him achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation and extend his lifespan. Isn't it a waste of time? Indeed, Xianxia's situation isn't easy to resolve. If it really comes down to it, we'll have to think of a solution together. Even though the concoction of a poison master is one of the best solutions at the moment, it's useless if you don't know how to concoct it. Xiang. Xian couldn't stand it anymore. He was indebted to Xianxia, so he shouldn't have interfered in the conversation. However, in his view, the other party's actions were useless. The urgent matter at hand was to find a way to help Xianxia achieve a breakthrough. You said that the concoction is useful. Since that's the case, we'll just have to concoct it. In any case, since we know the medicinal herbs, who cares if there's a poison master around? Does it mean that there's no way to save a person without a poison master? Interrupting his words, Xianxia smiled faintly. But we don't understand the properties of these lethal poisons. Xianxia said anxiously. If anything were to go wrong, he would be poisoned to death on the spot. There's no turning back. Alright, if you don't understand, you can learn. If you don't know how to concoct it, you can try. There's no need to make a fuss. Xianxia waved his hands. Learn? Give it a try? Emperor Xianxia, Lu Ling, and the others staggered, and they nearly fainted on the spot. Brother, you don't even know what a poison master is. How are you going to learn it, even if you are cramming at the last minute? This isn't the right way to do it. In this world, all occupations require the guidance of a master and years of continuous research before they can achieve anything. Yet, you want to learn it? What the heck are you learning? You must be joking. Even though poison master is one of the lower 9 paths occupations, it isn't because it's easy to learn. Rather, it's because the occupation is despised by others that it has a bad reputation. In fact, the difficulty of learning it isn't any lower than pill forging. That's because one has to have a deep understanding of the toxicity of every single lethal poison. Otherwise, it wouldn't be concocting poison but suicide. Thus, every single official poison master has to study for many years. Yet, you want to learn it now. By the time you're done, not only would Xianxia be dead, his flesh would have rotted away. What's there to save? The few of them were so dizzy that they felt like dying. Lying on the bed, Xianxia was on the verge of tears. The heck, who did I offend? I just wanted to live a few more years so that I could better protect Tianqian Kingdom. Knockout powder and poison. At the very most, I'll just give up and die right now, alright? I beg of you, stop tormenting me. Xianxia, being a poison master isn't a child's play. It's best that you don't experiment recklessly. Lu Ling couldn't hold it in any longer and spoke up. If you don't know how to treat it, we can just leave it at that. What are you trying to do with knockout powder and poison? Do you think that it's easy to concoct these poisons? If it was that simple, poison masters wouldn't be so frightening and feared by countless people. I know that it's not a child's play. So, wait a moment, I'll learn it. Xianxia nodded his head seriously. Learn. A moment? The heck, the 3 master teachers nearly fell to the ground. Alright, let's see how you're going to learn. Lu Ling flung his sleeves. Previously, he thought that this Xianxia was knowledgeable. Even though the means he used to help others achieve breakthroughs were inconceivable, he was able to grasp the crux of the matter. Yet, to think that he would be able to concoct poison on the spot. The heck, if you're so incredible, why don't you ascend to the heavens? I've met many master teachers, and I've even paid a visit to 3-star ones. However, I've never heard of anyone who could grasp a profession so thoroughly within a short period of time. Humph. Just like Lu Shi, even though Xingfei didn't say it out loud, his complexion was extremely awful. Clearly, he was displeased with Xianxia's actions. What is a poison master? It is one of the 9 paths occupations, and it is extremely famous. If one were to learn it within a short period of time, it would be worthless. Isn't he going to learn? What is he doing? The 3 master teachers were infuriated. Emperor Xianxia also looked at Xianxia speechlessly. With a single glance, a bizarre expression appeared on his face. Didn't this Xianxia say that he was going to learn? Why is he standing there motionlessly with his eyes closed, brother, even if you want to learn, you should at least show some sincerity. Look for a few books to read or ask around. Even if it's useless, at least you should show some respect to the poison master occupation. Yet, standing there with his eyes closed, as though he was asleep. What the heck? Lu Shi, look. Xianxia also noticed that something was amiss and couldn't help but ask. Sleep? This. Lu Ling and Xingfei stared at one another, blinked their eyes, and tugged at their hair. Xianxia, brother, old ancestor. What in the world are you up to? Didn't you say that you were going to learn how to concoct poison, to stand there motionlessly, not even looking at the poison, and more importantly, with his eyes closed? The heck, what in the world is going on? They have seen weird people, but they have never seen such a weirdo. The three master teachers felt as though their heads were about to explode. All of them were going insane. 5th update. Lao continues to write the 6th update. Of course, Xianxia wasn't putting on an act. He had read several thousand books on poison in the kingdom's book collection vault. Even though they were all foundational books, and even though they weren't sufficient for one to become an official poison master, it was sufficient for him. His current goal wasn't to become a poison master, but to concoct these 10 poisonous substances into a non-toxic medicinal solution so as to raise Shenhong's spirit. This was much simpler. It was just like how becoming an official apothecary was troublesome, but learning how to concoct 1 or 2 medicinal powders was much easier. With a thought, the many books on poison in the kingdom's book collection vault immediately flipped open with a walala sound. Correct. Focusing his attention, the information recorded in the books immediately formed a complete book before him. Flipping it open lightly. Poison can kill, but it can also save. You can't deny everything. If you learn how to use poison well, you might even be able to bring one back from the dead. The book was densely packed with words. Xianxia knew that this was the correct content compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path. Thus, he flipped through it line by line. With a single look, he couldn't help but be impressed. Just as Lu Ling and the others had said, poison was a profound occupation, and it wasn't something that could be learned in a short period of time. However, with the correct secret manuals compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path, it was as good as walking straight to the main path, making it much easier to learn. Flipping through the books in his head, Xianxia's understanding of poison and the nature of poison gradually deepened. After an unknown period of time, he finally reached the final page. Xianxia felt his body jolting. In an instant, the knowledge regarding poison masters was assimilated into his mind, becoming a part of his memories. Even though he hadn't become a poison master yet, his understanding of poison had deepened significantly. What is this? Having gained a deep understanding of poison, Xianxia suddenly noticed a faint black aura hidden in the depths of his body. When did I get it? He didn't know much about it previously, and even if he had seen it, he wouldn't have thought much of it. However, after reading so many books on poison, he realized that it was definitely a poisonous aura. Just that. He was perplexed. When did it enter his body? More importantly, why didn't he notice it? Ancestor, just as Xianxia was about to take a closer look at what it was and whether it would affect him in any way, Emperor Shenjue's anxious voice sounded by his ear. He couldn't be bothered with his research anymore and opened his eyes. Old ancestor Shenhong, who was lying on the bed on his last breath, could barely open his eyes, and could die at any moment. If he was compared to an oil lamp, the flame just now was very small, but now that the wind was blowing, the flame would be extinguished immediately. Even if he persisted, he would not be able to persist for more than a few minutes. Sigh. Everyone will die one day. Emperor Shenjue, please restrain your grief. Please forgive us for being powerless. Lu Ling and the rest could see Shenhong's current state and couldn't help but shake their heads. Such a situation was no different from a dead person. They were only one-star great teachers and there was nothing they could do. Even if they could think of a solution, it would be too late. Emperor Shenjue was indignant. He had spent a huge amount of effort and resources to invite the three master teachers over, but to no avail. He had thought that Xianxia, who had appeared out of nowhere, would be his final hope, but in the end, he turned out to be even more unreliable than the other three. It was one thing for him to not save the other party, but at such a crucial moment, he even tried to use a knockout drug and poison. I sent you here to save the other party, not to conduct an experiment. The more he thought about it, the more furious he felt. Turning to look at the motionless fellow, he wanted to see what he had to say. However, unknowingly, the other party had opened his eyes. Xianxia, the royal ancestor can't hold on any longer. If we don't save him now, it will be too late. Emperor Xianxia forcefully suppressed the rage within him and gritted his teeth. Concoct the medicinal solution first, Xianxia said. With just a glance, he knew that Shenhong wouldn't be able to hold on for even 10 minutes if he didn't think of a solution. Thus, the only thing he could do now was to concoct the medicinal solution and hope that it would be of use. Concoct the medicinal solution. It would have been better if he had not heard those words. However, upon hearing those words, Emperor Xianxia could no longer contain his rage. Xianxia, the royal ancestor's life is in danger. You aren't here to experiment with the poison master's medicinal solution, oh? Xianxia turned to look at him. Then what you mean is that, Xianxia, if you have any other solution, I beseech you to save the royal ancestor. Our Tianxian kingdom is willing to offer you anything, Emperor Xianxia said. Aren't I treating him right now? After I concoct the medicinal solution, feed it to your royal ancestor and wait for him to recover some stamina before I think of a way to save him. Ignoring the other party's rage, Xianxia replied calmly. Hearing those words, Emperor Xianxia nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? What I mean is simple. You don't know the capabilities of a poison master, so don't bother concocting the poison. What you should do is to hurry up and think of a way to save him. In the end, it was all in vain. What he didn't know was that Xianxia didn't have a better solution at the moment. At this moment, Shenhong could die at any moment even if he didn't make a move. If he were to make a move, he would surely die. The only solution he could think of was to concoct the medicinal solution so that he could recover some of his stamina and practice his punches. Otherwise, there was no other solution. Seeing that the fellow was still insisting on concocting the medicine, the three master teachers were infuriated. Emperor Xianxia, let Xianxia concoct the medicine. Suppressing his displeasure, Lu Ling flung his arm. If not for his fear that the other party might be stronger than him, he would have long made a move. You don't even know what a poison master is, and yet you want to concoct the medicine. Do you think that the profession of poison master is a joke? You overestimate yourself. You really don't know how you became a master teacher. Or perhaps, you aren't a master teacher at all. It was luck that you helped Xianxia achieve a breakthrough previously. Despite seeing the other party's displeasure, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to pay him any heed. He was on the verge of death and there was no time to waste. He walked up to the poison solution, flipped his palm, took one of the solutions, and poured it into an empty bottle not too far away. Ridiculous, even though he wasn't a poison master, Lu Ling had seen them concoct poison before and he knew the process and methods. Putting aside a single drop, even a 10th or a 100th of these poisons would cause one to die on the spot if one were to accidentally ingest it. Because of this, the concoction of poison required specialized equipment that was precise to the slightest degree. There couldn't be the slightest error. You don't have any equipment at all, yet you just grabbed a jade bottle and poured it out. Aren't you being too casual? Do you know how much poison you are pouring out? Do you know the ratio between the different poisons? Even the slightest mistake could result in death. Official poison masters are extremely careful when concocting poison, fearing that there might be a mistake. Yet, you just casually poured it out with your eyes closed. The heck, if you were to learn how to be a poison master with such an attitude, you would probably kill yourself before succeeding. You call this learning? Even if you were to find a craftsman, it would be much more accurate. When concocting poison, a poison master needs to react for a moment before adding the third. Just like how an apothecary concocts a pill, there is a certain sequence to the timing of adding the medicinal herbs. Even the slightest mistake can't be allowed, and you just casually poured it out. Xingfei was so furious that his beard was about to explode. Instead of thinking about saving the other party, you kept thinking about concocting the medicine. We tolerated it. However, there is an extremely unique ability between poisons. To neutralize the reaction and other changes, there is a certain sequence and timing. Yet, you just casually poured it into a jade bottle as though you are pouring wine. To concoct such a messy concoction, putting aside drinking it, just coming into contact with a single drop would probably kill one on the spot. Paying no heed to the discussion of the two master teachers, Xianxia moved swiftly. Can't you see that the other party is about to die? If he were to do as they said, what was the point of saving the other party by the time the concoction was done? By the time the concoction was complete, the other party would already be dead. Of course, Xianxia wasn't pouring the poison randomly as the other party thought. Rather, the library of heaven's path in his mind was constantly changing as he poured the poison into the jade bottle. Whenever the flaws recorded in the book lessened, it would mean that the concoction was correct. 10 breaths later, the 10 different types of poison had been completely fused together. As soon as it came into contact with the jade bottle, the contents of the book were updated. 10 complete medicinal solution, concocted by Xianxia. Upon consumption, one will regain one's vitality for an incense's time, restoring one's vitality to a healthy state. Flaws. Number 1, one will be unable to exert one's cultivation. Number 2, the time needed for one to recover is too short. The book detailed the name and effects of the poison that had just been concocted. Success. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Even though he had the library of heaven's path to observe the state of the fusion of the poison, if he hadn't studied the 1,000 books and understood the specific properties of the poison, he wouldn't have known how to concoct the poison. If he were to randomly concoct the poison, he wouldn't be able to complete it even if he were given half a month. After successfully concocting the medicinal solution, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It's done. He picked up the jade bottle and looked at the crowd. Success? Everyone's mouths twitched. Just by randomly pouring the poison, you succeeded? You must be thinking that you have succeeded. Quick, let him drink it. Ignoring the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Xianxia passed the bottle to Emperor Xianxia. Drink it? Emperor Xianxia shook his head. I haven't ascertained whether this medicinal solution is poisonous yet. There's not enough time. Let him drink it, or else he will really die. Knowing that the other party wouldn't believe him even if he explained, Xianxia frowned. But Emperor Xianxia hesitated. Why? You don't believe that this is a medicinal solution that can help him recover his stamina? Xianxia spoke authoritatively. After disguising as a master teacher for so many days, he had already developed an authoritative aura. Emperor Xianxia was at a loss for words. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but he didn't believe it at all. I saw you concocting 10 lethal poisons randomly with my own eyes, and you want me to believe you? You must be joking. Besides, to let the old ancestor drink this kind of poison that hasn't been tested yet, isn't that equivalent to asking him to die too slowly? Forget it if you don't believe me. I've already given you the chance, it's up to you how you choose. Seeing that the other party wasn't moving, Xianxia didn't say anything else. He casually placed the concocted medicinal solution on the table with an indifferent expression. However, you must consider it carefully. If your old ancestor can't think of any other solution, he won't even be able to last 3 minutes. Using 3 minutes of his life to exchange for a chance to extend his lifespan, the choice is up to you. Emperor Xianxia's face flushed and paled, and he clenched his fists tightly. He didn't have even a 10,000th of confidence in the medicinal solution concocted by Xianxia. However, just as the other party said, if he couldn't think of any other solution, this royal elder wouldn't even be able to live past 3 minutes. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well give it a try. No matter what, this Xianxia had successfully treated Ling Tianyu's wife, Du Miaoshuan, and the others. Even though his actions were extremely unreliable and left one scratching their heads in confusion, he was their only hope. 10 breaths later, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll give it a try." He could only make a Hail Mary attempt. At this moment, there was nothing else he could do. After making up his mind, Emperor Xianxia picked up the jade bottle on the table and walked over to the royal elder. "Royal elder, pardon me." He pried open his mouth with a spoon and poured the medicinal solution down his throat. Woo! Even though royal elder Shenhong was on the verge of death, he was still conscious. Feeling the medicinal solution being forcefully poured into his mouth, he nearly cried. He had seen everything that had happened previously, And he knew that Wang Cheng's actions in summoning Xianxia left him feeling extremely stifled. He was the royal elder of Tianxian Kingdom, an expert who was even more respected than the emperor himself. Yet, to bring an untested poison over and use him as a pill sample beast. Furthermore, it was the kind of poison that would kill him if he were to make a mistake. Why is my life so bitter? It isn't easy for me to live peacefully, and it isn't possible for me to die peacefully either. Soon, Emperor Xianxia forced the medicinal solution in the jade bottle into Royal Elder Shenhong's mouth. Cough cough cough, Shenhong's eyes rolled back, and after struggling for a moment, he stopped moving. Royal Elder. Emperor Xianxia's face paled. He retreated a few steps and burst into tears. Did he fail? Not only was the Royal Elder the cornerstone of Tianxian Kingdom, more importantly, he was indebted to him and their blood relationship. The royal elder who addressed Shenhong as royal elder was actually the previous 2 generations of emperor, his biological grandfather. To think that his biological grandfather would die right before his eyes, and furthermore, he was forced to drink the medicinal solution down his throat. The grief he felt was unimaginable. If the medicinal solution was so easy to concoct, poison masters would be worthless. Lu Ling shook his head. Then, he turned to Zhang Xian and said, Xianxia, even though Shenhong would have died even if he didn't consume the medicinal solution, he died under your medicinal solution. Therefore, you should be considered as a murderer, right? Murder? That's right. You were the one who concocted the medicinal solution and you were the one who ordered it to be fed. Now that the person is dead, if not you, whose fault is it? Lu Ling stared at Zhang Xian intently. Xianxia, weren't you very confident in the medicinal solution? Emperor Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia with a questioning gaze. I listened to you and fed it to the old ancestor. But now, the person who fed it to him died. My responsibility? Indeed, Shenhong is the cornerstone of Tianxian Kingdom. Now that he has died under your medicinal solution, why don't you take his place as the guardian here? Consider it as compensation to them. Lu Ling said. Actually, he also knew that if he did not inject the medicinal liquid, Shenhong would definitely die. Thus, he purposely said this for this purpose. Shenhong's greatest use in the kingdom was to ensure that no powers dared to make a move against him. Since he was already dead, as long as Xianxia agreed to stay behind, the effects would definitely be much greater than if he were alive. In fact, Tianxian Kingdom might even become a Tier 2 or Tier 1 kingdom. Guard this place? Zhang Xian shook his head. Impossible. He intended to wait for Emperor Xianxia to gather all the Tongxian realm manuals before leaving. Wait here? You must be joking. Impossible? Not only did Xianxia fail to save Shenhong, he even caused his death. Doesn't he feel the slightest bit of regret? Lu Ling frowned. Caused his death? You are thinking too much. I thought that it was something serious. Zhang Xian smiled. Don't worry, with me around, it won't be that easy for him to die. After which, he walked up to royal ancestor Shenhong, raised his hand, and slapped him. Pa, a crisp sound echoed. Cough cough cough, following which, a series of coughs sounded. The motionless Shenhong spat out a mouthful of medicinal liquid and slowly opened his eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Ling, Xingfei, and the others, who were about to speak, widened their eyes in shock, afraid that they were seeing things. Old ancestor, you, Emperor Xianxia walked forward doubtfully, unable to believe what he was seeing. You unfilial fellow, are you trying to choke me to death? Cough cough. Shenhong's beard puffed up, and he didn't look as though he would die at any moment. Xianxia, what is going on? Emperor Xianxia hurriedly asked. The old ancestor was clearly motionless, so why did he suddenly wake up and even speak? What was going on? He wasn't the only one. Even Lu Ling, Xianxian, and Jingfei felt their world collapsing. Reviving the dead? This can't be real, right? Shenhong's body is weak, and he is on the verge of death. I asked you to feed him the medicinal liquid, but you did so instead. The viscous medicinal liquid blocked his windpipe, making him look as though a dead person. As for why he suddenly regained consciousness, it's simple. My medicinal liquid was successfully concocted, and it worked. Zhang Xian said calmly. It might seem. bizarre, but it was actually very simple. The medicinal liquid that he concocted was verified by the Library of Heaven's Path, so there was no problem with its effectiveness. Even though Shenhong was on the verge of death, he still managed to recover his vitality after consuming it. Initially, Emperor Shenjue should have just fed him a little, but Emperor Shenjue poured the entire bottle in. With so much medicinal liquid blocking his throat, it was already a miracle that he didn't choke to death. It was precisely because Xianxia noticed this that he slapped Shenhong to force the medicinal liquid out of his throat, allowing him to regain consciousness. This, after hearing the explanation, Emperor Shenjue and the three master teachers were dumbfounded. A random concoction was actually F*King effective. Other poison masters would have to prepare all kinds of apparatus to concoct a medicinal solution, fearing that there would be the slightest mistake. Yet, this fellow, just casually pouring it with his 2 hands. And yet, he was still able to succeed. God, are you kidding me? Of course, this wasn't the most shocking thing to them. More importantly, Xianxia didn't even know what the medicinal solution was a moment ago, but in the next moment, he was able to concoct it. Heavens, earth, who can tell me what is going on? Could it really be like what he said, that he learned it on the spot? Closing my eyes and standing still for a while is called learning? Furthermore, he even learned the occupation of a poison master. The 4 of them felt like they were dreaming. Xianxia, thank you for saving my life. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, old ancestor Shenhong struggled to climb down from the bed and clasped his fists. No matter how close one was to death, as long as one consumed the 10 perfection medicinal liquid, one would regain the final radiance of the setting sun and live like an ordinary person for a period of time. Although he did not have the strength, it was very easy for him to get out of bed. There's no need for such formalities. Execute a punching routine for me. Not bothering to waste his breath on the other party, Zhang Xian waved his hands. This was the reason why he concocted the medicinal solution to allow the other party to regain his mobility. Since he had already stood up, he should hurry up. Execute a punching routine? My body is currently weak and I can't even muster the slightest bit of Xinqi. Even if I were to execute a punching routine, it would be useless. It would be best for me not to embarrass myself. Shenhong shook his head. After experiencing life and death, I have thought things through. If I can protect the kingdom, then so be it. Even if I can't, it is fate. There is no need to force it. Zhang Xian. The reason why I asked you to execute a punching routine is so that the Library of Heaven's Path can compile a book on you so that I can understand what is going on with you. Why are you giving me a long lecture? To think that you are even talking about philosophy. Brother Shenhong, it is indeed not bad that you have such an epiphany after experiencing life and death. All riches and honor are useless. What is most important is one's own strength. Even though the authority of the kingdom is great, it restricts your growth. Otherwise, given your talent, you would have long reached Zhongsha realm. Before Zhang Xian could say anything, Lu Ling nodded his head in satisfaction. His eyes were filled with praise. Indeed, it is a pity that I came to this realization too late. Royal ancestor Shenhong sighed. Then, he turned to look at Zhang Xian and said, even so, I still have to thank Xianxia for your help. Even without my strength, I am still glad. Just as royal ancestor Shenhong was about to continue speaking, he saw Xianxia's face turning livid. Following which, a slap flew toward him. Pa, it landed on the back of his head. Pada, halfway through his words, royal ancestor Shenhong's vision darkened. He collapsed to the ground and fainted. I asked you to execute a punching routine, so execute it. You really talk too much nonsense. Clapping his hands, Zhang Xian harumphed. Turning around, he saw Emperor Shenjue and the 3 master teachers staring at him dumbfoundedly. No wonder Zhang Xian was angry. There was a limit to how long the 10 perfect medicinal liquid could give a person the last radiance of the setting sun. It could only last for about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. This guy didn't want to fight, and instead wanted to give a long speech. Comprehension, your sister. If you don't quickly let the Library of Heaven's Path see the root of the problem, you will die in an incense's time. That will be the end of the matter, but how am I supposed to protect the Tianxian kingdom for you? Besides, what about my reputation? With his reputation ruined, how was he going to swindle money happily in the future? Thus, when he saw that the other party was no longer punching him, he couldn't help but slap him unconscious. In any case, he had taken the medicinal liquid, so he would not die even if he fainted. For Xianxia, punching and feeling the pulse after fainting were the same. While Xianxia was having a great time slapping, Xianxia and the three master teachers were driven mad. Didn't I just wake him up? Why did you knock him out? Could it be that there was really a way to make people unconscious in order to see a doctor? Xianxia, just as Emperor Xianxia was about to ask, Xianxia waved his hands and said, "All right, let's cut the crap. We don't have much time left." After he finished speaking, he couldn't be bothered with the dumbfounded people and squatted down to feel Shenhong's pulse. Buzz, Zhangxian's mind jolted, and a book finally appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Written on it were the two words Shenhong. He gently flipped it open. Shenhong, the grandfather of Tianxian Kingdom's Emperor Xianxia, a half-Zongshi expert. It recorded some of Shenhong's deeds and the flaws of his body. Xianxia, is there any hope for the old ancestor? Emperor Xianxia had heard Ling Tianyu mention the matter of taking his pulse before, so he wasn't surprised by it. Seeing the frown on his forehead, Emperor Xianxia couldn't help but walk over. Even Lu Ling, Xianxia, and the others were nervous. Shenhong had reached the end of his lifespan, and they were unable to treat him or help him achieve a breakthrough. Thus, they wanted to hear Yangshir's opinion on the matter. Wake him up first. With a wave of his hand, Zhangxian was no longer as nervous and anxious as before. Yes. Emperor Xianxia pinched the royal elder's philtrum and at the same time, infused Xinqi into his body. The unconscious Shenhong gradually regained consciousness. Yangshir, after waking up, Shenhong looked at Zhangxian, seemingly wanting to ask him why he hit him. However, before he could say anything, a voice sounded from the other side. Shenhong, I'll give you two choices now. First, break through to the Grandmaster level and continue living. Second, as you said just now, it doesn't matter even if you die. I won't bother to save you then. First, they had to confirm whether the other party was willing to live. If they were unwilling, no matter how powerful they were, there was nothing they could do. I can still live? Can I break through to Grandmaster? Initially, Shenhong was unhappy with Zhangxian for knocking him out with a single slap. However, upon hearing those words, his body trembled and his face paled in agitation. He knew how difficult it was to achieve a breakthrough to Zongshi realm. He had never succeeded in his entire life, and now that he was on the verge of death, without the slightest bit of potential to be unearthed. How could he succeed? If you want to break through, you can succeed. If you don't want to, then forget it. You'll just have to waste my energy. Zhangxian's expression was indifferent. Of course I do. I beseech Yangshi to impart the method to me. Not daring to hesitate, Shenhong immediately knelt down. The unhappiness from before disappeared without a trace. His previous epiphany was just a self-consolation. If there was a chance to achieve a breakthrough, only a fool would choose death. It's simple if you want to live, but... Walking around Shenhong, Zhangxian seemed to be observing something. He stopped and with a deep gaze, he said, "You have to listen to my words and do as I say. Don't refute or resist. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you succeed. In other words, you have to do whatever I ask of you and cooperate with me wholeheartedly. There's no need for you to question me. That's simple, it's just a small matter." Shenhong thought that it would be a complicated matter. Upon hearing that it was so simple, he hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Back then, when his teacher was guiding him on his cultivation, wasn't it the same? Thinking that it was a small matter, he didn't mind it at all. However, the moment he finished his words, he saw Emperor Xianxia, the three master teachers, and the others looking at him sympathetically. This Yangshi sure is a scammer. Even before the treatment has started, he is already asking you to agree to it. Even if you use your toes to think, it's definitely not a good thing. What's wrong? Shenhong was perplexed by Zhangxian's gaze. He had been on the brink of death for the past 2 days, so he didn't know about Zhuangshir's breakthrough. Thus, he thought that there was something wrong with his words. It's nothing. Suppressing the urge to speak up, Emperor Xianxia clutched his forehead. He had seen Yangshir's bizarre means before. It seems like this royal elder of his would suffer the same fate as Xianxia. It's good that you agree to it. Emperor Xianxia, get the dancers in the palace here. I want those with good figures. Seeing the other party agree to it, Zhang Xian nodded his head and gestured with a righteous look on his face. Dancers? Emperor Xianxia and the three master teachers were dumbfounded. Dancers only know how to dance and they don't possess any cultivation. Why would he look for them? Just by coming here, he can help Shenhong achieve a breakthrough. Furthermore, I want those with good figures. Why does it sound like he isn't treating me? Yes. Even though Emperor Xianxia was perplexed, he knew that Yangshir's wisdom wasn't something he could comprehend. Thus, without any hesitation, he turned around and instructed the servants. The movements of the palace were swift. In a few breaths, more than a dozen tall and beautiful dancers walked in. Even though they paled in comparison to Shen Bairu and the others, they were still beauties. Their movements, figure, and every single action of theirs were pleasurable to the eye. Yangshir, do you think these will do? Not bad, just that they are wearing too many clothes. Remove those long sleeves and the like. Zhang Xian continued instructing. Wearing too many clothes? A bizarre expression appeared on the faces of the three master teachers. Looking for dancers to remove their clothes. The heck, is he helping them achieve a breakthrough? Why does it feel as though he is visiting a brothel to choose a woman of his liking? If not for the fact that they were curious to see what kind of means he would employ, they probably wouldn't have stayed here any longer. They had guessed that the other party's means were unorthodox, but never in their dreams did they expect that it would be so unorthodox. Formidable master teachers are usually stern, and their means are always open and aboveboard. Yet, you treat them as though they are visiting a brothel. Even though they didn't know what he was going to do, they already had a bad premonition. These dancers were employed by the royal palace. Putting aside removing their clothes, they wouldn't even hesitate to do anything else. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's instructions, they took off their outer robes in a few breaths, leaving only their skin-tight clothes. Boundless spring. Alright, Emperor Xianxia, help me prepare a few more things. Zhang Xian turned around and instructed with a hushed voice. Yangshir, just tell me what you need. What? Halfway through his words, Emperor Xianxia abruptly stopped speaking. As though someone was strangling him, his eyes widened and he nearly went insane. Yangshir, if you are interested, I can send as many as you want to your residence. Isn't it a little inappropriate to do it here? Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Hurry up and go. Zhang Xian kicked him. Yes. With a tearful face, Xianxia left to make the arrangements. Of the three master teachers, Lu Ling was the strongest. Even though the both of them spoke in hushed voices, he still heard their conversation. He staggered and black stars appeared before his eyes. What does he want Xianxia to do? Seeing his expression, Zhuang Xian and Jingfei knew that he must have heard something. He wants Emperor Xianxia to look for something. Lu Ling was dumbfounded. Something? What could make Xianxia so shocked? It's aphrodisiac. Aphrodisiac? Zhuang Xian and Jingfei were taken aback for a moment before their eyes widened in shock. The heck, they had already guessed that Yangshir's method wasn't anything good. Even so, upon hearing this, they couldn't help but spurt a mouthful of blood. Just as they had guessed, he was trying to scam others to death. They had seen others asking for tonics, pills, spirit artifacts, secret manuals, but to ask for aphrodisiac, this was the first time they had seen or heard of it. Looking for dancers, stripping them of their clothes, and then this thing. Brother, are you trying to help someone achieve a breakthrough or are you trying to help them with their health? The trio turned to look at the clueless Shenhong with pity. Yesterday, Xianxia was covered in a gunny sack and beaten up. At the very least, his reputation was still intact. If he were to do something immoral in front of everyone because of his breakthrough, wouldn't he die of anger on the spot? While the trio was on the verge of breaking down, Emperor Xianxia had already gotten someone to find a jade bottle filled with specially made medicine. He had a harem of 3,000 beauties, so it wasn't too difficult for him to find these things. Swallow it. Holding the jade bottle in his hand, Zhang Xian walked up to Shenhong. Yes. Royal Elder Shenhong didn't know what was in the jade bottle. With trust and admiration on his face, he took the jade bottle and swallowed the medicine without hesitation. Such a straightforward action caused the eyebrows of the three master teachers and Emperor Xianxia to twitch. "All right, go and dance with them." Seeing that he had swallowed the medicine, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. "Dance?" Shenhong was taken aback. An old man like him was going to dance with these beautiful ladies? What dance, more importantly? They were dressed so skimpily. If he were to go over, it would be easy for him to bump into them. Just as he was in a dilemma, he suddenly felt a heat rising from his lower abdomen. Looking at the dozen or so dancers before him, he suddenly felt an urge. Tzzzzzzzz. This urge grew stronger and stronger, and soon, he couldn't suppress it any longer. It must be said that the medicine that Emperor Xianxia had found was indeed formidable. The rate at which it burned was fast as well. In just a few breaths, Shenhong's eyes had already turned red and he was on the verge of losing control. Consuming this medicine, even if it wasn't tempting, it would be hard for him to tolerate it. Now that there were so many beautiful young ladies before him, not to mention that they were dressed simply, it would be weird if he could resist it. Roaring furiously, royal ancestor Shenhong prepared to charge forward. Stop him. Let these dancers dance before him. The more seductive they are, the better. Zhang Xian continued to instruct. Yes. Emperor Xianxia was sweating profusely. What kind of breakthrough method was this? After consuming the aphrodisiac, all he could do was watch. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's instructions, the dancers danced even more gracefully, sexily, and seductively. Her alluring figure kept on twisting and turning, and her snow-white skin reflected the light, giving off a feeling of gentleness. Her movements just happened to be able to capture the itch of a man. Putting aside Shenhong who had swallowed the sedative, even the three master teachers felt their lips go dry and their hearts itch. Is this really helping someone achieve a breakthrough? Initially, they thought that it was already incredible to be able to help someone achieve a breakthrough. Never in their dreams did they expect that this would be even more incredible. The three master teachers were on the verge of tears. Only upon seeing this did they realize that the theories and rules they had learned over the years were too weak. Xianxia, what did you feed me? Feeling the heat from his body and the frenzied aura, Shenhong finally realized that something was amiss and roared. It's aphrodisiac. Xianxia could only answer honestly. Aphrodisiac? Screw your granny. Shenhong staggered. He had seen those who scammed their fathers and mothers, but he had never seen one who scammed his grandfather. To feed his own grandfather aphrodisiac, screw your granny, are you trying to kill me? Shenhong felt as though he was going insane. Royal ancestor, please don't blame me. Xianxia was the one who ordered me to do it, I had no choice. Emperor Xianxia was on the verge of tears. Previously, when he fed the royal ancestor the aphrodisiac, he had almost died from it. Now, he was being scolded even more. Who did I offend? Didn't I just want you to live a little longer? In the end, my good intentions turned into this. Xianxia? With reddened eyes, Shenhong forcefully suppressed the agitation in his heart. He glanced at Zhang Xian, who was standing not too far away. Upon seeing the calm expression on the other party's face, he turned around and slapped Emperor Xianxia's face. Bullshit. Xianxia is an upright and noble master teacher. How could he possibly feed me such a thing? If you dare to slander Xianxia again, do you believe that I won't strangle you to death right now? Xianxia. Upright and noble, how could he be upright? Didn't he knock you out with a slap just now, still trying to slander me? If I disobeyed his orders, would I dare to feed you such a thing? Emperor Xianxia felt so wrong that he wanted to vomit blood. He lifted his head to look at Xianxia, hoping to hear an explanation from him. However, that fellow had his hands behind his back and was looking at the ceiling with a nonchalant expression, as though he didn't care about anything at all. It was as though he was saying that he didn't know that you were the one who did it. You little bastard, to think that I doted on you so much back then. I can't hold it in anymore, don't stop me. Forefather Shenhong cursed. He could no longer bear the heat that was about to boil in his chest. With a howl, he charged towards the beautiful women who were twisting their bodies. Before he could even take 2 steps, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck. Pada, he fell to the ground and fainted once more. The one who made the move was still Xianxia. Seeing that the royal elder was knocked unconscious once more, Emperor Shenxue heaved a sigh of relief. Yangshi, what should we do next? Wake him up, then let these dancers continue to dance in front of him, Zhang instructed. Continue? Emperor Shenxue's lips trembled. Oh, right. When he wakes up, tell him that you were the one who knocked him out just now. Also, if you see that he can't control his emotions, continue to knock him out. However, don't do it. Let me do it. Of course, he has to admit that you were the one who did it. Zhang said. Emperor Shenxue. You knocked him out after waking him up. Are you addicted, or do you want to do something, most importantly? I have to admit that I did it, Emperor Shenxue felt frenzied. Just as he was about to reject the other party, Yangshi looked at him sternly. Don't refuse. This is related to the treatment of your ancestor. There can't be the slightest mistake. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be wasted. This time Emperor Shenxue really cried. Old ancestor, it's really not me who is trying to scam you, it's Yangshi who is trying to scam you. Emperor Shenxue woke Shenhong up, then knocked him out, woke him up, and knocked him out again. Lu Ling, Xianxia, and Jingfei were dumbfounded. They felt like they were going crazy. Lu Shi, you are knowledgeable. Can you tell what kind of breakthrough method Yangshi is using? After a long while, Xianxia couldn't hold it in any longer. I can't tell either. Lu Shi's face turned red. Breakthrough method? What kind of breakthrough method is this? There are hundreds of rules as a master teacher, and there are a few rules that must be followed in order for one to achieve a breakthrough. However, there doesn't seem to be a rule that allows one to consume aphrodisiac and look at beauties. Furthermore, what's worse is that not only did he consume aphrodisiac, he even went to look for scantily dressed beauties to seduce him and knock him out the moment he couldn't hold it in anymore. I don't think he is helping someone achieve a breakthrough. Instead, he is playing a prank on him. The pitiful Shenhong is now like a client of a brothel, pouncing on beauties the moment he wakes up. Break through your head. I think he is playing a prank on Shenhong. I have never heard of anyone achieving a breakthrough by consuming aphrodisiac. Jingfei shook his head. With a steely expression, he said, this is a farce. Lu Shi, I think it's best that you stop him. Otherwise, if this goes on, what will become of him? This? Lu Ling hesitated. There's no need to hesitate. Look at the current Shenhong, he has already gone insane. If news of this were to spread, even if he were to die, his reputation would be tarnished. Jingfei harumphed. Hearing those words, Lu Ling and Xianxia lifted their heads to look. Indeed, the scholarly Shenhong was currently struggling and pouncing on a bewitching lady like a lunatic. The clothes on his upper body were almost torn to shreds. His eyes were bloodshot, as though a wild wolf that had gone berserk. But Yangshi's breakthrough method is also inconceivable. Could he have used the same method as well? Even though it doesn't look good, it is actually for his own good. Zhuangxian's mouth twitched. You have a master teacher as your father, so your cultivation is bound by convention. It is right for you to break through in a fit of rage, but this. How are you going to achieve a breakthrough? Putting aside whether it is possible or not, given Shenhong's current condition, even if he has sufficient Xinqi, he won't be able to achieve a breakthrough. Jingfei said. Zhongshi is the first hurdle of the Fighter 9 Dawn. Similar to how a fish transforms into a dragon, the moment it breaks through, there will be a qualitative leap. Countless top-notch geniuses who possess the best condition and the most concentrated Xinqi are unable to succeed. Eventually, they die at this step. Right now, Shenhong is only focused on pouncing on beauties and he has already lost his rationality. How can he possibly succeed, isn't this a joke? If that is the case, then there is no need for everyone to cultivate. They can just go to the brothel for a few days and become Zhongshi. There's nothing else. Lu Shi, hurry up and make a decision. I can guarantee with my life that if this goes on, Shenhong will definitely be unable to achieve a breakthrough. If he really succeeds, I will chop off my head. Jingfei swore. Boom, before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a powerful aura coming from afar. It was as scorching as the sun. What is this? Hurriedly turning his head to take a look, he saw royal ancestor Xianxia, who was on the verge of pouncing on beauties a moment ago, sitting cross-legged on the ground like a saint. The aura emanating from his body flickered, giving one the impression that it was as deep as the ocean. No longer as feeble as before, he exuded a vigorous vitality, such that even Emperor Xianxia, who was standing by the side, was overshadowed by it. Fighter 8 Dan, Xianxia realm. Can he really achieve a breakthrough? Xingfei felt as though someone had given him a tight slap on his face and he was on the verge of tears. Just after saying that it was impossible for him to succeed, he immediately tried to achieve a breakthrough, breaking through Xianxia realm by eating aphrodisiac. Can someone tell me what is going on? Lu Ling and Shuang Xian's jaws dropped so wide that it seemed as though they could swallow an entire duck egg. There was a qualitative difference between Fighter 8 Dan Xianxia realm and Tongxian realm. As a result, one's lifespan was extended. The lifespan of an ordinary fighter was around 70 to 80 years. However, at Xianxia realm, it wasn't a problem for one to live past 100 years. This was precisely the reason why it was as difficult as breaking through a heavenly barrier. From the fact that even master teachers like them were stuck at half Xianxia, it was clear how difficult it was. They had been observing Xianxia's condition ever since they arrived at Tianxian Kingdom. Even if he had sufficient Xianxi, it was impossible for him to have the energy to make a breakthrough. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that the most difficult hurdle in their cultivation would be easily solved by Xianxia with a bottle of aphrodisiac. The stark contrast made them feel as though their understanding of the world had crumbled. Emperor Xianxia shared the same thoughts as the three master teachers. He felt that Yangxian was intentionally pranking him. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that the royal ancestor would succeed, that was a true Xianxia realm expert. Thank you, Yangxia. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia abruptly stood up. With a long roar reminiscent of a dragon, he walked up to Xianxian and kneeled on the floor. After being stuck at the same spot for so many years, he thought that he was doomed. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that he would succeed. Seeing him kneel before him, Xianxian didn't help him up. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back, scanned the surroundings, and slowly walked forward. Xianxia's lifespan has come to an end, and his bodily functions have deteriorated to their limits. At this moment, his desire to live is no longer as strong as before. This is also the reason why he is able to see past life and death and feel that death isn't that frightening. Under such circumstances, regardless of whether it is his state of mind or his body, they have all reached the end of their lifespan. Putting aside tonics, even a powerful grade 2 or grade 3 pill wouldn't be able to help him break through his greatest hurdle and reach Xianxia realm. Everyone knew that Yangxia was trying to explain his previous actions. Thus, none of them dared to breathe loudly as they listened attentively. Thus, in order for him to continue living, we have to give him a reason to live on. Furthermore, it has to be a reason that he can't reject. As long as you are a man, you will never be able to reject a young woman, not to mention that you have taken aphrodisiac. Under the stimulation of the aphrodisiac, your body will definitely reignite and regain your youth. Once you have accumulated enough emotions, it will be much easier for you to break through again. Of course, the most important thing is his cultivation technique. If I'm not wrong, it should be the Blazing Sun mantra. At this point, Xianxian looked over. Yes. Xianxia nodded and admitted. He practiced the Blazing Sun formula, the most formidable cultivation technique in Tianxian Kingdom. This kind of cultivation technique is a rare secret manual. If a man cultivates it, it will be even more powerful. Logically speaking, since his body had lost all of its functions, even with the help of aphrodisiac, it would be impossible for him to return to his peak. However, after cultivating the Blazing Sun formula for so many years, he had accumulated a large amount of yang qi true fire in his body. At this moment, under the stimulation of the aphrodisiac and the seduction of a beauty, it was as if a spark had been thrown onto a barrel of oil, immediately igniting a raging fire. Focus all of your essence, energy, and spirit on a single point. When you break through, it'll be hard not to break through. After explaining, Xianxian stood there quietly. The surroundings were completely silent. Actually, he didn't say the most important part. Regardless of whether it was the aphrodisiac or the blazing sun mantra, they were just a small part of the breakthrough. The most important part was that he knocked the other party out. Every time he struck, he would infuse his Xianxia into the other party's body, opening up a blocked meridian. His meridian would be completely unblocked, and on top of that, his emotions would be stimulated to the maximum. Only then would he succeed and take the final step. Of course, his Xianxia was too pure, and his cultivation was only at Pishue realm. It was easy for him to fool Sun Chang and the others, but if Shenhong were to notice it, he would definitely notice something amiss. Thus, he purposely told Emperor Shenxue that he was the one who knocked the other party out. He wasn't pretending to be a good person. As for now, the other party had successfully broken through, and his Xianxia had completely fused with the other parties. It was as though clear water had merged with muddy water. This. After hearing the explanation, the three master teachers were dumbstruck. The heck? Is this possible? They were master teachers and had seen many methods to help others achieve breakthroughs. However, this kind of breakthrough is the first time they have seen it. This isn't just deviating from the norm, it's inconceivable. No matter how they racked their brains, they couldn't think of anything to achieve a breakthrough by eating aphrodisiac. Just the thought of it makes me want to faint. There are many ways to achieve a breakthrough. Following the rules won't work in many situations. As a master teacher, we have to constantly ponder over the rules and not follow them. Zhang Xian waved his hands. His slender shadow was elongated, and he felt as though an unfathomable expert, indescribably lonely. Yangshi's teachings are right. The three master teachers bowed simultaneously. At this moment, they were filled with admiration for this young Xian. It was impossible for them not to be impressed. He was too godly. With a flurry of blows, he helped Xianxia, who had been stuck at a bottleneck for many years, to achieve a breakthrough. Then, he casually concocted a medicinal solution that only poison masters can concoct. Furthermore, Shenhong achieved a breakthrough by eating aphrodisiac. Even though they were witnessing it with their own eyes, they still felt as though they were dreaming. Seeing that they understood, Zhang Xian nodded his head. Just as he was about to return to his residence, a pair of eyes appeared before him. The face was filled with shyness and excitement. Taking a step back, Zhang Xian saw that it was Jingfei of the three master teachers. Previously, he was the one who questioned Shenhong the most, even promising that as long as Shenhong achieved a breakthrough, he would chop off his head. At this moment, his eyes were glowing, as though he had won the lottery. "What are you planning to do?" Zhang Xian asked warily. "Yangshi, I have also been stuck at Half-Zongshi for many years. Now, I want to prepare aphrodisiac and beauty so that I can make a breakthrough to Zongshi realm as well." At some point in time, Jingfei had taken out a jade bottle. He poured out the pills within and was about to swallow them. Zhang Xian, Emperor Shenxue, Lu Ling, and Xianxia. After much difficulty, Zhang Xian finally managed to persuade the other party to stop. Everyone practiced different cultivation techniques, had different personalities, and had different cultivation realms. Naturally, the method to achieve a breakthrough would be different as well. As a master teacher, Jingfei understood this logic. However, he had underestimated the allure of Zongshi realm. A significant increase in one's lifespan. Just this alone would cause countless people to lose their rationality and judgment. Actually, Jingfei wasn't the only one who was tempted. Even Lu Ling and Xianxia were looking at him with burning gazes. Even Shenhong, who was on the verge of death, was able to achieve a breakthrough under Yangshi's guidance. Given that they were energetic and were master teachers, wouldn't it be easier for them to achieve a breakthrough? Thinking of this, the three master teachers made up their minds to form a good relationship with the person before them so as to get him to offer them some pointers. Seeing that they wanted him to offer them pointers, Zhang Xian felt goosebumps all over his body. Just as he was about to take his leave, a guard walked into the hall. "Reporting to Your Majesty, Hongtian Academy's Lu Sun and Wang Chao are requesting for an audience." "Why are they here at this time?" Emperor Shenxue was taken aback for a moment before nodding his head. "Let them in." These two star teachers were highly likely to become master teachers in the future. Even if he was the emperor, he wouldn't dare to offend them easily. Furthermore, he had deep ties with the elders of the two. Xianxia was also taken aback. Lu Sun? Wang Chao? Didn't the two of them want to pay him a visit? Why are they here? Could it be that they noticed him when he left the residence and chased after him? But that's impossible. Perplexed, Xianxia's footsteps halted. He had never seen Lu Sun in the teacher evaluation before. Since they were here, he might as well take a look at how the other party looks like and what capabilities he possesses. Emperor Xianxia had the dancers leave and tidied up the hall. As Shen Hong's clothes were torn, it wasn't convenient for him to meet anyone, so he left as well. Just as they sat down, two young men walked in with widened strides. Upon seeing the appearance of the duo, Xianxia frowned. Weren't they the two arrogant fools he met at the entrance of the academy yesterday? In the end, they were the legendary Lu Sun and Wang Chao. No wonder they were looking at him with disdain. They had probably recognized him. Lu Sun, Wang Chao, pays respect to your majesty, Lu Shi, Xianxia, and Jingshi. The two of them clasped their fists. They had met Emperor Xianxia before, so naturally, they recognized him. Even though they hadn't met the three master teachers before, they were dressed in their master teacher robes, so it was easy for them to recognize them. As for Xianxia, judging from his attire, his embroidered hat and marten coat, as well as his exaggerated actions, it was clear that he was a nouveau riche. After taking a glance at him, they decided to ignore him. Star teachers had their pride as well. Not everyone had to bow to them. They had heard that Xianxia wanted to pay him a visit, but they had never met him before. As such, they didn't know that the person sitting before them was him. Why are the two of you looking for me at this time? Seeing that the two of them were ignoring Xianxia, Emperor Xianxia was displeased. He wanted to introduce them, but the latter gestured that it wasn't necessary. Thus, he could only swallow his words and ask doubtfully. We have a presumptuous request for you. Lu Sun hesitated for a moment before saying, we would like to borrow 3 million gold coins from your majesty. Borrow money? Emperor Xianxia was perplexed. Given their background, why would they need to ask for his help? Furthermore, why would they ask for 3 million gold coins? The two of us would like to pay Xianxia a visit. I believe that your majesty should have heard of the rules. One has to pay 3 million gold coins to enter. Seeing the doubt in the other party's eyes, Lu Sun didn't hide his intentions and revealed his intentions. This money is only a temporary loan. As long as we can meet Xianxia, I am confident that he will accept us as his apprentice. At that time, the 3 million gold coins will definitely be returned to your majesty. You want to pay Xianxia a visit? Hearing the other party's intentions, Emperor Xianxia and the three master teachers glanced at one another. The Xianxia whom you want to meet is sitting not too far away. However, in your arrogance, you didn't even bother to show proper etiquette and chose to ignore him. Yet, you still want to become his apprentice. A bizarre expression appeared on everyone's face. By the side, Xianxia scratched his head and looked at Lu Sun. He was perplexed. Where did this fellow get his confidence from? Are you so sure that Xianxia will accept you? If he doesn't accept you and you can't get your 3 million gold coins back, how are you going to repay him then? Extending his hand to stop Emperor Xianxia and the three master teachers from revealing his identity, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Looking for recommendation tickets on Monday. I, Lu Sun, have made a name for myself in Tianqian Kingdom, so I do have this much confidence in myself. As for whether Xianxia will accept me or not, and whether I can return the 3 million RMB, you don't have to worry about that. Seeing that the emperor and the three master teachers were silent, a merchant dressed in a fur coat and a brocade hat asked. Lu Sun couldn't help but frown. The fact that the other party was able to sit together with the three master teachers and the emperor meant that his standing wasn't low. However, Lu Sun had his own pride as well. Putting aside the fact that he came from the royal tutor's family, just the fact that he had become the most famous star teacher in Tianqian Kingdom at such a young age gave him the right to sit on equal footing with the clan heads of some of the major clans. Even the head of the Wang clan, Wang Hong, had to address him respectfully as Lu Laoshi. The person in front of him looked like a nouveau riche. He did not have the slightest bit of elegance. So what if he had some status? I am speaking to Emperor Xianxia. It is not your place to point your fingers at me and make comments. Who do you think you are? Seeing how confident Xianxia was, the three master teachers and the others nearly choked on their saliva. Even the three of us master teachers dare not show the slightest disrespect to you. As a star teacher who isn't even an apprentice, what are you putting on airs for? I'm not worried. I just feel that if I don't return the money, I won't be able to pay it back. How am I going to explain it to His Majesty? Even if I sell you, you won't be worth it. Xianxia shook his head. He had reminded Xianxia out of goodwill, but the other party replied in such a manner. He was truly helpless. Sir, please watch your language. This time, before Lu Sun could speak, Wang Chao narrowed his eyes and said, Lu Sun Laosher is the #1 star teacher in Hongtian Academy. It is only a matter of time before he becomes a master teacher. Would he renege on a mere 3 million gold coins? What kind of joke was this? To put it bluntly, this sum of money is something that others might not even accept. Do you think that the favor of a future master teacher is so easily owed? All right. Ignoring Xianxia, he clasped his fist toward Xianxia and said, Your Majesty, you should know what kind of person I, Lu Sun, am. Even if Xianxia refuses to return the money, as long as I am willing to, I am confident that I can repay the debt within a short period of time. This bit of money isn't enough for me to go back on my word. Star teachers might not be able to match up to master teachers, but they were still capable of guiding others in their cultivation. 3 million might be a huge sum, but as long as one was willing, it was still possible to earn it within a short period of time. This, Emperor Xianxia hesitated. 3 million gold coins was nothing much to a kingdom. The reason why Xianxia was hesitating was because he was worried that he might incur the displeasure of Xianxia. Paying no heed to the other party's rude attitude, Xianxia continued, I seem to have heard that Xianxia is no longer meeting outsiders. Even if you have the money, you might not be able to meet him. This fellow is Master Lu Chen's son. It is impossible for the latter to know that he is here to borrow money. No matter what, he has to dissuade him from doing so. Even though Xianxia's relationship with Xianxia could be considered as enemies in the teacher evaluation, this was a completely different matter. Master Lu Chen had helped Xianxia a lot, and as an elder, he had the right to remind his son of his foolishness. Whether I can see him or not is my own business. Mister, don't you think that you're overstepping your boundaries and meddling too much? Seeing that the other party was being so tactless, Lu Sun finally got a little displeased. I am borrowing money from His Majesty, not you. His Majesty will make his own decision on whether to lend it to me or not. There is no need for you to worry about it. He flicked his sleeves. Are you sick in the head? You have been obstructing me from borrowing money from Emperor Xianxia. Not only are you unable to pay me back, you also say that the money I borrowed is useless. What do you mean by that? Do you think that I, Lu Sun, am a pushover? As a star teacher, if he doesn't have the slightest bit of dignity and allow others to speak of him as they please, how can he continue to exist in Tianxian Kingdom in the future? Besides, the three master teachers are still watching. If he were to be criticized by others and become a yes man, how would he be qualified to attempt to become an apprentice master teacher in the future? Mister, regardless of your identity, this is a matter between Lu Sun Laosher and His Majesty. Don't you think that your mouth is too big for you to butt in? Wang Chao harumphed coldly. Who do you think you are? Can't you see that the three master teachers aren't saying a word? Will you die if you don't speak? Mouth is too big for me? Xianxia was only trying to dissuade the other party out of goodwill. He didn't expect to be despised by the other party, so he shook his head helplessly. His identity as Xianxia is going to disappear very soon. Clearly, you are making a mistake by trying to become his apprentice. Initially, he thought that he would be able to dispel the other party's thoughts with a few words. Yet, never in his dreams did he expect that his goodwill would be treated as ill intent. Not only did the other party not appreciate his goodwill, he even became a chatterbox. However, given the other party's attitude, there was nothing for him to be angry about. If he were to borrow money from someone else, he would definitely be displeased if the other party kept interrupting him. You are Lu Sun, right? I have heard of your name before I came here. I think that Yang is right. You should consider it. While Xianxia ignored the other party's sarcasm, Lu Ling couldn't tolerate it any longer. Initially, he had a good impression of Lu Sun and intended to take him in as his apprentice. However, he didn't expect to see such a scene on their first meeting. To speak to Xianxia in such a manner, the other party was simply too arrogant. The last bit of goodwill he had for Lu Xun vanished without a trace. "Thank you for your advice, Lu Shi. I have already made up my mind." Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Lu Xun didn't dare to act arrogant. He hurriedly clasped his hands, and his attitude was completely different from when he spoke to Xianxia. Seeing that the other party didn't understand his intentions, Lu Ling shook his head silently. Xianxia had stopped Emperor Xianxia from revealing his identity. Clearly, he didn't want the other party to know of his identity. Since that was the case, he wouldn't say anything either. "It's just 3 million, there's no need to talk about borrowing it. Master Lu Chen is my teacher, so there's no harm in giving it to you directly." Seeing that Xianxia didn't seem to have any intention of blaming him, Emperor Xianxia felt reassured. This sum of money was nothing to the prestigious clans, not to mention a kingdom. As the son of his teacher, he didn't mind giving it to him for free. "Thank you, Your Majesty. However, since I have already said that I will borrow it, I will borrow it. I don't want to be indebted to him." Lu Xun waved his hands proudly. He had already fallen out with the old master of his family. His father was him, and he was himself. How could he possibly take advantage of the other party? "Go and withdraw 3 million gold coins." Knowing that there was some conflict between father and son, Emperor Xianxia didn't say anything more. Instead, he waved his hands to the eunuch beside him. The eunuch turned around and left. Not too long later, he returned with a stack of gold notes. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I, Lu Xun, will return it soon." After receiving the gold notes, Lu Chen clasped his hands once more. Emperor Xianxia waved his hands. If he could return it, so be it. If not, so be it. He didn't mind it at all. Now that the old ancestor had achieved a breakthrough to Zhongshe realm, Tianxian kingdom would surely grow stronger and stronger. Once it could attract a master teacher, it might even become a tier 2 kingdom. A mere 3 million gold coins meant nothing to him. "Lu Xun, Wang Chao, I won't disturb Your Majesty any longer. Farewell." With the money in his hands, Lu Xun turned around to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and lifted his head to look at Xianxia. "I don't know who you are, but to be able to discuss matters with the 3 master teachers and His Majesty here, you shouldn't be a simple person. However, I still have something to warn you about." "Oh?" Xianxia looked at him. "It's best not to interrupt a conversation between others. It's annoying." Lu Xun swung his arm with a proud expression, and he seemed like a pure and untainted lotus flower, pure and arrogant. His footsteps didn't stop as he walked out. Glancing at Xianxia, Wang Chao sneered and chased after him. After the duo left, the room fell silent. The 3 master teachers stared at one another speechlessly. This fellow. Where does his confidence come from? After a long while, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. He had been holding it in for too long. A mere star teacher, who couldn't even be considered an apprentice, actually dared to criticize Xianxia, whom even they were wary of. Isn't he way too gutsy? Initially, I intended to accept him as my apprentice, but from the looks of it now, I think it's better to forget about it. He is impolite and disrespectful. Lu Ling shook his head. Lu Xun's reputation was so great that it was no longer limited to Tianxian kingdom. Lu Ling and the others had long heard of him, but they didn't expect that their first meeting would be so awkward. "Xianxia, I'm sorry. He probably doesn't know your identity. He didn't mean to offend you." Seeing the dissatisfaction of the 3 master teachers, Emperor Xianxia hurriedly turned to look at Xianxia, hoping that he wouldn't get angry. "It's nothing much. Having achieved so much at such a young age, it's inevitable for him to be a little arrogant." Xianxia shook his head and stood up. "All right, since Xinhong has achieved a breakthrough, it's time for me to leave. I hope that Your Majesty can gather all the Tongxian realm secret manuals as soon as possible." "Yes." Emperor Xianxia hurriedly nodded his head. "Farewell." After bidding farewell to the other 3 master teachers, Xianxia felt that there was no need for him to stay. Thus, he clasped his fist and left. Seeing this sight, the three master teachers and Emperor Xianxia felt their blood boiling once more. Did you see that? If it was anyone else, they would definitely try to extort someone for a breakthrough. On the other hand, Xianxia acted nonchalantly, not taking a single cloud with him. Even when he was questioned and mocked by a junior, he didn't feel the slightest bit of anger. This is the magnanimity a true master teacher should have. Lu Ling praised. Indeed. I'm impressed by this Xianxia. It would be a blessing of 3 lifetimes to be able to come under his tutelage. Jingfei hurriedly nodded his head. I've heard of Lu Sun's reputation, but to think that he would behave in such a manner after meeting him. Recalling Lu Sun's previous performance, Lu Ling shook his head. Then, he suddenly recalled something and asked, Your Majesty mentioned that he will be conducting a teacher evaluation with a teacher named Xianxia in a few days. May I know if that is true? After staying in Tianxian Kingdom for a period of time, Lu Ling had paid special attention to Hongtian Academy. This matter wasn't a secret and he could easily find out about it. There is indeed such a matter. Emperor Xianxia nodded his head. Upon returning to the royal palace, he received a report from Pavilion Elder Qian and learned of this 3-star incident. Even though the battle between the 2 teachers wasn't as shocking as Master Teacher Yang Xian's visit to Tianxian Kingdom, it had stirred up a huge commotion and attracted the attention of countless people. To be able to compete with him, this Zhang Xian should be a star teacher of Hongtian Academy as well, right? Why haven't I heard of it before? Lu Shi looked at Zhang Xian doubtfully. A soldier against a soldier, a general against a general. Lu Sun is the #1 star teacher of Hongtian Academy. Since this Miss Zhang dares to challenge him, she shouldn't be too far off from him. However, he had heard of many young and promising teachers, but why hadn't he heard of this name? This book has a minimum of 2 chapters. From tomorrow onwards, updates will be at 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. If there are any updates, it will be at 10 p.m. In other words, if there were 3 updates a day, at 10 o'clock, 1900 hours and 2200 hours, if there was a 4th update or a big explosion, they would be notified in advance. Everyone could just come and read at a fixed time. There was no need to keep grinding and waiting anxiously. The earlier they finished the update, the less they had to stay up late. Also, don't forget to vote for monthly votes and recommendation votes. This is also the first time I have heard of this Xianxian Laoshi. I specially asked around to find out his identity. Not only is he not a star teacher, he has also been criticized by others. Recalling the content he had seen previously, Emperor Xianxia was still in disbelief. Smiling bitterly, he shook his head and asked, Do you know what the title of this Miss Zhang in the academy is? There's a title? What is it? The interest of the 3 master teachers was piqued and they looked over. It's trash. Emperor Xianxia said. Trash? The 3 master teachers stared at one another. That's right. It is said that this Zhang Xian scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination and even caused a student's cultivation to go berserk. He is known as the worst teacher in the history of Hongtian Academy. Emperor Xianxia said. Scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination? Caused a student's cultivation to go berserk? How can such a person remain in the teaching profession? Furthermore, since he is so bad, why would Lu Sun compete with him? The 3 master teachers felt lightheaded. Putting aside how bad this Zhang Xian is, just look at Lu Sun. You are a star teacher, the #1 person in Hongtian Academy. Of all people, why would you compete with a teacher who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination? This is no different from competing with a cripple in running or a deaf person in hearing. Even if you win, it wouldn't be honorable. Furthermore, what if you lose? Listen to me first. This is just how he used to address you. 10 days ago, there was a change in his title. Emperor Xianxia continued, a teacher named Qiao Xiong competed with him over a student, and as a result, he underwent the Enlightenment Will trial. Initially, he thought that he would definitely succeed, but in the end, he ended up with a shocking outcome. Not only is this Xianxian Laoshi not a useless teacher, he is also an expert. His cultivation has reached Pishue realm, and his students have a trust level of 64 points in him. Even though Hongtian Academy had intentionally suppressed the news of the Enlightenment Will trial, as the emperor of Tianxian Kingdom, it wasn't too difficult for him to look into it. Thus, he knew the details of the matter that day, and he revealed it to Xianxia. A newly recruited student has a trust level of 64 points. He has already reached the level of a master teacher? How? How is this possible? To be able to reach Pishue realm before the age of 20? What incredible talent! Even a student under the guidance of a master teacher wouldn't be able to do so. Using his cultivation to go berserk to resolve the problem of innate sealed meridian? Furthermore, he allowed his student to break through Fighter 1 Dan to reach Fighter 2 Dan within 10 minutes. The three master teachers stared at one another. Why did they feel as though they were dreaming? Why they didn't believe it? In order to not tarnish the reputation of the academy, the young teacher endured the humiliation and was willing to bear the title of trash. In the end, he was even slapped in the face by others. Thus, he took the opportunity to retaliate. If this news is true, this Xianxia Laosher's character is too noble. Xianxia. To not refute the accusations made by others out of consideration for the reputation of the academy, this kind of magnanimity and professionalism was something that even they would find hard to achieve, let alone a young man who wasn't even 20 yet. Emperor is of the teacher Xian was, teacher of, he was, Zhang, and to that he was that Zhang that the emperor. Emperor Shenjue knew that no one would believe his words. With a wave of his hand, he took a letter from the eunuch and said, "This is personally written by Elder Mo of the guild. The contents are exactly the same as what I have just said. Everyone, please look." After which, he passed the letter over. Lu Ling and the others glanced at it and nodded their heads simultaneously. This was a letter issued by the teacher guild and the seal of the guild was on it. It was impossible for it to be wrong. Otherwise, Elder Mo's occupation would be implicated. To think that Hongtian Academy would have such a talent hidden within. Lu Ling's eyes lit up. Initially, he intended to recruit Lu Sun as his apprentice. However, after meeting the person himself, he was slightly disappointed. However, upon hearing of the legendary deeds of Miss Zhang, his interest was piqued once more. Noble character, disregarding personal gains and losses, putting in so much effort for the sake of his students, even at the risk of being cursed. I would like to meet such a teacher personally. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Master teachers hope to recruit good apprentices. Not only did they want to teach well and have a good reputation, their character also played a huge role. Without a good character, what was the use of recruiting an ingrate no matter how talented he was? Reporting to your majesty, there is someone outside requesting an audience. Just as the few of them were sighing, a guard walked in with widened strides. Who is it? It is City Lord Zhao's butler, Yao Han. The guard said. Let him in. Emperor Shenjue nodded his head. City Lord Zhao Feng was his most trusted official and Yao Han was his direct subordinate, so they were acquainted with one another. Yao Han pays respect to your majesty. Not too long later, a middle-aged man walked in and kneeled on the floor. He was Yao Han. General Yao, please rise. Emperor Shenjue beckoned. Even though Yao Han was only a butler at the moment, he had once fought alongside City Lord Zhao Feng and rose to the position of a general. General, could it be that City Lord Zhao Feng has something to report to me? Knowing that the other party wouldn't come to the royal palace for a casual chat, Emperor Shenjue asked. Reporting to your majesty, our city lord intends to make a trip to the capital in a few days' time. He specially instructed me to report to your majesty, Yao Han said. As an important official, it was impossible for Zhao Feng to leave as he pleased. Even if he wanted to come to the capital, he would have to seek prior approval. Otherwise, if he were to sneak in and his majesty were to learn of it, he would be considered a disgrace. Come to the capital? Shenjue was taken aback. Yes, Miss has acknowledged Xianxia Laosher as her teacher. In order to awaken her unique constitution, Miss Zhang specially took the apothecary examination, searched for the precious, frigid sun mother grass, and purchased the grade 3 pill, unraveling pill, for her. Due to the immense debt of gratitude, the city lord has decided to pay her a visit personally. Yao Han replied. Acknowledged Xianxia as her teacher? Frigid sun mother grass? Unraveling pill? Just as everyone was discussing Xianxia, they were taken aback upon hearing those words. Emperor Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter? Explain it to me in detail." "Yes." Yao Han nodded his head. Then, he began to explain how Miss Zhang accepted Xiaoya as her disciple, how she was able to discern her unique constitution, and how she took the apothecary examination. Others might not know much about these matters, but after being pummeled by the other party, he had investigated the matter thoroughly. Thus, there wasn't the slightest bit of error in his explanation. "You are saying that this Zhangxian Laosher passed the one-star apothecary examination?" Not only so, in order to help his student achieve a breakthrough, he spent a huge sum of money to purchase pills and spirit essence. Furthermore, he created a cultivation technique specially tailored for them, without asking for anything in return. After painstakingly creating a battle technique, not sleeping for days, he fell asleep while lying on the chair. Upon hearing Yao Han's words, the three master teachers widened their eyes and clenched their fists tightly. The most fundamental role of a teacher is to impart knowledge and dispel doubts. If one doesn't even value his students highly, he wouldn't be a good teacher. This Zhangxian Laosher had sacrificed so much for his student. In fact, he didn't even let his student know of it. Even if they were to hear it with their own ears, they would still be astonished. More importantly, he actually passed the apothecary examination and became an official apothecary. To take the master-teacher examination, one has to become an official apothecary. In other words, if he were to be accepted as his apprentice, he would be qualified to take the master-teacher examination with just a little guidance. The eyes of the three master teachers shone brighter and brighter. In order to guide others, a master teacher must possess a frightening amount of knowledge and be proficient in other occupations. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to guide others. Apothecary is one of the top occupations in the upper 9 paths. If one were to become an official apothecary, coupled with the quality of one's teaching and knowledge, one would be able to enter the Hall of Master Teachers. Even in a Tier 2 or Tier 1 kingdom, such a teacher would be highly sought after by master teachers. After all, one's student is a master teacher as well, and it would be beneficial to one's reputation. Capable, willing to tolerate being framed by others for the sake of the greater good, willing to try new methods when teaching his students, not arrogant or rash despite being misunderstood, knowledgeable despite his young age, willing to conceal his talents, not flaunting or putting on an act, willing to give up everything for his students. This is the best seedling a master teacher can have. The more Lu Ling spoke, the brighter his eyes became. Xianxia, since Hongtian Academy has such a good teacher, can you accompany me to take a look? What are you talking about, Lu Shi? How can I accompany you? He should accompany me. I have always been looking for such a person to become my apprentice. Xianxia chuckled. I know a lot about pill forging, and I am an official apothecary as well. It would be best for him to become my apprentice. Xing Fei interjected. Hearing the outstanding achievements of Zhang Xian, the three master teachers couldn't hold themselves back any longer. A teacher wants to build a good relationship with a master teacher, and a master teacher also hopes to accept a good teacher as their apprentice. This Zhang Xian has a noble character, willing to give up everything for his students. His potential is much greater than that of Lu Sun, so how can the three master teachers not be tempted? Seeing the three master teachers fighting over Zhang Xian, Emperor Xianxia and Yao Han were stunned. Others would fight to the death just to catch a glimpse of a master teacher. Yet, this Miss Zhang was the exact opposite. Even before the three master teachers had met her, they were already fighting over her. However, thinking of his many achievements, a genius like him was indeed worth fighting over. Looks like I should get on good terms with this Zhangxian Laosher as soon as possible. Emperor Xianxia made up his mind. As the emperor, how could he give up on a person who has the potential to become a master teacher? General Yao, inform Zhaoqi to come over without any hesitation. At this point, he immediately nodded his head and agreed to Yao Han's request. Regardless of whether it is for the kingdom or for him, this is a good thing. Through Xiaoya, he can easily tie this Zhangxian Laosher to the war chariot of Tianshan Kingdom. Once the kingdom has a true master teacher, the strength of the kingdom will rise day by day, and it will only be a matter of time before it becomes a Tier 2 kingdom. Emperor Xianxia, we have decided to head to Hongtian Academy to take a look. We won't disturb you for the time being. After arguing for a moment, the three master teachers decided to see if this Miss Zhang is as wise and powerful as the rumors make her out to be. Seeing is believing. Only by seeing with one's own eyes can one make the most accurate judgment. As for who will be accepted as his apprentice, that would depend on the other party's decision. Even if they were to fight to the death, it would be useless. Three master teachers, please go ahead. Emperor Xianxia didn't dare to stop them and nodded his head in agreement. Lu Ling, Xianxia, and Jingfei didn't say anything else. They quickly walked out and headed straight for Hongtian Academy. Lu Sun. Seeing the three master teachers leave for Xianxian, Emperor Xianxia recalled Lu Sun, who had just left a moment ago, and shook his head. Regardless of whether it was his cultivation, knowledge, demeanor, ability to teach students, the impression he left on the three master teachers, or the reputation he left. Even the number one star teacher of Hongtian Academy had lost. A crushing defeat, a huge chapter of over 3,000 words. Oblivious to the fact that their standing in the eyes of Emperor Xianxia and the three master teachers had been lowered significantly, Lu Sun and Wang Chao continued on their way to Yangshi's residence excitedly. Previously, he had been ridiculed and humiliated for not paying up. Now that he had 3 million in his hands, no one would dare to stop him. When you meet Yangshi later on, cut to the chase and say that you are willing to become his apprentice and serve him. As Lu Sun walked, he thought through the scenario that he would encounter Yangshi. Eventually, he came to a conclusion. For a master teacher who can earn the respect of Lu Shi and the others, he must be a 2-star master teacher or even higher. Rather than beating around the bush and being exposed, I might as well tell him the truth. Master teachers possessed an incredible eye of discernment. It was best not to play petty tricks before such a person. Otherwise, the one who would be in trouble would be him. If he were to offend Yangshi, it would be difficult for him to become his apprentice. Yeah. Wang Chao nodded. Right, Wang Chao, you said that Senior Wang Chong learned a new spear art and spent quite a lot of money on it. What's going on? Suddenly recalling something, Lu Sun couldn't help but ask. Just a few days ago, father went into seclusion and refused to see anyone. I couldn't find him no matter how hard I tried. I only found out after asking the butler. I heard that an expert came to our family. The expert only taught us one spear technique, and our father paid a few million for it. I really don't know what spear technique is worth that much money. Wang Chao shook his head unhappily. They were an aristocratic family of spears. Although they had some assets, taking out a few million in one go was still a huge blow to them. They really didn't know what had gotten into their father to take out so much money. There is no one in Tianxian Kingdom who can match up to Elder Wang Cheng's understanding of the spear. Since he is able to fork out so much money, it shows that this spear art is extremely formidable. You must learn it well. Lu Sun's view differed from his. No one is a fool. For Wang Chong to be able to enjoy such a great reputation in Tianxian Kingdom and be praised by Emperor Xianxia, his understanding of the way of the spear must have reached an astounding level. Given that such an understanding person is willing to spend a fortune to learn it, how can he possibly be simple? I want to learn it too, but father refuses to teach me. I heard from the butler that father has already set down a rule that only with the approval of the creator of the spear art can we learn it. Otherwise, even if we were to learn it secretly, it would be a huge crime. Wang Chao pouted. Speaking of this matter, his heart felt stifled. His father was crazily practicing some unknown spear art, but he knew that he couldn't learn it. One could imagine how depressed he was. He could hear it, but he couldn't touch it, so he could only complain to satisfy his cravings. The Wang clan spear technique is the best in the entire kingdom. It is a top-notch martial technique. I don't think that the spear art that Senior has learned is much stronger. Perhaps you are just trying to achieve a breakthrough after mastering it. After consoling him, Lu Sun was just about to continue speaking when he saw Wang Chao secretly gesturing to him. Perplexed, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Look, it's the guy who was acting cool in the palace just now." Wang Chao pointed backwards. Looking in that direction, he saw a middle-aged man wearing a brocade hat and a marten coat walking along the street towards him. Who else could it be other than that talkative fellow? To be able to sit side by side with His Majesty and the three master teachers, even though he doesn't have a good mouth, his identity is definitely not simple. Let's not provoke him and focus on the matter at hand. Seeing that his good friend was on the verge of making a move, Lu Xun instructed. Even though he had never met this middle-aged man before, for him to dare interrupt his conversation with Emperor Xianxia, his status was definitely not simple. But so what? As star teachers, they were backed by powerful clans and they could be considered as influential figures in the entire Xianxia kingdom. No matter how powerful one's background was, it meant nothing before them. I know, but why do I feel that he is following us? Puzzled, Wang Chao glanced behind him once more. While the two of them were conversing, they had already passed through several streets. Yet, that fellow was still following them. If he wasn't following them, what else could it be? Perhaps, he wants to pay Xianxia a visit as well. Let's not talk anymore, Butler's son is at the entrance. Let's go over and pay him the money. Lu Xun shook his head. He didn't want to cause trouble before acknowledging Xianxia as his teacher. After taking 2 more turns, Yangshir's residence appeared before them once more. There was still a long queue, and Butler's son Chang happened to be there as well. Wang Chao didn't say anything more. Puffing his chest out, he squeezed through the crowd with a proud look on his face and handed over the 3 million gold coins that he had just borrowed. Butler's son, this is the fee for us to pay Yangshir a visit. Can you let us in now? Weren't you mocking us for being poor? In just an hour, we brought the money over. This is called slapping our faces in public, while imagining that Sun Chang's face would change drastically and change his attitude toward the two of them, bowing to them. Not too far away, the plump man frowned. Without even turning his head, he waved his plump hands impatiently. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Didn't I say it just now? From now on, Yangshir will not accept any more gold coins. Those whose names aren't called, hurry up and scram. Don't cause trouble here. You. Rage surged within Wang Chao and he nearly vomited blood. As a member of the top circle of Tianxian Kingdom, he is respected no matter where he goes. Even Emperor Xianxia has to treat him with respect. Yet, a mere butler actually told him to scram twice in a row. The intense rage he felt left him on the verge of exploding and dying from anger. Sun Chang, do you know who you are talking to? With a steeled face, he gritted his teeth and walked up to Yangshir. Oh? So it's Wang Chao Laoshir. Seeing his appearance clearly, Sun Chang lifted his eyelids and asked, why? Are you rich this time? Previously, when he thought that the other party was a star teacher, he was still a little apprehensive. However, after seeing the old master's nonchalant expression, he knew that it didn't matter to him whether he was a star teacher or an influential official. As long as you listen to my instructions obediently, I'll speak up for you. Otherwise, your identity will be useless. It would have been better if he didn't reply. The moment he did, Wang Chao nearly fainted from anger. The heck, what's with that look of disdain? What do you mean by I'm rich this time? Those who didn't know better would think that I've been here many times without any money each time. Wang Chao, calm down. Seeing that the other party was on the verge of exploding, Lu Xun shook his head and stepped forward. Regardless of whether it was his talent or his ability to teach, this good friend of his was outstanding. However, he was a little hot-tempered, and as a result, he created quite a bit of trouble for himself. If Lu Xun didn't stop him, he might really make a move on him. If he were to beat this fellow up, it would be equivalent to slapping Yangshir in the face. Putting aside acknowledging him as his teacher, he might even be chased out. Stopping his anxious good friend, Lu Xun smiled and clasped his hands. Butler's son, I believe there's no need for me to introduce our identities. The reason why we didn't bring the money over previously was because we didn't know the rules. This time, we have brought the money and written the name scroll. Please pass the message once more. If Yangshir really doesn't want to meet us, we'll give up and not disturb him anymore. This Sun Chang was clearly a petty person. The longer he pestered him, the more troublesome it would be. Thus, it was better for him to keep his nonsense to himself. The old master has instructed me not to accept any more name scrolls. Other than those who paid up previously, no one is allowed to enter. However, since you are star teachers, I'll play the good guy once more. Seeing that Lu Sun's words were pleasant to the ears, Sun Chang nodded his head. Just as he was about to speak, the old master had already pushed open the door and walked into the courtyard. The reason he had pestered him previously was to conceal the fact that the old master wasn't in the residence. Upon seeing the other party return, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to follow the old master in, a furious voice sounded by his ear. "Butler's son, what do you mean by this? We paid the money and sent a name scroll, but we are still unable to enter. How can that fellow enter just like that? He didn't even bother to inform us?" Wang Chao was truly enraged. "We didn't pay up, and yet you say this and that, even mocking us in front of everyone. Even after we brought the money, you still refuse to let us in. I can tolerate it if you treat everyone equally. But what is wrong with this fellow dressed in a marten coat? Firstly, he didn't send a name scroll, and secondly, he didn't pay up. How can he enter just like that? Just because he is of high standing that Emperor Xianxia regards him highly, didn't you say that no one is allowed to enter? What about the righteous words you said?" Wang Chao was so furious that he was on the verge of exploding. However, the moment he finished speaking, he saw the crowd staring at him as though he was an idiot. Every single one of them was filled with sympathy. Upon seeing these gazes, Lu Sun seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled and his complexion darkened. He raised his head and asked, "Butler's son, the person who just entered is?" "It's our old master." Sun Chang harumphed coldly. "Xianxia?" Lu Sun's body swayed, as though he was struck by lightning. The enraged Wang Chao also felt as though he had been slapped in the face. The words he wanted to say were stuck in his mouth, and his face turned pale. His body trembled uncontrollably. "He is Xianxia. Just a moment ago, he scolded him for having a big mouth in the royal palace. He tried to persuade them out of goodwill, but the two of them ignored him. Furthermore, they even wanted to teach him a lesson." What is going on?" Lu Sun and Wang Chao felt as though the world was spinning around them, and the world was about to collapse. In the eyes of others, Lu Sun and Wang Chao were the star teachers of Hongtian Academy. However, as Zhang Xian came into contact with more and more people, their statuses were no longer sufficient. In the eyes of others, they were just arrogant youngsters. Whether they were traumatized or on the verge of insanity, Zhang Xian could just leave them to Sun Chang to deal with. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on his bed with a grim expression. After learning the Heaven's Path Poison Manual, he gained a deeper understanding of poison. At the same time, he discovered a bizarre black aura in his body. He didn't have the time to study it when he was helping Shen Hong achieve a breakthrough in the royal palace. Now that he was back at the residence, he could take a look at it to see what was going on. He had been healthy all this while, so why would there be a remnant of poison in his body? When did it enter? Perplexed, Zhang Xian focused his attention on the black aura he saw previously. This black aura was hidden in his organs and meridians, making it difficult for others to notice it. If not for him learning the Heaven's Path poison art and gaining a deep understanding of poison, he would have found it hard to notice it. What kind of poison is this? Why? Have I never seen it before? After examining it for a moment, Zhang Xian frowned. He had collected more than 1,000 books on poison in the Library of Heaven's Path, and they recorded the attributes and auras of many poisons. Yet, none of them matched the description of the black aura in his body. Arriving. In other words, this black gas did not belong to any poison that he knew of. What was that thing? Let's see if we can force it out of the body. With a grim look in his eyes, Zhang Xian drove the Jinqi in his body. Even though Zhang Xian didn't know how dangerous the poisonous gas was, it would only be a matter of time before it was left in his body. It was one thing that he hadn't noticed it before, but now that he knew about it, he had to find a way to deal with it as soon as possible. Otherwise, anyone would feel uncomfortable if a knife was placed in their heart. Using Jinqi to expel poison was recorded in a book, and it wasn't difficult to learn. With just a thought, Zhang Xian had already mastered it. Goo, 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 seeing the surge of Jinqi, the black aura seemed to have met its nemesis. With a slight sway, it dived into the meridians and hid itself. No, Zhang Xian's expression darkened. The poison gas was simply too powerful. It was actually able to evade the encirclement of Jinqi. At this moment, it had only entered the meridians, which was not a problem. However, if it were to go berserk and enter the vital parts of one's body, one would most likely be poisoned to death on the spot. To be able to evade true energy, it was as if it had intelligence. What kind of poison was this, and when did he get hit? Even after searching through the books on poison in the Library of Heaven's Path, there wasn't a single record of this poison. This means that this poison is of a higher tier than Xianxia Kingdom. Poison gas of this level was actually found in his own body. Xianxia was getting more and more confused. He tried all sorts of detoxification methods, but none of them worked, so he could only give up for now. From the looks of it, the Black Aura was extremely fearful of his Xianxia and didn't dare to cause any trouble for the time being. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to survive for so long without being noticed. However, although there was no danger to his life for the time being, how he was poisoned was a big problem. It was fine if it was unintentional, but if he was poisoned by someone and didn't know it, that would be terrible. Since the first attack had failed, the other party would definitely try again. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves remembering. Let's first determine if it was done before or after his rebirth, and if it was done intentionally or unintentionally. This way, we can be prepared in advance. Alarmed, Xianxia turned his attention back to the Black Aura, but after studying it for a very long time, he was still unable to figure out anything at all. It wasn't that he was stupid, but the poison was simply too advanced, far beyond the comprehension of Xianxia Kingdom. As such, he wasn't even able to discern the slightest trace of it, needless to say, figure out when he was poisoned and what it was. Try the Library of Heaven's Path. Just as he was about to give up, a thought flashed through his mind. Just because he couldn't figure it out, it didn't mean that the library was powerless. The Library of Heaven's Path required one to touch it with one's fingers or the other party to execute a punching routine in order to form a book. The poison gas was hidden in the meridians, so it was impossible for one to touch it with one's fingers. To have it execute a punching routine. Cough cough, that was even more of a dream. However, confirming some simple questions was not a problem for Xianxia. Taking out a blank book, he picked up a brush and wrote, "The poison in my body is a result of my rebirth. Someone framed me." Xianxia swiped his finger across it, and an identical book immediately appeared in his mind. He casually flipped it open, and sure enough, there was a flaw in this sentence. After reading the content, his face turned livid. According to the feedback from the Library of Heaven's Path, he had been poisoned before his rebirth. It was not an accident, but someone had done something to him. In other words, someone wanted to kill him. Could it be that my predecessor didn't die of depression from drinking, but from this poison? He had been wondering whether his previous self was too weak. Despite being a Xianxia realm pinnacle expert, he could still drink himself to death. However, from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case at all. As soon as he thought of it, he wrote down all kinds of conjectures in the book. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia finally came to a halt. After half a day of conjecture, he had a rough idea of the situation. His previous self was indeed poisoned to death. That was also the reason why he was able to transcend into another world. The reason why he was fine after his rebirth was because the Heaven's Path Xianxia he cultivated was too pure. The poison aura was innately fearful of it, suppressing it to the point that it was unable to move. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to survive until now. In other words, it was thanks to his diligence that he was able to survive. Otherwise, if he were to run out of Xianxia, the poison aura would immediately turn on him and poison him to death. Yet another mess left behind by my previous self. Initially, he thought that he would be able to live freely after dealing with the teacher qualification examination. However, he realized that he had been overthinking things. As long as he didn't deal with the poison aura completely, he would always be in danger. I have to find the person who wanted to kill me. The person who wanted to kill him had hidden himself, making it impossible for him to find him. However, if the other party dared to make a move against him again, with the help of the Library of Heaven's Path, he would definitely be able to find all 8 generations of his ancestors. Therefore, there was no need to fear him. He was just puzzled. His previous self was an orphan, and he didn't even have any relatives. Furthermore, he was a wastrel, and he didn't offend anyone. Who in the world could use a poison that even Xianxia Kingdom didn't possess to kill him? To be able to find such a poison, his strength was definitely not simple. After spending so much effort, why didn't he just kill him with a single slap? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? After thinking for a while, Xianxia couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. The person who poisoned him hadn't appeared yet, so there was no point in thinking about it. He could only think of a way to solve the problem in his body first. To neutralize the poison, I must first understand what kind of poison it is. There are too few books on poison in Xianxia Kingdom. Looks like I'll have to go to a place with more books. With the Library of Heaven's Path, as long as he had enough books on poison, he would be able to cure it himself. However, these books weren't easy to find. Xianxia had already browsed through the royal family's book collection vault, but he didn't find anything at all. Needless to say, he didn't even need to look through the books in other places to know that they weren't there either. After all, this poison was too advanced, so advanced that it was impossible to find it in Xianxia Kingdom. If there was no poison, how could there be a solution? To truly resolve the problem, he would have to go to a higher-tier kingdom to find a place with more books on poison. I should ask the 3 master teachers about it. He didn't know much about such places, but the 3 master teachers might know a thing or two. They came from a higher-tier kingdom, and they had traveled extensively. They would definitely know more than him. There's no hurry, let's settle the matter here first. In any case, with the suppression of the Heaven's Path Xianxia, the black aura wouldn't dare to do anything for the time being. Thus, Xianxia could only shake his head and stretch his back before continuing to solve the problem left behind by his scam. Lucier, why are we changing? The 3 master teachers were walking along the streets of Hongtian Academy. Looking at the casual attire they were wearing, Jingfei couldn't help but ask. Usually, they wore the robes unique to master teachers, and no matter where they went, they would be respected by others. Thus, they weren't used to wearing the clothes of an ordinary person. The master teacher robe is too eye-catching. If we were to wear it, Xianxia Laosher would definitely rush over and listen to his words respectfully. If that were to happen, how would we be able to see through his true character? Lu Ling said. Indeed, it would be good to change into casual attire. No one would be able to recognize us, and it would be a good test of our character. Xianxia nodded his head. Jingfei came to a realization. If they were to change into the clothes of an ordinary person and suppress their cultivation, no one would be able to guess that they were master teachers. Instead, they would think that they were ordinary elders. Only under such circumstances would they be able to see the truth. Asking around, it didn't take them long to find Xianxia's classroom. Isn't this classroom a little too small? Looking at the state of the classroom, Lu Ling and the others frowned. They had seen the scale of Hongtian Academy for themselves. Even the classroom used by the most ordinary teacher would be several hundred square meters in size. Yet, the classroom before them wasn't even 100 square meters. Regardless of whether it was the architecture or the decorations, it was extremely crude. With a single look, it was clear that it was the worst kind. Seems like Miss Zhang's treatment in the academy isn't that great. It was a wonder how Miss Zhang could tolerate such a poor teaching environment. If they were in her shoes, they would have long thrown a tantrum in the academy and stormed out. To be able to maintain her composure in such an environment, to be able to remain calm and unperturbed, it seems like she has already forgotten the feelings of respect and humiliation. Truly admirable. Lu Ling sighed. Despite being treated unfairly, she didn't utter a single word of complaint. Instead, she didn't patronize her students because of it. This kind of indifference is truly admirable. Cousin Wang Tao, I am still unable to understand what Miss Zhang is talking about on the convergence of qi. Can you explain it to me once more? Walking a few steps into the classroom, before entering the classroom, they heard a questioning voice coming from the lawn in front of the classroom. The trio halted their footsteps. All right. However, regarding this part, Miss Zhang's explanation is extremely profound. Even I have only managed to comprehend less than a tenth of it. How about this, while Miss Zhang is explaining, I will take notes and we can study it together. The senior named Wang Tao hesitated for a moment before saying. That's great. The first voice was filled with excitement. Look, this is what Miss Zhang said. In Jiushi realm, the convergence of qi means to treat the spiritual energy in the world as a part of one's body instead of absorbing it forcefully. This way, the spiritual energy will treat the person as a vessel, thus increasing the rate at which spiritual energy is gathered. Back then, Miss Zhang mentioned 10 methods, but I only remembered 3 of them. We can study them together. Look at the first one. Wang Tao's voice sounded right after. Treat the spiritual energy in the world as a part of one's body? Hearing the conversation between the duo, the 3 master teachers were taken aback. Astonishment appeared on their faces. I have heard of this theory from my teacher as well. This Zhang Xianlaoshir's explanation is actually so profound? Lu Ling's mouth was agape. As master teachers, they stood at the pinnacle of the teaching profession. Naturally, they were well versed in the art of imparting knowledge. They were also able to tell which of her explanations were correct and which were incorrect. Even though they hadn't heard the lecture, just from the conversation between the 2 students, they could tell that Miss Zhang's theory was not only novel, it was extremely accurate as well. It pointed straight to the core of cultivation. Even for them, it was hard for them to impart a lecture of this level. The 2 people in front of him discussed more and more. The theories they talked about weren't very profound, but they were incisive, like a vast ocean. The more he listened, the more helpful it would be for his cultivation, and he would benefit greatly from it. The more the 3 master teachers listened, the more astonished they became. Their bodies trembled in agitation and they stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. End of chapter 196. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.